9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 1 to Chapter 54. Where is this place? Didn't I burn to death? Yang Dingtian was in a completely unfamiliar world at this time. This was a very deep cave. All he could see around the cave was covered in ice, and the whole cave was crystal clear. Just a few minutes ago, he was still in the female teacher's dormitory at Shuimu University, being intimate with his beautiful girlfriend, who was also his teacher, Li Bijuan. Suddenly, his whole body became hot and red, and then his whole body burned, and he completely lost consciousness in incomparable pain. When he woke up again, he was already in this strange cave. Yang Dingtian was 20 years old this year, and he was a sophomore. Because his father was a fan of Jin Yong, he gave him the domineering name Yang Dingtian. He was quite handsome, smart, sensitive, kind, and a little bad. However, he had a fatal characteristic, and that was that the fire in his body was very strong. He was afraid of heat and cold since he was a child, and he only wore a single layer of clothing even if it was 10 degrees below zero. His appetite was super big, but he never got fat. His body seemed to have a bottomless pit. Of course, these were not bad things. Moreover, his parents took him to see countless doctors, and they all came to the same conclusion. Although the child was a little thin, he was very healthy. When he was 8 years old, a sloppy Taoist priest who was wandering the west saw Yang Dingtian. He said with a shocked face, "I didn't expect that the legendary 9 Yang body really existed." Then, the Taoist priest told Yang Dingtian that his 9 Yang body's Yang fire was countless times stronger than other people's. He could not marry or date in his life, and even so, it was difficult for him to live past the age of 25, and he would be burned alive by the Yang fire. At that time, Yang Dingtian's whole family thought that the Taoist priest was a liar, and they did not take his words seriously. When he gradually grew up, things were not good. Yang Dingtian, who gradually matured, found that whether it was seeing a beautiful woman in reality or looking at pictures or videos, as long as the thought came to his mind, a fierce fire would burn in his body, and his body temperature would soar rapidly. When Yang Dingtian was 18 years old, it was his first time being intimate with his girlfriend. In less than a minute, Yang Dingtian had a high fever of 42 degrees and fainted. His first love was so scared that she screamed and called for an ambulance. Only then did she manage to save her life. Thus, Yang Dingtian remembered the words of the Taoist priest. He had a 9 Yang body, so he couldn't date or get married. The results of the first attempt proved that what the Taoist priest said might be true. Therefore, before the age of 20, Yang Dingtian did not dare to have a girlfriend and remained single. Today, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Because his girlfriend was too beautiful and seductive, she destroyed Yang Dingtian's last line of defense. On the night of his birthday, under the stimulation of alcohol, women, and emotions, the two of them finally broke through the last line of defense. The result proved that the wretched Taoist priest's words were right. With his 9 Yang body, if he were to have sex with a woman, his entire body would burn. It turned out that Yang Dingtian's father really had the foresight to give him such a name. Just when Yang Dingtian's soul was burned away, he lost his consciousness and fell into endless darkness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, a deep cave surrounded by ice. What the hell is this place? Yang Dingtian's body shrunk slightly. He actually felt cold. This was really amazing. He didn't know what cold was since he was a child, but now he actually felt cold. Is this the Arctic ice cave? Yang Dingtian secretly said. This place was indeed like the Arctic. Because in his hometown in the northeast, he wouldn't feel cold even if it was -20 or -30 degrees below zero. Then, this place was at least -50 or -60 degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian got up from the ice and began to explore the deep cave. It was really hard for him to understand why he didn't die after he spontaneously combusted. He actually came to this inexplicable ice cave. Fortunately, he has a 9 Yang body. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death in a few minutes. This cave was really deep. He could only see a small corner of the sky when he looked up. At this time, the sun should be shining outside. The light from the inside of the cave reflected many times, making the bottom of the cave bright. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that this cave was at least 1,000 meters deep. Moreover, the walls of the cave were completely steep and straight. There were no tools, so it was really impossible to climb up. The bottom of the cave was not big. It was only about 100 square meters. Yang Dingtian walked through it in a few steps. He desperately wanted to find an exit or a secret mechanism. However, after searching for a long time, he found that every inch of this place was covered in ice. There was nothing behind the ice. It was not stone or soil at all. From the inside to the outside, every inch of this place was covered in ice. Heavens! How am I supposed to get out? This damn place doesn't even have anything to eat. I will starve to death in a few days. Yang Dingtian sat on the ice dejectedly. He did not have a phone on him. However, even if he had a phone, there was no signal. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian tried his best to stand up and shouted towards the outside, "Someone, help! Is there anyone outside?" He shouted dozens of times, but there was not even a bird or an animal at the entrance. Yang Dingtian sat down again with his back against an ice pillar. I don't know how Bijuan is. Did I burn her to death? Yang Dingtian sadly thought of his sexy girlfriend and English teacher. Later on, he was unwilling to give up and looked around the cave, wondering if Baijun had also transmigrated to this place. Obviously, the entire cave was empty. It was impossible for Li Bijuan to exist. Dad, look at the lousy name you gave me. It's too domineering. I really can't bear to use it. Yang Dingtian thought of his Jin Yongfan father and his shrewish mother. By now, they should have already heard the news of Yang Dingtian's death. He did not know how sad they would be. Yang Dingtian looked up at the entrance of the cave and sighed. This damn cave. How am I supposed to get out? Suddenly, there was a burst of blinding light. The sun seemed to be directly above the cave. Yang Dingtian could not look directly at it. He could not help but squint his eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly widened. His body shook violently because he saw a very, very shocking scene. It was even a very, very frightening scene. It made him suddenly stand up. There were two suns in the sky. There were actually two suns. Yang Dingtian thought he was seeing things. Or maybe he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard to see clearly. Yes, there were really two suns. One was big and one was small. One was blinding, and the other was slightly less bright. Oh my God! This was not Earth. There was only one sun on Earth. There were two suns here. Then what the hell was this place? An alien planet? A different world? Had he transmigrated? He had actually transmigrated. Yang Dingtian's body went limp. He sat down on the icy ground again. His head was dizzy and he almost fainted. Other people transmigrated due to electrocution, tsunamis, or being struck by lightning. At most, they transmigrated due to a plane crash. Only Yang Dingtian had transmigrated due to the spontaneous combustion of his penis in bed. This kind of transmigration was really unprecedented. Dad, look at the lousy name you gave your son. Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian. Such a domineering name. I really don't have the fortune to enjoy it. It directly sent me to a different world. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, Earth. Mom and Dad, don't be too sad. You are still young. Maybe you can have another child. Bijuan, you were probably burned to death by me. We can be considered as a pair of Mandarin ducks in the same fate. Yang Dingtian leaned against the ice pillar in the middle of the cave. He finally accepted the fact that he had transmigrated to a different world. He recalled his past and tried his best not to let his tears fall. No, I can't continue to mourn and blame myself like this. In novels, those people who transmigrated all achieved great things. I can't possibly starve to death in this cave after transmigrating, right? Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up. He wanted to find a way out. In the end, after a few hours, he couldn't even climb up half a foot. This ice was super slippery and super hard. There was nothing he could do. Then, he looked around for a way out. In the end, he still couldn't find anything. In these few hours, his emotions had experienced great shock and sorrow. He had also worked hard for a long time. He was already exhausted. He returned to the center of the cave and leaned against an ice pillar to rest for a while. He wanted to think of another way. He only wanted to rest for a while, but he was so tired that he fell asleep. Fortunately, he had the 9 yang body, which was 1 in a billion. He had accumulated yang fire in his body for decades. When he was intimate with Li Bijuan on Earth, only a small part of it leaked out. Now, he was sleeping naked in this extremely cold ice cave. He only felt a slight chill and wouldn't freeze to death. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian was awakened by hunger. Because of his special physique, his need for food was much greater than other people's. Now that he had been hungry for dozens of hours, he was already in great pain. However, there was nothing but ice in this damned ice cave, not to mention food. Yang Dingtian stood up and found that 2 more suns had appeared in the cave above his head. He had slept for at least a day and a night. He just didn't know if a day and a night in this world was 24 hours. After standing up, Yang Dingtian suddenly found that the ice pillar behind him was a little strange. It turned out that he had slept with his back against the ice pillar for dozens of hours. His body, which was like a furnace, had melted more than half of the ice pillar. Of course, this wasn't a strange thing. However, after the ice pillar was melted, it turned from a dark blue color to a little transparent. It seemed like there was something inside. There was something inside the ice pillar? There was something inside the icicle? Yang Dingtian was excited at first. He quickly went forward to take a closer look, but he still couldn't see clearly. In the entire cave, only the icicle in the center was blue and opaque. Although a large part of it had been melted by Yang Dingtian, it still wasn't transparent and he couldn't see what was inside. Yang Dingtian hurried forward and reached out to hug the icicle. He couldn't help but shiver from the cold. It was really thanks to Yang Dingtian's 9-yang body. It was really like a furnace. If it was anyone else, they would have been frozen solid. The further he went, the colder it became. In the end, it was almost unbearable. He hugged the icicle for a few hours. Every half an hour, Yang Dingtian would rest. The icicle melted inch by inch. The deeper he went, the colder it became. In the end, Yang Dingtian was almost in unbearable pain. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian was already shivering. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Although he knew that his life would be in danger, Yang Dingtian was stubborn. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. There's actually a person inside? Yang Dingtian was suddenly excited. The icicle was finally almost completely melted and became completely transparent. It was really strange that someone would be frozen in this cave 1,000 meters below. It was an old man. His hair and beard were completely white and messy like weeds. His entire face was wrinkled. He was so old that it was impossible to tell his age. His clothes were dirty and old. Besides having no holes, it was no different from a beggar's clothes. His exposed hands were thin and dry like the withered branches of a dead tree. From head to toe, every single strand of hair on the old man's head exuded an aura of defeat. Yang Dingtian was slightly disappointed. This person should have been dead for a very long time and should have been frozen for a very long time. As for why he was sealed in this ice, it was unknown. However, he had to do things to the end. Although the person inside should be dead, Yang Dingtian still decided to get him out. Thus, Yang Dingtian endured the bone-piercing cold and once again hugged the terrifyingly cold icicle, shivering all over. This final melting was truly a test of one's willpower. That kind of icy coldness was completely indescribable. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. His vision turned black and he fainted. Gotcha. At the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound. The last layer of ice on the old man's body completely shattered, and the thick icicle completely disappeared. The bone-piercing cold stopped, and Yang Dingtian's body gradually recovered its heat. However, he was temporarily unable to move. Yang Dingtian leaned on the old man's body, his nose filled with the old man's rotting smell. Although it was not very smelly, it was more unbearable than other smells. Suddenly, the old man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. This caused Yang Dingtian to be shocked. Did he come back to life? Wasn't he already dead? Then, the old man suddenly stretched out his skinny hand and grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck. His long fingernails were like blades piercing his aorta. His turbid eyes emitted a cold light, and his aged face was full of anger. He roared at Yang Dingtian. His voice was as harsh as a knife scraping the wall. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't understand what he said at all. It was a language that Yang Dingtian had never heard of before. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't respond, the old man was very angry. He repeated his previous words again, and his tone seemed to be interrogating Yang Dingtian. I don't understand what you are saying at all," Yang Dingtian said with difficulty. Hearing Yang Dingtian's reply, the old man was very agitated. He asked several more questions in succession, and then his ugly old face approached Yang Dingtian. At the same time, his fingernails ruthlessly pierced into Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a sharp pain, and blood flowed down from his neck. Yang Dingtian was exhausted at this time, and he couldn't move at all. Then, the old man asked another question. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Old mister, I really don't know what you are talking about." The old man was furious. His long fingernails slashed Yang Dingtian's neck, and suddenly a deep wound appeared. His skin and flesh opened, and blood gushed out. Then, he asked again, but Yang Dingtian still didn't understand. The old man was furious. His two hands fiercely grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck, and he used a gloomy and cold tone to interrogate for the last time. Although he didn't understand the old man's words, Yang Dingtian understood the general meaning of the old man's words. If he didn't speak, the old man would choke him to death. Yang Dingtian suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "I risked my life to save you, but I'm going to be choked to death by you. Why bother?" The old man didn't understand what Yang Dingtian was saying, but it was obvious that he didn't get the answer he wanted. Suddenly, a cruel sneer appeared on his face, and then his hands tightened. The cold and withered hands strangled his neck tighter and tighter. Yang Dingtian gradually couldn't breathe. His eyes gradually bulged, and his tongue stuck out of his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to regret. It wasn't easy to save this old man, but he was going to be choked to death by the old man. "I can die, but I definitely can't die without knowing why." Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. His body was full of unwillingness. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly kicked the old man. Bang! His foot kicked the old man's chest. Kacha! There was a clear sound of breaking. It was like the sound of a withered branch being broken. The old man's ribs were broken. Yang Dingtian's strength was actually not great, but the old man was already a lamp without oil. His bones were brittle and dry, so they were easily broken. Moreover, his whole body was kicked down. His hands naturally separated from Yang Dingtian's neck. It seemed that the old man's grip on Yang Dingtian's neck was the last of his strength. Yang Dingtian hurriedly used both hands and feet to quickly retreat, far away from the old man. Finally, he leaned back against the cave wall, gasping for breath. While looking at the wounds on his body, he vigilantly looked at the terrifying old man from the corner of his eyes. Several wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, but at this time it was really painful. However, this cave was too small. It was impossible to completely get away from this crazy old man. Yang Dingtian gasped for breath while accumulating his strength. He stared at the dangerous old man. As long as he dared to rush up and attack again, don't blame him for being impolite. But after the old man was kicked down by Yang Dingtian, his chest might have been injured. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of black and red blood from his mouth. Then he tried to sit up with his hands on the ground. But after many attempts, he failed. It seemed that from head to toe, only his hands could move. The rest of his body couldn't move, so he couldn't sit up no matter what. After many attempts, he still failed. The old man was furious. He let out a burst of angry roars. His hands desperately hammered the ice surface. Suddenly, the wound on his chest was injured. He spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His hands hammered the ice surface and suddenly became bloody. Then, he gave up. He lay on his back on the ice surface and began to curse. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was cursing about, but his voice was full of hatred and anger. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be infected. This old man is also very pitiful. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of sympathy. In the end, the old man didn't curse anymore. He just lay on the ice without making a sound. The broken bones in his chest might have pierced into his flesh. His chest was already swollen. At first, the old man was still breathing. His chest rose and fell, but in the end, it seemed that he wasn't even breathing. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to go over at this time, Yang Dingtian still couldn't hold back and slowly walked over. From a distance, Yang Dingtian gently kicked the old man. The other party didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and touched the old man's neck artery. It was still beating, but it was extremely weak. Yang Dingtian went forward and used his strength to help the old man up. Then, he opened the old man's clothes and checked the wound on his chest. His ribs on the right side of his chest had been broken by Yang Dingtian's kick. He was already as skinny as a human, and his ribs were completely covered by a layer of skin. Therefore, the two broken ribs could be seen clearly. One of the sharp bones had pierced into his flesh, and the right side of his chest, which was so skinny that only a layer of skin was left, was swollen by a few inches. It was green and purple, and it looked very scary. Yang Dingtian used his shallow first aid knowledge to help the old man barely put the broken ribs in the right position. During the whole process, because of the piercing pain, the old man's body trembled a few times, but he still didn't wake up. Fortunately, the two broken ribs weren't broken into several pieces. However, Yang Dingtian still had a hard time adjusting the broken ribs. In this world of ice and snow, Yang Dingtian was even sweating. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt pain in front of his eyes. He only saw two long and sharp nails in front of his eyes. As long as he moved a little, these two sharp nails would pierce his eyeballs and completely blind him. He didn't know when the old man woke up. When he saw Yang Dingtian looking at him, he suddenly let out a cruel sneer. At this time, the long nails still had Yang Dingtian's flesh and blood. Coupled with his gloomy and cruel face, it was especially terrifying. Yang Dingtian suddenly held his breath nervously. Then, he lowered his eyes and continued to set the old man's bones, as if he didn't know that the other party was going to blind him. However, when he set the bones for the old man, his hands were still trembling. Yang Dingtian took a long breath again. His hands stopped trembling, and then he carefully adjusted the broken bones in the old man's chest. He didn't get any reward for this action. Instead, the old man gave a sneer full of ridicule, as if he was laughing at Yang Dingtian's hypocrisy and cunning. Yang Dingtian didn't care and continued to treat the old man seriously. The old man's nails slowly exerted force, and the sharp nails pierced into Yang Dingtian's flesh little by little. They were like sharp blades, piercing in millimeter by millimeter. The nails that pierced into the flesh had already penetrated nearly half a centimeter. They had already pierced through the outer layer of flesh and would soon pierce Yang Dingtian's eyeballs. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist. In the next second, he fiercely punched the old man's broken chest bones into his heart, completely killing the old man instantly. However, the old man suddenly stopped. Instead, he pulled out the nails that pierced into his flesh and slowly closed his eyes, allowing Yang Dingtian to do what he wanted. Yang Dingtian took a long breath, calmed his beating heart, and continued to treat the old man. Finally, he adjusted the old man's broken bones and carefully wrapped them with clothes. Although it was too rough, there was no other way. There wasn't even a piece of wood in the cave. After everything was done, Yang Dingtian retreated to the farthest place from the old man and sat down against the cave wall. This dangerous old man closed his eyes and didn't move. At this time, the sky was already dark. Yang Dingtian looked up at the sky. Because the cave was too deep, the originally wide hole was only the size of a palm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only see the palm-sized sky. At this time, the moon rose into the sky and passed the sky above Yang Dingtian's head. He could clearly see that there were two moons. In Su Dongpa's poem, he wrote, "I hope people last long, thousands of miles apart, and we share the beauty of the moon." But now, the moon that Yang Dingtian and his parents saw was no longer the same one. There were even two moons here. Sadness and fatigue attacked Yang Dingtian. He looked at the old man not far away. The old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Yang Dingtian also slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was dozens of hours later. Yang Dingtian wanted to get up and continue to look for a way out of the cave, but he found that he could not stand up at all. The hunger for several days and nights had completely exhausted the energy in his body. The heat that he had stored for decades was completely used up in order to save the old man and melt the icicle. In the past few days and nights, Yang Dingtian only drank a few mouthfuls of melted ice water and did not eat any food. He also lost a lot of blood. At this time, he wanted to stand up, but he really did not have the strength to do so. At this time, the sky outside was gloomy. There was no sun, and layers of dark clouds pressed down. Then, the sky began to snow. Snowballs the size of fists suddenly fell from the sky. After a while, the snow covered the bottom of the cave with a thick layer. The old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. Gradually, his whole body was completely covered by the snow. After about an hour, the old man's whole body could not be seen. He had become a snowman. The snow on Yang Dingtian's body gradually thickened. The heat from his body could not even melt the snow at this time. In order not to be buried by the snow, Yang Dingtian shook his head hard. But after a while, he was covered by the snow again. Yang Dingtian shook his head again. Once, twice, thrice. In the end, Yang Dingtian did not even have the strength to shake his head. His body completely lost the last trace of heat, and he could only watch as the snow completely buried him and his life. Suddenly, the snow on the old man's body shook. The old man moved. He reached into his bosom, took out a red object, and threw it in Yang Dingtian's direction. It was a red pill. When the pill landed on the snow, the surrounding snow instantly melted. On the snow-white snow, the red pill was as dazzling as a flame. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's will to live gave him the last bit of strength. He pounced forward and opened his mouth to bite the red pill. As for whether or not it was poison, what would happen if he ate it? Yang Dingtian completely ignored him. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it immediately melted in his mouth like a raging fire. Like a flowing flame, it drilled into his abdomen. Then, a wave of heat spread out and flowed into the blood vessels in his body. Suddenly, as if the warm sun of spring shone on the earth, Yang Dingtian's stiff body began to recover inch by inch. Soon, his whole body became a burning furnace again, completely restored to vitality. In fact, there was a powerful force rampaging within his body, desperately trying to burst out. Yang Dingtian felt that his body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. What is this? It's actually so magical? Yang Dingtian was surprised and excited. He then walked to the old man and bowed. Thank you, sir. However, your body can't take it anymore. Don't you want to eat one? Yang Dingtian asked. The old man ignored him. He still sat with his eyes closed, letting the snow fall on his body, and once again wrapped himself into a snowman. After that, no matter what Yang Dingtian said, the other party did not respond. Yang Dingtian, who was full of heat, did not know what to do. The cave was only so big. He waved his fist randomly in the snow. It was a complete mess. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. In just half a day, it had piled up about 2 feet, almost completely burying the old man. So Yang Dingtian went over to clean the snow on the old man's body every half an hour. The snow is so heavy and piled up so fast. I'm afraid that in a few years, the cave will be full. Yang Dingtian thought. Then, he could not help but feel ecstatic. He rushed to the old man and said, Sir, I found a way out. I found a way out. But the old man still did not respond. Yang Dingtian had indeed found a way out. He could use the snow to make steps and freeze them on the ice cave wall. The cave entrance was about a few thousand meters deep. The ice and snow steps circled around it. It would probably take tens of thousands of steps. Yang Dingtian did as he said. First, he used the snow to press it into a foot long, half a foot wide, and 3 inches thick snow brick. Then, he pressed this snow brick to the ice cave wall. He used his body to melt the snow brick into water and then condensed it into ice. The snow brick became a small ice brick and firmly stuck to the cave wall. After spending a full hour, Yang Dingtian successfully made the first step. The ice step was more than half a meter high from the ground. Yang Dingtian stood on it. Sure enough, it could withstand the weight of a person without breaking. So, Yang Dingtian began to make the second step. The second step was located 30 centimeters above the first step and 30 centimeters in front of it. Step by step, the steps were slanted upwards. This way, one could walk up. If it was a vertical step, one would not be able to walk. For a full 10 hours, Yang Dingtian put in a lot of effort and made less than 10 ice steps. He was exhausted. He first sat down to sleep. When he woke up, he continued. 10 days later, Yang Dingtian had made 120 ice steps. The top step was already 40 meters from the bottom of the cave. In these 10 days, the old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. He did not say a word. Yang Dingtian was making ice steps almost every minute and every second. When he was extremely sleepy, he would lie down on the snow and sleep. When he woke up, he would continue. However, Yang Dingtian was unable to continue doing it. Because the snow only fell for a day and stopped, these 120 ice steps had used up all the snow in the cave. If he wanted to make ice steps again, he could only wait for the next snow. Moreover, the energy of the flame pill had been completely depleted. Yang Dingtian's body began to feel cold again. There was no strength in his body. Yang Dingtian looked up at the sky. He had never looked forward to the arrival of dark clouds and snow as much as he did now. But there were no clouds in the sky and the sun was shining. At this time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he opened his eyes in 10 days. He looked at the ice steps made by Yang Dingtian and then looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suddenly became excited. He looked at his ice steps proudly and said excitedly, "Old mister, look, these are the steps I made. We can go out soon. Don't worry, my steps are very solid. When the time comes, I will carry you out." There was no reaction on the old man's face. There was no look of appreciation. He slowly closed his eyes again, as if he did not see anything. But he took out a pill from his bosom and threw it over. It was still a fiery red pill. Yang Dingtian hurriedly picked it up and threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, his whole body began to burn as if it was filled with endless power. It filled him with the desire to roar, but he was afraid of disturbing the old man. So he could only desperately punch to vent the rampaging energy in his body. This pill was too magical. There was no such magical thing on earth. This thing should be very precious. Perhaps it was worth tens of thousands of gold. With this pill, Yang Dingtian could go for dozens of days without eating and his body would not lack energy. But this pill was so precious. Yang Dingtian did not have the slightest idea of taking it for himself. He also did not have the idea of going forward to snatch the pill. Yang Dingtian, who had taken the pill, could not vent his energy. He was looking forward to the snow. As long as it snowed, he could sit on the ice steps and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Finally, the heavens seemed to hear Yang Dingtian's prayer. It might also be the arrival of winter. On the 5th day after Yang Dingtian took the second pill, the sky finally snowed again. Although it was not as big as the last time, it was not small either. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was almost crazy with excitement. He desperately roared. Before the snow piled up a few inches, he impatiently began to make snow bricks. Suddenly, the old man's body moved. The snow on his body shook off. The old man opened his eyes and waved at Yang Dingtian. He opened his mouth and said 2 words. Although Yang Dingtian still did not understand, he understood that the old man wanted him to go over. Yang Dingtian hurried over and said, "Old sir, look, it's snowing again. We can go out soon." The old man smiled. This was the first time in more than half a month that the old man smiled. Then, the old man stretched out his finger and wrote a word in the snow. A word that Yang Dingtian did not recognize. Then, the old man read the word. After reading it, the old man pointed to himself. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and said, "Old sir, are you going to teach me the words and language of this world?" The old man did not understand what Yang Dingtian was saying. He still pointed to the word on the ground and read it again. Then, he pointed to himself with his finger. The word you wrote should be what I meant. Yang Ding Tian. Then, I wrote the word I in the snow. Then, I slowly read it and pointed to myself. I. The old man listened to it once and read it accurately. Then, he pointed to the word I in the snow, then pointed to himself. Finally, he used his finger to write the word I in the snow. Yang Ding Tian was surprised and speechless. This old man was too awesome. He only listened to it once and read it once, and he could read and write it. Yang Dingtian's handwriting was already very good, but he didn't expect the old man's first handwriting to be even better than his. His strokes were firm and sharp, and they were deeply engraved into his bones. Then, the old man wrote the word he wrote in the snow again. Then, he read it again and pointed to himself. Yang Dingtian hurriedly read it and wrote it in the snow. This was the word I in this world. Yang Dingtian's pronunciation and writing were more accurate. The old man smiled and nodded. Then, he wrote another word in the snow, read it out, and pointed to Yang Dingtian. This time, it should be the word you in another world. This time, it should be the word you from another world. Yang Dingtian read it and then wrote it down. Then, he wrote the Chinese character you on the snow, read it out, and pointed to the old man, indicating that this was what you meant. The old man quickly grasped it and read it very accurately. His writing was still better than Yang Dingtian's. Next were the words eyes, nose, mouth, hair, skin, flesh, blood vessels, tendons, stomach, feet, snow, ice, steps, sky, and other words. Yang Dingtian was very smart, but the old man was even smarter. For more than 10 hours, until the snow stopped, the two of them had been learning each other's language and writing. The old man taught Yang Dingtian a total of 189 words and more than 50 words. After learning, the old man actually used Chinese to test Yang Dingtian. For example, the old man pointed to the dark clouds in the sky and said the word dark clouds. He asked Yang Dingtian to say how to read and write the word dark clouds in this world. If Yang Dingtian said the right words, the old man would smile. If Yang Dingtian said something wrong, the old man would directly slap him. That slap was really painful, but the old man seemed to be in more pain because his broken bones had not completely healed. Once, when he slapped Yang Dingtian, he even vomited blood. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not dare to make any more mistakes. After he made a mistake, he quickly slapped himself hard and did not dare to let the old man hit him. Moreover, he hit himself harder than the old man. He directly hit himself until it was swollen. Sometimes, he would even bleed. Although Yang Dingtian was very smart, he still made some mistakes in more than 10 hours, hundreds of words, and nearly 100 words. Therefore, in the end, his whole face was red and swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were a little loose, and the saliva he spat out was all blood. The old man did not have any pity at all. Once he made a mistake, he would stare at Yang Dingtian with piercing eyes. At the end of the learning, the old man reached out and stroked Yang Dingtian's red and swollen face, making Yang Dingtian's heart feel warm. Go and make ice steps. The old man actually spoke in Chinese. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. You don't want to eat anything? Yang Dingtian asked. The old man ignored him even though he could almost understand the meaning of Yang Dingtian's words. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. Then, he carefully tidied up the old man's clothes and combed his hair. Finally, he went to make the ice stairs. Just like that, day after day passed. Most of the time, the old man was meditating with his eyes closed. Every 10 days, he would give Yang Dingtian a fiery red pill to maintain Yang Dingtian's life and energy. Only when it started snowing would he open his eyes and write on the snow to teach Yang Dingtian the language and characters of this world. At the same time, he also learned the Chinese language of Earth. When the snow stopped, the two of them stopped studying. The old man closed his eyes and entered meditation again. Yang Dingtian continued to work on the ice stairs. Time passed day after day. The ice stairs around the cave walls were getting higher and higher. Yang Dingtian also mastered more and more of this world's language and characters. As for the old man, he had almost completely mastered the main Chinese characters. Because he was extremely intelligent, once he mastered the rules and essence of Chinese characters, he could completely integrate and learn by himself. So later on, he was even able to point out some of Yang Dingtian's obscure mistakes in Chinese. So, the old man's wisdom completely shocked Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian's learning of this world's language and characters was very smooth at the beginning. Later on, it slowly became difficult. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian could learn more than 100 words in 10 hours, but later on, it became slower and slower. Because this world was completely a world of martial arts, a world of profound qi, Yang Dingtian had no concept of many terms. It was too abstract. In order to let Yang Dingtian accurately master it, the old man even had to completely translate the rankings and concepts into Chinese. Then, he taught it to Yang Dingtian. So, Yang Dingtian, who was not beaten up much, was beaten up again. Every time he learned, he would be beaten up by himself until his face was red and swollen like a pig's head. The old man was still incomparably strict, and his gaze was still incomparably sharp. But when Yang Dingtian turned around, the old man's gaze was filled with tenderness and pity. Time gradually passed, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year's time passed. Winter was over, and the snowy weather became less and less. However, the ice stairs were only more than half completed, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, of course, it was only relatively speaking. Yang Dingtian had almost completely mastered this world's language and characters. Usually, he could also use this world's language to communicate. He also had a sufficient understanding of this world. This world was called the Primal Chaos Continent. The land area was much larger than Earth's, and the population was also much larger than Earth's. This was a world where martial arts reigned supreme. Profound Qi was the foundation of this martial arts world. Everyone had different profound veins. Those with high talent would have high cultivation, and those with low talent would have low cultivation. It could be said that this world was completely a martial arts world. Everything was inferior, and only martial arts was superior. There was only one way to become a person above others, and that was to practice martial arts. Yang Dingtian took 1 pill every 10 days called the Raging Flame Pill. It was refined using dozens of precious herbs, mixed with dozens of fire attribute profound beasts' blood, and was worth tens of thousands of gold. Ordinary people only needed to eat 1 pill to improve their cultivation. But here, Yang Dingtian ate it like a meal. Time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian's understanding of this world increased, but he still knew nothing about the old man. Who was the old man? Why was he trapped here? Why was his whole body crippled? Everything was still a mystery, but his relationship with the old man was getting deeper and deeper. Yang Dingtian was getting more and more attached to the old man. In the end, he completely treated the old man as a family member. Every time after taking the Raging Flame Pill, Yang Dingtian always felt that his body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. So when he wasn't making the ice stairs, he would always randomly throw a punch to vent the endless surging energy in his body. One day, the old man drew a picture on the snow. This fist technique was called Xianxia fist. There were a total of 5 moves. There were about 10 moves in each move. This Xianxia fist looked very simple. Yang Dingtian only learned it 3 or 4 times, and the first move was roughly correct. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he saw the old man's ice-cold face. Then the old man wrote on the snow, on the surface, practice the fist, but on the inside, practice the qi. Where the fist goes, the qi attacks. When there is a surge of profound qi in the body, this move is considered to have been mastered. Then, the old man closed his eyes and no longer paid attention. So Yang Dingtian hurriedly and seriously practiced the fist technique. Over and over, he practiced it several thousand times, but he still didn't feel any qi. Instead, he was so tired that his bones almost fell apart. He fell to the ground and slept. When he woke up the next day, he saw that the old man had already opened his eyes and had written hundreds of words on the snow. This is called Heaven and Earth technique. This is the most basic qi practice chant. Every morning, you practice qi according to this method. The old man said, you already have a general understanding of this world's language, but the more profound qi practice methods involve many of the human body's acupuncture points and meridians. They require specialized diagrams and books. You don't understand those things at all, so I can't teach you those qi practice methods. Otherwise, you will definitely go crazy. This chant is only a sitting breathing method. You won't be in any danger if you practice it. Every morning when you wake up, practice qi for an hour, and then practice Xianxia fist for 3 hours. When you feel a surge of qi, tell me, and I'll teach you the second move, the old man said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. The old man closed his eyes and once again entered a meditative state. For half a year, most of the time he was in a meditative state with his eyes closed. It was as if he spoke more, his vitality would decrease. And for half a year, Yang Dingtian had been taking flame pills, but the old man didn't eat anything. He didn't even drink water, and he didn't excrete at all. This made Yang Dingtian completely odd. Although the old man never revealed his identity, but from the fact that he had so many flame pills on him, Yang Dingtian secretly guessed that the old man's identity was definitely not ordinary. Yang Dingtian suppressed all his thoughts and began to follow the old man's instructions. He closed his eyes and began to practice his qi. This chant only had a few hundred words, roughly dozens of actions. From the nose, to the tongue, to the breathing, to the hand gestures, to the folding of the legs, to the rhythm of lifting the anus. After dozens of actions were completed, it was a cycle. After a cycle, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his lower abdomen itch and heat. It was as if a mouse suddenly jumped up, almost pushing his body, causing him to let out a low cry. What's wrong? The old man opened his eyes. It's as if a mouse suddenly jumped in my stomach. Yang Dingtian said. The old man was stunned and said in disbelief, so fast? Then the old man sighed and said, comparisons are odious. Continue. Whatever happens next, don't be alarmed. Yes. Yang Dingtian then continued to practice qi according to the chant. Each cycle took about 3 minutes. After each cycle, the little mouse in his lower abdomen would jump up, but when Yang Dingtian wanted to find it, it would disappear. So the whole process was a game of hide and seek. During the whole process, Yang Dingtian was like a new toy that he never got tired of. It could be said that a simple heaven and earth chant allowed him to completely enter a strange and mysterious world of martial arts. After an hour, Yang Dingtian was unwilling to give up and tried one last time. Pooh. In the end, the little mouse really seemed to come out from the depths of his lower abdomen, and then stayed in his lower abdomen and kept jumping. How is it? The old man opened his eyes and asked. Yang Dingtian said, the little mouse came out and stayed in my stomach, and kept jumping lightly. The old man was shocked again and shook his head again, comparisons are odious. He did not tell Yang Dingtian that other people who practiced qi according to this chant would need at least a month to feel the little mouse, and at least half a year to lure the little mouse out and keep it in their lower abdomen. The process just now is called qi drawing. Absorbing the qi of heaven and earth into your body, and then from your countless meridians to the qi sea in your abdomen. You said that the jumping little mouse was your initial profound qi. The old man said. I also have profound qi? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. I also have Xian qi? Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Practice boxing for 3 hours. The old man said, the most important thing in boxing is not the correct movements, but how to communicate with the Xian qi in your abdomen. Let your boxing skills and Xian qi integrate and learn how to control the Xian qi in your abdomen. Not only do you have to gather Xian qi from your veins to your sea of qi, but you also have to learn how to guide the Xian qi in your sea of qi to your veins. Only then can you fight. How do I communicate? Yang Dingtian asked. The old man said, feel it. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian began to practice the first move of Xianxia boxing. At first, he kept his eyes open and did not dare to make a single mistake. In the end, the Xian qi in his abdomen did not respond at all. After practicing dozens of times, the Xian qi still did not respond. Hence, Yang Dingtian simply closed his eyes and tried to connect. He didn't care if the move was accurate or not. He forced his eyes to feel the mystic qi, and the result made him overjoyed. That little mouse was actually getting restless. But it was only restless. It was as if the attraction was not enough to guide him to his veins. Yang Dingtian continued to practice with his eyes closed. He tried his best to feel the little mouse. He tried his best to get close to it and summon it. Who knew that the more he tried to get close to it, the more reserved it would be? At first, it was restless, but later it simply ignored him. Thus, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again. He did not pay attention to the Xianxia little mouse. He followed the correct method and practiced dozens of times. Then, he closed his eyes and practiced again to feel the Xianxia little mouse. Who knew that when he closed his eyes to practice his boxing skills and used his heart to feel the little mouse could not wait to jump up. It was as if the Xianxia was going to spread to his veins. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. This Xianxia little mouse was as if it was really alive. It was neither close nor far from you. When you tried to get close to it, it ignored you. When you ignored it, it stuck to you. Yang Dingtian quickly closed his eyes to practice again. He wanted to feel the Xianxia again. The martial Tao of this world was too wonderful. Yang Dingtian was immersed in it without any resistance. That's all for today. Don't practice anymore, the old man suddenly said. But that little mouse suddenly jumped. I was about to succeed, Yang Dingtian said. It won't jump back into your meridians today. That jump just now was already the biggest result today. The old man said, don't practice anymore. If you practice anymore, you'll regress instead. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. The old man sighed again before slowly closing his eyes. Yang Dingtian did not believe it and continued to practice secretly. Unexpectedly, it was just as the old man had said. Not only was there no further progress, but it had also regressed greatly. The mouse's excitement grew smaller and smaller. In the end, it simply lay there lazily, motionless. The next day, Yang Dingtian continued to practice qi for an hour. He felt that the little mouse seemed to have grown bigger and more active. But after 3 hours of Xianxia fist, although the little mouse was already jumping desperately, he still could not summon it out of the qi sea. It was as if the qi sea had an incomparable attraction for the little mouse. It was reluctant to leave. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day, finally, Yang Dingtian lured the little mouse out of the qi sea in his lower abdomen. It was like a real mouse, running all over his body. It was completely uncontrollable. Every time it ran to a place, that place would heat up. Yang Dingtian let out a low cry again. The old man opened his eyes and saw Yang Dingtian running around. He sighed and shook his head. Comparisons are odious. Others would need 3 months to guide the Xianxia from the qi sea to the meridians. Yang Dingtian only needed 5 days. Sit down and close your eyes to adjust your breathing. The Xianxia will automatically return to the qi sea. The old man said, the first move of Xianxia fist is to draw qi. Condense the Xianxia in the meridians into the qi sea. Little drops make a mickle, causing the Xianxia to become stronger. Then, draw this Xianxia from the qi sea to the meridians. So, you've finished practicing the first move. The old man said, the next second move is to teach you how to guide and control this Xianxia. When to withdraw, when to release, where to let this Xianxia go. The third move is to teach you how to separate the Xianxia. You can't always release all the Xianxia every time you hit someone. Sometimes, it's just to teach someone a lesson, not to kill them. So you can only release a part of it and keep the rest. The fourth move is to let you learn how to guide the Xianxia out of the qi sea to attack the enemy. However, you have to stop halfway and stop the Xianxia in a certain meridians, waiting to be released. The fifth move is to learn how to use the Xianxia to attack while quickly condensing the whole body's meridians into the qi sea to prepare for the next attack. The fifth move is the most important. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. The fifth move is the most important and also the most difficult. The old man said, the meridians of the human body are like small streams and rivers. The Xianxia is like the flowing water above. The qi sea in the lower abdomen is like the vast sea. The small stream flows into the small river flows into the big river, and the big river flows into the sea. The Xianxia comes from all things in the world. Every pore and every inch of the human body is absorbing the Xianxia. When the Xianxia in the qi sea is released, the Xianxia in the meridians can quickly condense into the qi sea. At the same time, every part of the body starts to absorb the Xianxia from the world. The whole process is endless and endless. However, there is a difference in speed. When you finish a punch and use up all the Xianxia, you need a full 2 minutes to condense the Xianxia again. By then, you would have died 8 to 10 times. Next, the old man began to draw the second, third, fourth, and fifth moves of the Xianxia fist on the snow. Summer is coming. There will be less and less snowy weather, so you have to remember all the remaining moves. In the next few days, I won't open my eyes. You have to practice by yourself. Remember my words. Cultivate qi for 1 hour and practice the fist for 3 hours. The old man said. Aren't you going to teach me? Yang Dingtian asked. The Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth art are both enlightenment martial arts. They are the most basic, but also the most difficult and the most important. Every Xian martial artist must practice the Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth art before they can enter the next step of martial arts practice. None of the teachers would give pointers because there was no way to give pointers. Every martial artist has a different way of feeling, and communicating with the Xianxia. Any guidance will be useless and will lead the beginner martial artist to a dead end. Therefore, the Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth art are the foundation of every martial artist in this world. It can even be said that from the practice of the Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth art, you can roughly see the highest attainment of a martial artist in this life. The old man said, therefore, during this enlightenment period, it all depends on one's perception and temperament. When Yang Dingtian heard that the Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth art were so important, he couldn't help but ask, then does it mean that the faster one completes the heaven and earth art and the Xianxia fist, the higher the attainment in the future? Most people are like that. However, there are a few exceptions. The key is the enlightenment period martial artist's perception and understanding of the Xianxia, as well as the compatibility and emotions. These are the things that truly determine a martial artist's future attainment. The old man said, of course, this is also related to the Xian veins. If a martial artist's Xian veins talent is high, then he will naturally be able to absorb the Xianxia of heaven and earth. His qi will be even larger, and he will naturally have a better grasp of the Xianxia. Therefore, in general, if the conditions are the same, a martial artist's attainment is 70% Xian veins and 30% temperament. The old man said, of course, if the Xian veins talent is equal, then the temperament is equal. Then 70% depends on the sect, treasures, tools, and 30% depends on chance. Of course, in the end, it still depends on the Xian veins. Then how about my Xian veins? Yang Dingtian quickly asked. The old man revealed a strange expression and then closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian was immediately puzzled. What did the old man's strange expression mean? Could it be that his talent was very bad? It couldn't be, right? Yang Dingtian was a very narcissistic person. He felt that he would not be too bad in any aspect. Then, he continued to practice fiercely. For the first move, he only used 5 days. However, for the second move, he spent a total of 15 days before he could control the Xianxia to burst out from his fist. This burst of Xianxia directly blew away a thin layer of snowflakes, making Yang Dingtian incomparably excited. He became even more immersed in this world's mysterious martial arts. Next, it was still the second move. He learned how to release, how to withdraw, and how to control the flow of Xianxia. He spent a total of 25 days to complete all of this. In other words, he spent a total of 40 days on the second move, which was more than double the time for the first move. This made him slightly depressed, and he started to doubt his own talent. Of course, if the old man knew about this, he would definitely say, comparing yourself to others, you'll be angered to death. One had to know that in this world, the very, very outstanding people needed nearly half a year to complete the second move. For the third move, Yang Dingtian was even more depressed to the point of almost being annoyed. Because it took a total of 2 months to complete. And during this period of time, the old man had never opened his eyes. As for the red raging flame pills, the old man had already given them to Yang Dingtian, and he was to take one every 15 days. Other than Qi Cultivation and Xianxia Fist, Yang Dingtian still continued to build the ice stairs when it snowed. As the Xianxia mouse in his body grew bigger, he seemed to be more resistant to the cold, his strength increased, and his body became lighter. When Yang Dingtian finished practicing the third move, spring had left and summer had arrived. Half of summer had already passed. Even though it was extremely cold in the north this time, it would still snow in summer. However, the number of times it snowed was much less, and it was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the speed at which Yang Dingtian built the ice stairs was getting slower and slower. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was extremely anxious for summer to end quickly, and winter to arrive quickly. Yang Dingtian only used 5 days to practice the first move of Xianxia Fist, 40 days for the second move, and 2 months for the third move. This made him fully mentally prepared for the progress of the third move. In his heart, he even set the time limit for completing the third move to about 4 months. In the end, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. The fourth move only took him 3 days. Yang Dingtian could not help but let out a burst of cheers. At this time, he was very much looking forward to the old man opening his eyes to express admiration or surprise. However, the old man still had his eyes closed, which made him feel a little disappointed. It was as if he did not receive any praise from his parents even though he got good grades. However, the old man's eyes were still closed, which made him feel a little disappointed. It was as if he got good grades but didn't receive any praise from his parents. When it came to the fifth move, reality completely dispelled Yang Dingtian's previous complacency, because his progress was so slow that it made his hair stand on end. The fifth move was the most important move. It required the meridians in the body to condense enough profound qi in the sea of qi at the same time as the punch, to support the next attack. At least 3 rounds had to be done. After a full 3 months, Yang Dingtian hadn't even completed the first round. He needed to condense new profound qi within half a minute after the profound qi was released. This rate of progress made him feel a little hopeless. However, Yang Dingtian was definitely the kind of person who would work harder the more hopeless he was, so in the end, it was a crazy process. Every day after the 3 hours were up, he would desperately think about it in his mind, even in his dreams at night. 3 months, 4 months, in this world, summer had passed, autumn had also passed, and winter had once again entered. In the extremely cold lands of the north, it was actually winter all year round, but for the sake of distinction, it was summer when it wasn't cold, and winter when it was very cold. In the cold winter, heavy snowfall followed heavy snowfall. This allowed Yang Dingtian to temporarily divert his attention from the Xianxia Fist, and after daily practice, he began to make the ice steps. Because other than practicing martial arts, there was an even more important matter, and that was to bring the old man away from this expensive place as soon as possible. Finally, after the 10th heavy snowfall of this winter, Yang Dingtian's ice steps were 99% complete. There were only a dozen steps left, and only 3 to 4 meters of distance from the ground. As long as there was another heavy snowfall, Yang Dingtian's ice steps would be completed. The huge project of over 10,000 ice steps would be completed, and he would be able to bring the old man away from this damned place. He had been trapped in this ice cave for over a year. Now, he would be able to leave very soon. Yang Dingtian was in a daze when he suddenly felt a chill on his face. He immediately opened his eyes. It was snowing again. Furthermore, it was snowing heavily. This time, the accumulated snow was enough to complete the remaining dozen or so ice stairs. Yang Dingtian didn't start with the ice steps. Instead, he started with the Heaven and Earth secret art for an hour before practicing the fifth move of the Xianxia Fist for 3 hours. Now, after he released a profound qi attack, all the meridians in his body needed to accumulate for around 15 seconds before he could condense the next profound qi attack. Therefore, not to mention completing 3 rounds, he didn't even complete the first round. At this point, Yang Dingtian had already let go of all his frivolous fantasies and was ready to fight a protracted battle. But, the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on him. This morning, he practiced the fifth move of Xianxia Fist as usual. Bang! He punched out, shaking the snowflakes in front of him. Bang, 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 without any warning, Yang Dingtian consecutively sent out 10 waves of profound qi attacks. Even he himself did not realize that he was continuously sending them out. Without any accumulation time, the tendons and veins in his entire body had already condensed new profound qi in an instant. After discovering this, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. How could this be? Previously, he spent 4 months and couldn't even complete 1/3 of the 5th move. He was prepared to spend 1 or 2 years to complete it. He didn't expect that he would suddenly pass and complete the 5th move. Furthermore, the requirement was only 3 rounds. In the end, he completed more than 10 rounds. Yang Dingtian was afraid that it was just an illusion or a coincidence, so he tried the 5th move of Xianxia Fist again. That's right, he could easily send out more than 10 waves of profound qi attacks. After the 13th wave, the tendons and veins in his body needed to accumulate and condense new profound qi. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and even forgot to cheer. At this time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and said, "That's right, martial arts is so wonderful. Most of the time, it will make you depressed, but occasionally, it will suddenly give you unlimited surprises. Of course, all these surprises are built on the understanding and talent." Then, the old man repeated, "Sigh, comparisons are odious." Yang Dingtian looked at his fist, then waved it in the snowflakes and said, "Grandpa, I've finished practicing the Xianxia Fist. And my ice steps are about to be completed. We can go out, we can go out. Grandpa, we can go out." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shout excitedly. He usually couldn't shout like this. He had shouted a few times before, but he was reprimanded by the old man. But this time, in his excitement, he couldn't help but shout the 2 words "Grandpa" again. Then, he quickly shut his mouth and waited for the old man to reprimand him again. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the falling snow. Then, he glanced at the excited Yang Dingtian. He didn't get angry like he usually did. He first smiled, then sighed, and said, "This day has finally come. Yes, we can finally go out." Yang Dingtian said excitedly. "Child, sit down," the old man said. Yang Dingtian quickly sat beside the old man and said, "Then what are we learning today?" "We're not learning anything today." The old man smiled and said, "Didn't you always want to know who I am? Why am I trapped here? Even though you've never asked." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, then nodded. "It's almost time. If you don't tell me now, you won't have the chance." The old man smiled. "My name is Dongfang Minmi. I'm the head of the Yinyang school." Although Yang Dingtian didn't know whether the Yinyang school was big or small, he was still the head of a school. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, "Then were you very powerful before?" Dongfang Minmi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Yes, I was quite powerful." Then, the old man smiled and said, "You're very curious. Since I'm very powerful, how did I end up like this?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Child, I can't tell you this now. Knowing this secret before you're strong enough won't do you any good. Instead, it'll harm you." The old man said, "The fact that I'm frozen under this glacier is the world's biggest secret. I thought that I would be frozen under this glacier forever, never to see the light of day. Who would have thought that you would appear in front of me from another world? It's really the will of the heavens. So when you rescued me from the ice, I kept asking you if you were sent by my enemy and if you were plotting something. No matter how smart I was, I couldn't guess that you actually came from another world. My child, your appearance has revived my dead heart and revived my despairing ideals. The heavens sent you to me so that you can inherit my mantle and complete the path that I haven't finished in my life. You can reach the realm that I can't. You can defeat the enemy that I can't defeat. Because you have the 9 yang profound veins." 9 yang profound veins? On Earth, that broken Taoist once said that Yang Dingtian had a 9 yang body. "Didn't you ask me before about your profound veins talent?" The old man smiled and said, "Your profound veins talent is 1 in a billion, rarely seen in 100 years. The 9 yang body might be worthless in your world and would instead bring endless trouble. However, in the mysterious heavenly mainland, it's only a legend. A woman with a 9 yin body is 1 in 1,000 years. A man with the 9 yang body is 1 in 1,000 years." The old man said, "When you were practicing the heaven and earth technique and the Xianxia Fist, I had already estimated the highest level. But I didn't expect your performance to be far beyond my expectations. The martial artists in this world start their initiation training before the age of 7 or 8. Even the best of them would need 3 or 4 years to complete the initiation period. But you only took 7 months and 18 days. The old man said. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, but they're only 7 or 8 years old. I'm already in my 20s. It's not glorious to beat a child. It's not like that. The later the initiation period, the more disadvantageous it is and the slower the progress. The old man smiled and said, you only started your initiation when you were in your 20s. You're completely unique. Child, my talent is also very high, but it's still not as good as yours. The old man said, I thought my dream was completely shattered, but the heavens sent you with such amazing talent to me. I've lost in this life, I've fallen into a fate worse than death. But my ideals and spirit can continue on in your body. Child. The old man stared into Yang Dingtian's eyes and said, are you willing to take me as your master? Are you willing to inherit my mantle? Yang Dingtian still didn't understand the meaning of the old man's words. When he heard the old man's question, he instinctively replied, of course I'm willing. You're my only family in this world, the person closest to me. Then kneel. The old man, Dongfang Minmi, said. Yang Dingtian stood up and knelt in front of the old man. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Good. From today onwards, you are my, Dongfang Minmi's, only direct disciple. You are the 29th successor of the Yinyang school. Dongfang Minmi stretched out his palm. Suddenly, 2 balls of flame surrounded his fingers and burned, turning into a ring that appeared on his ring finger. It was a very beautiful ring, like 2 balls of flames hugging each other. One was a red flame, the other was a blue flame. Dongfang Minmi took off the raging flame ring and slowly put it on Yang Dingtian's ring finger. When the ring was put on Yang Dingtian's ring finger, the raging flame ring disappeared. Dongfang Minmi said, this is the Yinyang school's headmaster's ring. It won't reveal its true form on your finger now. Only when your strength reaches a certain level will the raging flame ring appear on your finger. At that time, you will truly become the Yinyang school's headmaster. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Grandpa, oh, master, how can I become the headmaster? I'm so weak. Every headmaster of the Yinyang school is the direct descendant of the previous headmaster. If you don't become the headmaster, who will? Dongfang Minmi said, after you go to the Yinyang school, you can temporarily not announce my death. Let everyone think that I'm still the headmaster of the Yinyang school. After 10 or 20 years, when you're strong enough, the raging flame ring will appear on your finger. Then, you can announce my death to the outside world and publicly become the Yinyang school's headmaster. Then, Dongfang Minmi took off an ornament from his neck. It was a jade-carved flame. It was fiery red and incomparably beautiful. This ornament is a token of love between me and your master's wife. The name of this ornament is Moth Flies to the Flame. Your master's wife and I will each take half. My half is a flame ornament, and your master's wife's half is a jade moth ornament. Take this token of love to your master's wife. When she sees this, she will believe you unconditionally. After you get the flame ornament, you just need to combine it with the jade moth ornament. Your master's wife will then see the will I left for her. Will? Yang Dingtian was startled. Master, you're not coming with me? Don't be impatient. Wait for me to finish. Dongfang Minmi sternly said. Yes. Yang Dingtian's eyes became hot and tears almost fell. In the will, I will tell your master's wife to let you become the next school head of the Yinyang school. I will let her use all of the Yinyang school's resources to nurture you so that you can quickly become an expert in the universe and take control of the Yinyang school. In addition, in the will, I will also betroth my daughter to you. Her name is Dongfang Bingling. She is a few months younger than you and is a match made in heaven. She is my only daughter and also the apple of my eye. You are a good child and also smart enough. I will be relieved to betroth her to you. Dongfang Minmi said with a smile. But what if she doesn't agree? Men and women need to have feelings for each other before they can be together. Maybe she already has a man she loves? Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi didn't say anything. He pulled Yang Dingtian's hand and let his ring finger come closer to the flame ornament. Suddenly, 2 balls of flames appeared from the flame ring and lit up the flame ornament. A figure gradually appeared on the flame ornament and was imprinted on the ice wall. This was the figure of a girl who was only 10 years old. Even though she was only 10 years old, her beauty was already breathtaking. Yang Dingtian held his breath. He couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful girl. This was a work of art from the creator. This is little Ling from 10 years ago. She was also your fiancée. Now that 10 years have passed, I can't imagine how beautiful she has become. Your master's wife is already a peerless beauty. She is even more beautiful than your master's wife. Dongfang Minmi said. Indeed, the most beautiful woman Yang Dingtian had ever seen in his life was his girlfriend, Li Bijuan, but this Dongfang Bingling was even more beautiful than Li Bijuan. I'm her father. I'm her world. I have the final say in everything about her. Ever since she was young, she listened to me the most. She would listen to anything I said. Most importantly, although she didn't have a Nining body, she had a Purine body that was 1 in a million, just like her mother. How could an ordinary man have the fortune to enjoy it? Only your 9-yang body is the best match for her. Once the two of you become husband and wife, your respective cultivations will also be endlessly beneficial. With the balance of yin and yang, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. In another 3 years, if she still can't find a man with strong enough profound veins to mate with, the yin fire in her body will reach its peak. She will be in so much pain that she'll wish she was dead, or even die. So, if I don't betroth her to you, who should I betroth her to? Now, do you agree to marry my daughter, your junior sister? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian's face turned red, and then he nodded. Haha. Dongfang Minmi said, in the past few decades, today is the happiest day for me. Not only did I find a successor that is hard to come by in 100 years, I also found a lifelong support for my daughter. I can die without regrets. 10 years ago, I should have died, but because I was unwilling to protect my last trace of life, I hoped for a miracle to happen. Who knew that the heavens really pitied me and bestowed you, Yang Dingtian, to me? Looking at Dongfang Minmi's old face that was abnormally red, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say uneasily, Master. After 10 years of being weak, I've almost forgotten the all-powerful me from back then. Dongfang Minmi said to Yang Dingtian, good disciple, in this last moment, Master will let you see the real me, the mighty and domineering Dongfang Minmi. With Dongfang Minmi's last move, it was as if a blue flame suddenly ignited from the old man's body. Suddenly, a miracle happened. Dongfang Minmi's dry and messy hair suddenly became black and shiny, fluttering in the wind. His old and decrepit skin instantly became taut and shiny. His turbid and lifeless eyes instantly became as bright as a flame. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Minmi seemed to have become younger by dozens of years. From a defeated old man, he turned into a handsome middle-aged man with a graceful bearing. Even the robe that was originally like a beggar's robe instantly became a brocade jade robe. The flame patterns on it were lively and threatening, as if they were about to lick the clothes. This was the original appearance of Dongfang Minmi, domineering and unruly. My life force is too weak, so in this year, Master can't teach you a single move. But I can give you an even more precious gift, using my last strength to cleanse your marrow and meridians. Dongfang Minmi suddenly raised his hands, and suddenly Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be lifted up by a wave of heat, making his whole body float in the air. The most important thing in cultivating martial arts is to cleanse the meridians. I said that the human body's meridians are like countless rivers and streams, and the sea of energy in the abdomen is like a vast ocean. The water of the rivers and streams will eventually converge and rush into the sea. Internal force is like water, and every time you cultivate, it will add a stream of water to the sea of energy and meridians. However, just like the rivers and streams in this world, over time, they will be clogged up, and the cultivation progress will become slower and slower until there is no progress at all. So every time you cleanse your marrow and meridians, it is like dredging up the clots, widening the river, and allowing the flow of internal force between the sea of energy and meridians to be unimpeded. Cultivating will be twice the result with half the effort, and you will advance 1,000 miles in a day. Today, Master will cleanse your meridians. How many layers you can cleanse will depend on your luck. Finished speaking, Dongfang Minmi's palm suddenly surged with a powerful force, and fiercely poured into the sole of Yang Dingtian's right foot. Ah, so cold, so hot. Yang Dingtian almost screamed, but he was completely unable to make a sound. It was really strange. Dongfang Minmi cultivated pure yang internal force, and it was like a raging fire. But when this kind of power entered the body, not only was it extremely hot, it was as if it wanted to burn a person to ashes. But at the same time, it was also extremely cold, as if it wanted to freeze a person to pieces. I have a pure yang body, and I cultivate fire. But when I cultivate to the extreme, yang is yin, and yin is yang. The flame will become a pure blue color, and when you reach this realm, there is no difference between hot and cold. It is both extremely cold and extremely hot. I spent a total of 39 years to reach this realm. You have 9 yang profound veins, so I believe you will only need 10 or 20 years to reach this realm. At that time, the flame ring on your finger will appear, and you can publicly become the head of the yin-yang school. As Dongfang Minmi spoke, an incomparably powerful force continuously poured into Yang Dingtian's soul from afar, and moved along Yang Dingtian's blood vessels inch by inch. It really was as if it was cleansing his meridians, and not a single nerve ending was left untouched. The entire process was really incomparably painful. It was as if he was being burned by a raging fire that was thousands of degrees Celsius, and also as if he was being invaded by a cold that was more than 100 degrees Celsius below zero. This kind of pain was completely indescribable, and compared to the self-immolation he experienced before crossing over, it was completely child's play. The powerful profound energy cleansed Yang Dingtian's meridians inch by inch. In the beginning, it was able to cleanse 1 inch per minute, but later on, it became slower and slower, and Yang Dingtian's pain also intensified layer by layer. Finally, his entire body's skin was completely trembling and trembling. Yang Dingtian's body was half red, and half blue, and looked extremely strange. Half an hour later, this kind of inhumane torture ended, and Yang Dingtian was already completely numb. After the first round of cleansing, Yang Dingtian floated in the air like a fish that was thrown onto the beach to be exposed to the sun. Other than desperately breathing, he could do nothing else. But his entire body was indescribably comfortable. His entire body was filled with greasy black impurities. These were the impurities that blocked Yang Dingtian's meridians, and they were all washed out by Dongfang Minmi. So even though Yang Dingtian's entire body was numb from the pain, he also had an indescribable comfortable feeling. His entire body was light as a feather, and it was as if there was a gust of wind flowing through his meridians. However, Dongfang Minmi seemed to have aged by 10 years. His originally black and purple long hair was now a little gray. I really can't believe it. In just a quarter of an hour, you cleansed the first layer of meridians. Compared to before, your cultivation speed after cleansing the first layer of meridians will be 3 to 4 times faster than before. As expected of the 9-yang body, it's too shocking. Just the first layer of meridians cleansing speed is already several times faster than others. I remember when I first cleansed my meridians, I spent an entire day and night. And the amount of profound energy you used for the first layer of meridians is only a fraction of others. Such aptitude is too shocking. I originally thought that my remaining profound energy was only enough to cleanse the first layer of meridians, but I didn't expect that it would only use a fraction of my profound energy to cleanse the first layer. Now let's continue. I want to see just how amazing the 9-yang profound meridians are. After saying that, Dongfang Minmi pushed his palm forward, and an even thicker and stronger profound energy fiercely drilled into Yang Dingtian's right palm. The strength was actually 4 to 5 times more than before. The amount of profound energy needed for the second layer of meridians is usually several times more than the first layer. The higher the level, the more the amount of profound energy needed. At the third layer and above, relying on other people's profound energy to cleanse the meridians would require tens to hundreds of times more. So it's almost impossible. You can only rely on your own profound energy to cleanse the meridians. Indeed, the second layer of meridians cleansing speed was much slower than the first layer, and the degree of pain had indeed increased by several times. It was to the point where Yang Dingtian was almost unable to endure it. That kind of fiery and cold pain caused all the meridians in his body to bulge. His eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to burst out. For people with weak cultivation, their meridians are also more fragile. So they are unable to endure the pain of meridians cleansing. So every time you cleanse the meridians, it's like walking through the gates of hell. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. Sometimes, failing to cleanse the meridians and falling back to one layer is already a fluke. Many people have died from their meridians exploding. So in the future, when you cleanse the meridians, you must have full confidence before you proceed. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Although Yang Dingtian could hear Dongfang Minmi's words, the sound that entered his ears was already very strange. It was as if he was listening to someone speak in the water. Yang Dingtian's entire body's functions had already shown a strong temporary damage. Time passed by minute. Dongfang Minmi's profound energy advanced bit by bit, completely cleansing every inch of Yang Dingtian's meridians. After a full 5 hours, the second layer of meridians cleansing was completed. Yang Dingtian floated in the air as if he was dead, motionless. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of black stuff. In his meridians, a strong gust of wind flowed rapidly, causing his entire body to feel as if it would float and fly out at any time. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi had aged by 20 years. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyes had once again turned turbid. His hair had already turned completely white and even the brocade robe on his body was no longer glossy, as if it was made of coarse sackcloth. Too shocking. That year, I spent a total of 4 days and 4 nights to cleanse the second level of marrow and meridians, but you merely spent 4 hours. The amount of profound energy you used wasn't even a tenth of what I used back then. It's too shocking. Child, I'm now faced with a choice. Do I continue to cleanse your meridians, or do I stop here? Continue to cleanse my meridians? It's very likely that my profound energy is already insufficient. If my profound energy is insufficient in the middle of cleansing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, your body seems to have reached its limit. If I stop, I'll have quite a bit of profound energy left. It's simply too wasteful. I'm really unwilling. If I can cleanse your meridians to the 3rd level, it'll mean that you'll struggle less for a few years and you'll be able to become the head of Yinyang School a few years earlier. I'm really unwilling. Do I continue? Or stop? Of course, Yang Dingtian was already completely unable to give him an answer. Because he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone speak. He couldn't even reveal his gaze. The heavens let you appear in front of me to create a miracle. I'll gamble, I'll stake it all. Let's continue. Even if it fails and backfires, I'll also. Finally, in a tone filled with determination, Dongfang Minmi began the 3rd round of marrow and meridians cleansing on Yang Dingtian. During the 2nd round, Yang Dingtian's pain had already reached its limit. Dongfang Minmi had also aged by more than 10 years, but he still continued with the 3rd round. During the 3rd round, Yang Dingtian already couldn't feel the existence of his own body. This was an extremely dangerous signal. He couldn't feel his own hands and feet, he couldn't feel his own 4 limbs, and he couldn't even feel his own face. Without sight and hearing, it was as if there was only a trace of consciousness floating between the raging fire and the extremely cold ice. Dongfang Minmi was also aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin wrinkled layer by layer and his body became thinner layer by layer. Although his hair was already white, it still had a luster to it. At this moment, it began to dry up like dehydrated grass. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the sky darkened, and then it was bright again. More than 20 hours had passed, and the 3rd round of marrow cleansing was still ongoing. Looking at Dongfang Minmi again, he was already shriveled up like a mummy. He looked even older and paler than before. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. When Yang Dingtian first met him, his hair was like withered grass, but at least it was still lush. But at this time, his gray and withered hair was also broken and shattered strand by strand, and there were only a few strands of hair left on his skinny scalp. As for the robe on his body, it had already turned into threads. As for Yang Dingtian, at the beginning, his body was still flowing with black impurities. But later on, the impurities that seeped out were already blood red. In the end, his skin and veins simply split open like a net. Fresh blood seeped out, causing Yang Dingtian's entire body to be badly mutilated. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi's profound energy had already closed in on Yang Dingtian's head. The 3rd round of marrow cleansing was already 99% complete, but Yang Dingtian's life was already in danger. It was as if as long as there was a bit more pressure, his veins would explode and he would die. And the most terrifying thing was that Dongfang Minmi's energy sea was already completely empty. There was no trace of profound energy left in his body. Could it be that I'm really going to fail on the verge of success? Dongfang Minmi asked the sky in despair. Originally, he still had a trace of energy left in case of any eventuality to protect Yang Dingtian's life. But at the end of marrow cleansing, his profound energy was insufficient, so he used up the last of his stored energy. But even so, he was still unable to complete the last round of marrow cleansing. The progress stopped at the last 1%. If he stopped now, Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly die. Originally, I wanted to say a final farewell, but now there is no more. Dongfang Minmi slowly said. Remember, inherit my mantle and carry forward the Yin-Yang school. Remember, when you are strong enough, you will be able to see all my secrets in the flame ring. Then you will know why I am trapped under this glacier. When you are strong enough, go and complete the path that I did not complete. Thoroughly challenge the order of this world and see if the so-called God really exists. Remember, take care of your master's wife, take care of your wife, my daughter, remember, never let anyone know about your 9 yang profound veins, no one, farewell forever, Dongfang Minmi roared. Boom. A raging flame suddenly burst out from his body, and his whole body was burning fiercely. Boom. The deep ice cave suddenly exploded. A blue light suddenly burst out, like an incomparably huge missile exploding in the cave. The blue light swept through everything in the cave, and the crystal-clear ice cave suddenly cracked. Yang Dingtian had spent a year to create more than 10,000 ice stairs, but they instantly shattered and shattered. Boom, Dongfang Minmi was completely annihilated. An incomparably powerful impact force suddenly lifted Yang Dingtian up and shot him towards the sky. It directly blasted Yang Dingtian several thousand meters high. Not only did he leave the cave, but he was also fiercely thrown 1,000 meters above the ground before the force weakened and he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the originally deep ice cave completely exploded and collapsed. Countless amounts of snow on the ground buried the cave like a tide. Go quickly, leave this place with the fastest speed. Soon, my enemies will come to see me. Child, farewell forever. Take my ideals and will and continue to walk in this world. Dongfang Minmi's last words echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. He completely detonated his energy reserve to help Yang Dingtian complete the last 1% of the cleansing. Then, he completely blew up the entire ice cave, and at the same time, pushed Yang Dingtian directly out. No, no. After falling on the snow for a few minutes, Yang Dingtian finally regained the ability to speak and move. He desperately crawled towards the collapsed cave. At this time, the cave no longer existed. It was completely buried by snow. As far as the naked eye could see, it was all a vast expanse of snow. Dongfang Minmi never planned to leave this place alive, and he never thought of using the ice steps that Yang Dingtian worked so hard to create. He had planned everything long ago. He would use all his remaining strength to help Yang Dingtian. He would detonate his energy reserve to push Yang Dingtian out of his classmates. Most importantly, he would destroy every inch of evidence left behind by Yang Dingtian, so as to prevent his incomparably powerful enemy from discovering it. No! Yang Dingtian shouted hoarsely. The scene of Dongfang Minmi exploding and turning into ashes kept replaying in his mind. Dongfang Minmi's proud and kind voice rang in his ears again and again in his heart. For more than a year, they had been together for more than a year. The old man was the closest person to him in this world, and also his only family. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he was not only a strict teacher, but also a loving father. Yang Dingtian worked hard to create ice steps. He made more than 10,000 of them, just so that he could one day carry the old man out of this ice cave. But now, the person closest to him had sacrificed his life and everything. He had helped him, entrusted his life's work to him, and betrothed his most beloved daughter to him. Such kindness was greater than heaven and earth. Grief overwhelmed him, but he had to get over it as soon as possible. Because his master had said that his enemy would come soon to fulfill the promise of 10 years. Even though Yang Dingtian really wanted to know who this enemy was, he was very rational and knew that what he should do was to avoid this enemy before they arrived. Yang Dingtian wiped away his tears, knelt down in the direction of the cave, and kowtowed 3 times. "Master, please rest in peace. Everything that you said, I will do it. I will make myself stronger as soon as possible. I will bring glory to Yinyang School. I will finish the path that you didn't finish, even though I don't know what kind of path it is. I will kill your enemy, even though I don't know who it is, whether it's a man or a woman. I will make myself strong enough to challenge the order of this world and see if the so-called God really exists, even though I don't know what you mean. I will take good care of Master's wife. I will protect my future wife, your daughter. I will use my life to fulfill my promise to you. Master, goodbye, rest in peace." Thousands of miles of ice and snow. No matter which direction one looked from, all that one could see was a vast expanse of flat white snow. It was as if the entire world only had one color, making it impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Dingtian relied on the sun in the sky to determine the direction, and walked towards the east with his entire body naked. In fact, he didn't even know which direction the Yinyang School was in. Because everything happened too suddenly, Dongfang Minmi didn't have time to explain these details. He had to find the human gathering place, then ask for directions to the Yinyang School. Yang Dingtian walked towards the east because it was closer to the human gathering place, but it was still more than 5,000 miles away. The place where Yang Dingtian was now was called the 10,000 Miles Glacier. This wasn't an exaggeration, but it really was more than 10,000 miles. The entire world of ice and snow, whether from south to north or west to east, was more than 10,000 miles. This world was much bigger than Earth, and no one knew where the edge of this world was. The extremely deep ice cave that trapped Dongfang Minmi for 10 years was almost in the center of this world of ice and snow. It was about 5,700 miles away from the human gathering place in the east, and more than 7,000 miles away from the human gathering place in the west. At this time, Yang Dingtian only had one flame pill on him, and it was stuffed into his right ear. He was completely naked, so he could only stuff it into his ear. This pill could sustain his life for about half a month, so he had to walk the 5,700 miles in half a month. "Master, I'm leaving." Yang Dingtian looked at the place where Dongfang Minmi had been annihilated for the last time. Then, he ran towards the east. His speed was very fast, much faster than when he was on Earth. His body seemed to be as light as a feather. He felt that in terms of strength, he was many times stronger than when he was on Earth. Although he had only passed the enlightenment period in this world, because he had reached the 3rd level of marrow cleansing, his body seemed to have a breeze flowing freely. If he was on Earth, he would have broken all the world records. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian had run more than 100 li. Of course, he could be faster, but the faster he ran, the faster the energy in his body would be consumed. Therefore, he had to master a kind of balance. More than 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian had already run more than 500 miles. Furthermore, he didn't feel tired at all. This world's martial Tao was truly too powerful. Yang Dingtian had only passed the enlightenment period, but he was already able to run more than 500 miles a day without feeling tired. Of course, he didn't know that the biggest reason for this was the 3rd stage of the cleansing of the marrow and meridians. However, more than 10 hours later, heavy snow fell from the sky. The wind was blowing in the opposite direction of Yang Dingtian, making it difficult for him to move. Moreover, it consumed energy to increase his speed. Therefore, he had no choice but to dig a hole in the snow to hide and wait for the wind and snow to pass. This time, he hid for 3 whole days. 3 days later, the weather cleared up. The sky was blue as if it had been washed by water. The 2 suns were like resplendent gems shining on the earth. The reflection of the sun on the white snow made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Yang Dingtian came out from the deep snow. Fortunately, he had a 9-yang body. Otherwise, he would have been buried more than 10 meters under the snow and suffocated to death. It was really strange. After marrow cleansing, Yang Dingtian needed less oxygen to breathe. He could hold his breath for nearly 20 minutes. A small amount of oxygen was enough for him to survive for a long time. After waiting for the sky to clear up, Yang Dingtian quickly ran towards the east. Moreover, he ran with his eyes closed. This was because the snow here was too dazzling. Moreover, this was a snowy plain, so he did not have to worry about running into anything. Yang Dingtian's luck was pretty good. This time, it was sunny for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian had run more than 1,000 miles. However, 3 days later, the university's winds came again. Hence, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to dig a cave to hide. This time, the wind and snow were even more ferocious than the previous one. On the 7th day, when Yang Dingtian crawled out of the cave, his entire body was weak and powerless. He also felt cold because the energy in his body had been completely depleted. Hence, Yang Dingtian dug out the only flame pill from his ear and consumed it. Suddenly, a wave of heat burst out from within his body, flowing through his meridians. It was warm and comfortable, with an indescribable feeling. A vigorous power gradually spread out, and Yang Dingtian felt as if his limbs had become sturdy and powerful. Using this energy, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and madly ran towards the east. Run, 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 under the light of the 2 suns, on the snow-white ice and snow, a black dot quickly moved. This time, the heavens favored Yang Dingtian. It was sunny for almost 9 whole days. In fact, on the 5th day, the sky started to turn gloomy. Yang Dingtian was worried that it would snow heavily. However, in less than 3 hours, the dark clouds dispersed. In these 9 days, Yang Dingtian had run more than 1,000 miles. There was still 1,000 miles left, and he would be able to run out of this damned glacier. Just as he was about to run more than 1,000 miles in one go, the heavens were not on his side. Yang Dingtian encountered the strongest snowstorm in history, and it almost blew him away. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to dig another cave to hide. Fortunately, this time, the snowstorm was incomparably fierce, and it ended relatively quickly. 2 days later, the snow stopped and the sky cleared up. However, after crawling out of the cave, Yang Dingtian's energy was almost completely depleted. The remaining 1,000 miles depended entirely on his willpower. 4 days later, Yang Dingtian ran more than 1,000 miles. However, the energy of the flame pill had been completely depleted. Yang Dingtian didn't have anything to eat. He could only eat ice and snow. His body weakened day by day. He went from running to walking, and in the end, his body became completely numb. His eyes gradually became blind, and he definitely wouldn't be able to stand up again once he lay down. Just as he was about to collapse, he saw the first big tree. It was a huge tree that soared into the sky. He immediately burst into tears of joy. He summoned up the last of his strength and roared into the sky. After a full month, he finally ran more than 5,700 miles and left this damned glacier. Finally, something that wasn't white appeared in his field of vision. He finally had something to eat. Even though it was extremely unpalatable, bitter and astringent tree seeds, he still ate dozens of them. He ate until his entire tongue and mouth were completely numb. After eating his fill, Yang Dingtian had a good sleep. After waking up, he continued to walk toward the east. The further east he went, the denser the trees became. In the end, it was a lush forest. The forest was filled with huge trees. Each tree was separated by dozens of meters, so it wasn't difficult to walk through the forest. Yang Dingtian fantasized about the animals in the forest. He could finally eat meat. However, he was disappointed. In this huge forest, there wasn't a single animal. Not only were there beasts, there wasn't even a single bird. It shouldn't be like this. When he was learning about this world, Yang Dingtian knew that there were many wild beasts in this forest. The Maori barbarians outside the forest often came to the forest to hunt. However, there wasn't a single life in the forest. In the 1,000 miles of forest, there was a deathly silence. Yang Dingtian was on the verge of collapse. However, Yang Dingtian still changed his diet. He didn't eat the bitter and spicy tree seeds anymore. He changed to a tasteless starch tree fruit. 5 days later, Yang Dingtian walked out of the 1,000 miles of forest and saw the undulating mountain range. It wasn't easy. He finally saw the mountains. Along the way, there were thousands of miles of flat land. Soon, he would arrive at the Maori barbarians' gathering place. He could finally see humans. Sure enough, after walking out of the forest for 2 days, he saw the first house. It was a sturdy wooden house. He rushed in ecstatically. However, there was nothing inside. The wooden furniture was still there, but it was covered in a thick layer of dust. There wasn't any food or clothes. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't depressed at that time. This was probably a hunter's hut. After the hunter left, it was normal for no one to live in it. However, the second, third, and fourth wooden houses that Yang Dingtian came across were all empty. Finally, Yang Dingtian found a village with many houses. There were dozens of wooden houses, but without exception, no one lived in them. The furniture inside was neat and tidy, but it was all covered in a thick layer of dust. Moreover, Yang Dingtian still didn't see a single animal, not even a bird. Moreover, the further east he went, the more villages he passed. He even passed by 2 or 3 towns. There were large houses made of stone, but there was still no one living in them. He also didn't see a single living animal. What exactly happened here? Why couldn't he see any life? In the end, Yang Dingtian's heart grew colder and darker. It had been more than a month since he left the glacier. In this month, he had walked more than 3,000 miles. He saw countless houses and countless small towns, but there wasn't a single human or animal. In the thousands of miles of bitter cold land near the glacier, there should have been hundreds of thousands of Maori barbarians and countless animals living there. However, it was as if they had all disappeared from this world. According to his master's words, the Maori barbarians who were extremely resistant to the cold lived here. They were skilled with axes and were born strong warriors. Not seeing any humans could be explained. Perhaps their entire race had migrated because of the harsh environment. However, it was abnormal to not see a single animal and only see endless trees. Yang Dingtian knew that if he went further east, he would reach the vast sea. Yang Dingtian could even smell the scent of the sea in the wind. Previously, Yang Dingtian was afraid that he couldn't walk fast enough. However, as time passed, Yang Dingtian became more and more afraid. He was afraid that he would walk all the way to the sea and still not see a single human or animal. If that happened, he really wouldn't know what to do. In the end, Yang Dingtian walked slower and slower. In the end, he only walked about 10 miles a day. Then, he would find a house to rest in, as if he was afraid that the moment he reached the sea would come. At this time, Yang Dingtian was still eating tree seeds because there was nothing else to eat. He was still naked because he couldn't even find a piece of animal skin, let alone clothes. There were leaves, but he didn't know what was wrong with the trees here. The leaves of each tree were hard and sharp, making it unsuitable for him to wear. Furthermore, he couldn't see anyone around. Yang Dingtian wasn't afraid of the cold, so he didn't mind being naked. In the wooden house, Yang Dingtian was lying on the wooden bed. He felt a sense of fear. He felt that his willpower and fighting spirit were weakening. He felt that he was gradually becoming depressed and lazy. In the world of ice and snow, he was always on the edge of life and death. Other than the white snow, there was nothing else. At that time, Yang Dingtian's fighting spirit was very strong. Now, there were trees and houses here, but there were no humans or animals. However, Yang Dingtian felt afraid and his fighting spirit weakened. Just what had happened? What if he still couldn't find a single person by the sea? Then he wouldn't even be able to find out where the Xianxia school was, let alone how to get to the Xianxia school. Lying on the bed, Yang Dingtian couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Endless loneliness attacked Yang Dingtian's heart, causing his heart to be filled with endless gloominess. He had been living like this for a few months now. Now, Yang Dingtian was completely like a savage. His beard and hair were long and messy. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian heard a sound. It sounded like the hooves of animals hitting the snow. He suddenly got up from the bed and pricked up his ears in disbelief, afraid that it was an illusion. It wasn't an illusion, it wasn't an illusion, it really wasn't an illusion. The sound was getting louder and louder. It sounded like the sound of horse hooves. In the end, he even heard people talking. A burst of ecstasy. Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the wooden house. A few hundred meters ahead, a large group of people was galloping over. There were humans and horses. They looked similar to the horses on Earth, but they were much bigger and had a single horn on their heads. There were more than 100 people. Every one of them was wearing gorgeous fur clothes and carrying gorgeous weapons. Kneel. Do I have to say it a third time? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Shimin Yanyan's beautiful and delicate face suddenly turned pale. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Father, I am your only daughter and the princess of Cloud Sky City. You want me to kneel before a merry barbarian?" The middle-aged man's heart ached. He said coldly, "That's right. If you are still my daughter, kneel and admit your mistake. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished." No. Shimin Yanyan held back her tears and said, "Father, I can kneel to you and mother, but I can't kneel to anyone else. I can apologize. I can admit my mistake, but I will never kneel." Shimin Yanyan pulled out a fiery red dagger and pointed it at her snow-white neck. She said crisply, "If you really want me to kneel, I will die in front of you." "Father, I can admit my mistake. I can apologize, but I will never kneel." Shimin Yanyan trembled. Then, she pressed down with her small hand. The sharp dagger immediately pierced her delicate skin. A stream of blood flowed down her snow-white neck. It was especially glaring. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he suddenly clenched his fists. He stared at his daughter with unforgivable anger. Looking at the bright red blood, the muscles on his face twitched. This was his most beloved daughter, his precious baby. Shimin Yanyan bowed to Yang Dingtian. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you to buy your things. I shouldn't have hurt you. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man looked at his beloved daughter and then at Yang Dingtian. "Sigh." The middle-aged man sighed. He turned to Yang Dingtian and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, little brother. I, Shimin Wuya, didn't discipline my daughter well. My heart wasn't hard enough. I couldn't bear to see my daughter bleed on the spot and couldn't force my daughter to kneel. I apologize to you. Please forgive my daughter's mistake." Yanyan Shimin was stunned. Her father was the supreme master of Cloud Sky City. He was so honorable and proud, but now, he was bowing and apologizing to this merry barbarian because of her. Shimin Yanyan felt that her heart was about to crack. Her father was the person she worshipped and respected the most. Because of his own mistake, his father had suffered such humiliation. "Father, don't." Shimin Yanyan stepped forward and knelt in front of her father. Throwing away the dagger in her hand, she hugged her father's legs and cried, "Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used my power to bully others. I shouldn't have harmed his life. I shouldn't have used the dagger to harm myself and threaten you with my own life. Father, actually, I know everything. What should I do, what shouldn't I do, but I really can't control my temper." Shimin Yanyan said while crying. Shimin Wuya sighed softly and reached out to stroke his daughter's soft hair. He said, "Yanyan, how long has it been since you last cried?" Shimin Yanyan said while sobbing, "Ever since that incident when I was 15, I have never cried again." This little princess of Cloud Sky City was unruly, proud, stubborn, and unyielding. She never lowered her head and never cried. Today, because of her father, she was crying loudly. Even though she knew that it was her fault and that she shouldn't blame Yang Dingtian, she couldn't suppress the hatred she had for Yang Dingtian in her heart. "Where is it?" Shimin Wuya reached out and asked. Shimin Yanyan took out the flame pendant from her chest. Looking at the pendant, her eyes were filled with reluctance and hatred. She meekly placed it in her father's hands. "Get up." Shimin Wuya said, "Remember today. In the future, no matter what you do, think about today and think about your father. Don't lose control of your temper. Think twice before you act." "Yes. I got it." Shimin Yanyan lowered her head and said. "Also, don't hate this little brother." Shimin Wuya continued. Shimin Yanyan gritted her teeth and said, "Father, I can't stop myself from hating him. But I won't take revenge on him in the future. I won't target him, and I definitely won't harm him. I won't pay attention to him, won't touch him, and won't even be willing to look at him." Towards the end, Shimin Yanyan couldn't suppress her hatred anymore. Shimin Wuya frowned and waved his hand dispiritedly. He said, "You can leave." Shimin Yanyan coldly glared at Yang Dingtian, turned around, and walked out. little brother, your pendant. Shimin Wuya handed the flame pendant to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and hung it around his neck again. He said, Mr. Shimin, I'm very sorry. If it was something else, I wouldn't mind giving it to Miss Shimin. But this flame pendant was given to me by my parents. It's very important to me. I know. And even if it's not important, others can't take it by force. Shimin Wuya said. By the way, little brother, where are you going? If you're not going in the same direction as me, I can call for a fast boat to take you to where you want to go. Shimin Wuya said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that the room was slightly shaking. He said, Are we on the sea? Shimin Wuya nodded and said, Yes. I'm going to the eastern cloud state. Is it far from here? Yang Dingtian asked. Eastern cloud state? Shimin Wuya said, to the Yinyang school? Yang Dingtian was slightly surprised. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Shimin Wuya said, but I'm going to the Yinyang school. If you're also going to the Yinyang school, we can go together. So coincidental? Yang Dingtian suddenly became vigilant and a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the flame pendant. Could it be that everything that this gentle gentleman said just now was just an act? Did he have some ulterior motive? Or did he already know the secret of this flame pendant? Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He smiled and said, Don't worry, little brother. If you don't want to, I can also call for a fast boat and send someone to take you to the eastern cloud state alone. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and said, No need, Mr. Shimin. Then I'll have to trouble you to give me a ride. You're welcome. Shimin Wuya said, Your body is fine now. I'll ask someone to bring you some food in a while. I'll leave first. I'll come to see you tomorrow. After saying that, Shimin Wuya walked out. Yang Dingtian hurriedly got up to see him off. Stop. There are a lot of books in this room. You can read them to pass the time. Shimin Wuya turned around and said, If you feel bored, you can go to bed to get some fresh air and look at the sea. Then, Shimin Wuya left. 10 minutes later, a pretty maid brought food. It was very delicate and delicious. Yang Dingtian ate heartily and his tongue almost fell off. The pretty maid looked at him with disgust. Although the maid didn't say anything rude, her little face was tense and full of hostility. Presumably, she had a good relationship with Shimin Yanyan, so they had a common enemy. So comfortable. Yang Dingtian touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten real food for more than a year. God took pity on him. Humph. At this time, the pretty maid couldn't hold back the indignation in her heart. She snorted coldly, packed up the tableware, and left. She even slammed the door to express her anger towards Yang Dingtian. On the second day after waking up, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the deck to look at the sea. He wanted to see if there was any difference between this world's sea and Earth's sea. This ship was very big. From the room to the deck, Yang Dingtian walked for a few minutes. On the way, he met a lot of people. But the people on the ship seemed to be full of hostility towards him. Maybe it wasn't hostility, but at least they were cold and avoided him like a taboo. Humph, this person is only a barbarian. Why does Master treat him so well? Not only did you spend a lot of profound energy to treat his injuries, you also wasted a lot of mysterious ice jade liquid. Just this amount of mysterious ice jade liquid is enough to exchange for a few hundred barbarian slaves. Some warriors on the ship thought that Yang Dingtian was a barbarian and couldn't understand their language. So they didn't avoid talking about these things. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to these words. He directly walked to the deck. Suddenly, he smelled a cool and wet sea breeze and heard the sound of the waves. The sea here didn't look much different from Earth. It was still so wide and blue. There were still seabirds and a lot of fish. This ship was made of wood. Compared to Earth's ancient wooden ship, it was much bigger and more exquisite. At this moment, a fiery red attractive figure was standing at the bow of the ship. It was Shimin Yanyan. Only she would wear such thin clothes, and only she would have such curves. Today, she changed into a long skirt. It was still tight-fitting, still fiery red in color, and still light as if it was made of silk. The sea breeze fluttered, tightly wrapping the fiery red long skirt around her astonishingly well-developed body. This young girl was full of wildness. She didn't care about her figure being seen by others. No matter where she was like a ball of flame that burned men's heart. I just want to be alone. No matter who you are, quickly leave my sight. Feeling the footsteps behind her, Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he directly walked to the front. He leaned on the wooden railing and looked down. He looked at the sea below and the fish that jumped up from time to time. When Xianxia saw it was actually Yang Dingtian, this fake barbarian, her beautiful brows suddenly wrinkled. She instinctively held her breath, as if she couldn't even bear to breathe the air within 2 meters of Yang Dingtian. Go away, don't appear in front of me, Xianxia coldly said. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he was still looking at the fish in the sea in high spirits. Xianxia was angry. Her pink little hands clenched into fists. She was about to flip out. But thinking of her father's anger, she couldn't help but forcibly hold back. She coldly said, if you don't go, I will go. P.S. Put this book in your bookshelf. P.S. I'll try my best to get into the new book list this week. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend it. Yan Shiman was furious. Her small hands clenched into fists and she was about to flip out, but when she thought of her father's anger, she couldn't help but hold it in. She said coldly, if you don't leave, I'll leave. Then, she turned around and left. Her jeweled boots stomped so hard that the deck shook a little. Yan Shiman left, and only Yang Dingtian was left on the deck. There are still 15 days before we reach the Yinyang school. The scenery on the sea is still okay now, but it'll get boring after a while. It's too monotonous and boring, especially for young people like you. The voice of the owner of the ship, Xianxia, came from behind. Yang Dingtian didn't know when he had walked behind him. Actually, his footsteps were already audible. Mr. Ximan, what are you going to do at the Yinyang school? Yang Dingtian asked. He shouldn't have asked this question. After all, they were just acquaintances. However, he was a young man, so it was normal for him to make such a superficial mistake. It's a routine, once every 10 years, Xianxia said. It's like those wanderers who want to go back to pray to their ancestors every few years to show that they haven't forgotten their roots. Are you related to the Yinyang school? Yang Dingtian asked. Cloud Sky City and the Yinyang school are related, Xianxia said. It's a very complicated relationship. We're enemies, but we're not enemies. We're friends, but we're relatives. Xianxia, a very wise person, seemed to have made the mistake of saying such things to Yang Dingtian. The previous owners of Cloud Sky City went to the Yinyang school every 10 years. Every time they went, they were humiliated. This time I'm not an exception, Xianxia said slowly. Are you that powerful? You can be humiliated? Is Cloud Sky City that powerful? Yang Dingtian asked, half of it probing. Xianxia didn't seem to know that Yang Dingtian was testing him. He smiled and said, in front of the Yinyang school, who dares to say that he is strong? Yang Dingtian, is Yinyang school that strong? If a sect has a few thousand disciples, a territory of 100 li, and hundreds of thousands of people who look up to it, wouldn't that sect be powerful? Xianxia asked. Impressive, very impressive, Yang Dingtian gasped and said, Yinyang school, is this powerful? No, I'm not talking about Yinyang school. I'm talking about a sect. There are dozens of sects like this in the world. Xianxia said, to be exact, there are 27 sections. Above them are the 9 great sects, and above them are the 3 great sects, the Yin sect, the Yinyang school, and the Xiantian sect. Among the 3 great sects in the world, the Yinyang school is one of them. Don't you think it's powerful? Yang Dingtian gasped. Previously, when he heard his master talk about the Yinyang school, he felt that perhaps the Yinyang school was quite strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Then what about Dongfang Minmi? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Number 1 in the world. Xianxia calmly said. Yang Dingtian's heart was shocked. His master was actually the world's #1 expert, but if he was the #1 in the world, why was he trapped under thousands of li of ice and snow, living a life worse than death? Who was his enemy? Could it be that they were more powerful than the #1 in the world? Yang Dingtian, who was shocked, lost interest in talking. Shimin Wuya smiled and patted his shoulder lightly. He then left the deck and went to the cabin. It's going to rain. Let's go. ************* For the next few days, everyone on the ship was still very cold to Yang Dingtian. Shimin Yanyan was filled with hatred for him. Shimin Wuya still came to see him every day and chatted with him. Furthermore, he never tried to pry into Yang Dingtian's privacy. Instead, he would answer all of Yang Dingtian's questions. The more they talked, the more they got along. Sometimes, they would even talk for half a day. Everyone on the ship was very curious. Why would the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, Shimin Wuya, be so nice to someone of unknown origin? As a result, Shimin Yan was filled with hostility towards Yang Dingtian. As Shimin Wuya's foster son, his most respected foster father had never been so nice to him. He was filled with jealousy. If it wasn't for Shimin Wuya's extreme purity, some people would even suspect that Yang Dingtian was Shimin Wuya's illegitimate child. As for Yang Dingtian, although he was still somewhat on guard against Shimin Wuya, deep in his heart, he already had a good impression of this person. He even admired him a little. Before this, Yang Dingtian didn't know what a gentleman should be like. Now, he knew that Shimin Wuya was the synonym of a gentleman. Getting along with him was like bathing in the spring breeze. Moreover, he was definitely not a hypocrite. However, the time to part was quickly approaching. After half a month of sailing, they would soon arrive at Dongfang Yunzhou, where Yinyang School was located. Not bad, you're a very handsome young man. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian in the mirror and smiled. They were about to disembark from the ship, so Shimin Wuya personally shaved Yang Dingtian's beard and combed his hair. He also gave him a beautiful robe and a restrained and gorgeous jade crown. Now, Yang Dingtian no longer looked like a savage. He looked no different from the people of this world. There were no traces of him being an earthling. Shimin Wuya was the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, an overlord. He actually personally shaved Yang Dingtian's hair and beard. He had no reason to be so good to Yang Dingtian. Mr. Shimin? Why are you so good to me? I'm just a nobody of unknown origin. Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but ask. When you treat someone with courtesy, you must have a motive. Don't you think so? Shimin Wuya smiled. Moreover, the Maori race is already extinct. Something terrible happened in the northern ice field, causing all life there to be extinct. Yet, I appeared in that place. This is very abnormal. Why didn't you ask me anything? Yang Dingtian asked. Did you already make up a few stories to prepare for this question? Shimin Wuya smiled. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Wuya smiled and said, since I knew that you would definitely make up a story, why would I ask? Everyone has their own privacy and secrets. If you want to tell me, you will tell me. So, why would I ask? Moreover, I also know a lot of your secrets, Shimin Wuya said. Of course, I didn't mean to pry. When you were unconscious and I was treating your injuries, you said a few words that I didn't understand. I can understand most of the languages in this world, and I can even speak them. However, I have never heard of your language. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Could it be that he had spoken in his sleep when he was unconscious? Moreover, he had spoken in Chinese? Moreover, I indeed have a motive for being good to you, Shimin Wuya said slowly. I can be considered a smart person, and my eyesight is not bad. Through these 10 days of contact, I found that you are almost completely alone in this world. You have almost no interpersonal relationships. Moreover, you are a smart person. Smart but not lacking in wisdom. Sensitive but not calculative, kind but not stupid. You are a very good child, Shimin Wuya said. Shimin Wuya said, I know you have something important to do in the Yin Yang sect, but I want to give you a second choice. What choice? Yang Dingtian asked. I only have one daughter. My wife is very powerful, so I don't dare to marry other women. Therefore, I don't have any other descendants. Yan Yan, as you can see, is completely unsuitable to be the successor of Cloud Sky City, Shimin Wuya said. Therefore, I adopted a few children. Among them, there are quite a few who are very outstanding. Unfortunately, they are not very qualified to be the future master of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, I took a liking to you. These 10 days, I treated you well partly because I wanted to test your character and inner qualities, Shimin Wuya said. I like your character very much. You passed my test. So. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian and said calmly, so, are you willing to be the next master of Cloud Sky City? What? Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. It was another huge pie in the sky. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not expect Shimin Wuya to say such a thing. You want to adopt me as your son too? Yang Dingtian asked in shock. No, not adopted, Shimin Wuya said. You are a son-in-law. A son-in-law. Yan Yan's future husband. But in the future, your children will have your surname. In the future, you will be the one and only master of Cloud Sky City. Don't think that a son-in-law is bad. I am also a son-in-law. I married Yan Yan's mother. Father-in-law handed Cloud Sky City to me, Shimin Wuya said. Unfortunately, I only have one daughter, so I have been looking everywhere for a suitable son-in-law. I am prepared to hand Cloud Sky City to him. Now, I have chosen you. Why me? Is it because I am absolutely alone in this world? Is it because of my morals? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Wuya said, no. Of course, what you said is very important. But the most important thing is that when I was treating your injuries, I realized that your pure Yangxian meridians are unfathomable, but your Xianxia is very weak. You have top-notch talent, but you are like a blank piece of paper. I believe that under my guidance, your future will far surpass mine. In your hands, Cloud Sky City will definitely become very powerful and glorious. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why did all the top-notch experts in this world like to play this game? They liked to choose Yang Dingtian as their successor and marry their daughter to him. In the ice cave, Dongfang Minmi could be said to have no choice. But Shimin Wuya in front of him had many choices. In this world, the number of men who wanted to be Yan Yan's husband and the future city lord of Cloud Sky City could probably circle the earth a few times. After these few days of understanding, Yang Dingtian knew that although Cloud Sky City's position in this world was very awkward and complicated, there was no doubt that Cloud Sky City was a very, very powerful force. It was completely an overlord. City Lord Shimin, when you made this decision, did you not consider your daughter's happiness? Yang Dingtian asked. City Lord Shimin, when you made this decision, did you not consider your daughter's happiness? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course I did, and it is the most important factor, Shimin Wuya said. You can also see that I love Yan Yan very much. So, when I betroth her to you, I am very relieved. She will be very happy. I still have this ability. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. This world's top experts were so confident in their ability to pick a son-in-law. Dongfang Minmi was like this, and Shimin Wuya was also like this. But your daughter hates me a lot, Yang Dingtian said. It's better than ignoring her. Shimin Wuya said, there is only a short distance between hate and love. I believe that as long as you put your heart into it, you will be able to win her heart. Yan Yan has high standards, but she is also simple and direct. You are so smart, so you should know how to deal with this kind of girl. Shimin Wuya thought about Yan Yan's fiery wildness, her beautiful and exquisite appearance, her clear personality, her unruly nature, and her intelligence. This kind of beauty would be tempted by all the men in the world. However, Yang Dingtian had already promised his master, Dongfang Minmi. His master had given up everything for him, including his life. He had already agreed, so this was a heavy responsibility. I know that you may have a great mission in going to Yinyang School. Even though Yinyang School is one of the 3 great sects in the world and is a powerful martial arts holy land. However, what Yinyang School can give you, my Cloud Sky City may be able to give you, Shimin Wuya said calmly, his tone full of pride. Yang Dingtian felt his mouth dry. He swallowed and said, men and women must complement each other. Opposites attract, and opposites repel. I have Xianxia meridians, and your daughter has a fiery body. We are of the same nature and repel each other. Nonsense. Shimin Wuya smiled and said, I have a pure yang body, and Yin Yan's mother has a fiery body. Aren't we still very loving? Don't you think I am very gentle now? Shimin Wuya asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, you are completely gentle like water. But I have a true yang body. When I was young, I was completely fiery. Although Yin Yan's mother and I loved each other very much, we fought every few days. My father-in-law just happily ignored it. What's the point of a husband and wife if they don't fight? Shimin Wuya said, my temperament is gentle now. Half of it is because Yin Yan's mother trained me, and the other half is because of my own practice. From the yang fire to the cold yin fire, my temperament has become cold and indifferent. Then, when the yin and yang complement each other, my temperament naturally becomes gentle and tolerant. Yang Dingtian was stunned again. From the simple words of Shimin Wuya, he could tell that Shimin Wuya was very powerful, even more powerful than he had imagined. Dongfang Minmi once said that when the yang fire was cultivated to a certain level, it would turn into a blue yin fire. When it reached its peak, yin and yang would merge. Furthermore, the target that Dongfang Minmi had set for Yang Dingtian was to cultivate the blue yin flames and summon the ring of flames within 10 years. And the Shimin Wuya in front of him had already reached the point of merging yin and yang. He was really so powerful that people could only look up to him. City Lord Shimin, your proposal is very tempting. I am very touched by your love. Your daughter is very tempting. Yang Dingtian said, but, I am very sorry, I can't agree. Because of some special reasons, I can't agree. Yang Dingtian said again. After saying that, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't look straight into Shimin Wuya's sincere eyes, but he still tried hard to look straight into them. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian like that. After a long time, he sighed softly, full of infinite regret, and then slowly closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, are you going to kill me? Why do you say that? Shimin Wuya asked with his eyes closed. In the books, when the male protagonist meets this kind of situation, it is usually written that the male protagonist doesn't agree to the other party's recruitment. In order to prevent the other party from having a strong enemy in the future, the other party will eliminate the male protagonist before he grows. Many experts have this kind of mentality. If they don't recruit him for their own use, they will destroy him, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Wuya laughed and slapped Yang Dingtian's head. Nonsense. What kind of messy books are you reading? Why would I kill you? You are a good child. Even if you enter the Yin Yang school, we might not become enemies. Although Cloud Sky City and the Yin Yang school are on opposite sides, and the Yin Yang school sees us as traitors, our relationship is far more complicated than you think. Shimin Wuya rubbed Yang Dingtian's head and said, even if I tell you so much now, you won't understand. Wait until you enter the Yin Yang school, then you will understand. Okay, we are about to reach the Yin Yang school in the eastern cloud state. I will send a small boat to send you ashore. If others see you with me, it will be detrimental to your future in the Yin Yang school, Shimin Wuya said with a smile. Then, he left Yang Dingtian's cabin. When he reached the door, Shimin Wuya suddenly turned around and said, child, my proposal will always be effective before Yin Yan gets married. Also, what is your name? Shimin Wuya asked. Yang Dingtian had received so much kindness from the other party, and the other party had treated him so well. It had been half a month, yet he still hadn't told Shimin Wuya his name. It was really impolite. However, since Shimin Wuya didn't ask, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. My name is Yang Dingtian. Shimin Wuya was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian with a mischievous expression. After a moment, he smiled and said, good name, very domineering. Such a mischievous expression had actually appeared on the face of a cultured and refined master. Yang Dingtian almost thought that he had seen wrongly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian smiled bashfully. He felt that Shimin Wuya was a very good person, at least to him. A gentleman was as gentle as water, yet not pedantic at all. One day later, the morning sun had just risen above the sea. The clouds in the sky burst forth with rays of light, and the surface of the sea sparkled. Not far away, the eastern cloud state was already in sight. At this moment, Cloud Sky City's giant ship was still a few dozen miles away from the dock. The surrounding ships on the sea were bustling with activity, hanging all kinds of flags. There were big and small ships, but none of them exceeded the tonnage of Cloud Sky City's ship. Amidst the cold wind, Cloud Sky City's ship also hung a flag. The design was very simple. A ball of blue flame was embroidered on a thick black background, making it look cold and austere. It was obvious that Cloud Sky City's reputation had spread far and wide. The moment this flag was hung, the surrounding ships on the sea all moved aside, opening up a large area of the sea for Cloud Sky City's ship. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. There were also some teams on the ships that waved their flags at the name of Cloud Sky City's ship to show their respect. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Wuya stood at the bow of the ship. Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was greatly impressed. Cloud Sky City was actually so mighty and domineering. Shimin Wuya's face was expressionless. He simply ordered, "Return the greeting." His voice was very low, but it could be heard in every corner of the ship. Thus, the ship also began to organize teams to wave their flags and sound their horns in response. "City Lord Shimin, why are there so many ships?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They're all going on a pilgrimage to the Yinyang school," Shimin Wuya said. "It happens once every 10 years. This year is the 550th anniversary of the birth of the Yinyang school's founder. It's also the 500th anniversary of the Yinyang school's establishment. All the powers in the world, regardless of size, good or evil, enemy or foe, have come to pay their respects." "So powerful?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. Looking at the sea, there were countless ships of all kinds. He couldn't help but ask, there are probably a few thousand people in total. How will the banquet be able to accommodate all of them? "It's not just a few thousand people, it's more than tens of thousands," Shimin Wuya said. "The sect leaders of the large sects can also bring a few outstanding disciples to the immeasurable mountain to pay their respects and then stay for the banquet at the Yinyang Hall. The small sects can only send their sect leaders to the Yinyang school to pay their respects and present their gifts. Then, they immediately leave for the great stone quarry at the mountainside to have lunch." "Is it worth it to travel so far just to send a gift and have lunch?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Whether it's worth it or not depends on what each person thinks. Some people want to take advantage of this opportunity to become a disciple of a famous teacher. Some small sects want to take advantage of this opportunity to attach themselves to the famous sections. Some people even want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Shimin Wuya said, "Besides, on this kind of special day, if you come to the Yinyang school, they might not remember you. But if you don't come, they might remember you." Yang Dingtian was speechless again. When he heard Shimin Wuya's words, he already thought that the Yinyang school's status was very high. He didn't expect that the Yinyang school's actual status was even higher than he had imagined. It was almost a mythical name in the eyes of the world. Besides, the 3 great sects in the world are too high to reach. Ordinary martial arts sects don't have the chance to get close to them. The great sacrifice that is held once every 10 years is almost the only opportunity for the Holy Land sects to lower their stance and let them get close to them. "Everyone in the world is eager to attend," Shimin Wuya said. Suddenly, a melodious and deafening whistling sound came from not far behind. Even though it was very far away, the sound seemed to drill into one's ears. Hearing this whistling sound, Shimin Wuya's expression changed slightly. Then, he said indifferently, "Row the boat to the right and make way for them." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Cloud Sky City was famous all over the world. Along the way, countless ships, big and small, saluted and made way for them. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. But now, they actually made way for others. Who exactly was this person? "It's the people from the Xianxia sect," Shimin Wuya said indifferently. "The Xianxia sect of the 3 great sects in the world?" Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Wuya nodded. Yang Dingtian hurriedly looked behind him. Because of the direct sunlight, he couldn't see any ships on the sea. However, the whistling sound was still incessant. At the same time, a few dots appeared on the horizon in the distance. Those dots were getting closer and closer. Finally, Yang Dingtian could see clearly that they were three large snow-white birds. When they spread their wings, they were about 10 meters wide. There was a man in white riding on each of them. The three large birds flew closer and closer. Then, they passed over the heads of Yang Dingtian and the others. It was unknown whether these birds were eagles or rocks. In short, they were extremely handsome. The people on them were wearing snow-white clothes. They were arrogant and looked down at the ships on the sea as if they were ants. As expected of one of the three great sects in the world. This prestige and aura were simply unparalleled in the world. How impressive. Is the person on these large birds the master of the Xianxia sect? Yang Dingtian asked. Master? He's just a normal disciple who's leading the way. He rode a rock and warned all the ships in front not to block the Cloud Sky sect's path, Shimin Wuya said. This is too domineering, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, it is very overbearing. Shimin Wuya said with a cold sneer on his face. It wasn't just that domineering. Yang Dingtian found that all the ships on the sea not only moved aside, but also stopped and respectfully lined up on both sides as if they were waiting for the Black Sky sect's ship to be inspected. Even the ships that were about to dock immediately left the dock and lined up on both sides of the sea. The huge and busy dock was cleared as they waited for the Black Sky sect's ship to dock. Even the bustling and noisy sea instantly fell silent. After more than an hour, Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore from waiting, but the Black Sky sect's ship finally arrived. There were a total of 10 ships, each of them snow-white and magnificent. They stood out among all the other ships on the sea. Wherever the snow-white ships passed, all the ships lined up neatly and waved their flags in salute. However, the Black Sky sect's ships didn't return the salute. Every ship had a white-clothed disciple who coldly stared at the ships on both sides. Cloud Sky City's ship also sent people to wave their flags in salute, but they didn't let everyone line up on the deck. Suddenly, the white-clothed disciple on the bow of the Black Sky sect's ship coldly glared at them. Shimin Wuya looked away in disdain and even stopped waving his flag. Although the Cloud Sky City Lord was gentle and refined, he was unruly on the inside. When a Black Sky sect disciple saw Cloud Sky City's response, his face turned cold and he immediately went down to report. Shimin Wuya just smiled in disdain. Father, if we do this, I'm afraid the Black Sky sect will humiliate us even more at the banquet. Shimin Yan walked to his side and whispered. It's fine. It's not a big deal to be insulted, Shimin Wuya said coldly. Shimin Wuya said coldly, the Xiantian sect is domineering, but other than words, what can they do to me? Although his voice was flat, but it was domineering and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with reverence, and even Yang Dingtian couldn't help but secretly admire him. Shimin Wuya was cordial and respectful to the weak, and he wasn't afraid of the strong. This was the demeanor of a true expert. After more than an hour, the Black Heaven sect's fleet finally reached the shore. Only then did the other ships set sail. Child, we're about to part ways. In Yang Dingtian's cabin, Shimin Wuya said, once you enter the Yinyang school, we will be separated by 10,000 li. However, your talent is top-notch. I believe that it won't be long before I hear about your legend in Cloud Sky City. However, I still have to ask you one last question. Shimin Wuya said, I want to betroth Yan Yan to you and make you the next master of Cloud Sky City. Are you willing? Bang. Outside the door, something seemed to fall to the ground. Shimin Wuya ignored it and continued, I will do my best to nurture you. I'll say the same thing again. What the Yinyang school can give you, I can give you. Father, I don't want. Shimin Yanyan's frightened and angry voice came from outside. Then, with a burst of fragrance, a fiery red figure rushed in. Get out. Shimin Wuya suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a strong force pushed Shimin Yanyan's delicate body a few meters away, and then the cabin door closed. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian expectantly, waiting for his final answer. Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. It wasn't that he didn't know what to choose, he had already made his decision. However, facing Shimin Wuya's expectant gaze, he really couldn't refuse. He really admired Shimin Wuya. Shimin Yanyan was really attractive. Even her personality was very similar to Yang Dingtian's girlfriend on Earth. They were both as wild as fire, but Li Bihan was more mature and bold, while Shimin Wuya was pure. I'm sorry, City Lord Shimin. I can't agree. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply. Humph. Suddenly, Shimin Yanyan's disdainful and angry snort came from outside. Sigh. Shimin Wuya sighed softly and said, I knew this would be the answer, but I still can't accept it. Then, Shimin Wuya reached out and patted Yang Dingtian's head. Good child, I believe that you will be able to shine in the Yinyang school. In the future, when you meet me, you have to be merciful. Yang Dingtian was immediately embarrassed. You are so powerful. How can I be your opponent? Besides, I respect you so much. How can I attack you? Haha. Who knows what will happen in the future? Shimin Wuya said. Child, I don't want to pry into your privacy, but I think that other than entering the Yinyang school, you have other important things to do. However, the Yinyang school will probably be very busy for a long time. You probably won't be able to see the important people of the Yinyang school, and you won't even be able to enter the Yinyang school. Shimin Wuya said, then, do you have any plans for your next step? Although Yang Dingtian actually had some plans in his heart, he still shook his head. Besides, he really didn't have any plans. Originally, his plan was very simple. He just wanted to go directly to the Yinyang school's mistress and give her the flame ornament. However, now that he thought about it, he was too naive. With just him, Yang Dingtian couldn't even enter the Yinyang school, let alone see his mistress. He couldn't just show the flame ornament to any random disciple of the Yinyang school and say that it was a love token from the Yinyang school's headmaster to his mistress. I am the direct disciple of your headmaster, and your future headmaster. Hurry up and let me in. If that happened, Yang Dingtian would definitely be beaten half to death. Besides, his master, Dongfang Minmi, had said that he couldn't let anyone know his identity except for his mistress and junior sister. More importantly, his master's information was now completely confidential. Yang Dingtian couldn't tell anyone except for his mistress. However, I do have something important to do. I need to enter the Yinyang school as soon as possible, and I need to see the more important people of the Yinyang school, Yang Dingtian said while maintaining a sense of propriety. If you go in like this, you definitely won't be able to enter the Yinyang school, let alone see the important people, Shimin Wuya said. Originally, I could bring you in, but as you can see, our Cloud Sky City's status is awkward and special. You will be staying at the Yinyang school in the future. If I bring you in, not only will it not benefit you, but it will also harm you. I've thought about it. The only thing you can do is to go to the Yinyang school's main entrance and present your gift as a wandering warrior. However, there will be at least 70 to 80,000 people who will present their gifts. Therefore, your gift might be thrown aside after 4 hours and no one will care about it. Therefore, you must present a very important gift. This way, you will be able to attract the attention of the important people of the Yinyang school. Then, Shimin Wuya took out a fiery red jade pendant and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This is the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant. This item is very famous. It was worn by the third headmaster of the Yinyang school. Later, it was lost. The Yinyang school once announced to the world that as long as anyone presents this Li Fire 9 Rings pendant, the Yinyang school will agree to almost any request. It doesn't matter what kind of weapons, ammunition, treasures, or even if you want to join the Yinyang school. Therefore, as long as you take this Li Fire 9 Rings pendant, even the headmaster of the Yinyang school will personally receive you. After all, this is his ancestor's item, Shimin Wuya said. Shimin Wuya said. He instinctively rubbed the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant again and placed it in Yang Dingtian's hand. You can't give it to him. Father, this is your most beloved item. You have been wearing it for dozens of years. Yan Yan rushed in again. Get out. Shimin Wuya flung his sleeve and directly pushed Yan Yan's delicate body out. City Lord Shimin, this item is too precious. I can't accept it. Yang Dingtian hurriedly returned the fiery jade pendant to Shimin Wuya. Take it. This item is just a toy. Playing around with it will dampen one's spirit. There is no benefit in keeping it. It can be used as a stepping stone for you. Shimin Wuya said. Yang Dingtian still didn't dare to accept it. Shimin Wuya's eyebrows suddenly rose. I told you to take it, so take it. Don't be stingy. It will make me look down on you. Thank you, City Lord Shimin. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Yang Dingtian could only accept the Li Fire 9 rings pendant. Then, he bowed deeply to Shimin Wuya again. With this item, he could indeed directly see his master's wife. Shimin Wuya waved his hand and took out a bag of gold coins. He handed it to Yang Dingtian. Take this money. It will more or less be useful. Yes. Yang Dingtian didn't argue and took the bag of gold coins. Okay, you can go up. There is already a small boat waiting for you on the sea. Shimin Wuya waved his hand. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He bowed deeply and then turned to leave. Wait. Shimin Wuya took out a thin book from his chest and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This is the Yang Life Art. I wrote it based on my understanding of the past city lords of Cloud Sky City. It is not some high-level martial arts manual. It is the most basic breathing method. It is one level higher than the heaven and earth art. When you practice qi, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Furthermore, it will not hinder you from practicing the martial arts of the Yin Yang school. Yang Dingtian's hands were trembling as he received the thin book. Although the book was very light, it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. He had rejected Shimin Wuya's good intentions twice, but he was still so kind and generous. Such deep friendship made Yang Dingtian's eyes fill with tears. I can't thank you enough. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again. Then, he turned, opened the door, and walked out. Outside, the incomparably beautiful Shimin Yanyan stood outside the door. She stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Looking at the item in his hand, she coldly snorted. You are so thick-skinned. You really accepted everything my father gave you. Yang Dingtian didn't get angry at all. He nodded and smiled at her. Miss Shimin, take care. Yang Dingtian wasn't angry at all. He nodded and smiled at her. Miss Shimin, take care. Go, go. I won't feel comfortable if you stay here for even a moment longer, and you're still sleeping in my room. After you leave, I'll burn all the blankets and pillows inside. Shimin Yanyan immediately turned around and ignored him. She gritted her teeth and said. Yang Dingtian finally knew why she was standing outside. He had been sleeping in Shimin Yanyan's room all along. No wonder there was an intoxicating fragrance. However, this girl was full of wildness. Therefore, her room wasn't like other girls' rooms. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of books and weapons. However, every corner of the room was clean and fragrant. Even the pages of the books had an enchanting fragrance. After Yang Dingtian left, she couldn't wait to clean up the room. Miss Shimin, we'll meet again someday. Yang Dingtian said. We won't meet again. Scram as far as you can. It's best if you don't let me see you again for the rest of my life. Shimin Yanyan said angrily. Yang Dingtian smiled again and left. He went to the deck and left on a small boat. Yang Dingtian walked through the streets of the Eastern Cloud State. The Eastern Cloud State was the largest city in the Eastern continent. It had a population of several 100,000. The entire city was very prosperous. The architectural style was similar to that of ancient China. However, it also had the architectural style of the Western world. It was magnificent. About half of the houses were made of wood and the other half were made of stone. In the city, there were wineries, restaurants, weapon shops, blacksmiths, tailors, medicine shops, auction houses, brothels, and everything else. However, most of the shops were weapon shops, medicine shops, and brothels. Even the roads in the city were paved with bluestone slabs. They were more than 10 meters wide. The houses on both sides of the streets were arranged in rows. Because of the Yin Yang school's decennial ceremony, the Eastern Cloud State was suddenly filled with countless people. The streets were bustling with activity. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to tour this beautiful city. He directly went to the Yin Yang school. Yin Yang school was located in vast immeasurable mountain, which was about 100 miles away from Yunzhou city. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to hire a separate carriage, but there were too many people going to the Yin Yang school, so he had no choice but to squeeze into a large carriage with the others. There were 7 other people in the car with Yang Dingtian. The car wasn't big, so it was already crowded with 7 people. When Yang Dingtian got in, it was even more crowded. Yang Dingtian got on the car and looked around. The 2 rows of wooden seats were almost full. There were 5 young sword-wielding rangers in gorgeous clothes. It was an old man dressed in coarse clothing. He was short and sturdy, and his skin was dark. He looked like an old farmer, but he also carried a sword. There was also another person, the only girl in the car. She was dressed in a red robe. Her clothes were not brocade or satin, but were made of ordinary fine cloth. However, her appearance was beautiful and moving. Her healthy, wheat-like skin tone and her voluptuous figure made the red robe look tight. Although she wasn't as gorgeous as Yan Yan Shimin, she was still youthful and attractive. Originally, the 5 rangers were staring at the girl in red with fiery eyes. She didn't act rashly. She only frowned and avoided the rangers' impolite gazes. When Yang Dingtian got on the car, everyone in the car immediately looked at him. He was handsome, and the robe he was wearing was given to him by Shimin Wuya. Therefore, the 5 rangers didn't dare to look down on him. However, when they thought about how ordinary disciples of large sects wouldn't sit in a large carriage, they showed disdain and continued to look at the girl in red. After the girl in red glanced at Yang Dingtian, she lowered her head and remained silent. As for the middle-aged man who looked like an old farmer, he gave Yang Dingtian a simple and honest smile. Yang Dingtian returned the smile. "Daughter, make some space for this young master," the coarse-clothed old man said to the girl in red. The beautiful girl moved her body and made some space. She looked at Yang Dingtian with some caution. "Thank you." Yang Dingtian smiled at her and then sat down in a small corner of the wooden bench. He tried his best not to touch the girl in red. The girl in red blushed slightly. She smiled at Yang Dingtian in embarrassment and said, "You're welcome. It's already so crowded, and you still want to squeeze in another person." One of the rangers was a little jealous of Yang Dingtian sitting next to the girl. He muttered unhappily and then shouted at the coachman, "There are already 8 of you, and you still don't want to leave? Do you want money but don't want shame? Let's go, let's go," the coachman said and then shouted. The 2 big horses immediately broke into a gallop and pulled the carriage towards the Yinyang school on vast immeasurable mountain. "Brother, which sect are you from? Which clan are you from?" Suddenly, the ranger in the most extravagant outfit asked Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, "I don't belong to any sect, just a small family." He didn't expect that this would reduce the hostility on the gorgeous ranger's face. He said indifferently, "I'm from the Northwest Qin family. I came with my elders to see the world. I don't want to be restrained, so when I arrived at Yunzhou City, I didn't want to follow my elders. It's more comfortable to be alone." The famous sects in the world were the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. The Northwest Qin family was one of the 9 clans. Yang Dingtian said, "So you're a disciple of a famous sect. Sorry for the disrespect." The gorgeous ranger had a smug look on his face. He waved his hand and said, "I don't like this kind of pretense. Elders have the prestige of elders. I've always liked to rely on myself." Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Qin is indeed extraordinary." The gorgeous ranger became even more delighted and looked at Yang Dingtian more warmly. He had already bragged a few times when he got on the carriage, but the others didn't respond. Only Yang Dingtian responded. Immediately, he had a good impression of Yang Dingtian and his hostility towards him for sitting so close to a beautiful woman was reduced. Yinyang School, the world's #1 holy land of martial arts. The centennial ceremony, the world's grand ceremony. The gorgeous ranger said, "Brother, do you know what's the highlight of this grand ceremony?" Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "I'd like to ask." The first highlight is, of course, Dongfang Bingling, the world's #1 beauty. Our Northwest Qin family has a close relationship with the Yinyang school. Of course, I've seen her before. But no one in the world has the fortune to see her. This time, you're lucky to see a fairy who fell from the sky. Brother, that kind of beauty, that kind of nobility, that kind of otherworldly beauty, I really can't use any words to describe it. As long as people in the world see her, I guarantee that they'll never forget her for the rest of their lives. It's like being struck by lightning. But I guarantee that you won't have any blasphemous thoughts, because she's completely a celestial being from the heavens. You can only worship her, not fantasize about her. Brother, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. 2 years ago, I followed my elders to visit the masters of the Yinyang school. I only took one look at Miss Dongfang and was stunned for 4 hours. When I woke up, it was as if my entire mind was cleansed by holy water. I actually broke through 2 levels in my cultivation, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, is she really that beautiful? Of course, I don't know how to speak. Words can only describe 1/10,000th of Miss Dongfang's beauty. The gorgeous ranger said, I really hate my clumsy words. I can't use more clever words to describe her beauty. Brother, let's make a simple comparison. Look at the girl sitting next to you, don't you think she's beautiful? Although the girl in red had her head down, she was always concerned about the appearance of the other girls. So, she secretly pricked up her little ears to listen. When she saw the gorgeous ranger drag the conversation to her, she suddenly blushed and her expression became unnatural. Yang Dingtian looked at the girl in red and said seriously, she's naturally carved. Very beautiful. Hearing Yang Dingtian's praise, the girl in red couldn't help but glance at Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful face blushed and she quickly lowered her head. The gorgeous ranger said, that's because you haven't seen Dongfang Bingling yet. If you've seen Miss Dongfang, this girl in front of you will be like dust. In the past, I was also a dissolute person and attracted a lot of beauties. But after seeing Miss Dongfang, seeing other beauties tasted like chewing wax. Now, I don't touch any woman at all. I'm as pure as a saint and I'm full of admiration and worship for Miss Dongfang. So, I'll probably be alone for the rest of my life. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The ranger's eyes were like all staring at the girl in red, full of desire. But he said that he was as pure as a saint. It was really funny. Besides, this girl's clothes weren't gorgeous and her skin wasn't white enough. But she was still a very rare beauty. In modern times, she would definitely be on the cover of all the major fashion magazines. However, when the girl in red heard the gorgeous ranger's words, her eyes suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth to say something but couldn't. Suddenly, tears almost fell down. Yang Dingtian was very protective of girls. He couldn't bear to see the girl in tears. He quickly said, Brother Qin, you're wrong. Dongfang Bingling is like a fairy. She's unattainable and naturally has her beauty. But the girl beside me is pure and romantic. She also has her own beauty. Of course, the precious flowers raised in expensive pots are gorgeous. But standing in the wilderness, the flowers and the mountains are nourished by heaven and earth. They're just as precious and beautiful. They just don't have expensive pots. When the young lady heard Yang Dingtian's words, she immediately forgot about her sadness. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed, just like the red clothes she was wearing. Her big eyes were as intoxicated as if she was drunk. She couldn't help but boldly and shyly look at Yang Dingtian, as if she wanted to remember his face. The gorgeous ranger saw the girl's expression and suddenly felt bad. This guy in front of him was actually an expert in this field. He actually stepped on his shoulder to pick up girls and made the girl's heart fall for him. However, it was too late to change his strategy now. So, he could only pretend to be disdainful and said angrily, then you really haven't seen the world. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see Miss Dongfang. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, what about other grand events? Yang Dingtian smiled and asked, what about the other grand events? The gorgeous ranger saw that Yang Dingtian had taken the initiative to ask, so he quickly calmed himself down and said, the second event is also something that the whole world cares about. That is Dongfang Minmi sect leader. Speaking up to this point, the gorgeous ranger bowed towards the east, full of admiration and respect for Dongfang Minmi. Has Dongfang Minmi sect leader ended his 10 years of secluded cultivation? Will he come out so that the whole world can admire him? Suddenly, the gorgeous ranger was full of fascination as he said, 10 years ago, sect leader Dongfang was already number 1 in the world, unparalleled in the world, but he still went into secluded cultivation. When he comes out, he will really break through the void and ascend to immortality. Not only will he be the number 1 expert in the world, but he will also be the #1 expert in history. Although this ranger loved to brag, Yang Dingtian could hear that his admiration and respect for Dongfang Minmi was completely genuine. When he mentioned Dongfang Minmi, everyone in the carriage held their breaths. Then what about the third event? Yang Dingtian asked. The third event is, of course, the battle between Cloud Sky City's lord and Yinyang School's lord, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian said in shock, Shimen City's lord is going to fight at Yinyang School? Look at how vulgar you are saying it. Fight. The gorgeous ranger rolled his eyes at Yang Dingtian. You also know Shimen Wuya of Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian said, I know a little. It's normal that you know. Shimen City's lord, a master of the world, is famous. The gorgeous ranger said, but the relationship between Cloud Sky City and Yinyang School is not something that you rangers with no background can know. 400 years ago, Yinyang School produced two peerless geniuses, Yang Yunxiao and Leng Wuyan. Yang Yunxiao was as violent as fire, while Leng Wuyan was as cold as ice. One yin and one yang, they were invincible. Neither of them is willing to submit to the other. Both of them want to inherit the position of sect leader. After his master died, the two of them started fighting. Yang Yunxiao lost by half a move, but he was unwilling to stay in Yinyang School under Leng Wuyan. Hence, he left the Yinyang School and founded Cloud Sky City under his own name. He declared that he was the rightful heir of the Yinyang School and that he would one day replace the Yinyang School. In just 10 short years, Cloud Sky City has become incomparably powerful, suppressing the other two sections. However, because it was founded by a traitor from Yinyang School, although it was powerful, it wasn't part of the world's famous sections. It wasn't respected by the world and was instead despised by the world. Every 10 years, Yang Yunxiao would challenge the Yinyang School. Every time, he would lose by half a move. After being defeated for the third time, he was enraged. He forcefully cleansed his marrow and meridians, causing his entire body to explode. Just like that, an ambitious and ruthless character of a generation passed away prematurely. After Yang Yunxiao's death, Cloud Sky City became worse with each generation. However, every 10 years, the Lord of Cloud Sky City would pay his respects to the Yinyang School and challenge the Yinyang School to regain their rightful position. At first, it was still worth watching. Later, Cloud Sky City became weaker and weaker while the Yinyang School became stronger. After a few decades, the Lord of Cloud Sky City couldn't even defeat the third generation of Yinyang School disciples and became the laughingstock of the world. Later on, every time the sect leaders went to the Yinyang School, they would sell themselves to the Yinyang School and acknowledge their ancestors. They were even willing to become a branch of the Yinyang School. They didn't want to be a lonely ghost anymore. The Yinyang School is so proud. Even if the Lord of Cloud Sky City knelt down and surrendered, he would only be humiliating himself. Therefore, every 10 years, on the day of the Yinyang School's grand ceremony, the Lord of Cloud Sky City would be humiliated. The gorgeous ranger laughed disdainfully. Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered what Shimen Wuya said. He said that the Yinyang School was just a routine once every 10 years and that he would be humiliated every time. At that time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel it. Now that he thought about it, he felt sad for Shimen Wuya. However, 20 years ago, the previous Lord of Cloud Sky City, Yang Lai, made a decision that completely changed the fate of Cloud Sky City. He decided not to let his own son inherit the position of Lord of Cloud Sky City. Instead, he stood his ground and let his son-in-law, Shimen Wuya, become the new Lord of Cloud Sky City. The gorgeous ranger said, "Son-in-law, only the most useless person would become someone else's son-in-law." However, it was also Yang Lai's wise decision that allowed Cloud Sky City to regain its glory and become famous again. Shimen Wuya was a peerless genius. At the age of 40, he became the strongest person in the universe. He beat up the enemies who bullied Cloud Sky City until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. He beat up all the martial arts sects within 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City. In just 10 years, he turned Cloud Sky City into an overlord that no one dared to bully or provoke. In his life, Shimen Wuya was almost invincible. He was a genius that only appears once every 100 years. If this continued, sooner or later, he would have defeated the Yinyang School's lord and taken back the Yinyang School's lord position that had been lost for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad. He met the once-in-a-thousand-years Grandmaster, Dongfang Minmi. 10 years ago, Lord of Cloud Sky City, Shiman Wuya, went to Yinyang School to challenge Dongfang Minmi. He lost by a single move. After Shiman Wuya was defeated, he returned to Cloud Sky City and trained hard day and night. His cultivation reached a new level. Yinyang School's lord, Dongfang Minmi, went into seclusion for 10 years. Therefore, this battle will definitely be a battle of the pinnacle. It will attract the attention of the world. The gorgeous ranger sighed. Everyone in the carriage was completely fascinated by the battle. They were full of anticipation for this earth-shattering battle. Only Yang Dingtian knew that this battle would never happen again. Dongfang Minmi, his master, had been completely annihilated. He didn't expect that the two peerless grandmasters in the world would be the two people closest to him in this world. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For a moment, the carriage was silent. Everyone was immersed in the fascination of the two grandmasters. The girl in red beside him couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yang Dingtian. She suddenly whispered, "Sit closer. It's too uncomfortable." Okay. Yang Dingtian smiled and immediately sat closer to the girl in red. However, he still didn't touch her body. The girl gently twisted her body to make room for Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, she touched Yang Dingtian's body. Immediately, her delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. In an instant, even her earlobes turned red. Yang Dingtian only felt embarrassed. For a moment, his face and ears also turned red. He didn't know what to say. The gorgeous ranger saw this and became even more jealous. He immediately said to the old man, "Old man, your daughter wants a man. I'm afraid you'll have another son-in-law." The girl in red was embarrassed and angry. She raised her head and said, You're talking nonsense." Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. "Brother Qin, I respect you as a disciple of a famous sect, so I'm being respectful. It's fine if your joke involves me, but don't involve this girl. I'm a rough man and don't care about my reputation. However, this girl's reputation can't be tarnished. As a disciple of a famous sect, you're broad-minded. So, please apologize to this girl." The gorgeous ranger was suppressed by Yang Dingtian's words. He wanted to get angry but was too embarrassed. Yang Dingtian kept calling him a disciple of a famous sect. He immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have made such a joke." Yang Dingtian suddenly said half seriously and half jokingly, "Brother Qin, you're really a disciple of a famous sect. You're open-minded and open-minded." The girl in red's beautiful eyes were like water. She shyly looked at Yang Dingtian and said in a soft voice, "Thank you." The old man didn't get angry at all. He just smiled and said, it's nothing. I'm just a rough girl in the countryside. I've made a fool of myself." Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the carriage, Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Qin, what else do you have to tell us? Let's broaden our horizons." After hearing this, the gorgeous ranger hesitated for a while. Then, with a mysterious look on his face, he said, "What I'm going to say next is not a big thing. It's a secret. However, I really can't say it. It's too secretive. I can't say it. While saying that he couldn't say it, he stared at Yang Dingtian and the others. He was waiting for Yang Dingtian to ask for help. Yang Dingtian said, "Since you can't say it, I can't make things difficult for Brother Qin." Suddenly, the gorgeous ranger felt extremely uncomfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but say with a strange smile, "I'll say it. You must not say it out loud. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. It's about Miss Dongfang's marriage." Yang Dingtian's face suddenly changed. Was Dongfang Bingling going to be engaged? Is Dongfang Bingling going to be engaged to a man? Yang Dingtian asked. No. The gorgeous ranger shook his head. Then, he looked around as if the walls had ears. Then, he whispered, "This time, the leader of the mysterious sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu, brought his son, Zhu Hongxue, to Yinyang School. On the surface, it's to attend the ceremony, but in reality, it's to ask for a marriage. The mysterious sky sect wants to have a marriage alliance with the Yinyang School." Yang Dingtian's forehead muscles twitched. He asked, what about Zhu Hongxue? The gorgeous ranger was full of jealousy and disappointment. He said with some admiration, the world's #1 youth expert, the world's #1 handsome man, the world's #1 heir. What else do you want? Yang Dingtian remembered the prestige of the mysterious sky sect on the sea. According to the ranger, Dongfeng Bingling was the world's #1 beauty and Zhu Hongxue was the world's #1 handsome man. Moreover, both of them were heirs of famous families. It seemed like a match made in heaven. However, it won't be easy for Zhu Hongxue to get her. The gorgeous ranger said, Yinyang School's disciple, Ling Ao, is also infatuated with Miss Dongfeng. In terms of background, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. His ancestors were all Yinyang School's leaders. He's the 19th generation great-grandson of Leng Wuyan. In terms of looks, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. In terms of cultivation, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. He's the Yinyang School's next leader. Moreover, he and Miss Dongfeng are childhood sweethearts. It can be said that he's more competitive than Zhu Hongxue. Therefore, it won't be easy for Zhu Hongxue to win the girl's heart, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian felt uncomfortable, but he nodded. However, he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. The gorgeous ranger was still bragging about how many people he knew from Yinyang School. He even called Ling Ao Sr. and how much the Northwest Qin family valued him. Yang Dingtian only listened politely and didn't pay attention. The carriage traveled for 2 hours. Stop the carriage, stop the carriage. The gorgeous ranger suddenly shouted. Then, he turned to Yang Dingtian and said, Brother, you and I hit it off. If you have any trouble, you must come to the Northwest Qin family to find me. Then, he hurriedly got off the carriage. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. We're already at Yinyang School? Not yet. The girl in red replied in a low voice. Then why did he get off the bus? Yang Dingtian asked. When we arrived at the Yinyang School, there were a lot of people. He felt embarrassed to be seen getting off the bus, so he got off early, one of the paladins said. Yang Dingtian said, that's normal. After all, he's from the Northwest Qin family. He can't lose face for his family. My ass. Descendants of famous families. One of the paladins laughed disdainfully. He's just the son of a servant of the Northwest Qin family. He doesn't even deserve a surname. How dare he call himself Qin Huayu? Who doesn't know that he's a braggart among the wandering warriors? Who would take a bus from a famous family? Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. No wonder Qin Huayu didn't say his name. This person loved to brag, but he didn't seem like a bad person. There must be a lot of bitterness behind his smiling face. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sympathized with him, but there was no sneer on his face. After a while, the remaining 4 paladins got off the bus. Of course, they hadn't arrived at the Yinyang School yet. They also got off the bus in advance to save face. Suddenly, only the old man, the girl in red, and Yang Dingtian were left on the bus. After these people got off, the girl in red, who was a little restrained, let out a long sigh of relief. Her posture relaxed a lot, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian boldly. On her beautiful face, her eyes looked very lively. At this time, Yang Dingtian realized that the girl's big eyes were not only shy, but also had a trace of wildness. It wasn't like the wildness of Shimin Yin Yin, but the boldness of a wild girl in the countryside when she let go of her restraints. Those people's eyes are so annoying. If they were in my house, I would have dug out their eyes, the girl in red said. Everyone loves beauty. They're not bad people. Yang Dingtian said, they just look at you like that because you're beautiful. The girl in red blushed slightly and said, you don't look at me like that. Yang Dingtian, I wanted to, but I'm sorry. The red-clothed girl blushed, and her wild eyes became even bolder. She no longer had any scruples with her father by her side. Yang Dingtian quickly changed the topic and said, they are all quite powerful. If you want to dig out their eyes, can you beat them? They're all idiots. They can't beat me, the girl in red said proudly. Her cherry lips curled up slightly. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in surprise and admiration, you're that powerful? The red-clothed girl said embarrassedly, it's not that powerful, but it's not bad. It depends on who it's compared to. By the way, don't believe what that Qin guy said just now. He loves to brag, the girl in red said. Yang Dingtian, then was what he said false? The red-clothed girl said, that's true. It's just that he likes to put on airs. Moreover, the things he said are things that everyone knows, but he makes it sound like it's a very high-level secret. What's your name? The red-clothed girl asked boldly. I'm Yang Dingtian. The red-clothed girl blushed slightly and said, why do you have such a name? It seemed that she was not completely ignorant. I'm Shui Hongxiao, the red-clothed girl said. My father's name is Li Guinong. I take my mother's surname. When the old man beside them heard his daughter mention her father's name so eagerly, he could not help but smile helplessly and lovingly. Yang Dingtian, your name is really nice. You've never heard of my father's name? Shui Hongxiao was puzzled. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Is this farmer-like old man famous? He immediately shook his head and said, I'm ignorant. I just came from a place with no one around. It's my first time hearing Zhu Qingzhu's name. Shui Hongxiao said, that's nothing. My father is quite famous, but he's not very famous. He's famous in a very poor way. After saying that, Shui Hongxiao looked a little worried. What are you doing at the Yinyang school? Shui Hongxiao asked. Yang Dingtian, I'm here to deliver something. Deliver a gift? We're also here to deliver a gift. We traveled thousands of miles just to deliver a gift, and we even sold a lot of our fields to pay for the gift and travel expenses. The Yinyang school is very arrogant, so how could they possibly be interested in our gift? Shui Hongxiao said in annoyance, however, I'm just going out to play. I've never left home since I was young. After that, Shui Hongxiao continued to talk to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian gradually understood that the father and daughter were from the Wooden Sword Castle in the Pingliang Prefecture, and that Li Guinong was the castle master. Moreover, what surprised Yang Dingtian was that the Wooden Sword Castle was also one of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. It was actually one of the most famous sects in the world. However, its glory was in the past, and now it was so poor that it was about to be removed from the list. This time, they traveled thousands of miles to deliver a gift in hopes that the Yinyang school would speak up so that the Wooden Sword Castle would not be removed from the list. The more they chatted, the more Yang Dingtian understood that even though Shui Hongxiao was a girl from the mountains, she was actually very intelligent, naive, and bold. Time passed quickly as they chatted along the way. After half an hour, they arrived at the Yinyang school. Yang Dingtian alighted from the car and bowed to Li Guinong and his daughter. Castle Master Li, Miss Shui, farewell. I wish you all the best. He had already decided that after entering the Yinyang school, he would put in a good word for the Wooden Sword Castle in front of his master's wife so that they would not lose the reputation that their ancestors had earned. Li Guinong returned the greeting and said, I wish young Master Yang a bright future. Shui Hongxiao was a little reluctant and said softly, when you're free in the future, you must come to the Wooden Sword Castle to play. Definitely. Yang Dingtian smiled and turned to leave. Shui Hongxiao stood at the same spot and was unwilling to leave even when she couldn't see Yang Dingtian's back. Her father, Li Guinong, smiled and said, Daughter, you have good taste. It's a pity that he's ambitious and won't take a liking to us. Shui Hongxiao blushed and glared at her father. Father, what are you talking about? Who likes him? The Yinyang school was located at the mountainside of the immeasurable mountain. After alighting from the carriage at the foot of the mountain, they still had to travel dozens of miles to reach the Yinyang school's mountain gate. According to Yang Dingtian's calculations, this place was already more than 3,000 meters above sea level. The eastern cloud state wasn't too cold. The foot of the mountain was warm, but the mountainside was already covered in snow. The immeasurable mountain was very big. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside was only 3,000 meters above sea level. However, the green flagstone road circled around the mountain and extended for dozens of miles. Along the way, there were countless people traveling together. Most of them were wanderers who didn't belong to any sect, or disciples of small sects and clans. They were only qualified to deliver gifts at the mountainside's gate. Standing at the Yinyang school's gate, Yang Dingtian was shocked once again. The snake-like flagstone road circled around the mountain came to an end, and the Yinyang School's mountain gate was right in front of him. The mountain gate was actually a crack that was more than 10 meters wide in the middle of a huge stone wall. The stone walls on both sides were at least 40 to 50 meters tall. Standing under this huge mountain gate, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably small. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that this crack that was more than 10 meters wide, 40 to 50 meters tall, and 100 meters deep was actually carved out by a living person. This was because there were still sword and saber imprints on it. In front of the mountain gate was an extremely huge stone quarry. At this moment, there were hundreds of tables set up. The tables were filled with people eating and drinking. After a wave of people left, they would immediately replace the dishes on the tables, and a new wave of people would continue to sit at the tables. In front of the mountain gate, there were 9 long lines. Everyone was holding a variety of gifts in their hands. These people were all idlers with no status. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Yinyang School. They could only deliver gifts at the gate, eat at the big stone quarry, and then hurry down the mountain. What kind of cold treatment was this? But countless people still rushed forward. With a sigh, Yang Dingtian found a relatively short line and stood at the end, waiting to present his gift. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Yang Dingtian's turn to present his gift. He took out the Li Fire 9 rings pendant from his bosom. This was given to him by Yang Dingtian so that he could enter the Yinyang School and meet his master's wife. This Li Fire 9 rings pendant was incomparably precious. It was definitely the only one of its kind today. The person receiving the gift was actually not a disciple of the Yinyang School, but an ordinary errand boy. After receiving the gift, he expressionlessly asked, "Name, sect, and what gift?" Yang Dingtian, "No sect, no sect." Li Fire 9 rings pendant, Yang Dingtian replied. The errand boy's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Yang Dingtian. Then, he coldly said, "Li Fire 9 rings pendant? Take him away, whip him 30 times, and chase him down the mountain. Announce that no sect in the world is allowed to accept this person." Immediately after, 4 burly martial artists rushed forward, wanting to take Yang Dingtian away. Yang Dingtian didn't understand. He angrily said, "What is the meaning of this? Is this how you treat people who give gifts?" The errand boy coldly said, "Even if you gave us a goose feather, we would still treat you to a banquet. But if you deceive us, you are disregarding our Yinyang School. Whipping and banning us is already a light punishment." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did I deceive you?" The errand boy said, "Today, you are the 99th person who has given away a Li Fire 9 rings pendant." Then, he opened a box beside him. It was filled with Li Fire 9 rings pendants. They looked exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian had given away. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Yinyang School was painstakingly searching for a Li Fire 9 rings pendant. Everyone knew that, so some wanderers who wanted to take advantage of the situation offered up fake ones. As a result, Yang Dingtian was implicated. "Mine is real," Yang Dingtian said. 55 people said so. The errand boy expressionlessly said, "Take him away and whip him." Immediately, the 4 martial artists grabbed Yang Dingtian's arms and slammed him to the ground. "Impudent, who dares?" Yang Dingtian was furious. He was about to attack. "Wait." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Then, a snow-white figure floated in front of them like the wind. Immediately, everyone bowed in respect. This person was a true disciple of the Yinyang School. The Yinyang School disciple picked up the Li Fire 9 rings pendant that Yang Dingtian had given him and looked at it in the sunlight. His expression suddenly changed. Unfilial disciple Shimen Wuya greets sect mistress. His address was very strange. He didn't call himself the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, but unfilial disciple. "Senior brother Shimen, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. I've missed you. Have you been well?" Master's wife's tone was very gentle and even a little intimate. She even called Shimen Wuya senior brother. "I've been well. I was delayed by some trivial matters on the way, so I couldn't come up until today," Shimen Wuya said. "Yan Yan greets Aunt Dongfang and your senior sister Dongfang." Yan Yan Shimen's tone was a little unfriendly. She unwillingly bowed and said, "Greetings Aunt Dongfang and senior sister Dongfang." Master's wife seemed to have helped Yan Yan Shimin up. She gently praised, Yan Yan is really beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. She's not as beautiful as senior sister Dongfang. People call her a fairy, Shimin Yan Yan said. Dongfang Bingling didn't care about Shimin Yan Yan's words. She stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Martial Uncle Shimin. You're welcome, Shimin Wuya said. His attitude towards Dongfang Bingling surprised Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian thought that Shimin Wuya would also praise Dongfang Bingling, or even say that his daughter was far inferior to Dongfang Bingling. Who knew that Shimin Wuya didn't say anything at all? He just simply said that there was no need to be polite. Then, Shimin Wuya said, has sect mistress Dongfang come out? Master's wife said, not yet. Shimin Wuya said, then when will sect mistress come out? Before Master's wife said anything, Dongfang Bingling said, Father will only come out when he feels satisfied. As for the specific month and date, I really don't know. However, my Yinyang school can still accept the challenge, and the elders can accept it, Dongfang Bingling said, we can also let the younger generation fight. If necessary, I can also fight. At this time, Yang Dingtian could feel Dongfang Bingling's aggressiveness even in the back room. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Shimin Yan Yan coldly snorted. There's no need. Among the younger generation of Cloud Sky City, no one is a match for you, Dongfang Bingling, Shimin Wuya said. Since the sect leader hasn't come out, then let's forget about this battle. Just like 10 years ago, I will announce to the public that I have already fought with sect master Dongfang, and I still lost. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. 10 years ago, when Shimin Wuya was defeated by Dongfang Minmi, it turned out to be fake. They had never fought. Many thanks. Uncle Shimin, we will remember this favor. Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Shimin Wuya said, it's not a favor. More than 10 years ago, I was no match for Headmaster Dongfang. Now, I'm even less of a match for him. Then, both sides fell silent, and no one said a word. Yang Dingtian, who was behind them, could also feel the special relationship between the two. It was a close yet cold relationship. On the way to the Yinyang school, Shimin Wuya was as gentle as water when facing Yang Dingtian, intimate and admiring. But the current Shimin Wuya was polite and full of arrogance. It was obvious that the gentle mistress wanted to break the awkward silence, but she wasn't good at polite conversation. So, after opening her mouth a few times, she couldn't find the words to say. In the end, it was Shimin Yan Yan who broke the silence. Dongfang Bingling, I heard that you're going to marry Zhu Hongxue. Even if he didn't see it, Yang Dingtian could imagine Shimin Yan Yan's beautiful little mouth flattening when she said this. It was as if these two most beautiful girls in the world were born to be enemies. What? Have you also become a blabbermouth? Dongfang Bingling retorted. After a moment of hesitation, Mistress said, Bing-er has an engagement arranged by her father. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Shimin Wuya smiled and said, is that so? Then I'm really curious about which young man can be chosen by the headmaster. Mistress smiled and said, you'll see soon. Then, both sides fell silent again. Shimin Wuya stood up and said, Madam Headmaster, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Mistress said, okay, we've already prepared a small courtyard for senior brother Shimin. Have a good rest. Then, Mistress and Dongfang Bingling sent Shimin Wuya out of the embroidery building. But when they came back, only Dongfang Bingling came back. She went straight to the back and said, my mother sent Lord Shimin to his residence. Senior brother, I'll take you to your residence. Yang Dingtian followed behind her. They left the embroidery building and walked out of Mistress's warm garden. Leaving the garden through the northern arch, the outside world returned to a world of ice and snow. The scenery here was completely different. There were no houses, only a steep mountain road. The trees on both sides were covered with ice and snow. The higher they went, the steeper the mountain road became. The higher they went, the more remote it became. There was not a single person in sight. It was a completely primitive barren mountain. Dongfang Bingling walked in front, and Yang Dingtian walked behind her. Every minute he spent with her, he could feel her amazing beauty more and more. Yang Dingtian could not imagine that a woman's back could be so moving. The two of them were silent. The mountain road was very steep. Dongfang Bingling was completely aware that her graceful back was completely exposed in front of Yang Dingtian. But she didn't seem to care. She didn't let Yang Dingtian walk in front of her, nor did she tell him not to look. After walking for more than an hour, they had already walked to the other side of the mountain. But Yang Dingtian didn't seem to feel tired at all. Time seemed to pass in a flash. It was as if he wished that this road would never end. However, Yang Dingtian was still a little confused. Why was his residence arranged in such a remote place instead of in the Yinyang school complex? They had arrived at their destination. It was the top of the mountain on the other side of the mountain. There was a piece of flat land here that had been forcefully split open. A stone house was located here. This is my father's residence. He often lives here. No one has been able to live here for more than 10 years, Dongfang Bingling said. Then, Dongfang Bingling pushed open the door. The inside of the house was very simple. The floor was covered with a thick carpet. There were no chairs, only a short square table in the middle. There were bookshelves all around the walls, full of books. There were candlesticks all around the house. Dongfang Bingling stepped forward to light the candlesticks and incense. Suddenly, the house was as warm as spring, and the fragrance filled the air. There is a natural hot spring behind the house. If senior brother wants to take a bath, you can go there. Dongfang Bingling said, do you need a maid? No, Yang Dingtian said. Well, then I will send someone to send clothes and food. Dongfang Bingling said, the books here are all father's. The disciples in the sect can't read them, but senior brother can read every book. Senior brother, is there anything else you need? I will send someone to arrange it. Dongfang Bingling said. No, you are already very considerate. Yang Dingtian said. Then senior brother, have a good rest. Dongfang Bingling said, I will send someone to send clothes and dinner in a while. I will be busy for the next 3 days, so I may not have time to talk to you. After 3 days, we will talk about business. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. Then I will leave first. Dongfang Bingling said, and then walked out of the stone house. Yang Dingtian sent her out. Goodbye, senior brother. Dongfang Bingling said. Then, with a light tap of her foot, a fragrant wind blew past, and her figure was already dozens of meters away. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, her beautiful figure disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight after a few ups and downs. Yang Dingtian was dumbfounded. It seemed like this junior sister of his was very strong. Just now, in order to take care of him, she actually accompanied him for more than an hour to come here. In fact, with her cultivation, she could have arrived in a few minutes. Looking at the direction where Dongfang Bingling disappeared, Yang Dingtian's eyes were a little blurred. Until now, it was like a dream. Such a beautiful girl, such a fairy-like girl, a girl with every inch of her body pure and flawless, actually became his fiancée. Yes, she was as cold as ice, but for Yang Dingtian, she had done her best to be gentle. Therefore, at this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was even filled with sweetness. Back in the stone house, Yang Dingtian picked up a book and read it under the candlelight. He tried very hard to read, but his spirit could not focus, because his whole body and mind were immersed in a figure. This was the most beautiful girl in the world, this was the most powerful girl in the world, this was the purest and noblest girl in the world, this was the fairy that all men in the world dreamed of, but she became his fiancée. Yang Dingtian had nothing in this world. Previously, his master, Dongfang Menmi, was the closest person to him. His master was gone, and perhaps now this girl was the most important person in this world. He did not know how much time had passed, but the sky was already dark, and Yang Dingtian still could not read a single word. Suddenly, a fragrant wind floated in. Yang Dingtian looked up and found that Dongfang Bingling had walked in, carrying a food box in her hand. Unexpectedly, she had personally delivered it, and not sent a maid to deliver it. She walked to the opposite side of Yang Dingtian and sat down, opened the food box, and placed the exquisite dishes on the table. They were still steaming hot. There was also a pot of wine, and a small wooden bucket filled with fragrant rice. I asked the kitchen to make it, I don't know if it suits your taste. Dongfang Bingling said. I will definitely like it. Yang Dingtian, it was indeed so. The beauty in front of him was already a feast for the eyes, even the worst food would be incomparably delicious. There were not many dishes, a total of 5, but each of them was very exquisite and pleasing to the eye. After Yang Dingtian ate, he found that these dishes were not only beautiful, they were even more delicious, and the wine was also good wine. Yang Dingtian happily ate the dishes and drank the wine, and Dongfang Bingling sat opposite him and watched. Junior sister, do you want to eat together? Yang Dingtian asked with anticipation and uneasiness. Okay. Dongfang Bingling said, then picked up a pair of jade chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable, and put it into her sparkling jade-like mouth. Do you drink? Yang Dingtian asked. Okay. Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, and then poured her a glass of wine. She gently took a sip and drank half the glass. Suddenly, a red glow appeared on her frosty cheeks, making her look even more delicate and beautiful. The two of them quietly ate. Of course, Yang Dingtian ate most of the time, and Dongfang Bingling only accompanied him to drink. Yang Dingtian finished all the food, and the two of them drank an entire pot of wine. This was a strong liquor, more than a caddy. Dongfang Bingling drank more than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was slightly drunk, but her face was a little bright red, and she was not drunk at all. Junior sister, do you drink often? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling nodded. This answer surprised Yang Dingtian. After drinking, the distance between Yang Dingtian's brain and mouth became a lot shorter. He immediately asked directly, why? There are too many things that make me unhappy, and too many things that make me worried. Dongfang Bingling said. She was a fairy admired by all. She was a princess in the hearts of all men. As long as she frowned slightly, countless people were willing to sacrifice their lives for her. How could she be unhappy? Of course, she was worried about her father, but it should not be to the extent of drinking to drown her worries. Senior brother will slowly find out. Dongfang Bingling finished the last glass of wine and smiled at Yang Dingtian. This was the only time Yang Dingtian saw her smile today. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to be filled with countless flowers blooming. I really hope that I can help you in the future. I can make you less worried, and make you happier. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. On Earth, he was a proud and reserved man who rarely took the initiative to pursue girls. That beautiful English teacher was the one who took the initiative to pursue him, but tonight, he couldn't help but say these words. Then, Yang Dingtian's heart beat a little faster, and he looked forward to Dongfang Bingling's answer. At this time, the worst answer would be indifference, and the normal answer would be thank you. If he was not surprised, her answer should be thank you. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes, then nodded and said, yes, I believe you. In an instant, endless sweetness filled his entire heart. After finishing the wine, Dongfang Bingling put away the bowls and chopsticks into the lunchbox. Then, she found the tea leaves and tea set behind the bookshelf. Senior brother, go get a pot of snow, the cleanest white snow. She handed the teapot to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and went outside. He filled a teapot with pure snow and then came in and handed it to Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling placed her small hand under the teapot. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed, and suddenly, a blue flame swayed out, making Yang Dingtian incomparably stunned. Junior sister, don't you have ice attribute Xian veins? How can you produce fire? Yang Dingtian was surprised. Shiman Wuya had a fiery nature, but he was able to summon ice and fire. However, he was a grandmaster. Could it be that his fiancée had already reached the grandmaster level at such a young age? It is difficult for fire attribute Xian veins to produce ice and fire. It is relatively easy for ice attribute Xian veins to produce fire. Dongfang Bingling said. Her tone was very dull, but it was enough to shock Yang Dingtian. The cultivation of this beautiful girl in front of him had reached an extremely astonishing realm. The fire boiled the snow water. Dongfang Bingling brewed 2 cups of tea. The fragrance immediately assailed his nose. Yang Dingtian drank it all. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Dongfang Bingling stood up, picked up a stack of clothes from the side, and said, "These are father's clothes. You have the same figure. Tomorrow, I will ask them to sew a new robe for senior brother. Senior brother, have a good rest. I will leave first." Dongfang Bingling turned and left. She was the princess of the Yinyang school. At this time, there were countless distinguished guests in the Yinyang school. However, she accompanied Yang Dingtian to eat. She personally brought him clothes and dinner, and made him tea. "I probably won't have time to see senior brother in these 3 days. I will come again in 3 days." After Dongfang Bingling left, Yang Dingtian found the warmth behind the house and took a comfortable bath. He was in a daze when he took a bath. He was in a daze when he changed his clothes. After changing his clothes, he was still in a daze when he returned to the house. Previously, when he read that men would become very strange when they fell in love, he scoffed at it. However, he believed it now. The tea was still there. This teapot should be a treasure. The water actually didn't cool down. He drank the tea while reading the book. However, he was always on the first page. He didn't lie down to sleep until it was late at night. The cup was very light and very soft. It was even softer than the legendary velvet. However, the fragrance still assailed his nostrils. At night, Yang Dingtian undoubtedly had a dream. In his dream, Dongfang Bingling appeared. However, when the dream was at its most beautiful, he actually woke up. In the dream, he was only an inch away from Dongfang Bingling's lips before he kissed her. Yang Dingtian was very annoyed that he woke up at the most crucial moment. He desperately wanted to go back to sleep and enter the dream again. However, he couldn't sleep. He could only get up. However, his body and mind were still incomparably sweet. Soon, someone brought him breakfast. However, it wasn't Dongfang Bingling. It was a beautiful maid in a blue dress. Normally, Yang Dingtian would notice her. He would even be stunned by her beauty. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian didn't even know what she looked like. This was because in his mind, there was the most beautiful face in the world. The faces of other women were overshadowed by her. At noon, it was still the same maid in red who brought him food. In the evening, Dongfang Bingling still didn't come. It was still the same maid in red who brought him dinner and a new set of robes. The next day, the 3 meals were still brought by the maid in red. On this day, the Yinyang school was very lively. Even though Yang Dingtian was in the remote back mountain, he could still hear the noise. Today was the most important day for the Yinyang school. There were at least tens of thousands of people on the mountain. All the martial arts sects in the world had come to pay their respects. Even though he was far away, Yang Dingtian could feel the reverence of countless people. In the afternoon, it was the day of the sacrifice. The scene would definitely be very grand and spectacular. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Dingtian could smell the burning incense wood and the rising smoke. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he could hear the orderly shouting and kneeling. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he could see countless rare birds flying into the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. This was a rare occasion in the world. It was held once every 10 years. Before this, Yang Dingtian was very much looking forward to it. But now, he was not interested at all. There was only one thing in his mind and body. At night, countless fireworks rose into the sky and painted all kinds of bright images in the dark night sky. There were fireworks in this world too. However, they were not made with gunpowder. Instead, they were made with rare gems and herbs. They were tens of thousands of times more precious than the fireworks on Earth. However, they lasted for a few hours. The entire sky above the boundless mountain was filled with beautiful fireworks. The entire boundless mountain was lit up by countless lights. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the countless lights were like stars in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. There were tens of thousands of lights. Even in the high-tech world of Earth, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a spectacular night scene. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to go to bed, Dongfang Bingling came. He was overjoyed. It was around 11 o'clock at night. "You're so busy today. Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming?" Yang Dingtian had already stripped down to his pajamas. Dongfang Bingling was still dressed in white. She sat down opposite Yang Dingtian and said, "You didn't attend today's grand occasion. I was worried that you would be unhappy." "How is that possible?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't mind at all. I'm very happy. Your father's secret disciple. The less outsiders know, the better," Dongfang Bingling said. "Yes, I know." Yang Dingtian said, "How are you today? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired. I'm just a little bored and lonely," Dongfang Bingling said. Her beautiful figure looked even more lonely as she spoke. Dongfang Bingling extended her small hand. There was a blue flame petal in her palm. "This is a flame flower. Every disciple of Yin Yang school has to wear it on the day of the grand ceremony," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian took the flame petal and ran his finger across her palm. It was smooth, soft, and cold. It was just a light touch, but it made Yang Dingtian's body go limp. "Senior brother, rest well. I'll come and see you the day after tomorrow," Dongfang Bingling said. "What's tomorrow?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. "Martial arts competition," Dongfang Bingling said. "You're going too?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, there will probably be one round," Dongfang Bingling said. "Who is it?" Dongfang Bingling said, "Zhu Hongxue." Zhu Hongxue, the young master of the Black Heaven sect, one of the 3 major sects in the world. Yang Dingtian's facial muscles trembled slightly. He was jealous, but he said, "Be careful." "I will." Dongfang Bingling left and said, "I'll come and see you the day after tomorrow. I have something important to tell you." On the 3rd day, Yang Dingtian was a little restless. Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongxue were going to have a martial arts competition today. He heard from the rangers that Zhu Hongxue came to Yin Yang school to propose marriage. The Black Heaven sect and Yin Yang school were going to be connected by marriage. Zhu Hongxue was the world's #1 young master and the world's most handsome man. Although he had never seen Zhu Hongxue, he imagined that he and Dongfang Bingling would look like a perfect couple. They were a match made in heaven. Would Dongfang Bingling win or lose? Yang Dingtian couldn't see at all. Of course, no one cared about the outcome of this competition. On this day, Yang Dingtian waited until midnight. He waited until the entire immeasurable mountain was completely quiet. Dongfang Bingling still didn't come. That night, Yang Dingtian had many dreams. One dream after another, and the dreams were very messy, chaotic, and irritable. Finally, in the dream, he seemed to have fallen into an ice cave that was thousands of meters deep. He kept falling down. Yang Dingtian suddenly stretched out his hands as if to stop himself from falling. Then, he suddenly arched his body and opened his eyes. At this time, the sky was already bright. The sun shone directly into the room. A graceful figure stood in the room. Under the sunlight, she seemed to be covered with a layer of luster. She looked even more beautiful than before. Dongfang Bingling had already arrived. She stood in the room with breakfast on the table beside him. "Junior sister, why didn't you wake me up?" Yang Dingtian hurriedly got up. After putting on his clothes and washing up, he sat at the table and ate his breakfast. "Did junior sister win or lose yesterday?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I won," Dongfang Bingling said, "but Zhu Hongxue deliberately let me win." "Is the grand ceremony over?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It's over. Most of the guests have already left the mountain," Dongfang Bingling said. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't find anything to say. Dongfang Bingling stood there without saying a word. The two of them fell into silence. Yang Dingtian quickly finished his breakfast. He didn't know what it tasted like at all. "Senior brother, in father's last wish, he betrothed me to you. What do you think?" Dongfang Bingling asked directly, "Does senior brother like me?" Yang Dingtian's heart began to beat faster. He said, "Yes, I do." Dongfang Bingling said, "So you want to take me as your wife?" Yang Dingtian's throat felt dry. He said, "Yes. Our parents' wishes are more important than the heavens. Furthermore, my mother completely followed my father's will," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He waited for Dongfang Bingling to continue. "Before I was 10 years old, I worshipped my father very much, even though he was only with us for a short time. Dongfang Bingling said, after I was 10 years old, I gradually began to hate him. Because he completely disappeared. He chased after an abnormal fantasy. He left me, my mother, and the entire Yinyang school to one side. These 10 years, my mother and I didn't have a good life. Because of his disappearance, our positions in the Yinyang school became more and more awkward. In the end, it was because of my hard work that I was able to take back what was rightfully mine in the Yinyang school. Dongfang Bingling's face became as cold as ice. She said, when my father was my age, his cultivation was inferior to mine. Apart from a few people in the Yinyang school, no one else was my match. Zhu Hongxue is known as the #1 youth expert in the world. However, even if he didn't let me win yesterday, he still might not have been able to defeat me. If nothing unexpected happens, in 15 years, I will be the new Yinyang school head. In 20 years, my cultivation will surpass my father's. In 35 years, I might break the legend that no one has been able to become a martial saint for the past several hundred years. Everything that I have today, and everything that I will have in the future, is all due to my own efforts. It has nothing to do with my father. 10 years ago, he disappeared. 10 years later, he casually sent someone to tell me that in the future, this person will be the Yinyang school's sect head. In the future, this person will be my husband. Why? Just because he is my father? Dongfang Bingling's voice turned cold. Senior martial brother, although I, Dongfang Bingling, am not a real fairy, I am not someone who will be given to anyone just because they want me to. Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, I am really not that cheap. Senior brother Yang, I'm very grateful to you for accompanying my father for the last year and a half. I'm also very grateful to you for traveling thousands of miles to deliver my father's will. I'll definitely repay your kindness. But... Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Dingtian. He finally saw a trace of arrogance in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Yang Dingtian was like a princess at the top of Mount Tai looking at a peasant in the countryside. It was like a fairy from the 9th heaven looking at an ant on the ground. This kind of gaze was very secretive. It only flashed past, and it was only at this moment that Yang Dingtian could sense it. My husband has to be unparalleled. He has to be admired by millions of people. He has to be a perfect match for me. Dongfang Bingling stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, I've talked a lot with you these 3 days. I even brought food and made tea for you. All of this was to repay your kindness in delivering the letter and protecting my father. Otherwise, even Zhu Hongxue wouldn't be qualified for me to make tea for him. I wanted to make you recognize reality through close contact with you. I didn't want you to take the initiative to break off the engagement. That would be a great humiliation for you. Dongfang Bingling coldly said, but I didn't expect that the more approachable I appeared, the more unwise you became. The more you wanted to get closer to me. This made me very disappointed. It's been 3 days. Since you didn't take the initiative to bring it up, then I have no choice but to speak up. Even if this makes me seem snobbish. Dongfang Bingling said, you came from far away to deliver the letter to the Yinyang school. You protected my father for the last 2 years. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I don't want to embarrass you like this. But you're too stupid. You forced me to speak too clearly. During the entire process, Yang Dingtian sat there without moving. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb, and he forgot to react. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian and said, don't worry. I will repay your kindness. Moreover, I will let you enjoy it for the rest of your life. I secretly checked your Xian meridians. It's SOSO. You might be able to enter a small sect, but you're not qualified to enter the Yinyang school. But looking at your debt of gratitude, I can let you become a disciple of the Yinyang school. Dongfang Minmi said that even he was unable to detect Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang Xian meridians. He only knew that Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang Xian meridians from Yang Dingtian's description. Then, he watched Yang Dingtian practice the Xianyang fist and cleansed Yang Dingtian's meridians. Shiman Wuya was also a master of his generation. However, when he was healing Yang Dingtian, his Xianqi entered the depths of Yang Dingtian's body. He only felt that his meridians were chaotic and was unable to examine them specifically. Shimen Wuya was a learned man. He speculated that Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians were unfathomable. Dongfang Bingling continued, moreover, I can give you a lot of pills, create a lot of conditions for you, give you the best weapons, and let you go to the sect's high-level secret realm to cultivate. I will let you have a future that far surpasses your own talent. Yang Dingtian, I can give you a lot of things that will far surpass your kindness. You can tell me now, what do you want? Dongfang Bingling said, gold coins? Secret manuals? Pills? Weapons? Martial spirit? Status? Power and so on, as long as you tell me, I can give you anything. At this time, Yang Dingtian gradually woke up from the lightning strike. Just now, his whole body didn't feel like it was his own. Every word that Dongfang Bingling said seemed to be beyond the 9 heavens, but every word was like thunder that resounded in his ears. Humiliation, humiliation, endless humiliation, he should be angry, should be furious, because laughing 3 times should be howling with grief and indignation. He had never suffered such humiliation before. On earth, he was the center of attention and was doted on since he was young. His parents liked him. Although his teachers had some headaches because he wasn't a good student, he was very smart and his grades were very good. Therefore, his teachers still liked him. From elementary school, to middle school, to university, there were girls who wrote him love letters. In the end, his English teacher, Li Bijuan, became his girlfriend. She was a beauty of the school and had countless outstanding suitors. But even so, it was still Li Bijuan who took the initiative to pursue him. After transmigrating to another world, he was also highly valued. The strongest person in the world, Dongfang Minmi, took the initiative to take him in as a disciple, gave him the position of lord, and betrothed his daughter to him. The overlord Shimen Wuya wanted to betroth his daughter to him and make him the next lord of Cloud Sky City. However, at this time, he suffered such a huge humiliation, he really wanted to say, don't bully a poor young man. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. But thousands of words, countless grief and indignation burned in his chest and turned into ashes, leaving only a cold face and an indifferent expression. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, I'm sorry, junior sister. Lust made me lose my mind. Some things made me lose my rationality. Dongfang Bingling still looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. If a man wants something, he should take it with his own ability and not rely on others to give it to him. Yang Dingtian stood in front of Dongfang Bingling and looked at her. He said coldly, what belongs to me, I will take it back in the future. So, you don't have to give me anything. As for you saying that I came all the way here to send a letter and protect your father for a year and a half, in your eyes, this is a great kindness. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, but in my eyes, this is not kindness. He is your father, but at the same time, he is also my master. I also see him as a father. Everything I do is my duty, not kindness, so you don't owe me anything. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Dongfang Bingling frowned her beautiful brows and said, you've thought it through, that's good. But don't use such a tone with me. Since I want to give it to you, you should take it. If you care about your pride now, you might regret it in the future. That's my business. Yang Dingtian, if there's nothing else, and if this place allows me to continue living, then Miss Dongfang, please leave. I want to be alone. There's one more thing. Dongfang Bingling said, you also said that if you want something, you should take it with your own ability. That's very good. Then, please hand it over. What thing? Yang Dingtian asked. The flame ring that represents your identity as the head of the Yin-Yang school. It can command everyone in the Yin-Yang school. Dongfang Bingling said, are you going to say that you don't know, or that it's not even with you? Yang Dingtian raised his eyebrows. This flame ring was the only thing his master gave him. The most important thing was that there were words left for Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian's cultivation reached a certain level and he could summon the flame ring, he would tell Yang Dingtian some secrets. The biggest secrets in the world, and this secret included why his master was killed and who killed him. Therefore, he would not give this thing to anyone. I'm sorry, I can't give it to you. Yang Dingtian said coldly, this belongs to my master. He gave it to me personally. I can't give it to you. This belongs to the head of the Yinyang school. It's the sect head's token. You don't have the right and you don't deserve it. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, hand it over. I can give you anything you want. You can also stay in the Yinyang school. We will give you a lot of resources and help you become an unimaginable powerhouse. Otherwise? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, otherwise, you will be considered a thief of the Yinyang school's treasure. Your flame ring will be forcibly taken away and you will be punished. Of course, we are indebted to you for sending the message, so we won't harm your life. However, if you offend the Yinyang school, I can guarantee that you won't be able to move a single step in this world. Dongfang Bingling's face turned cold. Her gaze suddenly became as sharp as a sword. She stared at Yang Dingtian for a while before saying, I don't want to make a move against you personally. I will send someone here within 2 hours. I hope that you will think carefully during this time. Dongfang Bingling's last words were filled with danger. After she finished speaking, she directly walked out. When she reached the door, she turned around and said, I hope that you won't plead with my mother and take advantage of her innocence and kindness. She is not in the Yinyang school right now. Swoosh. A pair of ice wings suddenly appeared on her back. It grew bigger and bigger, and then she flew down the mountain. Perhaps she wasn't flying, but gliding off the ground. However, it was still very stunning. Dongfang Bingling was really strong. After Dongfang Bingling left, Yang Dingtian stood motionless in the room. He reached out and touched the position of the ring of flames. Even though it was empty, he could still feel the surging power of the ring of flames. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and it was also like the boundless anger in Yang Dingtian's heart. It was suppressed and surging. When it finally erupted, it was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. This was his master's study. He had stayed there for 3 days. Now that he was about to leave, he reluctantly took one last look at it. He couldn't stay here anymore. He couldn't stay in Yinyang school anymore. If he was willing to compromise, he could of course stay in Yinyang school peacefully. But he wasn't willing to compromise. When he left his master for Yinyang school, he really didn't think that this would be the outcome. But even if he thought this would be the outcome, he would still give the ring of flames to his master's wife. Nothing would change. He was about to start running for his life. Perhaps it would really be difficult for him to move a single step in this world. However, he had even crossed over due to spontaneous combustion of his penis. Why would he care about being hunted down and hunted by the Yinyang sect? Master, goodbye. Yinyang school, goodbye. Yang Dingtian bowed to the center of the study, then turned and left. After leaving his master's study, he couldn't walk forward. Ahead of him was the densely packed Yinyang school complex. There were Yinyang school disciples everywhere. He had to walk in the direction of the back mountain. The back mountain was barren and remote. Under the cover of the dense forest, he might be able to escape. As expected, there wasn't a single person in the back mountain. There was snow and trees everywhere. Yang Dingtian ran down the mountain with all his might. Of course, he would leave behind many footprints that would be easily discovered. But at this time, he couldn't care less. Dongfang Bingling said that she would give him 2 hours to consider. That meant that within these 2 hours, he wouldn't send anyone to his master's study and wouldn't discover Yang Dingtian's escape. He might be able to escape in 2 hours at his fastest speed. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. He continued to rush down the mountain. Yang Dingtian plowed a long trench in the thick snow. No, this speed is still too slow. Someone will catch up to me in 2 hours. The snow here was very thick. If one used a sleigh to ski, the speed would be much faster. Yang Dingtian took out a dagger, which was given to him by Shiman Wuya. He used the dagger to cut off a branch and used the fastest speed to cut it into 2 beginner sleds. This dagger was very sharp, and it only took a few minutes to make a rough sledge. He cut off the leather from his clothes and tied the sled to his feet. Then he cut off 2 straight branches and used them as poles. Swoosh. Sure enough, the speed increased a lot. It could be said to be as fast as lightning. The snow on Immeasurable Mountain was very thick. The trees were also relatively sparse. One by one, the trees receded rapidly. When young Ding Tian was born on Earth, he was very fond of skiing. His skills were top-notch. Therefore, even though there were a lot of trees here, with his tense nerves, he would never crash into them. Ever since he practiced the Xianxia fist and the heaven and earth technique, his control over his body had improved a lot. His entire body seemed to have become much lighter. His speed became faster and faster. In the end, the wind was like a knife hanging on his face. Yang Dingtian felt more and more at ease as he got further and further away from Yinyang School. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of flying, a bell suddenly rang from the other side of the mountain. Immediately after, a deep voice rang out. "You dare to steal from my Yinyang School? Do you think there's no one in my Yinyang School?" This voice was clearly very far away. It was at least dozens of miles away, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. "Oh no, I've been discovered. Yinyang School will catch up soon." Yang Dingtian immediately skied even faster. Slide, 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 speed up, speed up, speed up. Even though he could not see them, Yang Dingtian could already sense that countless Yinyang School disciples were not far behind him. They were getting closer and closer. Caw. Suddenly, there was the cry of a large bird in the sky. Yang Dingtian looked up. It was the snow-white giant rocks of the Black Heaven sect. There were a total of 2 of them. The disciples on top had also noticed the Yinyang School disciples on the ground. "Thief, surrender immediately." The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of the giant rocks said coldly. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to ski forward. The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of the giant rocks was not anxious at all. He sneered and locked onto Yang Dingtian from the sky. Faster, 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 Yang Dingtian was running wildly with his head down. Suddenly, he felt a sudden emptiness in front of him. He immediately looked forward. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stopped the sled and made a sharp turn. It turned out that there was nothing in front of him. There was no forest or anything else. The entire mountain seemed to have been cut off here. In front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. Below the cliff were terrifying reefs and the vast and boundless sea. The north side of Boundless Mountain was facing the sea. There was no way out at all. If Yang Dingtian had stopped the sled a second later, he would have rushed out and fallen off the cliff. He would have been smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew nothing about the geography of Boundless Mountain. That was why he fled in this direction. Who knew that it was a dead end? No wonder the Black Heaven sect disciple was not anxious at all. He only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian as he fled. The 2 giant rocks slowly descended and finally stopped 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They blocked the left and right paths. The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of them coldly pulled out his sword and stared at Yang Dingtian. The 2 giant rocks were indeed huge. They looked like 2 airplanes up close. When they flapped their wings, the wind caused the trees to sway left and right. The snow on top of them rustled down. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples had no intention of coming down to catch Yang Dingtian. They just watched him closely. Just a moment later, 2 shadows flew over from afar, bringing with them a fragrant wind. The 2 shadows, one snow-white and one sky-blue, landed 10 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. The 2 of them retracted the celestial chi wings on their backs. One of them was as cold as ice, unparalleled in beauty, and graceful like a fairy. She was Dongfang Bingling. The other person had a jade-like face. He was incomparably handsome, tall, and proud. He should be the legendary #1 youth expert in the world, the most handsome man in the world. He was the young master of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Hongxue. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like a match made in heaven. It was completely embarrassing. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples on top of the giant rocks immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Miss Dongfang." Zhu Hongxue ignored them. He did not even glance at Yang Dingtian. He said to Dongfang Bingling, "Junior sister, is he the one who stole from you?" Dongfang Bingling nodded and stepped forward. "Hand over the flame ring and I'll pretend that nothing happened. You can still enter the Yinyang School and get what I gave you." Yang Dingtian grinned and said, or else? Dongfang Bingling said coldly, don't do this just because my family is indebted to you. My patience is limited. Then, Dongfang Bingling took another step forward. She was only 5 meters away from Yang Dingtian. She stretched out her snow-white hand and said, hand it over and you'll have a bright future. If you don't, you'll be cutting your own path of retreat. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I won't hand over what master gave me. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Dongfang Bingling took another step forward. She was only 3 meters away from Yang Dingtian. She said coldly, hand it over and you'll have a bright future. If you don't, you'll be cutting your own path of retreat. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura came over. It made Yang Dingtian feel a little suffocated. Zhu Hongxue, who was as white as snow, suddenly frowned and said, Junior sister, don't get too close to such an ant-like person. Don't let his breath pollute your body and eyes. Don't even touch him. Zhu Hongxue's words were very intimate and domineering. He completely treated Dongfang Bingling as his exclusive property. Dongfang Bingling heard his words and could not help but frown slightly. She seemed a little unhappy. You, go and take his things. If he resists, kill him. Zhu Hongxue pointed at the 2 Black Heaven sect disciples on the giant rock and said. Yes. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples jumped off the giant rock. They waved their swords and slowly approached. Senior brother Zhu, my family is indebted to this person. Don't kill him. My family's things should be in his hands. Dongfang Bingling said. Zhu Hongxue frowned and said, you too, chop off his hands. Yes. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples said. Dongfang Bingling stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. I don't want to see this happen either. However, that thing doesn't belong to you. If you want to take it for yourself, you'll have to be punished. It's not too late to wake up now. Hand over that thing and I'll keep your hands. Otherwise, you'll have nowhere to go. This is a dead end. Dongfang Bingling said, hand it over and you'll still be a disciple of the Yinyang school. You'll bring honor to your ancestors. Junior sister, why are you talking so much to him? Zhu Hongxue said impatiently, it's an insult to my status to talk to someone like him. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue and said coldly, you're just relying on your ancestors' glory. Who do you think you are? Why are you pretending to be noble? He should not have said that, but he could not help it. What did you say? Zhu Hongxue's face turned cold. He scolded coldly, you're asking for it. Bang. Zhu Hongxue slammed his palm into the air. Zhu Hongxue was very powerful, but Yang Dingtian still slammed his palm into Zhu Hongxue. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force slammed into Yang Dingtian's chest. It was as if he was hit by a 10,000-pound hammer. Blood spurted out like an arrow. Go, chop off his hands and cut off his tongue. Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Yes. 2 Black Heaven sect disciples immediately rushed forward. With a flash of their swords, they slashed at Yang Dingtian's arms. Yang Dingtian laughed maniacally. Dongfang Bingling, you want my ring of flames? Dream on. I'd rather die than hand it over. Dongfang Bingling, if I survive today, I'll return today's humiliation 100-fold. With a roar, Yang Dingtian leaped off the cliff abruptly. Dongfang Bingling did not expect Yang Dingtian to jump off the cliff when he had nowhere else to go. This was a 10,000-foot cliff. If he jumped off, he would die without a doubt. Zhu Hongxue, if I survive, I'll annihilate the Black Heaven sect and wipe out your Zhu family. When Yang Dingtian jumped off the cliff, he used the last of his strength to scream. In your dreams. Zhu Hongxue shouted coldly and leaped into the air. He aimed at the falling Yang Dingtian and struck out a palm. Because of Dongfang Bingling's words, he didn't kill him in the first strike. He was definitely going to kill Yang Dingtian with this palm strike. A frenzied saber with blue flames suddenly shot out from the void and slashed down at Yang Dingtian, who was drifting down. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was like a fallen leaf in the wind. He was slashed so hard that he bent over while spurting out fresh blood. From his mouth, from his nose, from his mouth, from his ears, and from every part of his body, a cloud of blood spurted out. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was covered in blood. He fell down the cliff. Dongfang Bingling stepped forward and looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't want to kill him. What's the big deal about a pig or a dog like him dying?" Zhu Hongxue said lightly. Then Zhu Hongxue said casually, "The thing on his body is the flame ring. It won't break. It's just that this cliff is a mystic chi forbidden area. Go down and find his body and take the flame ring back." Hearing Zhu Hongxue's words, Dongfang Bingling's expression changed slightly. Zhu Hongxue's proud face showed a rare gentleness. "My father already guessed that sect leader Dongfang is no longer alive. Your father is gone, but there's still me and the Black Sky sect. I won't let you suffer any grievances." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face had a complicated expression. She gritted her teeth. She liked to hear such words. She didn't want to rely on anyone. She didn't want to be controlled by anyone. Yang Dingtian seemed to have entered an incomparably dark world. He couldn't feel any pain. There was only endless emptiness. His body and soul seemed to be falling into a bottomless abyss. The bottom of the dark abyss seemed to be bottomless. As he fell, his life force seemed to be drained from his body. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" This deep voice seemed to resound from beyond the 9 heavens. A warm and fiery energy suddenly supported his falling soul, causing him to fall slower and slower. The surrounding environment also seemed to become brighter and brighter. Finally, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes abruptly and saw a familiar face. But when he saw this face again, countless emotions surged out violently. It was Shimen Wuya. It was Shimen Wuya who had saved Yang Dingtian. His palm had been supporting Yang Dingtian's back the entire time as he continued to inject profound qi to support Yang Dingtian's life. Even though he was a grandmaster, his face was covered in sweat. "Fortunately, I finally snatched your life back from hell," Shimen Wuya said with a smile, and a trace of tiredness appeared on his face. As a grandmaster, he would never be tired. It could be seen how much profound qi he had used to save Yang Dingtian's life. "We were preparing to leave on a boat, but unexpectedly, we saw a bloody man floating on the sea. We thought he was dead, but we wanted to bury him out of morality. However, we were shocked to find that the bloody man was actually you," Shimen Wuya said. "If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was 10 times higher than yours, they would have died from such a heavy blow. However, your incomparably strong meridians were able to withstand the energy of such a heavy blow. Although your meridians were ruptured, you still retained a trace of life force. Your energy sea also didn't explode. I really can't imagine what kind of profound meridians you have," Shimen Wuya said. "City Lord Shimen, where am I now? How long have I been unconscious for?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We are on a boat, on the way back to Cloud Sky City." "You have been unconscious for 6 hours," Shimen Wuya said. Then, Shimen Wuya suppressed his anger and said, "What exactly happened? Who was it that injured you? You have only just passed the initiation period. You are not even a novice warrior. Who did this to you?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time and said, "City Lord Shimen, do you still remember the flame ornament?" Shimen Wuya nodded. "If it was something else, I would have given it to Miss Shimen. However, this item is too special. It is a token of love between my master and master's wife. I need to take this flame ornament to Yinyang School to reunite with master's wife." Yang Dingtian said, "I was originally an ordinary person. However, by chance, I fell into a cave and found a frozen and dying old man. I saved him. That cave was very deep. We couldn't get out. The old man and I depended on each other for survival. We both treated each other as family. One day, 2 years later, he told me that his name was Dongfang Minmi and that he was the sovereign of Yinyang School. He asked me if I was willing to become his disciple. I treated him as my closest kin, so of course, I agreed. Not only did he accept me as his disciple, he also betrothed his only daughter, Dongfang Bingling, to me. Master said that I was his only direct disciple. Therefore, I was also the future sovereign of Yinyang School. Therefore, he gave me the sovereign's flame ring. In order to prove my identity, he also gave me the flame pendant and asked me to take it to the Yinyang sect and give it to the master's wife. This is their token of love. It contains the last words of the master to the master's wife. After reading it, the master's wife will know who I am and what to do. City Lord Shimen should be able to imagine what happened next. Yang Dingtian said. Of course I want to. Shimen Wuya said, Senior Dongfang hasn't seen his daughter for 10 years. He doesn't know that his daughter has changed. However, even if she was too arrogant, or had eyes but failed to see and looked down on you, she could have just cancelled the engagement. I don't believe that you would continue to pester her. Why would she want to kill you? She wanted me to hand over the flame ring, but it was given to me by master. I couldn't give it to her. Yang Dingtian said, I wanted to escape from Yinyang School, but she and Zhu Hongxue forced me into a dead end. I would rather die than hand over the flame ring, so I jumped off the cliff. I understand. Shimen Wuya clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Then, Shimen Wuya grabbed Yang Dingtian's right hand and injected a stream of Xianxia into it. A ball of flame appeared. Immediately, that magnificent flame ring appeared on Yang Dingtian's right hand's ring finger. Is this the thing? Shimen Wuya said. Then, he let go of Yang Dingtian's right hand. The flame ring slowly disappeared. Disobeying your parents is unfilial. Looking down on your future husband is disrespectful. Going out with other men is unfaithful. Going after your future husband with other men is a great crime. Senior Dongfang is a hero, and Madame Dongfang is gentle and virtuous. How could they give birth to such an unfilial, unfaithful, and shameless daughter? Shimen Wuya said coldly, moreover, how could she not know about Zhu Qingzhu's wild ambition? How could she not know that Zhu Qingzhu played a very suspicious role in Senior Dongfang's disappearance 10 years ago and his tragic ending? One day, the Yin and Yang sect will be destroyed in the hands of this ambitious and self-righteous woman. Shimen Wuya said. Child, Yinyang School belongs to your master, but it also belongs to you. You can't just sit and watch. Shimen Wuya said, I'm also from Yinyang School. You and I can't just watch as the 1,000-year foundation of Yinyang School is destroyed by Dongfang Bingling. You can't stay in Yinyang School for the time being. Come back to Cloud Sky City with me, okay? Shimen Wuya said, I've said it before. What Yinyang School can give you, Cloud Sky City can give you. I have a master. I will never change my master, Yang Dingtian said. Shimen Wuya said, Cloud Sky City is also from Yinyang School. Could it be that in your eyes, Cloud Sky City is also a traitor to Yinyang School? It's hard to say who is the traitor between ancestor Yang Yunxiao and Ling Wuyan from hundreds of years ago. That's right. I once wanted you to be my successor and the new lord of Cloud Sky City, Shimen Wuya said. However, since you are Senior Dongfang's disciple, the person I respect the most in my life is Senior Dongfang. So, I gave up on this idea. I won't let you change your master. Your master is still Dongfang Minmi. I am only your martial uncle, Shimen Wuya said. Cloud Sky City will do its best to nurture you. We don't need you to do anything. We don't even need you to join Cloud Sky City. We don't need you to repay anything. When you are strong enough, you can return to Yinyang School and take back the position of lord that belongs to you. Of course, I only have one request for you. When you become the lord of Yinyang School. Shimen Wuya sighed and said, when you become the Yinyang School's lord, give the order to pardon Cloud Sky City's traitors and let Cloud Sky City recognize its ancestors. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while before saying, Lord Shimen, isn't it good for Cloud Sky City to dominate a region? Why do we have to live under someone else's roof? Shimen Wuya shook his head and said, Child, if you were my successor, you would be the next lord of Cloud Sky City. Of course, I would be willing to let Cloud Sky City dominate a region or defeat Yinyang School and take back the orthodoxy. Or create a system of its own and become the most powerful martial artist in the world. But I can't do that now. You are senior brother Dongfang's disciple. I can't snatch it from you. Cloud Sky City has been weak for hundreds of years. I am the only person who is at the Grandmaster level. In the next generation, I can't find a particularly outstanding successor. If I don't wash away the traitor's name and don't recognize my ancestors, Cloud Sky City will be destroyed. Shimin Wuya said helplessly, all these years, because of my prestige, Cloud Sky City has indeed offended many people. We have practically stepped on the heads of many sections. When I go, it will be the end of Cloud Sky City. Child, come with me to Cloud Sky City. Shimin Wuya's eyes were filled with sincerity and expectation. I will be like Dongfang Minmi and not hold back for you. I will let you grow into the strongest person in the world. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, Uncle Shimin. But don't force Yan Yan to marry me. She doesn't like me. Also, after this incident, I understand that if I want something, I can only use my own strength to get it and not rely on others to give it to me. Well said. Shimin Wuya said, Uncle Shimin promises that in less than 10 years, I will let you take revenge for today. In less than 10 years, I will let Dongfang Bingling taste today's humiliation and let her live in regret for the next few decades. As for Yan Yan, I won't force her to marry you. But after you two get to know each other, you might really like each other. Shimin Wuya smiled and said, so I can't say for sure now. Then, Shimin Wuya suddenly stood up and said, no, we have to speed up and return to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. The people from Yinyang School can't find your body, so they will naturally search the sea. They might catch up very soon. Then, Shimin Wuya ordered loudly, everyone, get on board and return to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. Yes. There was a response from outside. Full sail. Everyone, get on board and hold oars. Full speed ahead, return to Cloud Sky City. This was Shimin Yan's voice. Yes. Then, hundreds of people on the boat shouted in unison. Then, everyone ran out of their cabins and went to the lower deck to row the boat. Outside, there was a dense sound of footsteps. Shimin Wuya frowned and said, I hope they won't catch up so quickly. After one more day, they won't be able to catch up. Then, Shimin Wuya sat behind Yang Dingtian and continued to transfer celestial qi into his body. Don't worry, I'm your uncle. No matter who comes, I'll protect you. You just need to rest. Then, the two of them were silent. Shimin Wuya quietly treated Yang Dingtian's injuries. A few minutes later, Shimin Wuya suddenly opened his eyes and sighed. They really came. They came so quickly. I hope they won't be too difficult to deal with. Dongfang Bingling greets Uncle Shimin. Dongfang Bingling's voice came from the sea outside. Zhu Hongshui of the Black Sky sect greets City Lord Shimin. Then came Zhu Hongshui's arrogant voice. Jiang Songyang of the Yinyang School greets City Lord Shimin. Junior brother Shimin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Even though they were so far away, this person's voice still shook the candlelight beside Yang Dingtian. When Shimin Wuya heard this name, his eyebrows twitched. Uncle Shimin, who is this person? Yang Dingtian asked. Your master, Dongfang Minmi's senior brother. He once fought with your master for the position of Yinyang School head, Shimin Wuya said. Yang Dingtian suddenly gasped. This Jiang Songyang was actually his master's senior brother. It could be seen that his cultivation was high. It was quiet outside. Shimin Wuya let out a long sigh of relief and said, just these 3 people? That's good. They might not be able to keep me here. As soon as Shimin Wuya's voice fell, the voice from outside resounded again. Wu Ying of Yinyang School greets senior brother Shimin. A cold voice rang out. It sounded completely emotionless, as if it was a dead thing. Is he here too? Shimin Wuya said, this is your master's junior brother in name. He is the adjudicator of the Yinyang School and is responsible for killing people. No less than 5 sect leaders have died in his hands. He has killed no less than 1,000 people in his life. Shimin Wuya, are you coming out, or should we board your ship? This was an incomparably feminine voice. Like a needle, it drilled into Yang Dingtian's ears, causing the muscles all over his body to twitch. Hearing this voice, Shimin Wuya's complexion suddenly changed. Who is this person? Yang Dingtian asked. Ning Busi, your master's martial uncle, one of the grand elders of the Yinyang School. He has been in seclusion for 20 years and didn't even appear at the grand ceremony. I didn't expect him to appear here, Shimin Wuya said. Yang Dingtian held his breath. This person was actually the martial uncle of his master, Dongfang Minmi. It was clear how powerful he was. Shimin Wuya let out a long sigh and said, "It seems that the situation is worse than I imagined. I'm afraid tonight won't be peaceful." "Hand me over, martial uncle." Yang Dingtian said, "Hand me over." Shimin Wuya gently shook his head and said, "How can I?" "Don't be silly." Although his tone was calm, it was full of arrogance. "City Lord Shimin, how have you been?" A very ordinary voice rang out. It wasn't as sharp as before, nor was it as shocking as before. It was just the voice of an ordinary man. However, after hearing this voice, Shimin Wuya's body suddenly shook. His wide sleeves shook violently. This was a reaction that Shimin Wuya had never had before. "Martial uncle, who is this person?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Zhu Qingzhu," Shimin Wuya said slowly. "Zhu Qingzhu, the leader of the Black Heaven sect, the true overlord of the universe. 10 years ago, your master, Dongfang Minmi, was number 1 in the world, and he was number 2. Shimin Wuya said, "However, this person is very mysterious. Being number 2 doesn't mean that he is number 2. This person is the most dangerous and powerful person in the world. If you meet this person in the future, you can't overestimate him. Do you understand? Although I don't have any evidence, your master's tragic end is related to him." Shimin Wuya said, "Even he has appeared. It seems that tonight is not just for you." "Martial Uncle Shimin, is Yang Dingtian on your ship?" Dongfang Bingling shouted in a crisp voice, "He is a prisoner of the Yinyang school. Please hand him over and we will let you go." Shimin Wuya sneered silently. Then he said to the outside, "Yen Yen, Shimin Yen, come in." The beautiful Shimin Yen Yen walked in. Shimin Yen, the adopted son of Shimin City Lord, also walked in. Their faces were full of uneasiness. They even forgot their hostility towards Yang Dingtian. "Yen Yen, get me a basin of water," Shimin Wuya said. "Yes, Dad." Shimin Wuya walked to the corner of the room and got a basin of water. Because his hands were trembling, the water splashed onto the ground. Jiang Songyang's voice came from outside. "Shimin Wuya, do you think you will be fine if you hide inside? We didn't rush in because we wanted to give you face. I will count down from 10. If you don't hand over Yang Dingtian, we will board the ship." Yang Dingtian said again, "Martial uncle, hand me over." 10. 9. Outside, Jiang Songyang's counting was like chasing after a soul. Shimin Wuya completely ignored Jiang Songyang's counting and Yang Dingtian's voice. He put his slender hands in the basin and carefully washed them. Then he shook them gently and took a towel to wipe them gently. "The sea will definitely be dyed red with blood tonight," Shimin Wuya said. "Yen Yen, Shimin Yen, if I don't come back later, remember to bring everyone back to Cloud Sky City and immediately surrender to the Yinyang school. No matter how humiliating it is, accept it as long as the lives of everyone in Cloud Sky City are saved," Shimin Wuya said. "Dad, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Shimin Yen Yen desperately covered her ears and cried. Shimin Yen gritted his teeth and said, "Godfather, we don't have to do this at all." At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't speak anymore. He suddenly struggled out of bed and walked outside. In order to live, he couldn't let Shimin Wuya die. Shimin Wuya gently waved his sleeve and directly slapped Yang Dingtian into the air. He lay back on the bed and then took out a pill and stuffed it into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt drowsy and his vision blurred. "Silly child." Shimin Wuya smiled faintly and said, "It's not my style to let others take you away like this. Of course, when I fall in the end, I won't be able to protect you. Your life will end here. 3. 2. 1. Outside, Yinyang School's elder Jiang Songyang had finished his countdown. "Junior brother Shimin, we're going to board your ship," Jiang Songyang said loudly. No, I'm coming," Shimin Wuya said. Then, he opened the cabin door and walked out. "Dad, don't go out." Shimin Yen Yen cried loudly. Then, she suddenly pulled out her sword and rushed out, saying, "Dad, I'll go with you. If we die, we die together." Shimin Wuya waved his sleeve. A strong and gentle wind directly pushed Shimin Yan back. The second wind caused Shimin Yan and Shimin Yan to both faint. The third wind caused the cabin door to be closed. Shimin Wuya walked to the deck and saw that he was surrounded by several large ships. In the surrounding few hundred meters of the sea, more than a dozen experts floated in the air and surrounded the large ship of Cloud Sky City. Greetings, Senior Brother Jiang Songyong. Greetings, Junior Brother Wu Ying. Greetings, Martial Uncle Ning Busi. Finally, Shimin Wuya bowed toward the darkness and said slowly, "Greetings. Sect Leader Zhu." Jiang Songyong said, "Junior Brother Shimin, you're finally out. Is the Yinyang School's prisoner, Yang Ding Tian, on your ship?" "Yes," Shimin Wuya said. "But Senior Brother Jiang, may I ask what crime Yang Ding Tian committed?" Even Martial Uncle Ning Busi was alerted. "He stole the Yinyang School's flame ring," Jiang Songyong said. Jiang Songyong said, "And he's even wearing the flame ring with you, a traitor of the Yinyang sect. Isn't that a serious crime?" Shimin Wuya pretended not to hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Songyong's words. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Jiang, you must have misunderstood. I heard that Yang Ding Tian didn't steal the flame ring. Instead, Senior Brother Dongfang Minmi personally gave it to him and appointed him as the successor of the Yinyang school. And he even betrothed niece Dongfang Bingling to Yang Ding Tian. Niece Dongfang Bingling is also here. May I ask if this is true? Is there any falsehood in my words?" Shimin Wuya turned to Dongfang Bingling and asked. Dongfang Bingling floated 10 feet above the sea. Her snow-white dress was blown by the sea breeze, making her slender and graceful body look even more curvaceous. She was extremely attractive, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Zhu Hongxue was by her side at this moment. The two of them looked like a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. "That's right," Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Yang Ding Tian sent my father's last words." Shimin Wuya said, "Then let me ask you, in the chaotic continent, does a father have the absolute right to betroth his daughter to a man?" Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Yes." Shimin Wuya asked again, "Then let me ask you again, in the Yinyang school, can the sect leader appoint a successor and give the flame ring to someone?" Dongfang Bingling said, "Yes." Shimin Wuya's face showed a trace of anger. He said slowly, "Then I don't understand, since the flame ring was personally given to Yang Ding Tian by sect leader Dongfang Minmi, then why do you keep saying that he stole it?" Without waiting for Dongfang Bingling to speak, Shimin Wuya continued coldly, "I also don't understand, since Yang Ding Tian is your fiancé, it's fine if you don't respect him or love him, but why do you have to go in and out with other men? Where is your chastity? Not only do you have to go in and out with other men, but you also want to kill Yang Ding Tian with other men? You are murdering your husband, you should be hacked into pieces and destroyed by heaven and earth." Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She had been treated like a fairy since she was young, and had never been insulted like this. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "And you, Zhu Hongxue?" Shimin Wuya glared at Zhu Hongxue, who was beside Dongfang Bingling, and said, "Dongfang Bingling has a fiancé. What are you trying to do by pestering her every day? Not only that, you are the #1 youth expert, while Yang Ding Tian has only just passed the initiation stage. Yet, you want to kill him? Do you have any ulterior motives?" Zhu Hongxue glanced at him coldly and didn't even bother to explain. Dongfang Bingling took a deep breath and raised her delicate chin. She said coldly, "City Lord Shimin is indeed sharp-tongued. Then, I would like to ask a few questions. Please answer." "Please?" Shimin Wuya said. "First question. My father is the #1 expert in the world. Is his cultivation very high? Is his vision very high?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "Of course. Senior Brother Dongfang is the person I respect the most in this world," Shimin Wuya said slowly. "Since his vision is very high? Why would he choose a mediocre talent like Yang Ding Tian? A man in his 20s who has just passed the initiation stage. I have also seen his Xian meridians. They are very mediocre. He is not even qualified to be a servant disciple in my Yinyang school. Why would my father choose him to be the successor of the Yinyang school?" Dongfang Bingling said. Before Shimin Wuya could answer, Dongfang Bingling continued to ask, second question. Previously, someone saw that on the way to the Yinyang school, Yang Dingtian was on Cloud Sky City's boat. Furthermore, he interacted with City Lord Shiman all the time and had a close relationship with him. May I ask, is this true? Shiman Wuya nodded and said, is this true? Dongfang Bingling said, for generations, Cloud Sky City has wanted to take back the rightful position of Yinyang school. Normal methods have failed. Then, could it be possible to use a different method? In the meantime, he had someone bring my father's belongings to the Yinyang school, announcing that my father had accepted him as his disciple, that he would be his successor, and that he would be betrothed to me. And this person happens to be from Cloud Sky City. Then, in 20 or 30 years, the Yinyang school will belong to Cloud Sky City. If this matter is true, then doesn't it mean that Shiman City Lord and my father's death have some connection? Dongfang Bingling coldly said. Shiman Wuya was slightly stunned. He said slowly, Miss Dongfang's tongue is as sharp as a sword. Alright, even if we can pick up the remains of Dongfang Minmi Senior Martial Brother. But what about his last words? His last words were instilled into the flame ornament. As long as it matches your mother's moth ornament, his last words will appear. These last words were formed by your father's blood and celestial qi. How can this be fate? Shiman Wuya said. Dongfang Bingling turned her beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes were cold. She gritted her teeth and said, what father's last words? I have never seen them. I have only heard Yang Dingtian's oral description. Shiman Wuya was stunned. He looked at Dongfang Bingling in disbelief. Then, he said slowly, a person who is self-deprecating is invincible. A shameless person is undefeatable. Then, Shiman Wuya said to Jiang Songyang, Senior Martial Brother Jiang, at this point, it seems that logic does not make sense. Jiang Songyang said, it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, why would so many of us come? Hand over Yang Dingtian. This is no longer about the flame ring. It concerns the death of our sect leader. We have to interrogate him properly. How did our sect leader die? Who killed him? I understand. Shiman Wuya said slowly, if logic doesn't make sense, then let's fight. Are we really going to fight? Jiang Songyang said, Junior Martial Brother Shiman, what do you think about your cultivation compared to mine? About the same? Shiman Wuya said. Jiang Songyang said, Shiman Wuya, you have made a name for yourself outside. I am unknown in the Yinyang school, but in terms of strength, I am definitely not weaker than you. More than 20 years ago, I fought with sect leader Dongfang and won by half a move. Among the masters present, I am the weakest. Junior Martial Brother Wu Ying is good at killing people. When I fought with him, although I could hurt him, my life was in danger. As for Martial Uncle Ning Busi, he is much stronger than me. As for sect leader Zhu, I can't even compare to him. Shiman Wuya smiled faintly. Jiang Songyang continued, you are at the Master Realm, and I am also at the Master Realm. You think you can't even beat me? Not to mention Martial Uncle Ning Busi and sect leader Zhu. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say that you want to fight. Why don't you hand over? Yang Dingtian? Shiman Wuya said, Senior Martial Brother Jiang, let's fight and see. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am the weakest among them, but I am enough for you. Let me fight, Jiang Songyang said. Then, he pulled out a huge sword that was 10 feet long from his back. Shiman Wuya took out a thin sword that was less than 2 feet long from his sleeve. He said, Senior Martial Brother Jiang, are you a beginner? Or are you going to kill him? Kill him. Jiang Songyang said. Sure enough, you are going to kill him. Shiman Wuya said, it's good that you are going to kill him. Don't think I don't know that you played a dishonorable role in the death of the previous city lord. Since you are going to kill him, then let's settle the old score. If you want to die, then die. Why are you talking nonsense? Jiang Songyang sneered. Then, he wiped the huge sword with his palm. Suddenly, blood spurted out and covered the huge sword. Boom. The blood burned fiercely. The huge sword that was 10 feet long and 1.5 feet wide was burning fiercely. It lit up the surrounding sea area clearly. Jiang Songyang raised the huge flaming sword high. The mystic wings on his back suddenly spread out. They were 10 meters long. Bang! Like a meteor, Jiang Songyang suddenly jumped into the air and then rushed toward Shimin Wuyao like lightning. His murderous aura was overwhelming. It was as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Jiang Songyang, a world-famous powerhouse, was ranked as a grandmaster, flying above Shimin Wuyao's head. Jiang Songyang roared, "After today, there will be no more Cloud Sky City in the world." Then, he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Endless flames and the huge sword that was 10 feet long slashed toward Shimin Wuyao's head like a thunderbolt. It was going to cut him into pieces in an instant. Shimin Wuyao raised the thin sword that was less than 2.5 feet long. He faced Jiang Songyang's shocking attack and slanted the sword. Swoosh! The sword slashed. Shimin Wuyao's thin sword turned into a 100-meter-long blue light rainbow. Like a bolt of lightning, it slashed across the dark sky. Hiss! Like a knife cutting through tofu, Jiang Songyang's powerful giant sword was cut in two. Jiang Songyang's body was cut in two. Blood spurted wildly. Jiang Songyang fell into the sea, dead without a complete corpse. Everyone was shocked and speechless. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Shimin Wuyao's name had been very famous in the past few years, but everyone thought that he was at most at the same level as Jiang Songyang. They didn't expect that Jiang Songyang would be killed in one move and cut in two. At the same time, they didn't expect that Shimin Wuyao would be so ruthless when he was talking reason just now, as if he was unwilling to fight. "Who's next?" Shimin Wuyao asked. Then, he gently swung the thin sword in his hand. The sword returned to its original size. At this time, it looked like a hidden sword. Yinyang School's wooing greets City Lord Shimin. A figure walked out of the darkness. This person was of average height and had a slender and soft body. Although he was a man, his face was delicate, just like a woman's. Although he looked like a woman, this man made the whole world tremble in fear. As the adjudicator of Yinyang School, his only mission was to kill. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation was, no matter how high the opponent's status was, as long as there was an order from above, he would take the opponent's life even if he had to travel thousands of miles. Wu Ying was 45 years old this year. He had been an adjudicator for 15 years and had never failed. As a student of Yinyang School, he had neither ice nor fire Xian veins, but wind Xian veins. Some people said that in terms of martial arts level, he wasn't the highest. In terms of Xianqi level, he wasn't the highest. And among the masters in the world, he was almost the only one who didn't know Xian skills. He only knew martial arts. He only relied on the thin sword in his hand. But among all the masters in the world, his speed was the fastest. Whether it was the speed of his attack or the speed of his sword. He firmly believed that in the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. It was precisely because of his speed that no one could defend against. Hence, he had a terrifying nickname, the Phantom Ghost King. He never failed to kill anyone he wanted to kill, no matter how strong the opponent was. He was not a grandmaster, but 2 grandmasters had died in his hands. Only the strongest person could be an adjudicator. Wu Ying was only a student of Yinyang School in name. His martial arts weren't learned in Yinyang School. The reason why he was an adjudicator of Yinyang School was that Dongfang Minmi had saved his life. "Junior brother Wu Ying, please wait," Shimin Wuyao said. Then, he lifted his body and floated up. He left the ship of Cloud Sky City and floated above the sea. Shimin Wuyao slowly closed his eyes and said, "Junior brother Wu Ying, I'm ready. You can make your move." Shimin Wuyao actually closed his eyes and fought with Wu Ying. Of course, he wasn't looking down on him. It was because Wu Ying was too fast. Using one's eyes to search for him was too slow. One needed to use one's senses. Whoosh! As expected, Wu Ying suddenly disappeared into the night sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Then, a gust of wind mixed with the sea breeze circled around Shimin Wuyao's body. If one opened their eyes, they would discover that Wu Ying seemed to be completely invisible. However, he knew that Wu Ying was right beside him, ready to stab him with his sword at any time. Every time Wu Ying killed someone, he would only stab once and never miss. Even those who were at a higher level than him had died under his sword. Shimin Wuya still had his eyes closed and his body motionless. The wind was still circling around him. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up. A thin sword, like a meteor, lit up in the night sky and stabbed toward Shimin Wuya's chest. It was a very ordinary angle and position, but it was so fast that it was impossible to defend against it. In an instant, the fight between the two sides had ended. It was as fast as lightning. The result of Shimin Wuya's fight against the King of Assassins was out. Ding ding ding. P.S. I'm only a little bit away from the weekly hit list. Everyone, please help me. Please help me. Please recommend me. Kowtow and thank you. Asterisk 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 ding, ding, ding. The sharp sword that was going for Shimin Wuya's chest broke into pieces. It didn't hit Shimin Wuya's chest, but his thin sword. This was a shocking judgment. He knew where Shadowless was going to stab and raised his sword to block. If he had waited until Shadowless had attacked, it would have been too late. His opponent was the fastest. After Shadowless' sword broke, the two stood there quietly without moving. The Yinyang school was shocked again. The Yinyang school's adjudicator, Shadowless, was the king of killing in this world. Even if it was an expert 2 levels higher than him, he could still kill him. But now, he was defeated by Shimin Wuya. Perhaps this was the only time he had failed in his life. The Phantom Ghost Wind is indeed unparalleled. One move to defeat the enemy, and you never miss. Shimin Wuya opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he pulled out a thin sword from his left chest. It was a thin sword that looked almost invisible. Shadowless said, "People only see me using my left hand and think that I'm left-handed. Actually, my right hand is faster. It's just that I haven't had the chance to use it in my life. I only have the chance to use it when I'm up against City Lord Shimin." Everyone was shocked again. No one had ever seen Shadowless use his right hand. They all thought that he was left-handed. No one would have thought that he just didn't need to use his right hand. But today, when I used my right hand, my title as the Phantom Ghost King was half destroyed. Shadowless sighed and then bowed to Shimin Wuya. "Thank you for showing mercy, City Lord Shimin. Otherwise, I would have been smashed into pieces." Bang, bang, bang. Then, more than 10 bursts of energy exploded in Shadowless's body. His soft body became a bloody mess. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices like arrows. Shimin Wuya threw the blood sword back to Shadowless and said, "Junior brother Shadowless showed mercy too. Otherwise, I would have lost half my life. There are not many people that I, Shimin Wuya, respect in my life. The first is Dongfang Minmi. Your junior martial brother Wu Ying is also one of them. You're practically the only martial artist I've ever seen who focuses on martial skills. If you were to practice profound skills, you would also be one of the great grandmasters in the world." Shadowless took his sword and wiped it gently. "I have loved my sword my entire life. I am the sword and the sword is me. If I were to learn mystical skills, it would be betraying myself. Since Sect Master Dongfang Minmi is no longer in this world, then there's no need for me to stay at Yinyang School. From now on, there's no Yinyang School anymore." With that, Shadowless disappeared into the night sky. The Yinyang sect side instantly fell silent. Looking at the direction where Shadowless disappeared, Shimin Wuya gently wiped the bloodstain on his chest and slowly said, "Who else is coming?" Suddenly, an old man slowly walked out. He appeared out of thin air in front of Shimin Wuya, as if he had walked out of an illusion. This old man held a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. He was hunched over, his hair and beard were all white, and his face was wrinkled. He looked extremely old and seemed to be more than 100 years old. He was one of the grand elders of Yinyang School, Ningbusi. He was 105 years old this year. "Shimin Wuya, I'm older than you by a generation. I also watched Sect Master Dongfang grow up." Ningbusi coughed a few times and said, "I've heard about how powerful Shimin Wuya of Yunxiao City was when I was on the mountain. Now that I've seen him, he is indeed powerful." "Martial uncle, you flatter me." Shimin Wuya bowed respectfully. "Don't be humble. You keep saying that you're not as good as Dongfang Minmi, but from what I see, you're not much worse than him." Ning Busi said, since sect master Dongfeng is no longer here, it would be perfect for you to be the Yinyang school's headmaster. You could at least guarantee that the Yinyang school will remain undefeated for the next 50 years. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Dongfeng Bingling and the others immediately changed. Unfortunately, I don't have the final say in the Yinyang school, and you, Yunxiao City, are still traitors. Ning Busi said, you're too powerful. For the future of the Yinyang school, I can only do my best. Shimen Wuya, don't blame me. I wouldn't dare, Shimen Wuya said. However, I'm still your senior, so I'll only use one Xian technique. If you don't die, then I won't care about what happens tonight, Ning Busi said. Yes, master, Shimen Wuya said. Ning Busi had become a grandmaster at least a dozen years ago. He was Dongfeng Minmi's martial uncle. He was truly one of the most powerful people in the world. Like a mountain, he guarded the Yinyang school. In the past dozen years, when Dongfeng Minmi wasn't here, even if only Ning Busi was here, no one dared to offend the Yinyang school. Ning Busi slowly raised the dragon-headed cane in his hand, and a blue flame appeared. Boom, boom. There was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, and thick lightning struck the surface of the sea. A dragon roared, and a shadow of a fire dragon drilled out of Ning Busi's dragon-headed cane. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally became a giant fire dragon that was dozens of meters long. It circled in the sky, roared, and spat out balls of fire. Huge waves that were dozens of meters high suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. It was like a giant fire dragon, full of mania and uneasiness. Shimen Wuya sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the giant fire dragon that was circling in the sky. Of course, he knew what it was. It was a level 9 Xian beast, the legendary flaming devil dragon. Elder Ning Busi had actually taken it as his martial soul. In the whole world, there was no one like Wu Ying who only practiced swordsmanship and martial arts. All warriors focused on practicing Xian techniques because the lethality of dazzling techniques was too shocking, and they could be used for long-range attacks. And when Xian techniques were combined with martial souls, the effect of the attack was almost destructive. Immortal Dragon Formula. Elder Ning Busi roared, and his whole body suddenly burned. The fire dragon that was circling in the sky instantly turned into countless flames and drilled into Ning Busi's body. The originally thin and stooped Elder Ning Busi's body suddenly swelled, and finally became a human-shaped flame that was dozens of meters tall. Countless small flaming dragons danced around his body. Starry Universe Sword Formula. Shimen Wuya roared, and the sword in his hand flew into the air and suddenly brightened. The sword became brighter and brighter, crazily devouring all the Xianqi on the surface of the sea. Finally, the sword light shone like stars, clearly visible from hundreds of miles away. The thin sword that was less than 2.5 feet now became a giant light sword that was dozens of meters long. Split. The giant light sword in the air suddenly split into countless small light swords that flew toward Shimen Wuya like shooting stars. Hundreds of thousands of light swords circled around Shimen Wuya's body, and they were extremely dazzling. Every sword of light was filled with soul and consciousness. Sword soul? It's actually a sword soul? There's actually someone in the world who has cultivated a sword soul? The people of Yinyang school couldn't believe it. A sword soul was a martial artist who didn't take any Xian beasts as his martial soul. Instead, he cultivated his own sword and made it his martial soul. This kind of martial soul was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than taking a Xian beast as a martial soul. But once it was successful, its power would be extremely shocking. Because in the process of cultivating a sword soul, one had to devour countless Xian beast martial souls, so a sword soul could be called the king of martial souls. The king of martial souls, the emperor of martial souls, was a sword soul. In this world, there were no more than 3 people who had cultivated a sword soul. How good would it be if you were a disciple of Yinyang school? Ning Busi muttered to himself. However, as the Lord of Cloud Sky City, the stronger you are, the more danger my Yinyang school will be in. We can't let Cloud Sky City become the orthodox school, and my Yinyang school become a rebel. Elder Ning Busi's gaze suddenly became resolute. Prison-rending dragon formula, go. Elder Ning Busi roared and pointed the dragon head staff in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of fire dragons flew out from Elder Ning Busi's body and shot toward Shimen Wuya. 10,000 swords returned to sect, go. Shimin Wuya roared and pointed the sharp sword in his hand. Instantly, the swords of light and shadow that surrounded his body shot out. Bang, 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 countless fire dragons and light swords collided. It was as if thunder and lightning had struck, bursting forth with countless rays of light. It was as if 10,000 lightning bolts had struck the sky. The entire night sky above the sea was as bright as day. Fire dragons flew out from Ning Busi's body endlessly, causing the number of fire dragons flying around him to decrease. The light swords flew out from Shimin Wuya's body endlessly, causing the number of light swords flying around him to decrease. The fire dragons and light swords flying around him could not only be used to attack, but they could also be used as an energy shield to block the enemy's Xian technique attacks. Therefore, Ning Busi and Shimin Wuya's defense and offense were one. If they wanted to increase their offensive power, their defensive power would inevitably weaken. Bang, 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 bang. The violent explosion and the powerful heat boiled the seawater underground and tore a few large ships not far away into pieces. Rumble. With a final loud sound, a piercing light burst forth like the sun, completely tearing apart the night sky for hundreds of miles, causing the entire night sky to be as bright as day. Tens of thousands of light swords and thousands of fire dragons perished together in the air, turning into ashes. There was only a 1-meter-long fire dragon circling around Ning Busi's body. There was only a 2.5-foot-long light sword circling around Shimin Wuya's body. Both of their eyes revealed their determination at the same time. Go! They shouted in unison. The last of the sharp swords suddenly shot out. The last fire dragon shot out. Whistling through the air, the two light shadows passed by each other. Puff! The fire dragon slammed into Shimin Wuya's chest. Puff! The light sword pierced into Ning Busi's chest. Crack, crack, crack. There was the sound of his sternum breaking. Ning Busi spat out a mouthful of blood. Shimin Wuya's body suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, and a blood sword shot out from the air. Did Cloud Sky City's 100 years of decline just to produce a talent like you? Ning Busi covered his chest, coughing and spitting out blood. He slowly said, you alone have taken all the essence of Cloud Sky City for 100 years. But you are still a gentleman. If you had used Xian techniques, even if there were 10 shadowless, they would have died. Ning Busi said, his swordsmanship is suitable for stealth and assassination, but it is not suitable for martial arts. Okay, I am a man of my words. You took one of my Xian techniques and didn't die. Instead, you defeated me by half a move. I will not care about what happens here. I will go back to Yinyang school and cultivate in seclusion. After saying this, Elder Ning Busi disappeared into the darkness again. Shimin Wuya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, who's next? Everyone present was silent. Everyone said that Shimin Wuya was a great master, but Yinyang school always looked down on him. They always felt that people were frogs in a well. Today, they finally saw Shimin Wuya's power. How was he just a great master? He was at the peak of the world. Jiang Songyang could be considered someone who had 1 foot in the master realm, and Ning Busi was definitely a strong person among the masters. But they had all lost to Shimin Wuya. City Lord Shimin, please advise me. An ordinary and gentle voice came from the darkness. Shimin Wuya's expression changed. Zhu Qingzhu, are you going to make a move? You are the leader of Xiantian sect. Are you going to intervene in today's matter? City Lord Shimin, you're the overlord of the world. Why would you be afraid of me? Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. He was still hiding in the darkness. That's right. I'm a little afraid of you, Shimin Wuya said. Dongfang Minmi is the strongest in the world. I'm not afraid of you, but I'm a little afraid of you. I'm honored. Zhu Qingzhu smiled. It's not just me. Senior brother Dongfang Minmi said the same thing, Shimin Wuya said. Shimin Wuya said, he said that in this world, Zhu Qingzhu is the most unfathomable person. He is completely unfathomable. He said that the world's rankings are the most deceptive. If you believe in these rankings, you won't even know how you died. You flatter me, sect leader Dongfang, Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. However, sect leader Zhu, aren't you from the Yinyang school? Are you going to interfere with the Yinyang school's business? Shimin Wuya asked. After senior brother Dongfeng passed away, only a widow and an orphan were left. Bingling might marry my son in the future. If something happens to her, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Zhu Qingzhu said. Besides, Yang Dingtian cursed me to destroy the entire Black Heaven sect. I can't just ignore him. How about this? You take my palm, and I'll leave after that, Zhu Qingzhu said. I won't use any mystic skills or techniques. Just a simple palm. What do you think? Alright, I'll do as you say, Shimin Wuya said. However, Zhu Qingzhu said again, you've already fought 3 people in a row. It's not fair to fight with me. Take my palm with a big ship between us. With a big ship between them, Shimin Wuya's energy would be weakened a lot. After that, Zhu Qingzhu swung his sleeves in the darkness. Whoosh. Suddenly, a huge wooden ship that was dozens of meters long and dozens of meters thick silently flew into the air and drifted between Shimin Wuya and Zhu Qingzhu. Everyone was shocked speechless. Brother Shimin, please do your best, Zhu Qingzhu said. Of course, Shimin Wuya said. Then, he shook his hands in his sleeves, and his robe swelled up. He knew that the most dangerous moment of his life had come. The most dangerous battle of his life had come. Although the first 3 battles were shocking, they weren't the most dangerous. Although Jiang Songyang was one of the strongest people in the world, almost at the guru level, and seemed to be as famous as Shimin Wuya, their cultivation was far from each other. Shadowless was invincible in terms of swordsmanship and speed. But in his heart, he didn't want to kill Shimin Wuya. Moreover, the difference between their cultivations wasn't that big. Ning Busi, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Yinyang school, was one of the top experts in the world. He had become a grandmaster more than 10 years ago and possessed the legendary martial soul, the blazing devil dragon. However, in terms of cultivation, Shimin Wuya was confident that he was not inferior to Ning Busi, who was more than 100 years old. In terms of martial spirits, the sword spirit that he had painstakingly cultivated was not afraid of any martial spirits in the world. But this Zhu Qingzhu, whose shadow could not even be seen, was like a deep abyss in the sea. It was impossible to see him clearly. Thus, at this moment, it was already the most fatal and most dangerous moment. After getting past Zhu Qingzhu, the danger tonight would be over. After Zhu Qingzhu, the other party would no longer have any peerless evolved Jing masters. Therefore, Shimin Wuya was going to use all of his strength in this seemingly ordinary palm strike. He opened all of his pores. Every part of his body was crazily absorbing the Xianxia in the world. Xianxia filled every inch of his meridians and every corner of his sea of qi. Condense, 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 endless Xianxia condensed from every inch of his body into his sea of qi. His sea of qi swelled bigger and bigger. This was extremely dangerous. Shimin Wuya would never do this because it could cause his sea of qi to explode. But this was the most dangerous moment. He was facing the most powerful, dangerous, and unpredictable enemy in the world. He had to risk his life and condense his Xianxia to 120%. Brother Shimin, if you're ready, you can make the first move, Zhu Qingzhu said calmly. Xianxia condensed crazily until it reached its limit. Shimin Wuya's skin was already trembling. His blood vessels split open and blood flowed out. Right now, the final battle. Shimin Wuya fiercely struck out with his palm, and an incomparably powerful energy shot out. Suddenly, the entire world fell silent. The light of the flames was instantly swallowed, and the entire sea was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, Zhu Qingzhu struck out with his palm. The 2 forces of energy collided in the air. Puff! The 100-meter-long ship floating in the middle was instantly pulverized and turned into ashes silently. At the same time, the other 3 ships within 100 meters were also pulverized silently. Then, Shimin Wuya's body shook violently as if he was hit by an invisible wall of air. His body caved in. However, he did not take a step back, nor did he spit out a mouthful of blood. In the darkness, Zhu Qingzhu sighed and said slowly, Shimin Wuya, the most powerful person in the world. I'm really curious. If sect leader Dongfeng was still here, who would be stronger and who would be weaker? Farewell. After Zhu Qingzhu finished speaking, he went completely silent. It was as if he had never appeared. However, Shimin Wuya still realized that after Zhu Qingzhu left, the place he was in was not completely dark. Instead, it regained some light. When Zhu Qingzhu was here, it was as if he had swallowed all the light in the surroundings. Everywhere he went, there was only darkness. Shimin Wuya said slowly, "Now, there should be no one stopping me, right?" No one replied. "Then I'll take my leave." "I'll take Yangding Tian with me," Shimin Wuya said. Then, Shimin Wuya was about to leave. "Wait." Dongfang Bingling suddenly said. Shimin Wuya said, "Who else wants to stop me?" "Me." Dongfang Bingling said. "You?" Shimin Wuya shook his head. "When I was your age, your father and I were not as good as you. Your talent is rare in the world, but now you are still not my match." "How do you know if you don't try?" Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "The flame ring is mine. Yangding Tian must stay." "No, you are too young." "I can't hurt you," Shimin Wuya said. "You can't hurt me either," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Then, she raised her sword and shouted, "Yin Yang formation, come out." Whoosh, 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 suddenly, more than a dozen figures flew out of the sea like shooting stars. They formed a circle in the air and spun quickly. This was a Tai Chi formation that was dozens of meters wide. Half of it was red flames, and the other half was blue ice. However, 2 points in the middle were missing. "Senior brother Shui, go," Dongfang Bingling said. Immediately, Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongxue flew to the two sides of the Tai Chi formation. Dongfang Bingling's body was ice blue, and Zhu Hongxue's body was blood red. Now, the 2 points in the middle of the yin-yang formation were there. Dongfang Bingling, Zhu Hongxue, and more than a dozen elders of the yin-yang school formed a complete yin-yang formation. The entire Tai Chi formation spun quickly, surrounding Zhu Hongxue and Dongfang Bingling. The two of them floated motionlessly in the air. Shimin Wuya was stunned. He said slowly, "I didn't expect that the most dangerous one would be you, Dongfang Bingling." "It seems that you won't let me leave alive today," Shimin Wuya said slowly. "Hand over Yangding Tian, and you won't die," Dongfang Bingling said. "The ring of flames is mine. I must have it." "Martial Uncle Shimin, your palm strike with Martial Uncle Zhu just now has exhausted all of your Xianxia. It has also exhausted the capacity of your meridians and energy C. What you should do now is to sit down and regulate your breathing. Perhaps you can recover to your peak in half a year or a year." Dongfang Bingling said, "Otherwise, your life will be in danger. As long as you hand over Yangding Tian, I will let you leave immediately." Shimin Wuya smiled. "If I still need you to spare my life, then I'd rather die." "City Lord Shimin, you don't have any Xianqi left. How can you resist the 2 swords of my yin-yang formation?" "Just one sword strike can turn you into ashes," Dongfang Bingling said. "Not necessarily," Shimin Wuya said coldly. "Come at me." "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him?" "Just kill him," Zhu Hongxue said indifferently. The first sword of the yin-yang formation, soul destruction. Following Dongfang Bingling's command, the entire yin-yang formation suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The Xianqi of more than 10 yin-yang school elders in the formation condensed towards the 2 points in the middle. They condensed towards Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongxue's swords. The swords in the hands of the man and woman became brighter and brighter. In the end, they were like stars in the sky. Dual sword combination. Then, the 2 swords merged into a huge sword that was hundreds of meters long. Dongfang Bingling raised it high and slashed it down towards Shimin Wuya. "Martial Uncle Shimin, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for being merciless." Following Dongfang Bingling's sorrowful cry, the huge sword slammed down. In an instant, the entire sea was turned upside down. "Bloodthirsty technique." Shimin Wuya roared and spat out a cloud of blood. Boom! The blood mist met the sword blade and immediately burned. The thin sword in Shimin Wuya's hand suddenly turned into a huge flaming sword that was hundreds of meters long. He slashed it towards Dongfang Bingling's huge sword. Bang! There was a thunderous sound. It was like the light of a nuclear bomb explosion. the dark sea suddenly turned white. Boom! The two forces of energy exploded. A huge wave that was hundreds of meters high rose on the sea. It was like a huge wall that rolled towards the east. All the ships brought by the Yinyang school were smashed into pieces. Shimin Wuya's body flew back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in Dongfang Bingling's Yinyang formation was spitting out blood as if they had been struck by lightning. Only Dongfang Bingling had a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Zhu Hongshua's face was a little pale, but there was no trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. City Lord Shimin, you are indeed unfathomable. You even know the legendary bloodthirsty technique. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, however, I know that this bloodthirsty technique transforms one's entire body's essence blood into Xianxia. Using it once will cause one to lose half of one's life. In the past 100 years, no one has dared to use the bloodthirsty technique twice. I would like to see how City Lord Shimin is going to deal with my second dual sword combination. You can give it a try, Shimin Wuya said slowly. Shimin Wuya said slowly, I also want to see how many of your Yin-Yang sex elders will survive after the second sword strike. No matter the price, I'll accept it. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, I've never regretted what I've done. I've never looked back. Yin-Yang formation, second sword, 10,000 bloodthirsty. Under Dongfang Bingling's command, the celestial qi of more than 10 people in the Yin-Yang formation once again gathered towards Zhu Hongxue and Dongfang Bingling. Once again, the two swords combined to form a blood-red giant sword that was hundreds of meters long. This giant sword was longer, thicker, and more powerful than the first time. From tonight onwards, there will be no more Shimin Wuya and no more Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Bingling raised the giant sword and shouted. She was about to slash it down. Wait. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded from 1,000 meters away. Then, the cabin door of Cloud Sky City's ship opened and a figure staggered out. It was Yang Dingtian. After he took the pill, he had completely fainted. But in the depths of his mind, he desperately told himself to wake up. He had to wake up. Uncle Master Shimin had reached the most dangerous moment. After exhausting all of his willpower, he actually woke up. Yang Dingtian, go back. Shimin Wuya shouted when he saw him come out. No, Uncle Master Shimin, Yang Dingtian said, Master sacrificed himself for my freedom and to help me. I swear, I will never let anyone close to me die for me again. Never. Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian shouted at Dongfang Bingling, who was in the air. Yang Dingtian, you're only pleading now? It's too late. The arrow is already on the bow. It has to be released. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? It's useless to regret. If it weren't for your wishful thinking, you would already be a disciple of Yinyang school. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of damp air and said coldly, I, Yang Dingtian, have never known what regret is. I'm here to negotiate with you. Yang Dingtian raised his right ring finger and said, you want the flame ring, don't you? It was mine to begin with. Dongfang Bingling said, I am the most suitable person to be the head of the Yinyang school. Who said that a woman can't be the head of the Yinyang school? But Master gave him to me. Don't say that I picked him up. You know that Master gave him to me personally. Yang Dingtian said. That's because my father was muddle-headed and muddle-headed. That's why he gave the flame ring to a mediocre item like you, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian, if you still treat me as your martial uncle, then get in. Shimin Wuya said loudly, trust me, I'll definitely protect you tonight. Martial Uncle Shimin, don't talk nonsense. You'll definitely die with the second strike. Dongfang Bingling said, it's as easy as pie for me to kill you now. Why don't you give it a try? Shimin Wuya sneered and said, let's see how many people will die with me. Let's see if the sea will be completely dyed red. You're really courting death. Dongfang Bingling said coldly and was about to slash down with her sword. Dongfang Bingling, do you dare to fight with me? Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, blocking Dongfang Bingling's movement. Then, he said to Shimin Wuya, martial uncle, trust me this time. Trust me this time. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. Trust me this time. Leave the rest to me. Then, Yang Dingtian said, Dongfang Bingling, don't you want to take back the flame ring? Don't you want to prove that your master was muddle-headed and didn't give you the flame ring? 5 years later, let's fight. If I win, I want to take back everything that belongs to me, including my dignity. If I lose, I'll kneel in front of you and admit my mistake. Then, I'll be cut into pieces. Will I kneel and give you the flame ring? What do you think? Yang Dingtian shouted, 5 years later, do you dare to fight? 5 years? You? Dongfang Bingling said disdainfully, Yang Dingtian, do you know what level you are now? Do you know what level I am? Do you know how big the gap between you and me is? I don't know, but it should be very big, Yang Dingtian said. The difference is like heaven and earth. I'm like the stars in the sky, and you're like an ant on the ground. Even if thousands of years pass, you'll never be able to reach my level. Dongfang Bingling said proudly, my talent is rarely seen in hundreds of years, but it took me more than 10 years to reach my current level. Do you know that when my father was at my age, he was far inferior to me? In less than 15 years, I'll surpass my father's level and become the most powerful headmaster of the Xianxia school in 100 years. In another 30 or 40 years, I'll even be able to challenge the martial saint realm that no one has succeeded in hundreds of years. In that case? Then what are you worried about 5 years later? Yang Dingtian said, 5 years later, you and I will fight. That way, taking back the flame ring will be more justified. Even if the mountains collapse, even if the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, even if the river flows backward, even if the sea dries up, you won't be my opponent in 5 years, Dongfang Bingling said coldly, but I'm sorry, I still refuse. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. Why should I accept the challenge of an ant? If I had to accept the challenge of any Tom, Dick, or Harry, then I wouldn't be able to do anything in my life. Not everyone has the right to challenge me, Dongfang Bingling said disdainfully and arrogantly. So, I'll end everything tonight. I'll end Shimen Wuya, end Cloud Heaven City, and end you, Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Bingling's tone was filled with determination, and the murderous aura of the giant sword in her hand grew stronger. Ha ha, ha ha. Shimen Wuya laughed maniacally. I didn't expect that Dongfang Minmi would have such an ambitious daughter. Come, Dongfang Bingling. Let's see how you'll end everything. Shimen Wuya laughed. Die. Dongfang Bingling's expression was indifferent. She said coldly and suddenly slashed down with her sword. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared under her giant sword. It was an incomparably delicate and beautiful figure. It was Dongfang Bingling's mother, Yang Dingtian's master's wife. She was still so beautiful, as if she had walked out of a dream, as if she had walked out of a painting. Her eyes were like water, tender and beautiful like a flower. She was absolutely beautiful. Her red dress accentuated her devilish figure, giving off a magical charm. Dongfang Bingling, you have to agree with Yang Dingtian. The master's wife took out a dagger and placed it against her tender neck. You have to agree with him, or else you can kill me as well. Dongfang Bingling hurriedly stopped the giant sword. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally flowed out. Mother, are you forcing me to my death? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm not as good as Yang Dingtian, an outsider? He's not an outsider. He's your future husband and your father's disciple, the master's wife said. Agree to his 5-year promise. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. I'm useless as a mother. I'm not as strong as you. I can't stop you from killing people, but I can still kill myself, the master's wife said slowly. Her gentle gaze was filled with infinite willpower. Yang Dingtian stood up and was about to shout, but his master's wife stopped him. Yang Dingtian, don't say anything. It's your master's wife who has let you down. It's your master's wife's fault for not having the ability to make you two enemies. Follow Uncle Shimen to Cloud Sky City. After 5 years, you can go to Xianxia school. I believe in you. I believe in your master's vision. After 5 years, you'll definitely be able to take back what belongs to you, the master's wife said. What? Dongfang Bingling, do you really want to watch me die in front of you? The master's wife asked. Shimen Wuya looked at Madame Dongfang with a complicated gaze. He sighed and said, Junior sister, you don't have to do this. I can really protect Yang Tian. For the sake of you and senior brother Dongfeng, I won't kill Dongfeng Bingling. But you'll die. Madame Dongfeng said. I can't watch my daughter commit an unforgivable mistake. I can't let the two children become enemies. Then, Madame Dongfeng pressed the dagger lightly. Instantly, blood flowed out. Then, her beautiful eyes stared at Dongfeng Bingling. Okay, I promise you, mother. Dongfeng Bingling said. Right now, I'm really doubting whether I'm really your biological daughter. Dongfeng Bingling bit her lips until they bled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Tian, shooting out endless hatred. Her voice was even colder than the ice cave under the 1,000-mile glacier. Yang Tian, remember the 5-year promise. 5 years later, I'll tear you into pieces. 5 years later, I'll make Cloud Sky City disappear from this world. Yang Tian looked at Dongfeng Bingling and said word by word, 5 years later, I'll use my own strength to take back everything that belongs to me, including my dignity and today's humiliation. The master's wife said to Shimin Wuya, let's go, senior brother Shimin. Bring Yang Tian to Cloud Sky City and nurture him well. I'm officially entrusting him to you. Shimin Wuya bowed and said, I won't let you down. Junior sister, I'll take my leave. Then, Shimin Wuya's body floated up and landed on Cloud Sky City's boat. He carried Yang Tian and walked directly into the cabin. Yang Tian shouted at the master's wife, 5 years later, I'll go to Yinyang school to see you. If you're willing, I'll raise you and take care of you for the rest of your life. The master's wife smiled gently. The entire sea was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Okay, I'll wait, the master's wife said slowly. Finally, Yang Tian used all his strength to shout at Dongfeng Bingling. Dongfeng Bingling, 5 years later, see you at Yinyang school. 5 years later, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. Asterisk. The ship continued to sail in the direction of Cloud Sky City. In one of the cabins, there were only Yang Tian, Shimin Wuya, and Shimin Yanyan. Shimin Wuya sat on the couch. He was still as handsome as ever. It was as if there wasn't a trace of weakness or injury on him. His handsome face was even burning with a strange light. Shimin Yanyan stood by Yang Tian's side. Although she looked a little haggard, her delicate face was still as beautiful as ever. Both of their faces were filled with concern, and uneasiness. There's really not much time left, Shimin Wuya said slowly. Yan, Ding Tian, kneel down. Shimin Yan didn't understand, but she still knelt down. Yang Tian's expression changed slightly, and he also knelt down. Yang Tian, I betroth Shimin Yan to you. Will you love her forever, protect her forever, and take care of her forever? Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Tian and said slowly. P.S. My ranking on the new book list has been destroyed. Please recommend me. Woo. Shimin Yan suddenly exclaimed, Father, Yang Tian also said anxiously, Uncle, didn't we agree before? You won't force Yan to marry me. Shimin Wuya ignored the two of them. He still stared at Yang Tian and said slowly, Yang Tian, I betroth Shimin Yan to you as your wife. Will you love her for the rest of your life, protect her for the rest of your life, and take care of her for the rest of your life? He stared at Yang Tian. There were countless meanings in his eyes, but there was only one meaning. Yang Tian felt sad and said, You will be fine. You don't have to do this. Answer me, Yang Tian, Shimin Wuya said word by word. Yes, uncle, Yang Tian said, I will take care of Yan for the rest of my life. I will protect her for the rest of my life. Shimin Wuya looked at his daughter and said word by word, Shimin Yan, I betroth you to Yang Tian. Are you willing to love him for the rest of your life, treat him as your sky and earth, give birth to children for him, and do laundry and cook for him? Father. Shimin Yan cried, Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Shimin Yan, do you also want to disobey your father like Dongfeng Bingling? Shimin Wuya said sternly. I don't dare, Shimin Yan said. Shimin Wuya said, Then tell me, are you willing to marry Yang Tian? Are you willing to love him for the rest of your life, treat him as your sky and earth, give birth to children for him, and do laundry and cook for him? Shimin Yanyan suddenly cried and fell to the ground. She sobbed and said, I'm willing, I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything, as long as you get better. Don't scare me, don't scare me. Shimin Wuya said with a solemn expression, good, then you two will get married today. Do the ceremony here. Martial uncle. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, let's talk about it when we return to Cloud Sky City, right here, Shimin Wuya said without hesitation. Are you going to disobey me? I don't dare. We wouldn't dare. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan lowered their heads. Well, all of you stand up now. Shimin Wuya said. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan stood up. Face the east and bow to the heavens and earth. Shimin Wuya said. The two of them knelt to the east and kowtowed. Dingtian, where are your parents? Shimin Wuya asked. He's no longer in this world, Yang Dingtian said. Then I will take your place, Shimin Wuya said. Kneel down in front of me and pay your respects to your parents. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan both knelt in the direction of Shimin Wuya and kowtowed. Husband and wife, kowtow to each other. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan both knelt down in front of each other and kowtowed. Then, they stood up. Shimin Yanyan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but at the same time, a trace of shyness flashed across them. Come here. Shimin Wuya waved his hand. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan walked forward. Shimin Wuya held each of their hands and looked at Yanyan with a tender and loving expression. Good child, although your cultivation is much lower than Dongfang Bingling's and your fame is not as great as hers, you have always been the apple of my eye. But you've always been the apple of Father's eye. You've always been Father's treasure. No matter how strong or weak your cultivation is, you've always been Father's pride. I have always been reluctant to scold you since you were young. I can't bear to see you suffer. When I think of you getting married when you grow up, I feel both excited and sad. I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. I haven't cherished my daughter enough and she is about to get married. I really can't bear to see her go. Shimin Wuya sighed. He stared at his daughter as if he wanted to look at her to his heart's content. Then, Shimin Wuya put on a gentle expression that he had never used before and said, My daughter, from today onwards, you will have a different man to love and dote on you. Don't worry, the husband that I have chosen for you is the best. He will also take care of you and won't bear to let you suffer even a little bit. He won't bear to let you suffer even a little bit of harm. Yang Dingtian, am I right? Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian. Yes, yes, I will. Yang Dingtian held back his tears and nodded vigorously. Shimin Wuya grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, Child, I won't be able to protect you in the future. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Remember what you said. I am handing my precious daughter over to you. I am handing Cloud Sky City over to you. I am also handing over my dreams to you. Shimin Wuya's gaze was like a ball of fire. The fire was getting smaller and dimmer. PFFF. Then, Shimin Wuya suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. It shot out over 10 meters and splashed onto the ground, creating a ball of black gas. Then, the pots of flowers in the cabin instantly withered and died. Martial uncle, why did this happen? When the battle ended, weren't you still fine? Yang Dingtian asked. How can I cure you? Tell me. It's useless. Shimin Wuya smiled at Yang Dingtian. Zhu Qingzhu's palm almost destroyed all of my life force. His Xianxia contains some kind of energy that can swallow everything. My meridians, my blood, my Xianxia, my sea of energy, my entire body. I already overestimated how dangerous he was, but I still didn't expect it. Yinyang School's Grand Elder's shocking Xian skill didn't do anything to me. Dongfang Bingling's Yinyang Great Formation didn't take my life. Zhu Qingzhu's gentle palm easily destroyed my life force. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength. Shimin Wuya's breath became weaker and weaker. Child, remember this. If you don't have absolute confidence, don't fight with Zhu Qingzhu. His Xianxia is completely destructive. Even if only a trace of energy enters your body, it will quickly devour your entire body. Your Xianxia and blood will become dark energy. 1 will become 2, 2 will become 4, 4 will become 8. Soon, your entire body will be filled with this dark energy. It will devour all of your life force. I can definitely be saved. I can definitely be saved. Tell me, Yang Dingtian said. I can't be saved. This dark energy has already reached my sea of energy and heart. Most of my blood has already turned black, Shimen Wuya said. Shimen Wuya said, do you know what will happen when this dark energy reaches your chi sea and heart? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I will become a bloodthirsty monster. I will completely lose my mind and only know how to kill. I will kill everyone on this ship, Shimen Wuya said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Shimen Yanyan were stunned. No, father, you definitely won't. Shimen Yanyan cried. This Xianxia energy is called Soul Devourer. I've only read about it in books. I didn't expect this most evil technique to reappear in the world. Shimen Wuya laughed. I've tried everything to suppress the Soul Devourer energy, but I failed. Look at my eyes, the black pupils are getting bigger and bigger. When the black pupils completely cover my eyes, I will become a bloodthirsty monster. You don't want me to become that kind of monster, right? Shimen Wuya laughed. Remember, don't tell anyone about Soul Devourer. Otherwise, you will be killed. Time's up. Shimen Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Child, I believe you will do well. Protect Yanyan, protect Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, Martial Uncle can't protect you anymore. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. After he finished speaking, Shimen Wuya's palm suddenly slapped his own heart. It was as fast as lightning and couldn't be stopped. Father, don't, Martial Uncle, don't, Yang Dingtian and Shimen Yanyan cried out at the same time. Shimen Wuya spat out the last mouthful of black blood. Then, he lowered his head and closed his eyes silently. Father, don't leave me. Shimen Yanyan was like a cuckoo crying blood. She screamed and fainted. Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears poured out and instantly covered his entire face. Godfather. Outside, Shimen Yan rushed in and knelt in front of Shimen Wuya, wailing loudly. Instantly, the people of Cloud Sky City rushed in and looked at Shimen Wuya in disbelief. Then, it was as if they were struck by lightning. In their hearts, Shimen Wuya was as strong as a god. He was invincible and immortal. But now, everyone slowly knelt down as if the world had collapsed. Perhaps to them, the world had collapsed because Shimen Wuya was the sky of Cloud Sky City. Shimen Yanyan slowly woke up. Looking at the crying crowd, she shouted, What are you crying for? My father isn't dead. He was just severely injured, so he went into seclusion to heal. This seclusion will take 3 years. After 3 years, my father will wake up. Shimen Yanyan said, so please remember, these 3 years will be the most dangerous and difficult years for Cloud Sky City. We must help each other and strive for self-improvement. What's the point of crying now? My father has protected you for many years. It's time for us to rely on ourselves. Go back to your posts and do what you need to do. Shimen Yanyan said, remember, in the future, announce to the outside world that my father is in seclusion. If anyone speaks of what happened today, their cultivation will be destroyed and they will be expelled. Immediately, everyone stopped crying, and a trace of hope appeared on their faces. Why aren't you leaving? Shimen Yanyan said, what my father needs the most is peace and quiet. Remember to send a level 5 recovery pill every day. Crush it and light it beside my father. This will help his recovery. Once she said this, everyone instantly believed that Shimen Wuya was really in seclusion to heal. Yes, miss. Then, everyone bowed and left, each holding their own post. Shimen Yan stayed. After everyone left, he slowly said, Yan, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. My foster father is no longer here. Then, he glared at Yang Dingtian with hatred and said coldly, you are a jinx. It's all because of your foster father that he died. You are a jinx. Shimen Yan, didn't you hear what I just said? Yan Shimen said coldly, my father is not dead. He is just meditating to heal. You better remember this in the future. Also, from today onwards, Yang Tian is my husband, the future Cloud Sky City Lord, so you better watch your words, Yan Shimin said coldly. What? Yan Shimin Yan, what did you say? Shimin Yan said in disbelief. What? Didn't you hear me clearly? Yan Shimin Yan said word by word, from today onwards, Yang Tian is my husband, and the future Cloud Sky City Lord. He's your master, so you better watch your words. Shimin Yan pointed at Yang Tian and said sternly, Yan, you want to marry him? Marry a piece of trash like him? Why? This piece of trash who wants to suck up to others wants to marry Dongfang Bingling and become the head of Yinyang school. In the end, he was humiliated and chased down. Now, he has his eyes on our Cloud Sky City? You want this piece of trash to become our Cloud Sky City Lord? Dream on. Yan Shimin Yan's beautiful face turned cold and said, this is my father's decision. We just went through the wedding ceremony and are already husband and wife. What is done cannot be undone. Are you going to disobey my father's orders? Shimin Yan's handsome face twitched and he said sternly, why? Why? I treated you so well and treated you like a princess. I listened to your every whim. For your Shimin clan, I spared no effort. I did so much, but my foster father and you didn't do anything? Now, you are actually letting a piece of trash outsider ride on my head and become my new master? Haha. Shimin Yan laughed miserably and said, this is the biggest mistake in the world. Foster son? What a nice way to put it. I was really naive. I really thought that I was the son of your Shimin clan. It turns out that I am merely a servant. City Lord Shimin treated me so poorly, haha. I don't accept this. Shimin Yan's tone changed from grief and indignation to ice. Shimin Yan coldly said, Shimin Yan, are you rebelling? Rebel? Shimin Yan sneered. No, I am only doing this for the fate of Cloud Sky City. Now that the City Lord is dead, as the adopted son of Cloud Sky City's City Lord, I will not allow the lives of thousands of people in Cloud Sky City to be placed in the hands of a useless outsider. Shimin Yan's expression changed as she heard a dangerous aura. She asked, what do you want to do? I'm going to look for the brothers outside to reason with them and see if they can accept a foreign trash riding on their heads. Shimin Yan said, I don't believe that this is the City Lord's order. Maybe someone is faking the imperial edict and then throwing this trash into the sea. Anyway, he is a jinx. Leaving him on the ship will bring disaster to the entire Cloud Sky City. Shimin Yan, you dare? Shimin Yan sternly said. Why wouldn't I dare? Shimin Yan coldly said, do you think you can stop me? Do you think you are a match for me? In the past, I deliberately let you win every time we fought. Otherwise, I could deal with you with one hand. After saying that, Shimin Yan was about to go out and shout. Shimin Yan panicked and immediately pulled out her sword. She coldly said, Shimin Yan, if you take another step forward, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Is that so? Shimin Yan raised his head and coldly said, I won't even use a weapon. If I can't beat you down in 10 moves, I am a useless person. Shimin Yan was furious and was about to rush forward. Yang Tian stepped forward and stood between the two. He looked at Shimin Yan and said, do you really want to use force in front of martial uncle? I was forced, Shimin Yan said. I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City. I can't watch Cloud Sky City be destroyed by the two of you. Yan is not a match for you. There is no need to fight, Yang Tian said, you are not convinced and want to make a big deal out of this. You want to destroy me, right? Shimin Yan coldly snorted, neither admitting nor denying it. Doing this can destroy me, but it won't do you any good. Yang Tian said, why don't we change the method that will be more beneficial to you? In 2 years, we will have a duel. If I lose, I will voluntarily resign from the position of Cloud Sky City's successor and then elect you as the new Cloud Sky City Lord. Shimin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, but he coldly laughed, I am ranked in the top 10 of Cloud Sky City's experts. I have cultivated for 20 years to achieve this result. You want to defeat me in 2 years? Dream on. Besides, you don't have the qualifications to become Cloud Sky City's Lord. What qualifications do you have to elect me? I don't have the qualifications, but Yan Yan does, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Yan Yan's beautiful eyes became anxious. She wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth and didn't say anything. 2 years? With just you? Shimin Yan coldly laughed. I don't even know what my foster father sees in a piece of trash like you. You want to defeat me in such a short time? Dream on. Isn't that good? That means father-in-law has indeed misjudged me. I don't have the qualifications to become Yan Yan's husband, and I don't have the qualifications to become Cloud Sky City's lord, Yang Dingtian said. Why should I believe you? Shimin Yan coldly said. Yang Dingtian said, I can swear that in 2 years, I will duel with Shimin Yan. If I lose, I don't have the qualifications to become Shimin Yan Yan's husband, and I don't have the qualifications to become the future Cloud Sky City's lord. I will voluntarily resign from the position of Cloud Sky City's successor and leave Cloud Sky City, never to take a step into Cloud Sky City. If I go against it, may the heavens and earth destroy me, and I will never be reincarnated. Shimin Yan coldly said, swear on your parents. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's eyes filled with anger. The muscles on his face twitched as he said, if I go against my oath, may my parents not have peace in the other world. Is that enough? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan, and you, swear on my godfather's reputation, Shimin Yan said. Shimin Yan didn't say anything, only coldly staring at Shimin Yan. Shimin Yan's eyes narrowed, then he raised his head and said, I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City. Shimin Yan stared at Shimin Yan and said word by word, in 2 years, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yan will duel. If Yang Dingtian loses, he will automatically lose the qualifications to become the successor of Cloud Sky City's lord. I will recommend Shimin Yan to be the successor of Cloud Sky City's lord. If I go against it, let my father, Shimin Wuya, hack me to death. Obviously, this oath was against Shimin Yan's rules, but under Shimin Yan's burning gaze, Shimin Yan's lips trembled, and he didn't say anything else. Shimin Yan, can you leave now? Shimin Yan coldly said. Yan, I am also doing this for Cloud Sky City, Shimin Yan said. He then stared at Yang Dingtian and sneered, trash, I will let you linger on for a while longer. In 2 years, you will become a real trash. Humph. Shimin Yan coldly snorted, then turned and left. The cabin was silent. Shimin Yan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears surged out, and she looked at her father with distressed eyes. She sobbed hard, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She had been protected by her father since she was young, and she was like a princess. However, everything had changed now. Her sky had collapsed, and her sworn brother, who had always been obedient to her, had revealed a sinister face. Her already wounded heart was ruthlessly ravaged once again, and her young and tender shoulders were almost unable to hold on any longer. Who could she rely on now? She wasn't an ambitious woman like Dongfang Bingling. For the past few years, she had only wanted to live a carefree life under her father's protection. Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan, who was crying helplessly. Yang Dingtian felt a burst of heartache. The voluptuous and sexy body in front of him now looked so weak and hurt. He really wanted to go up and comfort her, and whisper into her ear that he would protect her from now on. Yan, do you hate me? However, this was what came out of Yang Dingtian's mouth. Shimin Yan raised her beautiful face and looked at Yang Dingtian with teary eyes. Hatred and resentment flashed in her eyes, but it quickly turned into sadness. Anyone else would hate him. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect Yang Dingtian, Shimin Wuya wouldn't have met with such an ending. He would still be one of the top experts in the world, leading Cloud Sky City to dominate the world for decades. Even Black Sky Sex Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, all of this changed because of Yang Dingtian. Hate, how can I not hate you? Shimin Yan said. Back then, you didn't sell the flame ornament to me. You were rude to me, and you even caused me to be scolded by my father. I hate you to death. Now that you've caused my father to be like this, how can I not hate you? Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan. He wanted to say sorry, but in the end, he didn't. This wasn't something that could be solved by just saying sorry. Shimin Yan stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. But don't worry, I'm not Dongfang Bingling. My father married me to you, so I'll wholeheartedly become your wife and help you wholeheartedly. I still hate you in my heart, but I'll still listen to my father and learn to be your wife. Shimin Yanyan continued, so please don't worry. Even if you ask for physical intimacy now, I won't refuse. I'll fulfill my responsibilities as a wife. And as your wife, I won't scold you like before, I won't be disrespectful to you, and I won't order you around, Shimin Yanyan said. But if you want more, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. More? What was that? That was Shimin Yanyan's heart. Yang Dingtian nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he knelt down in front of Shimin Wuya. He pulled out a dagger and slashed his palm, smearing the blood on his face. He knelt down and said word by word, I, Yang Dingtian, swear to the 2 suns and 2 moons in the sky. I swear to the primal chaos continent. I will definitely kill Zhu Qingzhu and his entire family. I will definitely help Cloud Heaven City take back the rightful Yinyang school. I will definitely protect Shimin Yanyan for the rest of her life and not let any harm come to her. If I violate this oath, the 2 suns will kill me, the 2 moons will kill me, and the primal chaos continent will bury me. This was the highest oath in the primal chaos continent, the blood oath. P.S. I'm still begging for a recommendation vote. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Cloud Sky City's boat headed west, but this time, it didn't reach the icy land where the glacier was. Instead, it followed the coastline and went around this continent, continuing to head towards the northwest continent where Cloud Sky City was located. Along the way, they encountered many ships, but they didn't encounter any trouble. All the ships avoided Cloud Heaven City's flag. It was obvious that no one knew about Shimin Wuya's matter, and Yang Dingtian's worry about the Xian Sky Sect's ambush on the sea didn't happen. Perhaps it was because of Yang Dingtian's 2-year promise, but Shimin Yan didn't look for trouble along the way. However, he was already openly trying to win people's hearts. Shimin Yan didn't do anything every day. She just stayed by her father's side. She didn't eat, drink, or say a word. She completely wrapped herself in ice. Every time Yang Dingtian brought food, she would leave it there until it became cold. She didn't even touch it. She didn't eat or drink for several days, and she almost didn't sleep. Shimin Yanyan quickly became haggard. Her 2 beautiful big eyes became red and swollen. Her beautiful face, which had some baby fat, became thin and her chin became sharp. She was a completely different kind of beauty. Shimin Yanyan was burning her own life. Yang Dingtian knew that he couldn't persuade Shimin Yanyan with any words. Furthermore, Shimin Yanyan didn't want to talk to him. However, he couldn't continue like this. Shimin Yanyan would die. Thus, Yang Dingtian didn't try to persuade her. He just sat beside Shimin Yanyan and accompanied her. He didn't eat, drink, or sleep. He hadn't recovered from his serious injuries, so he was playing with his life. Only 2 days later, his face darkened. Seeing Yang Dingtian on the verge of collapse, Shimin Yanyan said, "You don't have to be like this. You still have an important mission." Yang Dingtian asked, "What mission?" "Fight with Dongfang Bingling and take back everything that belongs to you. Help Cloud Sky City regain the rightful position of Yinyang School," Shimin Yanyan said. "That's right. But there's an even more important mission," Yang Dingtian said. "That's to protect you from harm." Yang Dingtian continued, "This is the first mission given to me by Martial Uncle Shimin. If I can't complete this mission, then the following missions would be meaningless. I'm very weak now, and I can't protect you at all. So, dying together with you is pretty good." Shimin Yanyan's originally gloomy eyes flashed with a bright light, but she still didn't speak. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "When I came to this world, I had nothing. I couldn't find a reason to fight. I only lived for the sake of living. Later, I met Master. We were like father and son, so his expectations for me became my goal and mission. Later, I went to Yinyang School. You know what happened. That's why my hatred and unwillingness towards Dongfang Bingling became my reason and mission to continue living. Later, because of me, Martial Uncle Shimin. So, his request became my mission and my reason for living. Later, when I saw your tears and your sadness." Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yanyan's beautiful face and said, "In the past, you were very unruly and rude. You ordered people around. Although you almost beat me half to death, I still liked the Shimin Yanyan at that time." That was the real Shimin Yanyan. Yanyan shook her head and said, "Now, what right do I have to continue being unruly? The person who can protect and tolerate my unruly behavior is no longer around. So." Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yanyan seriously and said, "Making you unruly again, making you arrogant and bossy again, is also my mission. The reason for my struggle, because this is what I owe you, master is no longer around, and martial uncle Shimin is also." Yang Dingtian continued, "I don't want to let hatred completely fill my heart. So, your happiness became my last and most important reason. Protecting a person is more meaningful than vengeance, right? It is also more meaningful than an illusory mission." Yang Dingtian commented. Yan Yan raised her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with her big eyes for a long time. The ice around her body seemed to crack. "You are very good at making girls like you, but unfortunately, my heart is already." Shimin Yan Yan raised her beautiful face and said, "But, at least I don't hate you as much as before, I don't hate you as much as before." Then, Shimin Yan Yan began to eat. "But please don't worry, I will fulfill my duty as a wife. But I really can't give you more, I'm sorry." After more than 2 months of sailing, Yang Dingtian spent most of his time soaking in the medicinal soup to recuperate. He also desperately read all kinds of books. Before he officially learned the martial arts of this world, he had to have a sufficient understanding of this world's martial arts. The last time they chatted, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan seemed to have exhausted all their friendship. Shimin Yanyan didn't say a word to Yang Dingtian. She stayed in the cabin every day, staying by her father's side. Other than taking a bath, she didn't take a step out of the cabin. Yang Dingtian didn't want to see her like this. He looked for all kinds of reasons to talk to her, but at most she responded with a humph. Thus, Yang Dingtian took a book and sat beside Yan Yan every day, carefully reading it. When he came across something he didn't understand, he would ask. No matter how childish he was, he would ask. Finally, one day, Yan Yan couldn't help but say, "Why are you so stupid? You don't even know something so simple." Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. Yang Dingtian was very thick-skinned in this aspect. He continued to ask, very seriously, all kinds of questions that he didn't understand. Thus, Yan Yan became half his teacher. After Yang Dingtian finished reading more than 10 books, the voyage finally ended. They once again set foot on land. She went to the northwest continent. The people of Cloud Sky City all changed to horses and carriages. They still had to travel 3,000 miles to reach Cloud Sky City. Along the way, Yang Dingtian was worried that there would be enemies on land. After all, Cloud Sky City had made countless enemies in the western continent over the years. But they worried too much. Not only did they not encounter any attacks, but everywhere they passed, all their enemies avoided them. It turned out that no one knew that something had happened to Shimin Wuya. But many people had already heard of Shimin Wuya's shocking battle on the sea. He displayed his invincible might and defeated several master stage experts. So, before they even set foot on the western continent, Shimin Wuya's name was already very famous. Although the forces in the western continent didn't dare to offend the Black Sky sect and Inyang school to curry favor with Cloud Sky City, they also didn't dare to offend Cloud Sky City. Instead, they were worried that Cloud Sky City would use this opportunity to expand in the western continent again. After traveling for a few thousand miles, they were only 300 miles away from Cloud Sky City. The closer they got to Cloud Sky City, the less fragile Shimin Yanyan's eyes looked. But occasionally, there was more uneasiness. Moreover, the closer they got to Cloud Sky City, the more vigilant Shimin Yan, Yang Dingtian, and Shimin Yanyan became. In the last few days, Shimin Yan was even constantly monitoring Shimin Yanyan and Yang Dingtian, not allowing them to do anything. On the last night, they were less than 200 miles away from Cloud Sky City. They would reach Cloud Sky City tomorrow night. One by one, blackbirds flew out from the garrison and headed towards Cloud Heaven City. Some belonged to Shimin Yanyan, and some belonged to Shimin Yan. Shimin Yanyan paced back and forth in the tent uneasily. Finally, she stood still and looked at Yang Dingtian. We will reach Cloud Sky City tomorrow. Our true danger is coming. On this journey, your only enemy is Shi Minyan. But in Cloud Sky City, you will have many enemies, enemies much stronger than Shi Minyan. Even with father's strength, when he inherited the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, a lot of blood was shed, many people died, and many people were expelled, Shi Minyan said. So, you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Dingtian said, it's better than the situation in Yinyang School. Not necessarily. At least at that time, Dongfang Bingling didn't really want to kill you, but the people in Cloud Sky City might. Shi Minyan said, but, as your wife, I will do everything I can to help you. This is my promise to father. Then, Shi Minyan walked to the entrance of the tent and looked at the sky outside. The key is that person. Is he willing to help me? Is he willing to stand on your side? As long as he is willing to be loyal to you, we will have won half the battle. The next morning, the team continued to move forward. They were only 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound of horse hooves. The road ahead was filled with dust. Immediately, Shi Minyan ordered the entire team to stop moving forward and enter a defensive state. After a while, hundreds of armored horses galloped over. Each of the riders carried a large sword on their back and their red cloaks fluttered in the wind. Although there were only 100 of them, there was an army of thousands of riders galloping over. The leader of the riders was wrapped in darkness. He was as majestic as a mountain, mighty and domineering. Before they even got close to the team, the 100 riders rolled down from their saddles and knelt on both sides of the road. Their movements were neat and orderly, as if they were one person. The leader of the riders got down from his horse and stabbed his large sword into the ground. He knelt down on one knee and said, Black Blood Cavalry Commander Shi Minlai welcomes Godfather. This person's voice was loud and deafening. Boss. Shi Minyan shouted loudly and rushed out on his horse. He got down from his horse in front of Shi Minlai and gave him a warm hug. I missed you so much for the past half a year. Good brother. It must have been hard on you this time. You also earned a lot of prestige, Shi Minlai replied with the same enthusiasm. Shi Minyan pushed open the door and peeked out her beautiful face. Big brother. Shi Minlai greets Mississippi. Shi Minlai immediately bowed. He was also Shi Minwuya's godson, but he still called Shi Minyan Miss and not her name. Big brother, come up for a moment. I have something to say to you. Shi Minyan said. Yes. Shi Minlai said. Then he stood up and walked towards Shi Minyan's carriage. Shi Minyan's complexion slightly changed. He wanted to say something but didn't say anything. Shi Minlai was really majestic. After getting on the carriage, the originally spacious carriage seemed a bit small. After getting on the carriage, Shi Minlai put his large sword aside and took off his helmet, revealing his heroic and resolute face. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. His golden beard was as dense as steel thorns. He had deep big eyes, a strong nose, and a face that looked like it had been chopped by an axe. He looked like a majestic lion. After getting on the carriage, Shi Minlai saw Yang Dingtian at the side. He was slightly startled and frowned. He shifted his gaze and didn't look at Yang Dingtian again. Big brother. Shi Minyan said to Shi Minlai. This is Yang Dingtian, my husband. Shi Minlai, who was like a lion king, suddenly raised his head and glared at Yang Dingtian. His gaze was like a burning flame. After looking at Yang Dingtian from head to toe, he frowned. Yang Dingtian, this is father's most valued adopted son, Cloud Sky City's Black Blood Cavalry's commander, big brother Yang Dingtian. Shi Minyan introduced Shi Minlai to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, Yang Dingtian greets Commander Shi Minlai. Shi Minyan looked at Yang Dingtian unhappily. Why did he call him Commander Shi Minlai instead of Big Brother? Shi Minlai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Shi Minyan with a questioning gaze. Why did she suddenly have a husband? Big brother, it was father who betrothed me to him. We have already bowed to the heavens and earth and are officially husband and wife, Shi Minyan said. Shi Minlai's expression changed and he asked, why is that? Because father is already gone. Shi Minyan said. Her small mouth was pale and bloodless. Suddenly, Ximen Lai's body shook, and his eyes widened. He roared in a low voice, "Impossible! Didn't you say that foster father showed great power at sea and defeated several grandmasters in a row?" Ximen Yanyan lifted the curtain behind her and revealed Ximen Wuya, who was sitting inside. Although his expression didn't change and he was still alive, he was no longer breathing. Kacha! Ximen Lai clenched his fist and a crisp sound could be heard. Ao, just as he was about to roar, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Then, his entire body began to twitch violently. He directly knelt on the ground. His lion-like body trembled violently, and a low roar came from his throat like an injured beast. Looking at Ximen Lai, who was convulsing in grief, Yan Yan desperately clenched her teeth and didn't let herself cry. Her tears had already dried up, and now she didn't want to cry anymore. After a few minutes, Ximen Lai raised his head. His eye sockets had already split open, and what flowed out of the corners of his eyes were not tears, but 2 streams of blood. "Who is it?" Ximen Lai opened his mouth and slowly asked. Suddenly, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His snow-white teeth were already dyed red with blood. Because he had gritted his teeth too hard, his gums were already torn. "Zhu Qingzhu, Yinyang School," Ximen Yanyan said. The muscles on Ximen Lai's face suddenly twitched. His eyes emitted endless hatred as he coldly said, "I know. Can I trust you?" "Big brother," said Ximen Yanyan. Ximen Lai said resolutely, "My life, my glory, my everything was bestowed upon me by my adoptive father. For Cloud Sky City, I can give up everything, including my life." "Yan Yan," Ximen said, "at the last moment, father betrothed me to Yangding Tian and handed Cloud Sky City to Yangding Tian. So, Yangding Tian is the next Cloud Sky City lord? Are you willing to stand on his side?" "What?" Ximen Lai was shocked as he looked at Yangding Tian in disbelief. He could tell at a glance that Yangding Tian was very weak, very weak. He was so weak that it was unimaginable. But even though he was very shocked and confused, he still didn't say a word of disdain. "Are you willing to lead 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry and pledge your loyalty to Yangding Tian?" Yan Yan Lai stared at Ximen Lai and slowly asked. 3,000 Black Blood Cavalry was Cloud Sky City's largest armed force. Ximen Wuya had handed this force to Ximen Lai, which showed that he was the person he trusted the most. Ximen Lai stared at Yangding Tian as the muscles on his face twitched. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't understand, but I will obey." Yan Yan Ximen loosened her clenched fists and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, big brother. The important thing isn't me, it's the Elders Guild," Ximen Lai said. "This matter cannot be passed by the Elders Guild. When adoptive father was here, he could make the decision. But now that he's gone, everything in Cloud Sky City is decided by the Elders Guild. I only have 1 vote in the Elders Guild, Madam can have 1 vote, and the remaining 7 votes will definitely be against it. So, Yangding Tian and I not only need your support, but also your unreserved support." Yan Yan Ximen Lai said, "If it's necessary, don't hesitate to use certain methods. You have the largest military force in Cloud Sky City. Is Cloud Sky City going to bleed again?" Ximen Lai was shocked and looked at Yangding Tian. "No, he's too weak. He's really too weak. He can't carry Cloud Sky City. Being weak now doesn't mean he'll be weak in the future," Ximen Yanyan Lai said. "How long do we have to wait? 10 years? 20 years? Ximen Lai said, "No one can wait. Cloud Sky City can't wait. In less than 10 years, our enemies will tear Cloud Sky City into pieces and wash it with blood. 2 years. Yangding Tian suddenly said, "I've just passed the initiation period. I'm not even a novice warrior yet. At this time in 2 years, if I can defeat Ximen Yan and the others and become the #1 young expert in Cloud Sky City, I'll be qualified to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord. Otherwise, I'll either die or leave Cloud Sky City and never step into it again." "You're crazy," Ximen Lai said slowly. "This isn't courage or even madness. It's ignorance, that's right. The ignorant are fearless," Yangding Tian said slowly. "However, if I'm still not a match for Ximen Yan and the others in 2 years, how can I fight against Dongfang Bingling in 5 years? Yan Yan Lai said from the side. Yang Ding Tian was chosen by Dongfang Minmi. Then, he was chosen by my father. They trusted him without reservation. Shimin Lai was in a dilemma. He clenched his teeth. After a long time, he punched the ground and said, "All right, I'll give you 2 years. In these 2 years, I'll do everything I can to support you, even if I have to pay the price with blood." Then, Shimin Lai stood up and walked outside. He said, "Foster Father's fame has spread far and wide." The Elders Guild led thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples to welcome him. They're only a few dozen miles away from here. You have to be prepared. I'll go prepare too, just in case. After getting off the carriage, Shimin Lai rode on his horse and shouted, "Everyone, get on your horses. Full speed ahead towards Black Blood Castle." Yes. All the Black Blood Knights quickly got on their horses and lined up neatly. Shimin Yan quickly went forward and said, "Boss, please wait. I have something to say to you." Shimin Lai turned around and stared at Shimin Yan for a while. He said plainly, "I'm in a hurry. Next time." Shimin Yan felt the change in his attitude and quickly said, "Just for a while, big brother." Shimin Lai said, "Then come with me. Follow me to the dark castle." This? Shimin Yan hesitated. He needed to see the Elders Guild as soon as possible to express his intentions. However, he also needed Shimin Lai's support. Before Yangding Tian appeared, the future Cloud Sky City Lord would be born from these few foster sons. Shimin Lai was originally the one with the highest hopes because he was the strongest. He was also the most valued and trusted by Shimin Wuya. However, he was the first to withdraw from the competition and became the commander of the Black Blood Cavalry. This position held the greatest power in Cloud Sky City and was the most trusted confidant of the Cloud Sky City Lord. He was second only to the Cloud Sky City Lord. However, taking this position meant that he would forever give up the competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. Therefore, Shimin Lai became the person that many foster sons wanted to befriend the most. This was because no matter who wanted to become the Cloud Sky City Lord, they had to obtain the support of the Black Blood Cavalry commander. "Alright, I haven't seen Big Brother for half a year. I miss you so much. I will follow Big Brother to the Black Blood Castle. I have many things to say to Big Brother." Shimin Yan quickly decided that it was more important to obtain the support of the Black Blood Cavalry commander. He rode his horse and followed Shimin Lai as they galloped towards the Black Blood Castle. The Black Blood Castle was the Black Blood Cavalry's encampment. It was built on a dangerous mountain pass to protect Cloud Sky City. After Shimin Yan and Shimin Lai left, Shimin Yan sent a confidant to the place where the 1,000 disciples of Cloud Sky City were to welcome them. In Shimin Wuya's name, only the Elders Guild would stay behind to welcome the city lord. The rest would return to Cloud Sky City. More than 2 hours later, a beautiful woman led 6 men and waited at the bridgehead of a large stone bridge. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy and anticipation. The 1,000 Cloud Sky City disciples behind them had already returned. Shimin Yan and Yang Dingtian's team slowly drove to the other end of the bridge, getting closer and closer. An elder stepped forward and bowed. The Elders Guild of Cloud Sky City respectfully welcomes the city lord. Congratulations on your triumphant return and all the world. Instantly, everyone bowed, including the beautiful woman. The team stopped and the door of the largest carriage opened. Yan and Shimin Wuya slowly alighted from the carriage. Shimin Yan's snow-white lips trembled as she said, "Father was severely injured and is recuperating in seclusion. He will come out in 3 years. Father has ordered that my husband, Yang Dingtian, will be the successor of the Cloud Sky City Lord." After speaking, Yan gently lifted the curtain and let her mother see the silent Shimin Wuya inside. Instantly, the beautiful woman cried out and fainted on the ground. "Mother!" Shimin Yan quickly ran out. The rest of the elders trembled as they were shocked. Cloud Sky City was built on top of a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters high. The mountain range stretched for dozens of miles and Cloud Sky City also stretched for dozens of miles. Inyang School was built on top of the mountain and took up half of the immeasurable mountain. Cloud Sky City was built on top of the mountain range and was long and winding. Inyang School didn't have city walls. Cloud Sky City had tall and huge black city walls. In the center of Cloud Sky City's castle. In the huge hall, 8 elders sat on high seats and surrounded the hall. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Yanyan stood in the center and were questioned by the Elders Guild about the entire incident. After more than 2 hours of narration, every detail and every line of dialogue was recorded clearly. In the end, Yanyan said, "My grandfather, Yang Lai, betrothed my mother to my father, Shimin Wuya, and appointed him as the new Cloud Sky City Lord. My father betrothed me to Yang Dingtian and appointed him as the new Cloud Sky City Lord." Shimin Yanyan's beautiful eyes slowly scanned all the elders present and slowly asked, "Every generation of Cloud Sky City Lords has the right to appoint a successor, right? Therefore, Yang Dingtian becoming the new Cloud Sky City Lord is legal and reasonable, right? If there are no objections, announce it to the world." After Shimin Yanyan spoke, there was silence. No one responded. Everyone's gaze fell on the great elder's face. The great elder, Yang Yan, was the older brother of the previous Cloud Sky City Lord, Yang Lai. He was 95 years old this year. At this moment, his eyes were closed and his head was lowered as if he was asleep. He had no intention of speaking. Suddenly, a middle-aged elder stood up and said, "I have a few words to say and a few questions to ask." Shimin Yanyan said, "Uncle Tang Buizhao, please." This person had the same status as Shimin Wuya. They were both son-in-laws of Cloud Sky City. His wife was the daughter of another brother of Yang Lai, so Shimin Yanyan called him uncle. This person was ranked 5th in the Elder Council. Tang Buizhao looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "May I ask, what is your cultivation level?" "I just passed the enlightenment period," Yang Dingtian said. "What?" Tang Buizhao was shocked. He revealed an expression of disbelief and said, "Just past the enlightenment period? A person who just passed the enlightenment period wants to become the new Cloud Sky City Lord?" Everyone, under the leadership of City Lord Shimin, our Cloud Sky City has conquered countless sects and forces with iron and blood, and they have all knelt before our Cloud Sky City. Because of City Lord Shimin's invincibility, Cloud Sky City's territory has expanded from less than 100 miles to 1,000 miles in just 20 years. In these 20 years, Cloud Sky City has killed countless people and made thousands of enemies. When City Lord Shimin was here, no one dared to provoke Cloud Sky City. However, now that City Lord Shimin is no longer here, Cloud Sky City has entered its most dangerous period. In this 1,000 miles of land, how many forces have deep grudges with Cloud Sky City? How many forces appear to be subservient but have hatred in their hearts? As long as we are weak, this group of people will pounce on us and exterminate Cloud Sky City. At this time, you still want to let a person who just passed the enlightenment period become the new Cloud Sky City Lord? Tang Buizhao said coldly. "Do you think Cloud Sky City is not dying fast enough? Therefore, I firmly oppose Yang Dingtian becoming the successor of the Cloud Sky City Lord," Tang Buizhao said firmly. Seconded. Seconded. Out of the 8 elders present, only 3 of them did not agree. As for Yanyan's mother, there was no greater sorrow than the death of her heart. Although she was sitting here, it was as if she was only a shell, and her soul had already left with her husband. Shimin Lai sat there, not saying a word. The great elder's head was still lowered and his eyes were closed as if he was asleep. And Yanyan had no right to raise her hand to vote. The other person who didn't agree was Shimin Ju. He was Cloud Heaven City's general manager and Shimin Wuya's second adopted son. He was also the adopted son with the most authority and was favored by Shimin Wuya. When Yanyan saw that Shimin Ju didn't raise his hand, a trace of gratification flashed through her eyes. At the very least, the adopted son that his father loved and valued was still loyal. Shimin Yanyan coldly stared at Tang Buizhao and said, "Are you going to go against my father's order?" Tang Buizhao slowly said, "May I ask, what evidence do you have to prove that the City Lord has appointed Yang Dingtian as the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord? May I ask if there was a third person who heard or saw the scene?" At this moment, Shimin Yan slowly walked in and bowed to the elders. "I was just outside the door at that time. I didn't hear or see anything." Tang Buizhao nodded and said, "Thank you for your testimony. You can leave now." Shimin Yan sneered at Yang Dingtian and walked out. Shimin Yanyan's small face suddenly turned pale. She sneered and said, "Is it not enough that my father betrothed me to Yang Dingtian? Can't my husband be the successor of the Cloud Heaven City Lord?" Tang Bosheo said, "Who knows, Yan Yan, if you had an affair with him before, and that's why you helped him obtain the position of the Cloud Heaven City Lord?" Shimin Yan Yan's delicate body trembled. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but she desperately swallowed it back. Tang Bosheo said, "Without the consent of the parents, a private betrothal is invalid. Therefore, your marriage with Yang Dingtian cannot be counted. As the daughter of the city lord, you should have a better place to belong. You should contribute more to Cloud Heaven City." Yan Yan's expression changed and said, "What do you mean?" Tang Bosheo said, "Not long ago, the Northwest Qin family sent a messenger. They want to form an alliance with Cloud Heaven City and let Miss Yan Yan become the young madam of the Northwest Qin family. Before this, Cloud Heaven City might not have cared about it. But now, we need a strong ally to ensure the safety of Cloud Heaven City. After all, other than the city lord, Cloud Heaven City has no other master stage powerhouses." It seemed that the Northwest Qin family already knew the truth about Shimin Wuya. Shimin Yan Yan finally couldn't hold back the mouthful of blood and spilled from the corner of her mouth. She never would have thought that this group of people not only wanted to deprive Yang Dingtian of the position of the city lord, but also wanted to give her as a gift to the Northwest Qin family. "Uncle." Yan Yan's mother suddenly said, "My husband just. Your Yang family can't wait to rebel?" Great Elder Yang Yan opened his turbid eyes and said slowly, "Madam Shimin, don't forget that you are also a member of the Yang family." Madam Shimin shook her head and said, "No, I am a member of the Shimin family, not the Yang family." "Humph, women are so heartless." Another old man suddenly stood up angrily and said, "Even if you, Yang Peipei, are a member of the Shimin family, Cloud Heaven City has always belonged to the Yang family. It's just that in this generation, Shimin Wuya is temporarily in charge. Now that Shimin Wuya is no longer around, Cloud Heaven City naturally belongs to the Yang family." Madam Shimin Yang Peipei's beautiful eyes turned cold and she said slowly, "Unfortunately, other than a few old men, there is no one else in the Yang family." "Isn't that because your man wanted to exterminate the Yang family?" that old man said angrily. Madam Shimin said seriously, "Second uncle, don't forget. Your Yang family was indignant that my husband obtained the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord, so you seduced the enemy and killed my father. You even wanted to kill our family and take away the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Even so, my husband only killed the main culprit and spared most of their lives. He only chased them away. Also, second uncle, you married your daughter to the Northwest Qin family as a concubine in an attempt to attract strong reinforcements. Now, you want to give my daughter to the Northwest Qin family as a commodity? That will have to wait until I am dead." Madam Shimin said coldly, "My husband married Yan Yan to Yang Dingtian, so Yang Dingtian is the new Cloud Heaven City Lord." Then, Yang Peipei suddenly pulled out her long sword and said coldly, "If anyone objects, ask the long sword in my hand first." Madam Shimin indeed had such a fiery temper. "Humph, then I'll teach you a lesson." The second elder snorted coldly. Then, he jumped up and rushed towards Yang Peipei. "Wait." Yang Dingtian said. The second elder said coldly and disdainfully, "Is there a place for you to speak here?" Yang Dingtian replied, "I know. With my current cultivation, being the successor of Cloud Sky City is a complete joke. Not only will the elders not agree, but the disciples of Cloud Sky City will also not agree." Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yan Yan couldn't help but glare at him and said, "Yang Dingtian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Dingtian continued, "I remember that when City Lord Yang Lai appointed his son-in-law Shimin Wuya as the new Cloud Heaven City Lord, it caused the entire Elder Guild to be dissatisfied, especially the Yang clan members. As a result, more than a year after the death of City Lord Yang Lai, Cloud Sky City did not have a new City Lord. In order to quell public anger, Uncle Master Shimin Wuya proposed to hold a martial arts contest for the position of the City Lord, using martial arts to determine who will become the new City Lord of Cloud Sky City. As long as you are a disciple of the 19th generation of Cloud Sky City, you can participate in the martial arts contest for the City Lord's throne." That's right, although Shimin Wuya was appointed as the successor by Yang Lai. In the end, he still defeated everyone in Cloud Sky City through the martial arts contest and truly ascended to the City Lord's throne. Yang Dingtian continued, therefore, I propose that the new city lord of Cloud Sky City also be decided through the martial arts contest. Whoever obtains the final victory in the martial arts contest will be the new city lord of Cloud Sky City. What do you think? After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the entire place was silent. A few minutes later, Great Elder Yang Yan said, then, when do you think the martial arts contest will be held? That's right. Tang Buozhao sneered. It can't be held in 5 or 10 years. During this period of time, Cloud Sky City will have no city lord. 2 years later. Yang Dingtian said, I once promised Shi Minyan that I would fight with him in 2 years. If I lose, I will give up my position as the successor of Cloud Sky City and be expelled from Cloud Sky City. Then, I might as well hold it together with the martial arts contest. 2 years is too long. Great Elder Yang Yan said, the city lord's position cannot be left vacant for such a long time. The martial arts contest will be held by next winter at the latest. No. Yang Peipei said, 1.5 years is too short. Absolutely not. At this moment, the longer the martial arts contest was pushed back, the more advantageous it would be for Yang Dingtian. Yang Yan said indifferently, you object? Then, let's raise your hands to vote. Those who agree to hold the martial arts contest for the city lord's position on the 29th of December next winter, raise your hands. Immediately, a few elders raised their hands. It was still 6-2. In short, in the Elder Council's vote, Yang Dingtian's side was definitely at a disadvantage. The vote is passed. Yang Yan said indifferently, Yang Peipei, Shimen Lai, do you agree to the Elder Council's vote? If you don't agree, then you will be expelled from the Elder Council. Yang Peipei and Shimen Lai looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they nodded and said, we agree. The martial arts contest will be held on the 29th of December next year. Good, then it's decided. Meeting adjourned, Yang Yan said. He then stood up and walked out with his walking stick. After walking out a few steps, Great Elder Yang Yan said to Yang Dingtian, thank you for your suggestion to solve Cloud Sky City's problem. However, you cannot participate in the martial arts contest because you are not a disciple of Cloud Sky City. What? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. Shimen Yanyan and Shimen Lai's expressions also changed. Great Elder Yang Yan smiled and said, because you are not a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. This Yang Yan was a man of few words. He thought that he was at least a person of virtue and prestige, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless. Suppressing his anger, Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I am Shimen Yanyan's husband, the son-in-law of City Lord Shimen. How can I not be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? How can I not participate in the martial arts contest next year as the successor of Cloud Sky City? Great Elder Yang Yan didn't say anything, but Tang Buozhao sneered and said, because you are too weak. You are not qualified to be a disciple of Cloud Sky City. How old are you? Grand Elder Yang Yan asked. Still half a month away from 20, Yang Dingtian replied. Haha, you still have the face to say that? Tang Buozhao sneered, you're already 20 years old, but you're not even a novice warrior. What qualifications do you have to be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? You've already been expelled. Yang Yan said, Cloud Sky City holds an elimination tournament every day. Every disciple who has just reached 20 years of age has to participate. The last 10 will all be eliminated and expelled from Cloud Sky City. Do you know what level the last 10 was in last year's elimination tournament? Please enlighten me, Yang Dingtian said. He was a 6-star Xian martial artist, 16 stars higher than you, Yang Yan said with a hint of mockery. Even he was expelled from Cloud Sky City, let alone you. With that, Yang Yan continued to walk outside and said, Cloud Sky City doesn't take in idle people. Leave immediately before it gets dark. Yang Peipei finally could not hold back and shouted, Yang Yan, you old fool, you're going too far. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at Yang Yan's back. Yang Peipei, are you rebelling? Yang Yan said coldly, then I don't mind cleaning the house. Yang Yan slowly raised the staff in his hand. Tang Buozhao and the second elder pulled out their swords as well. Shimen Lai pulled out his greatsword. Yan Yan also pulled out her sword. Grand Elder Yang Yan, don't go too far. We've already compromised a lot. We must let Yang Dingtian become a candidate for the city lord and participate in the tournament tomorrow, Shimin Lai said resolutely. Or else? Yang Yan said indifferently. Or else, blood will splatter the hall, Shimin Lai said coldly. Good. Yang Yan said coldly, then let's talk with our swords, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yang Yan's remaining 3 people also pulled out their weapons. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yang Yan's side had 5 experts. Yang Dingtian's side only had 2 experts, Shimin Lai and Yang Peipei. They were at an absolute disadvantage. There was still one person who remained neutral and did not say anything. He was Shimin Ju. His face was ordinary, but his skin was fairer and more delicate than a woman's. His entire face was ordinary, but his eyes were long and narrow. His gaze was like water, even more moving than a woman's eyes. He was 33 years old this year and was in charge of Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. Along with Shimin Lai, he was Shimin Wuya's right-hand man and was one of the most powerful people in Cloud Sky City. Second brother, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let the Yang family bully foster father's family like this? Shimin Lai roared towards Shimin Ju. Shimin Ju hesitated for a moment before drawing his sword as well. Immediately, Shimin Lai's expression relaxed. He knew how formidable Shimin Ju was. Even though the other side had 5 people and they only had 3 experts on their side and were in a disadvantageous position, they might still be able to put up a fight. However, what happened next stunned Shimin Lai, Shimin Yanyan, and the others. Because after Shimin Ju drew his sword, he directly stood on Great Elder Yang Yan's side, confronting Yang Dingtian's side as enemies. Even Great Elder Yang Yan's side revealed an astonished expression. They didn't expect Shimin Ju to stand on their side. Previously, Shimin Ju obeyed Shimin Wuya's orders and made things difficult for Yang Yan and the others. They were completely hostile towards each other. They didn't expect that once Shimin Wuya got into trouble, Shimin Ju would immediately switch sides. Shimin Lai couldn't believe it and raged, "Second brother, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Don't forget who picked you up, who raised you, who taught you martial arts, who thought highly of you and made you the chief steward of Cloud Sky City, second only to one person. Is this how you repay foster father's kindness?" Shimin Ju said indifferently, "Boss, I am doing this for the future of Cloud Sky City." "Shimin Ju, you ungrateful bastard. You will definitely be struck by lightning and die without a burial ground," Shimin Lai roared. "Dalai, why are you talking to this bastard?" Yang Peipei said angrily, "Just fight with your life on the line." "Yes, godmother," Shimin Lai said angrily. "Very good." Great Elder Yang Yan sneered. His eyes revealed an extremely dangerous light. Because of Shimin Ju's participation, his side had an absolute advantage. Instantly, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could take this opportunity to kill Shimin Lai, Yang Peipei, Yang Dingtian, and the others, then everything would be settled once and for all. The Yang clan would once again regain control of Cloud Sky City. "Remember, you are the ones who rebelled." "Don't blame me," Yang Yan said coldly. Then, an incomparably powerful Xianxia slowly condensed on the staff. Instantly, the jet-black staff became as red as blood. "Do it, don't show mercy," Yang Yan ordered. A great battle was about to break out. Yang Peipei, Shimin Wuya, and Yan Yan were instantly in danger of being killed. "Wait." Yang Dingtian jumped in between the two parties and stared at Yang Yan. "Great Elder, why are you so anxious? Am I not yet 20 years old? Isn't there still half a month left? If I defeat the 10th from the bottom in the annual elimination tournament, will I have the qualifications to become a disciple of Cloud Sky City? Will I have the qualifications to be a candidate for the City Lord position and participate in the Grand Tournament next winter to fight for the position of City Lord?" "Of course." Yang Yan sneered. "The elimination tournament will be held in half a month. As long as you can break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist within these 15 days, you can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City." "Alright, it's a deal," Yang Dingtian said. "Within 15 days, I will rise 16 levels and become a 6-star mystic martial artist or above. Otherwise, I will be expelled from Cloud Sky City." "Yang Dingtian, you're crazy," Shimin Yanyan said in shock. Yang Dingtian was indeed crazy. It was absolutely impossible to break through from an enlightener to a 6-star mystic martial artist in 15 days. In the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to do it. Even a top genius would need half a year. Alright, it's a deal, Yang Yan said coldly. In 15 days, the elimination tournament will be held. If you can't break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist and defeat the 10th from the bottom, you will be immediately expelled from Cloud Sky City. Furthermore, you will no longer have the qualifications to marry Ximen Yanyan. If you agree, I will issue a military order. Otherwise, I will start a massacre and clean up the mess for Cloud Sky City. Old thief Yang Yan, you're shameless, Yan Yan said angrily. Yang Dingtian took out a pen and paper and wrote a military order. Yang Dingtian, don't write it. Today, we will fight to the death with them, Ximen Yanyan said angrily. If you are my husband, don't write it. Yang Dingtian wrote the military order and signed his name. He bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on it. Is this enough? Great Elder Yang Yan, Yang Dingtian said coldly as he handed over the military order. Great Elder Yang Yan put the military order into his sleeve and said indifferently, that's enough. You can prepare for the elimination tournament in half a month. Then, Great Elder Yang Yan led the crowd away. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy. Ximen Yanyan stepped forward and said, that old thief Yang Yan wants to use this opportunity to kill you and then marry me to that bastard Qin clan's young master. He already has the intention to kill. I can't just watch them kill you, Yang Dingtian said. I have chosen this path. No matter how difficult it is, I have to walk it. After returning to her room, Yan Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. Yang Dingtian poured a cup of water and blew on it to cool it down. He handed it to Yan Yan and then patted her back. This was the first time Yang Dingtian touched her. She frowned slightly but didn't resist. She drank a mouthful of water and then poured another cup of water. She rinsed her mouth and spat out the blood in her mouth. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy. Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, I'm crazy. But this is Martial Uncle Ximen's will. My father's will? What do you mean? Yan Yan asked. I'm so weak now. How can I truly become Cloud Heaven City's lord? Yang Dingtian said, back then, Yang Lai appointed Martial Uncle Ximen as the city lord. After Yang Lai passed away, the young clansmen rebelled. Therefore, Martial Uncle Ximen proposed a great martial arts competition, wanting to sit on the city lord's seat in a legitimate manner. When it came to me, although Uncle Ximen didn't say it clearly, he obviously knew that the Elder Guild would desperately oppose me. He also hoped that I could use my own strength to rightfully take the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. He gave me the qualifications to compete for the position, the identity of the successor. But to truly sit on that position, I have to rely on myself. Yang Dingtian paused and continued, so, not only did I have to go crazy, Martial Uncle Ximen also wanted me to go crazy. However, we didn't expect Yang Yan to be so shameless. He wanted me to break through 16 levels in half a month and become a Meteor Xian martial artist. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes also revealed a crazy light. She said, okay, since you're crazy, then I'll be crazy with you. You should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see someone. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Your future teacher. She will teach you martial arts in the future. She's a very, very strong person. Someone who's not inferior to my father. Yan Yan said, maybe, she has a way to make you break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in 15 days. Yang Dingtian said, since she's so strong, why did she say that Cloud Sky City has no more master-level experts? She's not a member of Cloud Sky City, but an enemy of Cloud Sky City. Yan Yan said, a life and death enemy. You'll know when you see her tomorrow. Yan Yan turned and walked outside. Rest early. If you need anything, you can call Lure outside. After Yan Yan left, Yang Dingtian ate a simple meal, took a bath, and then lay down to rest. Yang Dingtian didn't sleep on Yan Yan's bed. Instead, he found a mat and laid it on the floor. He directly laid down on the hard floor and slept without any blanket, even though Yan Yan's blanket was soft and fragrant. The lights went out, but Yang Dingtian couldn't sleep. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. This was a completely unfamiliar place. Logically speaking, this place should be Yang Dingtian's home. However, he still felt waves of loneliness and unfamiliarity. 15 days, 1.5 years, 5 years. Yang Dingtian looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself, "Master, I'm crazy. How can I do this? Advance to level 16 in 15 days and break through from an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. 1.5 years later, defeat all the young disciples of Cloud Sky City and obtain the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. 5 years later, defeat the world's #1 genius, the world's #1 youth expert, Dongfang Bingling. These missions, each crazier than the last, each more impossible than the last. Master, what should I do?" Yang Dingtian muttered to himself as he reached out and touched the location of the flame ring. Sigh. Suddenly, an old sigh sounded in his ears. Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, "Who is it?" "Child." The voice sounded again. It was very familiar. It was Dongfang Minmi's voice, but it wasn't in Yang Dingtian's ears, but in his mind. "Master." Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe it. He opened his eyes wide, afraid that this was his hallucination. "It's me, child. It's really been hard on you." Dongfang Minmi's voice slowly sounded. "Master, you're still alive?" Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. His eyes immediately became hot. "Of course I'm already dead." Dongfang Minmi said, "It's just that I left a strand of divine sense in your brain. The energy of the flame ring supports the existence of my divine sense. Originally, according to my original plan, when you were strong enough to summon the flame ring, you could also activate my divine sense in your brain. However, because Shiman Wuya unintentionally summoned the flame ring, my divine sense was activated ahead of time." Dongfang Minmi let out a long sigh and said, "I didn't think that things would turn out like this. I really didn't think that my daughter would turn out like this. Why didn't your divine sense appear in my brain from the beginning? Perhaps this way, so many things wouldn't have happened." Yang Dingtian said. "This divine sense of mine can only exist for 3 years. I wanted to guide you during the most critical 3 years." Dongfang Minmi said, "Moreover, even if my divine sense existed, what should have happened would still happen. Because I can only communicate with you. Others can't see me or hear me. My daughter was so obedient when she was young. How could she turn out like this? How could this be? How could this be?" Dongfang Minmi sighed. His voice was filled with loneliness and sadness. "Child, I'm sorry. It's been hard on you. Originally, I wanted to give you everything. I didn't think that I would almost cause you to lose your life. If it wasn't for Wuya, you really would have died at the hands of my ambitious daughter." Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said in his heart, "But martial uncle Shiman died at the hands of Zhu Qingzhu because of me. I know. I know everything that happened after my divine sense was activated. However, at that time I was condensing my divine sense. Only now can I communicate with you." Dongfang Minmi said slowly, "Zhu Qingzhu, the soul-devouring qi has reappeared after 1,000 years. I was right. The Yinyang school might really be destroyed by my daughter. Perhaps it's not just Yinyang school, but the entire world. Zhu Qingzhu, you have such evil intentions." Dongfang Minmi said, "Everything depends on you, child. Saving the Yinyang school depends on you. Saving Cloud Sky City depends on you. Perhaps the entire world depends on you. Breaking through to become a 6-star Xian martial artist in 15 days is only the first challenge you will face. Although it seems impossible, you must do it. Otherwise, you will never be able to overcome the difficulties that follow." Dongfang Minmi said, "I will do everything I can to help you overcome them." Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, can we do it?" Dongfang Minmi shook his head and said, I don't know. We can only do our best." Dongfang Minmi did not finish his sentence. He was already a top talent, but it took him more than half a year to go from being an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, only had 15 days. "Child, regardless of whether you can do it or not, do your best. Use 100% or 200% of your efforts to do it. Then, there will be no regrets. Dongfang Minmi said, have a good sleep. We will begin tomorrow. The time I can accompany you is very short, so I have to go and rest. If you need me, just summon me in your heart. Yes, master. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Because of his master's presence, the heaviness on his body seemed to have been reduced by half. He could finally breathe comfortably. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked, Master, can we save Martial Uncle Shiman? Although he has no heartbeat and no breath, his body is not rotten at all. He is exactly the same as when he was alive. I remember that you used the last of your Xianxia to protect your last trace of life and closed your breath for 10 years. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a long time before he said, it is even more difficult to break through to the Xian martial artist in these 10 days. It is 10 times, 100 times more difficult. That is soul-devouring Xianxia. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and quietly clenched his fists. He thought to himself, it is very, very difficult, but I will not give up. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, even if I have to give up everything. This was the most beautiful sleep Yang Dingtian had ever had. Because of his master, Dongfang Minmi's reappearance, he could finally have a good sleep. When he woke up, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan had already come over. Because Yang Dingtian was sleeping on the ground, she was standing on top of Yang Dingtian's head. Seeing Yang Dingtian sleeping on the ground, Yan Yan frowned and said, why are you sleeping on the ground? Are you deliberately drawing a line between us? Or are you expressing your dissatisfaction? You definitely don't want me to sleep on your bed. Yang Dingtian quickly got up and went to wash up. When he came back, Yang Dingtian had already brought over breakfast for 2 people. However, only Yang Dingtian ate. Yan Yan said that she had already eaten at her mother's place. Is your mother better? Yang Dingtian asked. Not good. Yan Yan said, but thank you. Yang Dingtian buried his head and ate breakfast. Very quickly, he was like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. He finished the portion for 2 people cleanly. Let's go. Yan Yan said, I'll bring you to see that powerful person. Dongfang Minmi had reappeared, so Yang Dingtian didn't believe that there was another person in this world who was more suitable to make him stronger. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't find a reason. Are you sure she can make me break through to the Xian martial artist realm in 15 days? Yang Dingtian asked. I'm not sure, but if she can't, then I firmly believe that no one can, Yan Yan said and walked out. Yang Dingtian followed Yan Yan and came to a dark castle in the corner of Cloud Heaven City. This castle was very small and was only about 10 meters tall. Yan Yan brought Yang Dingtian into the castle. There was nothing inside. It was pitch black and they couldn't even see their own fingers. They lit a torch and pressed a switch. A hole appeared in the ground and below it were stairs that led downwards. The 2 of them entered the cave and walked down the steps. They kept going down, down, and down. They didn't know how long they had walked or how many stairs they had walked. They should have reached the middle of the mountain. Who would be locked up in this place? Finally, the 2 of them stopped. In front of them was a thick stone door. Yan Yan took out a key and inserted it into the hole. Rumble. With a loud sound, the 2 stone doors that were more than a meter thick slowly opened. A gust of hot air suddenly came out, almost burning the hair on their bodies. Behind the door was an incomparably huge cave. A piece of stone stretched out from the wall of the cave, forming a platform that was more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. Below the platform was a bottomless abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was fiery red magma, with sparks shooting up from time to time. The entire platform was the only place where they could stand. If they fell down, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dozens of meters in front of the platform, a 2-meter square iron cage was suspended in midair, neither up nor down. Inside the iron cage, there seemed to be a person locked inside by 4 thick iron chains. Her whole body was wrapped in fiery red long hair. Her face and body couldn't be seen at all. Around the iron cage, there was a circle of light, which seemed to be some kind of very powerful formation. Who was this person? How powerful was she? Why was she trapped in this hell-like place? Alluring, I've come to see you. Yan Yan said. The person inside the iron cage raised her head. Her fiery red long hair scattered. Then she stood up from the iron cage, revealing her face and body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was dumbstruck. Then he felt as if his whole body was about to be burned in an instant. This was a woman. This was an extremely seductive woman. Yang Dingtian had seen the world's top beauties. Moreover, he had seen 4 of them. But Yang Dingtian had never seen such a seductive woman. Seductive to the point of being frightening. Yang Dingtian finally knew what the legendary vixen looked like. Her facial features were not extremely beautiful, but extremely seductive. Her long and narrow eyes emitted a soul-sucking ray of light from her dark green pupils. Her whole face was very long and sharp. Her nose was very high, also long and sharp. Her blood-red lips were full and alluring. This was not a typical face of a beauty. Instead, it looked like a fox's face. But when combined together, it formed an incomparable impact. It was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. There was no imperfection on her body. Every inch of her body could easily ignite the fire in any man's heart. "Yan Yan, are you finally willing to come to see your master?" Alluring voice was hoarse and full of teasing. Then her beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face. She smiled charmingly and said, "You also brought a delicious little man." Alluring stuck out her red tongue, licked her red lips, and said, "Little man, what's your name?" "Ignore her. Don't talk to her. Don't look at her eyes." Yan Yan Shiman said, "Otherwise, your mind will be bewitched. She is not a human. She is a several hundred years old mysterious tail fire demon fox. She has already turned into a human form." Yan Yan said, "More than 10 years ago, Father invited Dongfang Minmi and several other strong masters to capture her and seal her here." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. More than 10 years ago, Shiman Wuya and Dongfang Minmi were already masters. The 2 of them joined forces and still had to invite other masters to capture this vixen. It could be seen how powerful she was. Now, her demon core has been taken out and hidden in a secret place. She is also completely sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to bring you to see her." Yan Yan said, "When I was young, I didn't know anything. I came here with mother to play a few times. We talked a lot. She seemed to like me very much. I don't know why." Alluring, "I have something to ask you for help." Yan Yan said. "Say it, little darling." Alluring Rao looked at Yan Yan said, "You have lost a lot of weight. It really makes my heart ache. The man beside me is my husband. He is just past the enlightenment period. I want him to break through to 6-star Xian martial artist in the shortest time possible. Can you?" Yan Yan said. "P.S. Have a good weekend, please recommend me." Yao Rao looked up and down at Yang Dingtian's body and nodded. "If it's someone else, it definitely won't work. But with me, it's definitely possible. If it's someone else, it definitely won't work. But with him, it's definitely possible. Your little man's talent is very, very amazing. Even I can't see it clearly." Yao Rao's eyes shone brightly. "Yan Yan, your eyes are very good. You really know how to pick a man. But with such good talent, why is it that he's only just past the enlightenment period?" "Don't worry about that." Yan Yan said, "How long will it take for him to become a 6-star Xian martial artist?" Yao Rao calculated as she read, then said, "Half a year." "No, that's too long." Yan Yan said. Yao Rao's eyes turned and said, "If there's a slightly evil method, maybe it can be shorter. About 4 months." "No, that's too long." Yan Yan said. Yao Rao frowned and said, "Even if it's Dongfang Minmi, even if it's Zhu Qingzhu, they can't become 6-star Xian martial artists in 3 months. Baby, isn't your request too high?" Yan Yan said, "If it's not high, why would I come to you? No matter what method it is, how long will it take?" Yao Rao thought for a long time and said, 3 months. "No matter how short it is, I can't do anything. Also, the method is very strange and the consequences are very serious." Yan Yan said, "Only 15 days. It can't be longer. After half a month, we will be expelled from Cloud Sky City." 15 days. How is that possible? Yao Rao said, also, your father is almost invincible in the entire western continent. Who dares to do anything to you? My father is no longer here. Yan Yan said indifferently. Impossible. Yao Rao said, who in the world can kill him? Not even Dongfang Minmi. Yang Dingtian said, Zhu Qingzhu, soul devourer Xianxia. Soul devourer? Yao Rao's delicate body trembled. Even at her level, her beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of fear. Soul devourer has appeared in the world again? Was the world's martial arts going to fall again? But why is it Zhu Qingzhu and not me? Yao Rao coldly said, filled with unwillingness. Yao Rao, in 15 days, no matter what, make Yang Dingtian become a 6-star Xian martial artist. Yan Yan coldly said. Her tone towards Yao Rao was always very impolite. Little darling, I really can't do it, I really can't make him advance to level 16 within 15 days, I really can't do it. Enchanting Rao said, you know I love you very much, I always want to accept you as my disciple. So as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. But I really can't. Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly showed despair, and said with a sigh, if even you can't do it, then no one in the world can do it. Don't tell me that father's mission can't be completed? Seeing Yan Yan's pale face, Yao Rao's beautiful eyes were filled with heartache, she bit her red lips and said, Yan Yan, there is a method, but it is very evil. I don't know if this method can make him advance to level 16 within 15 days, maybe it can, maybe it is impossible, it depends on the grade of his blood lineage. Yan Yan was pleasantly surprised and said, quickly say it. Yao Rao said, but, this method will make you sacrifice a lot, are you willing? I am willing, what method? Yan Yan hastily asked. Yin Yang devourer Xianxia, almost no one in the world knows about this secret method. Yao Rao said, first, prepare many treasures and materials, and form a special formation above the magma. Then you too will use a very mysterious evil method to transfer the Xianxia in your body into the little man's body. You can do this up to 9 times, and finally the Xianxia in your body will be completely exhausted, but the specific amount of Xianxia entering the little man's GC will depend on the grade of his Xianxia. But as far as I know, each time you can swallow less than 1% of Xianxia. Moreover, this is an evil method that can only be used between husband and wife. Just as Yao Rao finished speaking, Yan Yan suddenly cried out in alarm, and her beautiful face instantly turned red. Yang Dingtian's neck even turned red. What? You don't want to? Yao Rao said. Yan Yan fiercely clenched her teeth and said, who said I don't want to? Say, how do we start? First you have to refine your body. Yao Rao said, you too have to have nothing on your body, and let the strong fire attribute Xianxia temper your body and spirit. Then I will read out yin-yang harmony art, and let you two enter the illusion, and open your profound entrances. Then I will lay down a formation, and you two will operate yin-yang devour Xian great technique, and transfer the Xianxia in your body into the little man's body. Suddenly, Yan Yan's entire body became scalding hot, and her breathing became hurried. Her chest unceasingly heaved, and she fell into an intense struggle. And Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be burned by the magma in the abyss, and even breathing was painful. Because this yin-yang devour Xian great technique was very evil, and it could only be used between husband and wife. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi's voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's mind, child, this yin-yang devour Xian great technique is indeed very powerful. If you want, it can indeed let you rise 16 levels to 6-star Xian martial artist in the shortest time possible. Then, Dongfang Minmi said again, this fire fox was indeed captured by me, Yan Yan, and others. Because of some special reasons, she really won't harm Shim and Yan Yan. You can indeed trust her in yin-yang devour Xian great technique. It can be said that this is almost the only way to quickly increase your cultivation, the only way. However, everything is up to you. Master won't interfere. After speaking, Dongfang Minmi disappeared again and entered a deep sleep. At this time, Yan Yan, who was struggling incomparably, closed her beautiful eyes and gradually calmed herself down. Opening her beautiful eyes again, Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, I said, as a wife, I am willing to do everything I should do. Then, Yan Yan reached out to undo her clothes. Yang Dingtian felt as if his entire body was being burned by magma. Fortunately, he had already cleansed his marrow and meridians to the 3rd level, otherwise, he would have already died from spontaneous combustion. His heart was beating so fast that it hurt, and his breathing was as rapid as a bellows. Yan Yan gritted her jade teeth and held back her tears. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, "What are you waiting for?" That's right, Shimin Yan Yan was holding back her tears. Desperately suppressing all his impulses, Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I don't want to." "What did you say?" Yan Yan loosened her arms in front of her chest and said, "Say it again?" "I don't want to." Yang Dingtian said word by word, "I don't want you to do this." Shimin Yan Yan's face turned cold. "Why? This is not the time for you to be unreasonable. I don't want you to sacrifice for me. I don't want you to give yourself to me because of your father. I don't want your profound qi. I want to rely on myself to become strong." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Master sacrificed for me. City Lord Shimin sacrificed for me. From now on, I don't want anyone to sacrifice for me." After speaking, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned around and left. "Yang Dingtian, stop right there!" Shimin Yan Yan coldly shouted. Yang Dingtian didn't stop walking. "Yang Dingtian, if you take one more step, you will no longer be my man. I will look down on you." A man acting so sorrowfully because of his pitiful pride. "I, Shimin Yan Yan, look down on you." Shimin Yan Yan said seriously, "You are not doing this for yourself. You are doing this for me, for Cloud Heaven City. Why are you talking about love? As long as you walk out of this stone door, you will no longer be my man." Shimin Yan Yan said word by word. Yang Dingtian turned his head and said slowly, "Yan Yan, your selflessness is actually the same as Dongfang Bingling's selfishness and callousness. It is cruel and heartless. My mission, I will complete it." Yang Dingtian spoke unhurriedly, "I do owe you a lot, but I want to use my own method to complete everything." Then, Yang Dingtian directly walked out. "Yang Dingtian, you bastard." Behind him, Shimin Yan Yan angrily cursed and then said coldly, "Remember, you are no longer my man. I will not care about your matters anymore. I will just wait for death." Yang Dingtian first ran to the highest point of Cloud Heaven City and looked down at the ground. He wanted to shout out all the pent-up emotions in his heart, but he didn't. He only looked at the ground from the highest point for half an hour. Then, he closed his eyes and allowed his complicated emotions to gradually calm down. Then, he walked towards Cloud Heaven City's hidden art pavilion. No matter what happened, he didn't have time to waste. The hidden art pavilion was a 9-story stone tower. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The higher the level of the secret manuals. The hidden art pavilion was built on a lonely mountain peak. This mountain peak was outside of Cloud Heaven City. After exiting the west gate of Cloud Heaven City, one had to cross a long suspension bridge to reach it. Along the way, many people pointed at Yang Dingtian and revealed disdainful smiles. Yang Dingtian could completely ignore them. After exiting the city gate, he walked onto the swaying suspension bridge. Under the bridge was a wide and turbulent river that was at least 1,000 meters high. Not far ahead was the hidden art pavilion, the most important place in Cloud Heaven City. Hidden inside were all the secret manuals and scrolls of Cloud Heaven City. It was the core of a martial arts sect. Suddenly, a graceful red figure flashed past. Yang Dingtian was blocked by Shimin Yan. With a light leap, Yan Yan stood on the rope at the edge of the suspension bridge. A strong wind blew, and her red clothes stuck tightly to Yan Yan's body. "Yang Dingtian, come back with me and use the devouring Xian technique to absorb my Xian qi. As long as you say no, I will jump down from here. Without using any Xian qi, I will fall to my death in front of you." Note, bosses, please add me to your collection. Please recommend me, thank you very much. Just a moment ago, Yan Yan kept on saying that she would no longer pay attention to Yang Dingtian and would no longer see him, but in less than an hour, she once again appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. "If it was in the past, I would definitely no longer pay attention to you. I wouldn't want to see you, and I wouldn't want to say a word to you." Yan Yan looked at the surging river below and said, "But those days where I could be willful are just like the flowing water below, once gone, it will never come back. Yang Ding Tian, the two of us don't have the right to be pretentious. Is Yaorozing Yang Devour mysterious great technique the only way to quickly become stronger? I know. Yang Ding Tian said. That's right, he was even more clear than Yin Yin. I have already planned it out. First, I will use the mysterious Devour mysterious great technique to give you my mysterious qi. After you completely refine my mysterious qi, I will find a second wife for you, and use the same method to give her mysterious qi to you. Yin Yin said almost expressionlessly, she is much stronger than me, and you can rest assured, she is very moving, and much more gentle and virtuous than me. Suddenly, Yang Ding Tian was so shocked that he couldn't make any sound. He didn't expect that Yin Yin not only wanted to offer herself, but also wanted to pull another woman. Yes, this is very unfair to her. Yin Yin said, she was adopted by father, called Shima Ningning, and can be regarded as his other daughter. We are closer than biological sisters, and we even joked that we will marry the same man in the future. Yang Ding Tian took a deep breath and said, not to mention that doing this will make me lose my self-esteem, just based on our current situation, I absolutely can't have an intimate relationship with you. Yin Yin blushed and said, you want to say that before you get my heart, you absolutely won't really want me, right? Yang Ding Tian lowered his head in tacit agreement. Don't tell me you don't know that in fact, if you want to get a woman's heart, you have to get her body first. When Yin Yin said this, her beautiful eyes unnaturally turned away, and her beautiful face was completely red. So, stop being so pretentious and come back with me. Yin Yin stretched out her small hand, her beautiful eyes blossoming with gentleness as she said, don't worry, I'll learn to love you without worry. Believe me, it won't be long before I put you in my heart. Yang Dingtian's chest began to heave up and down again. He said slowly, Yin Yin, don't force me. I can't do it. Yin Yin's beautiful face immediately became angry. She was about to flare up, but she forcefully restrained herself and said, then I can tell you, even if I don't give my profound energy to you, it will still be wasted. In at most 2 years, the profound energy in my body will completely disperse, and I will become powerless. Why is this happening? Yang Ding Tian asked in shock. Don't worry about it, Yin Yin said, in short, you have to know that giving you my profound energy is already the best outcome. Now you just need to tell me, do you agree or not? After being silent for a long time, Yang Ding Tian said word by word, sorry, I can't do it. Yang Ding Tian, you're not a man. Yin Yin finally couldn't help but flip out. Her jade finger pointed at Yang Ding Tian and said coldly, you hypocritical man. I've said all the good and bad things, and I'll ask you one last time. Do you agree or not? If you say no again, I'll jump down and die. I'll do what I say. Yin Yin's beautiful face was filled with determination. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Ding Tian. Her temper was very strong, and she really meant what she said. Yang Ding Tian took a deep breath. He didn't agree or refuse, and directly said, if you jump, I'll jump too. Let's just be a pair of mandarin ducks with the same fate. Suddenly, Yin Yin was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her beautiful face was red with anger. Her eyes were wide open, as if they were about to spit out fire. Yang Ding Tian, do you know? I can't wait to kill you with my sword. I've never seen a man as hateful as you. I won't like you even after 100 years. Yin Yin jumped from the rope back to the suspension bridge, and then directly walked forward. After walking for more than 10 meters, Yin Yin turned around and angrily said, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you following me to the Hidden Merit Pavilion to practice? I want to see what kind of person you are. If you can't, then obediently come and sleep with me. Don't say any more nonsense. The two angrily walked across the suspension bridge, which was a few 100 meters long, and arrived at the Hidden Merit Pavilion. What a huge and magnificent Hidden Merit Pavilion. Although this stone tower only had 9 floors, it was a full 200 meters long. The bottom floor occupied an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. If the Hidden Merit Pavilion is so important, why isn't there even a guard? Yang Ding Tian asked. Yin Yin didn't want to bother with him, but after a while, she unhappily said, who said there's no one guarding? Elder Mu Yi is in charge of guarding the Hidden Merit Pavilion. He's the elder in the Elder Council that you haven't seen before. In Cloud Heaven City, his cultivation is second only to my father. However, he's guarding the Hidden Merit Pavilion's array, so he can't leave this mountain peak. Before the sacrifice, Yan Yan rarely spoke to Yang Dingtian. Her attitude was indifferent, but she was always polite. After the sacrifice, Yan Yan's attitude towards Yang Dingtian was filled with anger. This was perhaps a very moving change. Yang Dingtian also understood why an elder was absent at such an important time like the Elder Council's vote. Which floor are we going to? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course the first floor. You're not even a novice warrior. Which floor do you want to go to? Yan Yan still unhappily said. Then, she directly walked through the door of the Hidden Merit Pavilion's first floor. Yang Dingtian followed her in and walked through a blue light screen door. A wave of energy gently blocked him, and then Yang Dingtian smoothly entered. The door of the first floor could be passed through as long as one had passed the Enlightenment period. The space of the first floor was very large. It had an area of over 10,000 square meters. 10 rooms surrounded the entire hall in a circular shape. These rooms had the words First-Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Second-Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Third-Rank Cultivation Technique Room, Ninth-Rank Cultivation Technique Room. Only the door of the last room had nothing written on it. The empty space in the center of the hall was about 100 square meters. There was almost nothing in it except for a ball of sparkling water floating in the center. That ball of water was about 1 foot square. It didn't fall even though it was 1.5 meters high in the air. It was constantly moving in an irregular shape. In the water, balls of blue flames were quietly burning. This ball of water and fire is used to test your Xian Meridian's talent. Yan Yan said, your Xian Meridian's talent will determine your Xian Meridian's talent. The higher your Xian Meridian's talent, the higher the Xian Meridian's talent. Yang Dingtian knew that he had 9 Sun Divine Meridians, but his master Dongfang Minmi told him to never tell anyone about it. How many Xian Meridian's talent are there? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Yan Yan said, but in the past 1,000 years, the highest Xian Meridian's talent was only 9th Meridians. There were a total of 9 people, and these 9 people all advanced to the Martial Saint realm. However, the last 9th Meridian's talent was more than 300 years ago. Therefore, there hasn't been a Martial Saint expert for more than 400 years. Then, Yan Yan frowned and said, put your hand in. I want to see how much Uncle Dongfang and Father value you. What kind of genius are you? When she said this, Yan Yan's mouth was filled with unwillingness and unwillingness. By the way, what is my master's Xian Meridians? What is Martial Uncle Shiman's Xian Meridians? Yang Dingtian asked. My father is 8th Meridians, and Sect Master Dongfang is 8th Meridians. However, my father has 8th Meridians, and his cultivation is not inferior to Sect Master Dongfang. Therefore, he is the strongest person in the world. Yan Yan curled her lips and said, by the way, your ex-fiancée Dongfang Bingling is 8th Meridians, but her 8th Meridians are higher than Sect Master Dongfang. She is regarded as the person closest to 9th Meridians in the world. What about you? Yang Dingtian asked again. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes flickered. She clenched her fist and gritted her teeth. 8th Meridians are close to 8th Meridians, only a little worse than your ruthless ex-wife. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. He really didn't expect that Yan Yan's Xian Meridians were close to 8th Meridians. She was almost at the top of the world. Then why was there such a huge gap between his cultivation and Dongfang Bingling's? She couldn't even beat Shiman Yan. Why was this? You want to ask why my Xian Meridians are so talented, but why are they so weak? I can't even beat Dongfang Bingling's little finger, right? Yan Yan Shiman said loudly, let me tell you, my current cultivation is the same as when I was 9 years old. When I was 15 years old, something happened to me. Therefore, no matter how hard I tried to cultivate, my cultivation kept regressing. No matter how hard I tried, it was useless. In 2 years, I won't have any martial strength left. Do you finally know why I was willing to give you the Xianxia in my body? It's because it's a waste in my body. You hypocrite. If I wasn't injured that year, why would I ask you to marry me? Why would I ask you to have sex with me? Why would I need you to become the Lord of Cloud Sky City? The original me was the most outstanding genius of Cloud Sky City in the past 300 years. This should be Yanyan's most painful past, a past that she didn't want to touch. Saying it now was the same as fiercely tearing open the scar in the depths of her memory. She tried to hold back her tears, but she was crying in her heart. She saw a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of Yanyan's mouth. She gritted her teeth too hard. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails pierced her tender palms. Blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. Yang Dingtian, aren't you the only one with a painful and tragic past? Aren't you the only one who was betrayed? Yanyan stared at Yang Dingtian. So, can you put away your pretentious feelings? For the sake of Cloud Sky City, for the sake of my father's mission, have sex with me and accept my Xianxia? Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward and grabbed her fists. He carefully pried open her stiff palms and said softly, I'm sorry, Yanyan. I know too little about you. But please give me a chance. Give me a chance to prove myself. We don't have time, my husband. Yanyan said word by word, we only have half a month. Give me time, give me time. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head for the rest of my life. Yang Dingtian said firmly and gently. Then, he used his finger to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of Yanyan's mouth and said, I believe that you have had your moments of pride before. You also know the pain of having your pride shattered. Yang Dingtian's last words moved Yanyan. She used to be as proud as Dongfang Bingling. But now, her martial arts cultivation had completely faded into the crowd. She had been completely forgotten by the world. Only her beauty was left. Okay, I'll give you time. I'll give you 10 days. Yanyan stared at Yang Dingtian. If you break through to the Xian martial artist in 10 days, then it proves that you can rely on your own strength to continue. If you can't, then it proves that you can't. Then use my method to accept my and Sister Ningning's profound energy through the yin yang devour profound art. How about it? It's a deal. Yang Dingtian said slowly, now, let's see how talented my profound veins are. I'm valued by my master and your father. Then, Yang Dingtian said, what should I do? Just put your hands into the water. Yanyan's beautiful eyes looked at the flame in the water and said, this flame is the purest profound energy. When your hands are close to it, the profound veins in your body will be attracted to it. The higher the grade of your bloodline, the greater the attraction, and the bigger the blue flame. When the volume of the flame occupies 1/10 of the water, it means that your bloodline is first grade. If the volume of the flame exceeds 4/5, then it's 8th grade. If it exceeds 9/10, then it's 9th grade. Yanyan said, Dongfang Bingling's flame occupies 80% of the volume. She's only one step away from 9th grade. Yang Dingtian immediately held his breath. Although he knew that he had 9 yang profound veins, he was still a little nervous. He didn't know that 9 yang profound veins were top grade. Could it be 9th grade? Yanyan seemed to be even more nervous than Yang Dingtian. Because all her hopes were placed on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's hand slowly reached into the water. The flame seemed to feel a force of attraction. It slowly stretched and approached Yang Dingtian's palm. The flame grew longer and longer. Yanyan stared at the flame and couldn't breathe. P.S. Store it in your bookshelf. It's convenient to read. P.S. Please Sanjiang vote, recommend vote, bookmark, asterisk 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 more than 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. Yanyan felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. When the flame came into contact with Yang Dingtian's palm, it wasn't hot at all. There was a very mysterious feeling, as if the flame had a life of its own. Suddenly, the flame fiercely shot up. Heavens! Yanyan suddenly let out a cry of surprise, not daring to believe what she was seeing. When the flame came into contact with Yang Dingtian's palm, it suddenly became incomparably violent and sharp. It suddenly became longer and thicker, turning into a blue flame sword. It fiercely pierced out of the water, straight towards Yang Dingtian's forehead. The flame sword was nearly a meter long, while the water was only a square foot. A flame sword that was more than a meter long, Yang Dingtian cried out in surprise, and Yanyan hurriedly rushed over to save him. But when the flame sword just touched Yang Dingtian's forehead, it retracted back like lightning, once again becoming docile, and the flame in the water became smaller and smaller. Yan Yan, what great of profound veins is my profound veins? Yang Dingtian looked at the flame in surprise. Yan Yan stared blankly at everything, and after a long while, she shook her head and said, I don't know what grade this is. The flame directly rushed out of the water. I've never seen or heard of this before. But, I finally know why my father and Uncle Dongfeng value you so much, and would place all their hopes on you. Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with a slightly complicated gaze and said, in the future, no matter where, in front of anyone, you can't take the profound veins test. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside, and a person walked in through the energy door. Yang Dingtian quickly pulled his hands out of the water, and the flame quickly returned to its original state, quietly burning in the water. Don't block it, I've already seen it. A girl wearing a purple-red dress walked in. She looked at Yang Dingtian from head to toe and said, You are the husband of our Princess Ximen? TSK. The girl shook her head and said to Yan Yan, Cousin, your vision isn't very good. It's fine if this man doesn't look that good, but his talent is so mediocre. Third rank, he's only third rank. You actually chose a person with third-grade profound veins to be your husband. You actually want him to become a 6-star profound martial artist in 15 days and defeat all the experts in Cloud Sky City in a year and a half. You want him to become the new Lord of Cloud Sky City? This is truly absurd. The purple-red girl smiled and said, The 2 boys beside me are my new students. Like your husband, they have just passed the enlightenment period and are here to choose secret manuals. But they're only in their teens. Your husband is already 20. Ximen Yan Yan, before you turned 15, weren't you extremely arrogant? You said that only martial saints were worthy of being your husband. Why do you want this kind of trash now? You really don't reject anyone. The girl continued to speak harshly. This girl was also very beautiful. She was very tall and had 2 long legs. She had a delicate oval face. Unfortunately, her lips were a little thin. Even though she used lip gloss to cover it, it was fine when she didn't speak. Once she spoke, it couldn't be covered up. It was because of this thin lip that she couldn't become a first-class beauty. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were cold as she said, Tang Xian, you change your face very quickly. I remember that half a year ago, you were still trying to please me. Even after the gift you gave me was thrown away, you still had a smile on your face. So what? The girl called Tang Xian said, Now that your father is no longer here, you're no longer the princess of Cloud Sky City. 4 years ago, your profound veins left you. Now, all you have left is that vixen face of yours. Yan Yan was so angry that she trembled. She couldn't speak for a moment. In a year and a half, you'll have to shamefully remarry to the Qin clan's young master. Who knows, you might not even be able to be his wife. You can only be a lowly concubine. Tang Xian smiled and said, Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Brother Ximen Ju, who was infatuated with you, has already proposed to my father. Yan Yan was slightly stunned. Ximen Ju's infatuation with her had indeed reached the point of madness. It was to the point that he hadn't married even when he was in his 30s. My brother Ximen Ju, compared to your husband, the difference is like heaven and earth. Tang Xian looked at Yan Yan and said, Cousin, I really sympathize with you. You were so arrogant before. After your father died, you had nothing. Now that you've fallen to this state, it's really retribution. Hearing the other party mentioning her father in such a harsh tone, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Her small hand grabbed the weapon at her waist and was about to pull it out to kill this woman in front of her. However, she forcefully held it in. Although Yan Yan was unruly before, she was also naive and romantic. She didn't know how to quarrel and couldn't be compared to this harsh Tang Xian in front of her. Therefore, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's ice-cold wrist and walked in front of her and Tang Xian. He looked at the other party from head to toe. Tang Xian proudly raised her head and allowed Yang Dingtian to look at her. She was a great beauty and she had the right to be proud. Wow, you're really not bad. You're also very tall. Especially your legs, they're unusually long. Yang Dingtian praised, Shimanju is young and handsome. Indeed, you're a good match. Hearing Yang Dingtian's praise, Tang Xian looked pleased and said, cousin, brother Shimanju's infatuation with you in the past was all fake. The one he truly loved was me. Now that your father is no longer here, he immediately threw himself into my arms. Even if you're so jealous that you want to vomit blood, it's useless. Yang Dingtian ignored her. His gaze landed on Tang Xian's chest and said, the front is also perky, and the back is also perky. Your figure is not bad. Suddenly, Yin Yan's face became very ugly. She fiercely glared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian continued to sneer, however, it's a pity that it's all fake. It's all padded. I'm very worried for you. Will Shimanju return the goods when he consummates with you? Will he throw you out of the window? Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he cried out in pain because Yan Yan had ruthlessly pinched his waist. He endured the pain and narrowed his eyes. Look at Yan Yan again. There's not a single spot on her body that isn't perfect. Even when you're angry, you're still 10,000 times more charming than when you're acting coquettishly. Ah! Yang Dingtian cried out in pain again. Yan Yan had already used both her hands to pinch him. Don't think that just because something happened to City Lord Shiman, you can turn around and become a princess. Stop dreaming. Cloud Heaven City only has one princess, and that's Yan Yan. Don't be so impatient to take revenge on your previous flattery. It's important to know oneself. If you do this, the first person who wants to kill you is not anyone else but your brother Shimanju. Tang Xian's face was already distorted from anger because Yang Dingtian's words had stabbed her where it hurt. She had already tried her best to cover up these flaws, but they were still seen through by Yang Dingtian and magnified infinitely. I'm going to kill you. Instantly, Tang Xian, who was so angry that her entire body was trembling, pulled out her long sword and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian. Enough. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. It was Shimanju's voice. Instantly, Tang Xian seemed to be frozen in place. Shimanju didn't enter. Instead, he stood outside and said, Tang Xian, do what you're supposed to do. Yes. Tang Xian's face was filled with fear. She was afraid that Shimanju would hear Yang Dingtian talking about her flaws. Shimanju's cold snort was enough to make her tremble. It could be seen that she really loved him to the extreme. After hearing Shimanju's words, she immediately brought her 2 students into a 5th-grade martial arts room. She even carefully closed the door. Shimanju still didn't enter. He only said coldly, only a clown would show off. Did you come to Cloud Heaven City just to be a clown like this? He didn't even call out Yang Dingtian's name. It could be seen that he was extremely disdainful. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, a man has to protect his woman at all times. I'm too weak now and can't defeat your woman. Therefore, I can only use my mouth to fight. I've made a fool of myself. I hope that half a month later, you can also use your best to defeat your opponent, Shimanju said coldly. Then, he left without any signs of life. Yan Yan tilted her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with a strange gaze. You seem to know a woman's body very well? You can tell clearly even through the clothes? Yang Dingtian rubbed his waist and said, I haven't eaten pork, but I've seen a pig run. Yan Yan continued, also, what did you mean by your words just now? Did you say that I'm a vase with only a face? Yan Yan, you're being unreasonable. You're already so beautiful. What else do you want? Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian sighed softly and said, but I swear that I will never use my mouth to fight with others again. I will never use my mouth to protect you. Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, it's good that you know. Furthermore, Tang Xian is also a pitiful woman. Now, it was time to choose a secret manual to learn. Depending on the grade of the mystic veins, the secret manual would be of the same grade. In front of them, there were a total of 10 secret manuals rooms. They were from the 1st grade to the 9th grade, and there was even a room without a grade. Yan Yan, which room should I enter? Which grade of secret manual should I learn? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan Shiman said, let's go. Follow me in. Yan Yan Shiman led Yang Dingtian and pushed open the door to a secret manual room. But it was an 8th grade secret manual room, not a 9th grade one. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled, but followed her in. In the 8th grade martial arts room, there were only 3 bookshelves in an area of a few hundred square meters. On the first bookshelf, there were a total of 5 scrolls. On the second bookshelf, there were a total of 3 scrolls. On the third bookshelf, there was only 1 scroll. In total, there were only 9 secret manuals. Why are there so few secret manuals? Yang Dingtian asked. The higher the grade, the fewer secret manuals. Yan Shiman said, in the 1st grade martial arts room, there are a few thousand secret manuals. In the 7th grade martial arts room, there are only 80 secret manuals. In the 8th grade martial arts room, there are only 9 scrolls. Although I don't know how your talent is, it should be very high. So, the martial arts technique that you want to learn, you can choose from these 8 scrolls. Remember, once you choose a secret manual, you can't change it for the rest of your life. A martial artist can only learn one martial arts technique in their lifetime, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. P.S. Fellow bosses, midnight is here. Let's try again. Last week, I had been hovering at the doorstep of the weekly hit list, but I didn't manage to cross it. I was just short of 100 points. Please help me. Only one type of martial skill? Yang Dingtian asked in bewilderment. That's right. Martial skills determine a martial artist's mystic chi route and attack attribute. Therefore, martial artists can only learn one type of martial skill in their lifetime. However, after becoming a great mystic martial master, they can learn many types of mystic skills. Du Gufengwu said, martial skills determine a person's mystic chi cultivation level. On the other hand, profound skills determine the strength of a person's attack. Martial skills are the foundation, while mystic skills are the branches. Following that, Yan picked up a manual and said, this is the Blaze Devil Sword Art, an 8th grade elementary manual. It has a powerful area of effect. Mystic chi automatically carries a destructive aura. Once the enemy is hit, they will be continuously injured. After finishing, Yan looked at Yang Dingtian to see if he was interested. Yang Dingtian took the manual and closed his eyes to feel it. After a while, he put it back. Yan picked up another manual and introduced, this is the Violent Prison Rending Saber Art, an 8th grade intermediate saber art. It has a powerful penetrative ability and uses mystic chi as astral chi. It is indestructible. Yang Dingtian said, I want to practice the sword. Therefore, I will only choose the sword art. Why? Yan said, the other weapons are not that bad, right? Because I want to cultivate the sword soul. Yang Dingtian said because he recalled how powerful Shiman Wuyao was when he executed the sect origin sword soul. Furthermore, this was just a sect origin sword soul that was in the growth stage. Yan exclaimed, the sword soul is the king of martial souls. It is very, very difficult. There are only 3 people in the world who have cultivated the sword soul. You have to think carefully. Which 3 people? Yang Dingtian asked. My father, sect leader Dongfeng, the sect leader of the Yin sect, and even Zhu Qingzhu didn't manage to cultivate a sword soul, Yan said. In this world, there are 100 people who want to cultivate a sword soul, but less than half of them succeed. For an ordinary martial spirit, one only needed to capture a powerful demonic beast and refine it. Therefore, any profound martial artist could have a martial spirit to assist them in battle. However, if it's a sword soul, I'm afraid that even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to refine it. They wouldn't even have enough materials to forge a sword soul. Are the materials for soul swords very difficult? Yang Dingtian asked. Sword soul is to give a sword life and soul. Therefore, in order to use the best body, the Yang bloodline required bloody black gold, at least 99 pieces of bloody black gold. Just these 99 pieces of bloody black gold, a martial artist would have to travel tens of thousands of miles under the heavens and spend at least 10 years to find them. Yan said, not to mention the profound vein essence that is used to construct the soul sword profound vein and the even rarer and more precious sea spirit crystal. If it's not for luck, a person might not be able to find all these materials in their lifetime. Yang Dingtian immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and asked in his heart, Master, is this true? It's true. Dongfang Minmi said, I found enough bloody black gold and spent 10 years traveling the world. As for the profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal, it's completely up to fate. Therefore, cultivating a sword soul is almost the most difficult thing in the world. It's much more difficult than cultivating to the Grandmaster level. Yang Dingtian was stunned and asked again in his heart, then how powerful is the sword soul? The king of martial spirits. Dongfang Minmi said, whoever can refine a powerful sword soul will be invincible under the heavens. Your martial uncle Shiman's sword soul is only at the growth level, but it's already so powerful. In another 10 years, no one in the world will be able to contend with him. Because he chose the most difficult path, the sword soul he chose is also the most difficult and most powerful sword soul. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's blood boiled. You're pressed for time, cultivating a sword soul will be even more difficult. Dongfang Minmi said, therefore, cultivating an ordinary martial spirit will make you very powerful in advance. You have the 9 yang profound veins, so you can refine a very powerful martial spirit. But, if you don't cultivate a sword soul, you'll never be able to reach the peak of this world. You'll never be able to kill Zhu Qingzhu, and you'll never be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Because she also chose the most difficult path, she also chose to cultivate a sword soul. I know what to do, master. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he looked at Yan Yan and said, I chose to learn the sword, so I only need to choose a sword art. Yan Yan looked at him for a while and said, you and my father are the same, both of you are crazy. Then, she walked to the second shelf and picked up one of the secret manuals. This is the 8th rank secret manual, Devil Devouring Sword Art. This sword art contains the brightest Xianxia energy. It's as pure as the 2 suns in the sky. It's fatal to experts of evil ways. Yan Yan introduced. Before Yang Dingtian could take it, Yan Yan put it back. Because no matter if it was now or in the future, the opponents that Yang Dingtian would face would not be of evil ways. Whether it was the experts of Cloud Sky City, Dongfang Bingling, or even the Black Sky Sect, they were all famous sects in the world. Yan Yan came to the last shelf and said, you didn't like the previous ones, so the secret manual is your only choice. 8th rank secret manual, Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. It's the world's most unyielding and resolute, the most iron-blooded and unyielding sword art. It's invincible and fearless. It conquers hardness and softness. It's domineering and has the aura of a king. Yan Yan almost used all the words to describe this secret manual. You don't like the others, so you can only choose this Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Yan Yan said and handed the secret manual to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took the secret manual and felt a strong and vast energy. It instantly numbed his entire body. His Xian meridians seemed to be hungry and eager to try. However, Yang Dingtian looked at the door unwillingly. Next door was a 9th rank secret manual, which was also the highest rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City. Which secret manual is Martial Uncle Shiman cultivating? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, he's cultivating the only 9th rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City, Disaster Overcoming Sword Art. Yang Dingtian asked again, what's the highest rank secret manual in the world? 9th rank. Yan Yan said, the highest Xian skill secret manual in the world is the 9th rank. There are only a few 9th rank secret manuals in the world. Even Yinyang School doesn't have more than 2 or 3 of them. In Cloud Sky City, there's only one. Yang Dingtian said, I want to take a look at this 9th rank secret manual, Disaster Overcoming Sword Art. Yan Yan took a deep breath and said bitterly, it's gone. It was stolen. 5 years ago, it was stolen. Yang Dingtian's heart stopped. 5 years ago, Yan Yan was injured and her cultivation was destroyed. And the only 9th rank secret manual in Cloud Sky City was also stolen 5 years ago. Could there be a connection? This seemed to be the most painful part in Yan Yan's heart. She didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the topic. My father only has intermediate 8th rank Xian meridians, but he chose to learn intermediate 9th rank secret manuals. Crossing ranks to cultivate, he was almost on the path of death. In the first few years, he didn't improve at all. His talent was almost destroyed. You don't have a choice. This Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword Art is already the strongest secret manual in Cloud Sky City, Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked, how strong can I be if I learn this upper 8th rank chaotic heaven destroyer sword art? Martial Saint. Yan said, the first Cloud Sky City Lord, Yang Yunxiao, gave up on the 9th rank secret manual and chose this upper 8th rank chaotic heaven destroyer sword art. In the end, he became a martial saint and became the last martial saint in the world. That strong? Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, can a martial saint become a martial saint with an upper 8th rank secret manual? Yan said, anyway, City Lord Yang Yunxiao did it. When he saw the chaotic heaven destroyer sword art, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. It was as if it was made for him. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and felt a surge of emotions. This was a martial skill that martial saint Yang Yunxiao had learned. If he could use this sword art to become a martial saint, why can't I? Have you thought about it? Once you've decided, you can't change it, Yan said. Yang Dingtian held the scroll in his hand and said, once I choose the secret manual, how do I learn it? Yan said, open it and then insert a stream of celestial qi into the scroll. After your celestial qi enters the secret manual, it will merge with the martial skill. After the celestial qi flows through the secret manual, it will bring all the information of the martial skill back into your body. Then, you can start learning the martial skill. So magical? It wasn't a text, nor was it a picture. Yang Dingtian held his breath and opened the scroll of the chaotic heaven destroyer sword art. It was made of a special material. There were no words or pictures on it, only very complicated patterns. Some were sunken and some were protruding. These patterns were really very complicated. Furthermore, they were divided into several layers. They were countless times more complicated than the watermarks on the banknotes on Earth. Master, where did these secret manuals come from? Were they written by a top expert a few hundred years ago? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. No, they were dug out from the ground. They were written by a top expert in the ancient times. The Great Nirvana extinction destroyed the entire world. Most of the things were destroyed. These secret manuals were also buried underground. Dongfang Minmi said. Great Nirvana extinction? What is Great Nirvana extinction? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, a few thousand years ago, or more than 10,000 years ago, there was a great nirvana extinction. The entire world was completely destroyed. The entire martial Tao completely collapsed. The primal chaos continent completely fell. The earth became the ocean, and the ocean became the earth. No one knows why there was a great nirvana extinction. However, almost all the strongest secret manuals were left behind from the ancient times. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. Since the ancient times were so powerful, what kind of energy could destroy that world and cause the great nirvana extinction? However, the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword in his hand came from the ancient times. It was even more extraordinary. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's gaze became even more intense. He placed his palm on the secret manual and was about to insert his celestial qi. Yan held her breath. She looked at Yang Dingtian with worry and anticipation. Time passed by slowly. Yang Dingtian, who had already made up his mind, did not insert his celestial qi. Yan was puzzled. Dongfang Minmi was also puzzled. Child, didn't you already choose the secret manual? Why aren't you inserting your celestial qi? I don't know, Master. Yang Dingtian said, I'm obviously very enthusiastic. Moreover, this is already the highest level secret manual in Cloud Sky City. My heart is filled with the desire to learn it, but I just can't take the last step. I can't find the same feeling as Yang Yunxiao when he saw the secret manual. There's no feeling of sparks flying in all directions. Then, Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Master, what level of secret manual is Dongfang Bingling learning? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment. Then, he said, it's the most supreme sword technique in the world. It's a 9th grade superior sword technique. In 400 years, she's the only one who learned this sword technique. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword technique that Dongfang Bingling learned was 3 levels higher than Yang Dingtian's. It was countless times more difficult. However, in Cloud Sky City, the highest level secret manual was the Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer sword in his hand. How should Yang Dingtian choose? Child, listen to your instincts, Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Seeing that Yang Dingtian did not start, Yan Yan could not help but ask, what are you waiting for? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian made a decision. He immediately rolled up the secret manual and put it back in its original place. Yan Yan, are there any other secret manuals? For example, in the 10th room, there's a room without any words on the door. What kind of secret manual is inside? P.S. Another 100 points away from the weekly points ranking. Tears, asterisk 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 that place? Yan Yan said, that place is filled with unranked secret manuals. It's all a pile of trash. Trash? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Yan Yan said, the secret manuals there are very inferior and unranked. Or they can't be cultivated at all. According to the elders, those secret manuals were carelessly written by some weak martial artists in ancient times, but later generations dug them out like treasures. After learning them, they found out that they were completely useless and harmed many people. Every sect has a lot of such trash secret manuals. Take me there. Yang Dingtian said. What are you going to do there? Yan Yan said. Just take me there. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan frowned, but still took Yang Dingtian out. They went to the 10th room, the storage room for trash secret manuals. Opening the door, a dusty smell came out. It was unknown how long it had been since someone came here. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere. There were no bookshelves here. Countless scrolls were thrown everywhere, and some of them were already broken. Yang Dingtian bent down and picked up a scroll. He opened it halfway and found that half of it was already rotten, so he threw it aside. He picked up another scroll. This secret manual was called Universe Devouring Technique. The name was really heaven-defying. But when he opened it, he found that the lines on it were completely scribbled with a few strokes, and it was broken in several places. Although Yang Dingtian didn't understand these secret manuals, he knew that they were trash. He picked up several secret manuals in succession and found that they were all trash. Originally, he wanted to pick up treasures in the trash, but it was impossible. Okay, stop looking. It's all trash. Yan Yan suddenly said, who knows how many people had the same idea as you, but in the end, they all returned disappointed. I can tell you that I have read all the trash secret manuals here. At that time, I also had the same idea as you when I came to find treasures. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was extremely disappointed. He could only go back to learn the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword. Following Yan Yan, he turned and left the trash secret manual room. Crack! Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the hard stone floor. Then, a golden light seeped out. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised that something had happened. He ran over and took a closer look. From the crack in the stone slab, he saw a scroll lying a few feet underground. It was a golden scroll, the only golden scroll that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yang Dingtian excitedly dug out the scroll and opened it expectantly. There were 4 words written on it, pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Other secret manuals' names were either domineering or mysterious, but this pig-slaying swordsmanship was actually so weird. Moreover, there were no patterns on this secret manual. It was completely blank. He then looked at Yan Yan Shimen, who had a strange expression on her face. She sneered, you think you picked up a treasure, that you've had a fortuitous encounter. You're at least the 100th person to open this secret manual. Yan Yan said, this is trash among trash. There's nothing inside. Many people have injected their profound chi into it, but there was no reaction at all. This is a completely blank secret manual. That's right. When Yang Dingtian held the other secret scrolls in his hand, he could feel a surge of energy. However, this pig-slaying sword art had no energy at all. But for some reason, Yang Dingtian had a very, very strange feeling when he grasped the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Eh? Suddenly, the Dongfang Minmi in his mind let out a bewildered voice, this secret manual is very, very strange. How so? Yang Dingtian asked. Even if it's a high-level secret manual, when I look at it, I always seem to see an image of martial arts. Dongfang Minmi said, but now, When I look at this secret manual, I actually can't see anything. However, it wasn't completely blank either. It was like the vast blue dome of heaven. Looking up, there were only specks of stars. I wanted to get closer, but it was extremely proud and disdained to let me see it. I'm learning a 9th rank secret manual, but it doesn't have this unattainable feeling. Of course, this is just my feeling. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said with faint excitement, Master, I don't know why, but when I hold this secret manual, I have a very special feeling, as if I'm going to devour it, or it's going to devour me. That's right. When he held the chaotic heaven destroyer sword just now, the profound chi in his body was just about to move. But at this time it was a fatal attraction. It was like the endless thirst of a desert for a storm. Follow your heart. Maybe this is your fate. Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes to feel for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, his face was full of determination. This is it. I believe in my own feelings. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Then he opened his palm and injected profound chi. Yang Dingtian, you're crazy. Yan Yan said, there were a few people who had the same idea as you and decided to learn this blank pig-slaying swordsmanship. Do you know what happened after they injected profound chi? What? Yang Dingtian asked. A blank slate. Yan Yan said, no matter how high one's talent is, after injecting profound chi to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship, not only will they learn a blank slate, they will also become a blank slate. One of the 8th rank geniuses learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship, but his cultivation never improved. Until he died, he didn't even become a novice warrior. Every genius who didn't believe in heresy became complete trash after learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship. This pig-slaying swordsmanship is a disaster. Our Cloud Sky City has long wanted to destroy it. But no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't destroy it. Later, we buried it under the floorboards here. Who would have thought that the floorboards would split open today, allowing you to discover it? Yan Yan said, in short, if you learn the secret manual, you'll be completely finished. So, no matter what, I won't let you learn this bullshit pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yan Yan said. But my heart tells me that it's what I want. Yang Dingtian said. Many people have the same idea as you. Yan Yan said, come with me immediately and leave this room. I want to bury this harmful thing again. You go and learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Yang Dingtian held the secret manual tightly and didn't move. His eyes were filled with impulsiveness. Yang Dingtian, are you going to listen to me? Yan Yan said angrily, am I still your wife? Are you going to listen to your wife? Aren't you going to put it down? Why aren't you leaving? Don't force me to make a move. Don't force me to hit my husband. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Yang Dingtian looked at Yan Yan and said, I've decided. I want to learn the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yan Yan was shocked and said, Yang Dingtian, we don't have time for you to take risks. You also don't have the right to take risks. No, definitely not. I must. Yang Dingtian spoke each word with determination. Yan Yan's face changed. She tried to suppress her anger and said gently, be good and listen to me. Go and learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword. I'm your wife. I'm still counting on you to protect me. Husband. The last word husband was so gentle and coquettish that half of Yang Dingtian's body went numb. Yan Yan's gentle attack almost made Yang Dingtian collapse. However, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yan Yan with determination and said, Yan Yan, I've decided. At this moment, Yang Dingtian seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. Yan Yan stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time. Then, she suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. She pulled out a sharp sword and placed it on her neck. She said coldly, okay, you learn. If you learn this disaster, I'll have no hope. I might as well die like this. As long as you inject your profound chi, I'll die in front of you. I, Yan Yan, have always been very fierce. However, after meeting a bastard like you, I have to swallow my anger. Yan Yan said coldly, do you think I don't dare? As long as you inject your profound chi, I'll slit my throat. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. Yan Yan was so stubborn and determined. He was completely at his wits' end. Of course, he couldn't let Yan Yan slit her throat. Could it be that he had to give up on this pig-killing swordsmanship that he longed for so much? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Yan Yan, I feel that this thing is destined to be given to me by the heavens. Of course, maybe a lot of people also feel this way. In the end, they all became trash. That's right. I chose this pig-killing swordsmanship because it was a huge risk. Yang Dingtian said, but, I came to this world because it was a huge risk. It's an almost impossible risk. Sorry, you can't convince me. Yan Yan said, I'll give you two choices. Put down the secret book and follow me. Or, I'll slit my throat and let my blood spray directly on your face. There's a secret that I didn't tell anyone except my master, including your father. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly said, I came to this world because it was an impossible risk. I'm not a person of this world. What? Yan Yan suddenly cried out in shock. I'm not a person of this world. I came from another world. It's a world that's completely different from the primal chaos continent. It's a world that's completely bizarre in your eyes. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, of course, in that world, there's absolutely no girl as beautiful as you. Impossible. Yan Yan's expression suddenly became incomparably shocked. Her beautiful eyes opened wide. I came from another world, so I want to learn the pig-killing swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian slowly said, I want to take this risk. I want to protect you. I want to complete your father's mission. While speaking, Yang Dingtian injected his internal force into the secret book. Yan Yan just stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. Of course, she didn't slit her throat. Then, something unimaginable happened. When Yang Dingtian injected his internal force into this pig-killing swordsmanship, lines appeared on the secret book. Then, the secret book turned into ashes inch by inch. Pig-killing swordsmanship. The lines on the secret book were more dazzling and wonderful than any of the secret books that he had seen before. The entire secret book disappeared inch by inch. Finally, the entire secret book was completely annihilated in Yang Dingtian's hands and completely disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and slowly floated in the air. Circles of light were born and circled around Yang Dingtian's body. Finally, the mysterious circles of light completely wrapped Yang Dingtian, just like a baby in his mother's belly. Countless rays of light shot into Yang Dingtian's body. Looking at all this, Yan Yan was completely stunned. P.S. Last night, the closest I got to the weekly point list was only 30 points. I will fight again, please support me. Points, recommendation ticket, collection. Thank you, Yan Yan had never seen such a scene. There had never been a secret manual that would completely disappear after learning it, and there had never been a secret manual that could only be learned by one person. But the pig-killing swordsmanship in front of her had truly become Yang Dingtian's martial skill secret manual. Boom, Yang Dingtian only felt a flash of light in his mind, and suddenly he was in a void illusion. A platform carved out of white jade floated in the sea of clouds, like a fairyland. Yang Dingtian was standing in the middle of this jadestone platform. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished. How could the learning of martial arts be so mysterious? Who? A gust of wind blew, and the white clouds quickly condensed into a figure. The illusory figure, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, moved with the wind, changing and formless. It's been 10,000 years. Finally, someone came in. That figure sighed, sounding incomparably ancient. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement, stepped forward and saluted. Yang Dingtian greets Senior. The figure formed by the clouds glanced at Yang Dingtian, and then quickly approached. A cloud of smoke surrounded Yang Dingtian. Boundless world, no phase, no limit. It's actually someone from another plane world who learned my sword art. Interesting, interesting. That figure laughed heartily. Immediately after, a surge of chi energy drilled into Yang Dingtian's body and circulated once. 9 yang profound veins, 1 in a billion, good, good. The figure laughed. You are Yang Dingtian? My name is Shiwu Piayan, the writer of the pig-killing swordsmanship. Before learning the first stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, I first want to tell you something. Yes, Senior. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged. More than 10,000 years ago, the legendary end of the world was about to come, but no one in the world believed it, because at that time, the entire chaotic continent was at the strongest moment of martial arts. As for me, I gradually discovered many clues. Some races suddenly disappeared, and in the depths of the distant sea, an incomparably huge continent suddenly appeared, and stars constantly fell from the sky. Thus, I gave up on my dream of becoming the most powerful person in the world. He roamed the world and traveled 100,000 miles. He wanted to find the source of the apocalypse and save the entire primal chaos continent. But as I walked further and further, I felt that the end of the world was getting closer and closer. The aura of the world's destruction was getting stronger and stronger. I could feel the lack of time. I'm afraid that I won't be able to complete this mission. I need someone to carry on my mission. If I fail in the future, that person can continue to follow in my footsteps and find the source of the apocalypse. Thus, as I continued to walk forward, I separated a portion of my profound energy and soul to write this secret manual, the pig-slaying sword technique. When I was searching for the Naga in the depths of the northernmost secret sea, I wrote the first step of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. As for where I will choose to write the second chapter, and whether I have found the Naga, I can only tell you the answer in the second chapter. According to legend, the Naga race was born from the mating of a dragon and a sea snake. In this world, the race closest to the bloodline of the dragon god was the strongest race in the world. Although there had been legends of the Naga race for thousands of years, and everyone knew the existence of the Naga race, no one had ever seen the Naga race. Dongfang Minmi had traveled all over the world, but he had never seen any traces of the Naga race. Because looking for the source of the apocalypse requires the strongest person in the world to follow in my footsteps, when I wrote this secret manual, I said that only the strongest Xian veins can enter the secret manual to practice. But I didn't expect that I would wait for more than 10,000 years before the person who practiced it came. Yang Dingtian, are you willing to follow in my footsteps, find the source of the apocalypse, and find a way to save the entire primal chaos continent? Shiwu Piayan asked slowly. I am willing. Yang Dingtian said, but the apocalypse has already happened. 10,000 years ago, the world was destroyed. It has been destroyed? Shiwu Piayan's shadow trembled and almost scattered. It was destroyed, it really was destroyed. Shiwu Piayan sighed and said, how did it die? Yang Dingtian said, the world changed, the ocean became mountains, and the mountains became the ocean. The earth fell, the rivers disappeared, and the world was turned upside down. Thousands of years after the apocalypse, the surviving human beings began to reproduce again. Relying on the martial arts scroll left from ancient times, they developed the martial arts civilization again. Shiwu Piayan sighed for a long time and said, you haven't found the source of the apocalypse yet, have you? No. Yang Dingtian said, no one is even looking for it. Then you go and find it. Shiwu Piayan said, when you are strong enough, you will follow in my footsteps to find the source of the apocalypse. Only then can I rest in peace. Yes, Senior Shiwu. Yang Dingtian said, but I have many missions now. I need to wait until all my missions are completed before I can find the source of the apocalypse. Of course, before you become a martial sage, you can't follow in my footsteps to find the source of the apocalypse. You can't even pass through the whirling knot, Shiwu Piayan said. After Yang Dingtian finished listening, he felt that there was an additional mission on his body. Then let's start learning the first stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship, the Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Hearing the name of this sword technique, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Shiwu, is this Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword powerful? Shiwu Piayan was stunned, and then said lightly, the best in the world. Yang Dingtian's body trembled violently, and the blood in his body seemed to surge violently. Now, I will start the first Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Suddenly, the smoke figure twisted a shadow sword in his hand and gently swung it. The first disaster, sword of the world. Whoosh. Shiwu Piayan's figure was like a red-crowned crane, moving around in the space. The sword light was blurred, and his steps were as elegant as an immortal's. The second disaster, sword of all lives. The third disaster, sword of ruthlessness. The fourth disaster, sword of ecstasy. The fifth disaster, sword of boundless. The sixth disaster, sword of selflessness. The seventh disaster, sword of great mercy. The eighth disaster, sword of nirvana. The ninth disaster, sword of iniquity. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Endless swords and endless shadows. Within 1,000 meters, Shiwu Piayan's shadows were all over. Every move, every style, left an afterimage in the air. In the entire space, thousands of afterimages condensed in the air. It was magnificent and shocking. Connecting these thousands of shadows together was the complete Shiwu 9 disaster sword, the best sword technique in the world. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely immersed in this incomparably mysterious and powerful sword technique. This was indeed the best sword technique in the world. Every move was so mysterious, so gorgeous, and so terrifying. It was as if every move exhausted all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and every move burned out all the brilliance. It was as if this was not a person performing a sword dance, but an immortal performing a sword dance. The dance represented the vicissitudes of the human world and the disasters of heaven and earth. It was indeed the best sword technique in the world, whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, these thousands of afterimages turned into ashes and condensed into Shiwu Piayan. Do you remember it? Shiwu Piayan asked. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and fell into memory. He let the whole Shiwu 9 disaster sword replay in his mind, over and over again, and then seemed to be engraved in his mind. Yes, Senior, Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piayan said, well, I'll do it again. After that, Shiwu Piayan floated in the air and performed the Shiwu 9 disaster sword again. Another amazing and mysterious scene made Yang Dingtian indulge in it again, as if he was admiring the sword dance of an immortal. Putting away his sword, Shiwu Piayan asked, do you remember it? Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought again, recalling the moves just now in his mind. Although it was more difficult than before, he still remembered it. How do you feel? Shiwu Piayan asked. It seems that it's different from the first time. The movements are simplified and changed a little, Yang Dingtian said. Very good. Shiwu Piayan smiled and said, then I'll do it a third time. Next, the fourth time. The fifth time. The sixth time. After the eighth time, Shiwu Piayan asked, now, do you remember it? Yang Dingtian's face became extremely painful. Finally, he shook his head and said, I can't remember it because it's different every time. There are even some movements that are completely opposite. Then what do you feel? What's the impression? Shiwu Piayan asked. Yang Dingtian said, it's simpler and uglier each time. Shiwu Piayan laughed and said, well, then you can watch it for the 9th time, which is also the last time. Then, Shiwu Piayan swung the shadow sword in his hand and performed the Shiwu 9 disaster sword for the 9th time. The sword stabbed straight out. The first move, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Then, the sword slashed. The second move, cutting open the stomach. Then, the sword slashed down. The third move, cutting off the head. Then, the sword turned. The fourth move, digging out the heart and lungs. Then, the sword shook violently and moved forward like a snake. The fifth move, cleaning the stomach. Then, the light flashed and the sword slashed 4 times from different angles. The sixth move, chopping off the limbs. Then, the sword fell from above and slashed vertically. The seventh move, splitting into 2 pieces. Then, he swung his sword horizontally and horizontally. The eighth move, scraping the bones and meat. Finally, the long sword pierced downwards, once. The 9th move, putting the sword into the chopping board. Soon, Shiwu Piayan finished demonstrating the Shiwu 9 disaster sword for the 9th time. At this time, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He stood there with his eyes wide open, motionless. From the 1st to the 9th time. He watched helplessly as the incomparably gorgeous, incomparably complex, and incomparably mysterious Shiwu 9 disaster sword became the final pig-killing swordsmanship. The 9 Tao tribulations had become the 9 steps of slaughtering a pig. From so gorgeous to so vulgar, from so complex to so simple, from so high-end to so cheap. From an immortal to a butcher. How do you feel? Shiwu Piayan laughed. Yang Dingtian still hadn't calmed down. He originally thought that the pig-killing swordsmanship was just a name to fool people. The real name was the Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, which sounded very mysterious. But he didn't expect that the pig-killing swordsmanship was really called the pig-killing swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "After learning the pig-killing swordsmanship, there will be no sword in the world." Well said. Shiwu Piaoyan laughed and said, "After learning the pig-killing swordsmanship, there will be no sword in the world." Then, Shiwu Piaoyan said, "If it was directly the pig-killing swordsmanship, it would be vulgar and not wonderful at all. But from the complicated and mysterious Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword to the pig-killing swordsmanship step by step, its power is infinite and incomparably powerful. When the martial arts in the world reach the extreme, it is to simplify and return to simplicity. It is as if you can only truly enjoy simplicity after experiencing prosperity. Only when you have experienced magnificence can you have the right to be low-key." After hearing this, Yang Dingtian deeply saluted. This was not only the truth of martial arts, but also the philosophy of the world. Then Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Now, try to use this set of Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword again and again. Follow your feelings and let your Xianxia spread with your feelings. Let me see what your talent is, what your comprehension is, and what amazing power this set of swordsmanship will have on you." "Yes, Senior," Yang Dingtian said. Then he stretched out his right hand, and suddenly a virtual sword slowly appeared in his hand. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian entered the world of the Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and a strong wind blew. P.S. Only one place away from the weekly points list, 120 points, seeking the top. If you don't have a login member to read the book, please help to log in, please. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** entered the world of the Shiwu 9 disaster sword. His whole heart, his whole spirit, completely entered this deeper sword world. First tribulation, sword of Advent. Yang Ding Tian fell from the sky, and the sword was like a meteor, stabbing into the hard ground. Bang! A profound chi force shot out, and a white jade slate suddenly shattered and shot in all directions. The sword light was drawn, and the brilliance was overflowing, like the Milky Way. It slashed through the splashing stones. Boom! In an instant, countless flying stones shattered into pieces and turned into powder. Second tribulation, sword of all lives. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the long sword trembled, and the tip of the sword shot out quickly. Countless rays of light seemed to be densely packed with stars. In an instant, dozens of swords, hundreds of swords, more than 100 cold stars flickered. Whoosh! The sword light drew a circle and condensed the 100 cold stars. Countless cold stars condensed into a thick sword light, striking down like lightning. Boom, the whole ground suddenly exploded. Countless jade stones flew everywhere. Third tribulation, sword of ruthlessness, whoosh. The cold light circled, and the sword shadow was looming in an instant. It was as if it had not arrived yet, and it was unknown where the sword shadow was. Suddenly, a cold light burst out, as bright as a star. Swish! The sword light flashed. Bang bang bang. The air was torn apart inch by inch. The head of the stone lion in the distance was silently cut off. The sword of ruthlessness was neither close nor distant. If the shadow reappeared, it was ruthless and cold. Fourth tribulation, sword of ecstasy. The air flowed, and the sword shadow instantly turned graceful, straight and curved, cold and soft. The sound of the sword was like weeping and complaining. The figure holding the sword was like a lone goose, like spiraling smoke. It wandered unpredictably, circling around. It was gentle like water, curling like smoke. Whoosh! Suddenly, this gentle sword rainbow turned into a fierce ecstasy lock in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. Destroy, destroy, destroy. The sword shadow faded, and the dust settled. The surroundings had been turned into powder. Fifth tribulation, sword of boundless. The heart was boundless, the sword was boundless. He thought that if he was the enemy, his murderous aura filled the air. There was nothing he couldn't kill and nothing he couldn't destroy. The sixth tribulation, selfless sword. Where did I come from? Where am I going? Without me, where would the sword go? If the heavens were heartless, why would I exist? The seventh tribulation, sword of great mercy. Victory is sorrow, defeat is sorrow. Life is sad, death is sad, the sorrowful sword breaks the intestines, each sword breaks the human soul. The eighth tribulation, sword of nirvana. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Life is short, but there are things to ask for and things to return to. What was there to be afraid of? At worst, heaven and earth would destroy him. The ninth tribulation, innocuous sword. There was nothing to be sad about. The limit of fear did not matter. At the end of the calamity, there is no sorrow, no joy, no fear, no calamity. He sheathed his sword and stood there. For a long time, Yang Dingtian's body and soul were unable to break free. Whoosh! Suddenly, the smoke that had been surrounding Yang Dingtian suddenly dissipated. It fell to the ground and condensed into Shiwu Piayan's figure. At this time, the whole ground was a mess. Hundreds of meters and thousands of meters of the suspended platform were all destroyed by Yang Dingtian's sword. Wake up! Shiwu Piayan shouted softly. Yang Dingtian's eyes gradually changed from blurred to sober. Looking at the messy mirror image around him, he showed an incredible expression. What happened just now? How come I don't know at all? I don't remember at all? How do you feel? Shiwu Piayan asked. It feels like a lifetime ago, Yang Dingtian said, such exquisite swordsmanship, I have never seen or heard of it. After the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there is no sword in the world. But what? Shiwu Piayan asked. But the Shiwu 9 disaster sword I used seems to be different from the one you demonstrated, Yang Dingtian said. It doesn't need to be the same, Shiwu Piayan said, the sword is not fixed. If the person is different, the sword will be different. Otherwise, it will be a dead sword. The Shiwu 9 disaster sword pursues the spirit, not the form. Then, Shiwu Piayan said, do you want to hear my evaluation of you? Please. Yang Dingtian said. Your talent is unseen and unheard of, Shiwu Piayan said. Just now, when you used the Shiwu 9 disaster sword for the first time, it made people feel a deep sense of despair. But this is not only because of your talent, but also because of your joy and anger, your gratitude and resentment. You have experienced so many things at such a young age, so your sword is full of endless stories and has become incomparably distant and profound. But what? Yang Dingtian asked. If you put your mind too much into it, it will easily hurt others and yourself. You should know that this Shiwu 9 disaster sword is the most complicated, the most profound, the most gorgeous, and the most mysterious. However, the ultimate goal is to return to the original, to return to the vulgar and elegant pig-killing swordsmanship. Therefore, don't try too hard. If you try too hard, your fate will end early. What should be emptied will be emptied. Shiwu Piayan said slowly. Yang Dingtian suddenly fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, Senior, although there are many things that I can't do now, I will understand your words. Now, do I need to practice it a second time? Shiwu Piayan shook his head and said, no need. Such a sword technique can be learned once in the secret book. Learn as much as you can. After leaving the illusory void, you can comprehend it by yourself. How do you feel at this time? Yang Dingtian said, there is a vigorous energy, as if it is about to burst out. Shiwu Piayan said, any secret book in the world contains the pure vitality energy of the writer. The first time you learn it, you can clean your Xian meridians, absorb the Xian qi between heaven and earth, and expand your Xian meridians and sea of qi. Therefore, when you learn martial arts for the first time, you will have a breakthrough. Ordinary secret books can break through 1 star, and excellent secret books can break through 2 stars. With the mystery of the pig-killing swordsmanship and your talent, you can break through 4 stars. When you return to reality, your sea of qi will have a powerful breakthrough. At that time, you will be a 4-star novice martial artist, or even higher. Really? Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. Of course it's true, said Shiwu Piayan. However, you only have one chance like this. Only once in your life. Yang Dingtian said hopefully, then in half a month, can I break through to become a 6-star Xian martial artist? Shiwu Piayan was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, impossible. Martial arts 10,000 years ago were much more prosperous than now, but it was impossible. Even a peerless genius needed 3 months to go from an enlightener to a 6-star Xian martial artist. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The person in front of him was not a grand master, but an extremely powerful saint from 10,000 years ago. If he said no, then there was really no possibility of change. There is no possibility. It has never happened in tens of thousands of years? Yang Dingtian was full of unwillingness. There is no possibility. This completely violates the greatest theorem of the human body and nature, Shi Wu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian let out a breath of air forcefully. By the way, what day is it today? Shi Wu Piaoyan suddenly asked. Double calendar, September 1st, Yang Dingtian said. Is it heaven's will? Shi Wu Piaoyan was stunned and muttered to himself. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Is there hope? Senior Shi Wu Piaoyan said, in 12 days, September 13th, it will be the Yin-Yang festival that occurs once every 300 years. At that time, the 2 moons will cover the 2 suns, and the world will be pitch black. At that moment, Yin and Yang will blend, and the Xianqi between heaven and earth will suddenly become incomparably pure. You know, warriors in the world can only absorb Xianqi every morning because the Xianqi at this time is relatively pure. But even so, after swallowing 10 buckets of Xianqi, there will be less than 1% left. This is because Yin and Yang coexist, and the Xianqi is not pure. If you swallow too much, your life will be in danger. But at the moment of the Yin-Yang festival, the Xianqi between heaven and earth will be instantly purified. At this stage, the Xianqi can be absorbed for one's own use almost without refining or eliminating it. Therefore, the effect of swallowing Xianqi at that moment is 100 times better than usual. Yang Dingtian asked, at that time, can I break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist? Of course not. Shi Wu Piaoyan said, although the effect of swallowing Xianqi is 100 times better than usual, after all, the time is too short. It's almost instantaneous. Therefore, we still need to organize a large formation. This formation is called the Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation. Have you heard of it? Never heard of it. Yang Dingtian, not only Yang Dingtian, but Dongfang Minmi had never heard of it, so it must have been lost during the Great Nirvana. When a person swallows Xianqi, he can only absorb Xianqi within 10 feet at most. As for the Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation, it can swallow Xianqi within a few miles, or it can swallow Xianqi within dozens of miles or hundreds of miles, Shi Wu Piaoyan said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's blood boiled. He needed to break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist on September 15th, and 13 days later, there would be a once in 300 years total solar eclipse in the Yin-Yang realm. Wasn't this fate? Then, I can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist at that time, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe, but it's also very difficult. Shi Wu Piaoyan said, in my era, there was someone who used the Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation on the Yin-Yang festival and broke through to the 13th level. In the end, he became the strongest person in the world. Your talent is amazing, but reaching the 16th level is too amazing. Yang Dingtian said excitedly, even if there is a little hope, I will do my best. Senior, can you tell me what to do? How should I arrange this Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation? Shi Wu Piaoyan said, you need to find a circular plot of land. This circle is half Yin and half Yang. There is Yang in Yin, and Yin in Yang, but they are clearly separated. Then, arrange a pentagram in this circle, and put the demon nuclei of the 5 elements in the 5 corners. Lightning on the top, ice and fire on the left, and metal and wind on the bottom. In this way, you can arrange the Yin-Yang 5 Elements formation. The stronger the formation, the more Xianqi it can condense. You are in the eye of the formation, and when the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, endless Xianqi energy will pour into your body from the top of your head. At this time, the energy is incomparably pure and can directly enter your sea of qi for your own use. At that time, you only need to run the unique Xian swallowing formula of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, and you can refine the Xianqi into your sea of qi. I will remember, Senior, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Remember. The demon nuclei of the 5 elements must be obtained by hunting the demon beasts with your own hands. You can't borrow the hands of others. Because the moment before the demon beasts die, they will instill your energy, aura, and impression into the demon nuclei. If you don't hunt the demon nuclei with your own hands, the formation will not be compatible with you, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The endless Xianxia will tear you to pieces in an instant. I will remember, Senior, Yang Dingtian said. Well, then you can go out and return to your real world. A long time should have passed. I am going to disappear too. Shiwu Piayan said. Suddenly, a cool feeling poured into the top of his head. Yang Dingtian gradually woke up and returned to reality. Wait. Suddenly, Shiwu Piayan said. Yang Dingtian's figure stopped abruptly. There was darkness in front of him, and he could only see the figure of Shiwu Piayan formed by a white light. There is a way that may allow you to have a greater breakthrough, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed. Shiwu Piayan said. Senior, please tell me. Yang Dingtian said. Empty body and empty meridians. Shiwu Piayan said, a martial artist practices martial arts for 12 hours a day and practices qi for 2 hours. Practicing martial arts can increase the capacity of the Xian meridians and Sea of Qi. Practicing qi can fill in the space for these increases. Over time, you can achieve a breakthrough. On the day of the Yin-Yang festival, if the formation is big enough and strong enough, you may have a very strong and vigorous Xian qi. How much you can have a breakthrough is determined by the rate of absorption of your Xian meridians and Sea of Qi. In a short period of time, how much Xian qi can be swallowed is how much you can have a breakthrough. Then, if you want to have enough space in your Sea of Qi and Xian meridians, you need to forge your body and forge your meridians. Shiwu Piayan said, you keep practicing the sword, but you don't practice qi. First, I will lock your meridians, not letting any Xian qi enter, suppressing the desire of your Sea of Qi to break through, so that your Sea of Qi and Xian meridians are fully empty. At that time, you can swallow the most Xian qi and get a greater breakthrough. In this way, you may have a greater chance of breaking through to a 6-star Xian martial artist. Shiwu Piayan said, of course, this is just a prediction of mine. It may not become a reality. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, then do it this way. It's good to have a little more hope. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of light suddenly drilled into the top of Yang Dingtian's head. He only felt that his Xian meridians were stagnant, and then his whole body seemed to be floating. You can unlock the seal of this meridians at any time. If you don't unlock it, then at the moment of the total solar eclipse, endless Xian qi will pour into your body and automatically break it open. Shiwu Piayan said. Yes, Senior. Yang Dingtian, then, to what extent should I practice the sword to make my Xian meridians and Sea of Qi reach the peak? The ultimate is, of course, when you can use the highest level of the Shiwu 9 disaster sword, the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At that time, you will be able to unleash the full power of this sword technique. Shiwu Piayan said, but that's too difficult. You need to practice the sword tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times. You don't have much time, so you can practice the sword 10,000 times at most. You can reach whatever level you want. Because in the following time, you will personally hunt for the 5 types of demon nuclei and find a suitable place to set up the formation. Yes, Senior. Practice the sword 10,000 times. Whatever level you can reach, that is, Yang Dingtian said. Then, goodbye. See you at the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Shiwu Piayan said. Then, his figure disappeared bit by bit. I hope I can tell you more by then. Remember, don't tell anyone my secret. Then, Shiwu Piayan's figure disappeared completely. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a dream. He saw that Yan Yan was sleeping on the ground at this time. Her plump and charming body was curled up like an insecure little beast. She had fallen asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pushed Yan Yan's shoulder. Who is it? Yan Yan was shocked. She suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and quickly placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck. Why are you sleeping here? Yang Dingtian asked. You stayed in the light circle for a whole day and night, motionless. Where else would I sleep if not here? Yan Yan got up and said. A whole day and night? Yang Dingtian said in surprise, I feel like it's only been a while. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were full of expectation and worry as she looked at Yang Dingtian. She seemed to want to see if Yang Dingtian was different from before. She said, ordinary secret techniques take at most 3 hours to learn for the first time. You actually took a whole day and night. This set of pig-killing swordsmanship must be extraordinary. Have you learned it? I learned the first stage of pig-killing swordsmanship, Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Yang Dingtian said. Hearing this awe-inspiring name, Yin Yan's beautiful eyes tightened. She said, why don't you show it to me? Let's see how powerful it is. Okay. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Let me borrow your sword. Yin Yan suddenly remembered that Yang Dingtian didn't have a sword yet. She immediately handed her sword over. After taking the sword, Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and slowly breathed in and out. When he opened his eyes again, he gently pulled out a sword flower and pinched a sword technique. Suddenly, his heart and spirit entered the world of Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light was like a rainbow, and the sword whistled like a tide. In this abandoned secret book room, Yang Dingtian used Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword. The first tribulation, Sword of Descent. The second tribulation, Sword of Life. The third tribulation, Sword of Ruthlessness. The eighth tribulation, Sword of Nirvana. The ninth tribulation, Sword of Non-Tribulation. Suddenly, the dark secret room seemed to have entered another world. Boundless sword shadows, boundless flowing colors. The sword blade was as cold as water, weaving a mysterious picture scroll in this space. 6 minutes later, Yang Dingtian put away his sword and stood. Although this was not as perfect as he was in the illusory environment, he was already satisfied. He felt that he played very well. Then, he looked at Yin Yan with expectation. Yin Yan's beautiful eyes were blurred and full of splendor. She said, This is Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword? I have never seen such a beautiful and wonderful sword technique. Then, Yin Yan seemed to think of something, and her face suddenly turned pale. She said, What about Xianxia? When you used this set of sword technique, why didn't I feel any Xianxia? How many levels did you break through to learn this set of secret books? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how to answer. There will be breakthroughs in the beginning of any secret book in the world. When I learned Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword for the first time, I broke through 3 levels and directly went from an enlightener to a 3-star novice martial artist. Yin Yan said, I remember, the set of sword technique you used just now was beautiful. But it was only an appearance and had no power at all. It was like a dance, not a sword technique. Now, I will let you see the real sword technique, Yin Yan said. After speaking, Yin Yan took the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand and quickly stabbed the first sword. Suddenly, it was like a rainbow piercing the sun, and like a meteor streaking across the sky. Suddenly, the air was distorted, and the sword in her hand was seeped with a trace of red, as if it was burned red. Whoosh. Then, the second sword was like a stormy sea, and the wind and clouds surged. The sword let out a dragon and tiger roar, and the air turned into a mass of red, winding around the treasured sword. Suddenly, it was as if a fire dragon was circling around the sword. Roar. The third sword was like a violent storm and a tsunami. The sword roared, and the fire dragon on the sword roared loudly, igniting and tearing the air inch by inch. The surrounding space of dozens of square meters suddenly darkened, and the whole space was swallowed by the energy array formed by the sword. On the tip of the sword, there was a dazzling light, as if it was formed by the surrounding light. Bang! Finally, the fire dragon on the sword spat out the light. Boom! The light hit the ground, and suddenly, it tore a 5-foot crack on the hard ground. Yin Yan put away the sword and said, This is the first time I learned the power of Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, and it was enough to tear a 5-foot crack on the ground. And you couldn't even tear a scroll. Seeing that Yin Yan was about to flip out, Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, Don't worry, don't worry. My set of sword art is different from all the secret manuals. I didn't break through now because I locked my meridians and didn't want to break through, so that my Xian meridians and Qi could be released, for a greater breakthrough in the future. After listening to Yang Dingtian's explanation, Yin Yan stared at him with her beautiful eyes, then shook her head and said, I've never heard of such a thing. Because this is pig-killing sword art, and it's different from all the other sword arts. Yang Dingtian said. I only saw that you didn't break through when you learned this set of sword art. Yan Yan slightly frowned and said, then tell me, when can you break through, and how much can you break through? 12 days later, on the 13th of September, Yin Festival. Yang Dingtian said, I don't know how much I can break through. Are you kidding? Yang Dingtian. Yan Yan immediately said unhappily, why don't you say that you can break through on the 15th of September during the elimination battle? Because that day is very special. It's the Yin Festival, so the breakthrough will be discovered on that day. I have no intention of delaying it. Yang Dingtian said firmly. You're my husband, so of course I'm willing to believe you. But the reality is that I don't see any Xianxia in your sword art, and there's no breakthrough at all. Yan Yan tried her best to be gentle and said, I'm afraid that you'll get lost and fall into your own illusion. It's obviously a set of sword art that looks like a woman's dance, but you treat it as a peerless sword art and are unable to extricate yourself from it. If that's the case, we'll really be finished. Husband, I'm afraid because I suddenly thought of someone. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes trembled as she recalled a terrifying memory. Then, Yan Yan continued, his name is Yang Yuncheng, the eldest son of Yang Li's grandfather. Originally, my father wouldn't have had the chance to become Cloud Sky City's lord. Yang Yuncheng's talent is even higher than my father's, and he's number one in the entire Northwest continent. Everyone thought that he would become the strongest Cloud Sky City's lord in history. At the age of 23, he was already a martial ancestor realm expert and was famous throughout the world. However, one day, he discovered the pig-slaying swordsmanship and was immediately tempted. Then, he used the Xian dissociation pill to wash away his chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword, which had already reached the martial mystic realm, and started learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship from the beginning. No one could persuade him. It was as if he had completely gone mad. Then, he turned from a peerless genius to a complete waste. In the end, he went completely crazy. Thus, Cloud Sky City lost its most outstanding successor. From then on, the pig-slaying swordsmanship became a disaster. Yan Yan said with a pained expression, just now, I was shocked by the secret you told me. When you said that you weren't from this world, I was stunned. Then, you inserted your Xianqi into the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I wanted to stop you, but it was too late. Do you know how worried I was and how regretful I was? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his agitated emotions. He said, he couldn't learn it because his Xian veins weren't strong enough. You don't know what I encountered in the world of the secret manual. What did you encounter? Yan Yan asked while holding back her anger. An incomparably mysterious illusory world. A very white elder taught me this incomparably powerful 9 tribulations void sword. Yang Dingtian said, I can only say this much because I have to keep the other aspects a secret. I can't say more. When he said this, Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She trembled and said, Yang Dingtian, what you said is exactly the same as what Yang Yuncheng said back then. Then, he fell into madness. Suddenly, Yan Yan's face revealed a terrified expression. Yang Dingtian's body shook, then he shook his head and said, that's impossible. I'm the only one who truly entered the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I don't know what happened to Yang Yuncheng. Maybe it was his hallucination. Whether the swordsmanship is real or fake, I'm very clear in my heart. Then, her voluptuous body gently snuggled up. She stroked Yang Dingtian's face and said with a gentleness she had never shown before, husband, don't walk on Yang Yuncheng's path. Just listen to Yan Yan this time. We'll use the profound dissociation pill to wash away this disastrous pig-slaying swordsmanship. We should learn the primal chaos Heaven Destroyer sword, okay? As long as you agree, no matter what you say in the future, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body trembled. Yan Yan thought he was moved. She said tenderly, husband, Yan Yan will rely on you in the future. Let's use the safest method, okay? Use the profound dissociation pill to wash away the pig-slaying swordsmanship. We should learn the primal chaos Heaven Destroyer sword. Then, I'll sleep with you and give you my Xianqi, okay? This is a 100% success rate. Seeing Yang Dingtian's expressionless face, Yan Yan's face gradually turned cold. She said, Yang Dingtian, this is the last time I'm begging you. If you don't agree, I'll leave immediately. I won't say another word. From now on, I won't care about your matters. We'll stop here. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, "No, I don't agree." Then, Yang Dingtian looked at her deeply and said, "Shimin Yan Yan, I'm very grateful for your selflessness. But as husband and wife, I feel that mutual trust is more precious. 12 days later, I'll prove to you that my insistence is right. But if you're wrong, then you'll not only destroy yourself, but all of us." Yan Yan said coldly, then turned around and walked out. P.S. Today at 2 o'clock in the morning, I once entered the top 15 of the weekly ranking, but only for a few minutes. Begging for a few Sanjiang tickets. P.S. I'm still trying to climb the rankings. I'm begging for a recommendation. This afternoon, I was on the weekly rankings for about an hour. I'm still trying to climb, ****** before leaving. Yan Yan couldn't help but turn back and say, "Yang Dingtian, believe me. Everything you saw was just an illusion. You're walking down the same path as Yang Yunchong. As your wife, I beg you to come back and take the safe and successful path, okay?" Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and smiled at Yan Yan. "I'm sorry. I think I'm right." Yan Yan's face suddenly turned pale. "Since you chose to believe in an illusion instead of your wife, why did you choose to believe in it? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other except for the so-called husband and wife." After saying that, Yan Yan staggered and ran out of the door. Yang Dingtian gasped for breath as he tried to calm down his agitated emotions. "I firmly believe that everything I've seen isn't an illusion. The path I've chosen is correct." Yang Dingtian emphasized each and every word. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Master, did you see the scene of me learning swordsmanship on a floating platform?" Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment and said, "I didn't see anything." Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled and his face turned pale. Then, Dongfang Minmi said, "But I believe in your choice." "I also believe in my choice," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he grasped the steel sword in his hand tightly. Shiwu Piaoyan wanted him to practice the sword 10,000 times. Time was very tight. There was no time to delay. He had to start now. Just as Yang Dingtian walked out of the hidden art pavilion and was looking for a desolate and spacious place to practice his sword, someone blocked his path. It was a tall and handsome youth who was leading a group of teenagers. "You're that toad who wants to eat swan meat, the one who dreams of becoming the lord of Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian, the young man said coldly. "I'm Yang Dingtian, please excuse me," said Yang Dingtian. "My name is Tang Jin, Tang Buizhao's son. Tang Xian, whom you insulted yesterday, is my sister." The young man pointed at Yang Dingtian. "What can I do for you?" Yang Dingtian asked. A cruel smile appeared on Tang Jin's face as he said, "Nothing much, I'm just here to warn you." 13 days later, in the great elimination battle. "Not only will I kick you out of Cloud Sky City, I won't let you leave Cloud Sky City in one piece. I will treat you well and let you see clearly who is the real master of Cloud Heaven City." Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He looked deeply at Tang Jin and said, "I heard it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Then, Yang Dingtian pushed aside the two youths in front of him and left the hidden merit pavilion. "Yang Dingtian, I am a one-star mystic martial warrior. 13 days later, I will make you regret coming to Cloud Sky City." Walking to the suspension bridge, Yang Dingtian heard Tang Jin's cold voice from behind him. Yang Dingtian's body froze. A one-star mystic martial warrior was 5 levels higher than his target, a 6-star mystic martial warrior. Moreover, it was a jump in rank. If he wanted to win, it would be difficult to ascend to the heavens. But what if the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really the best sword technique in the world? "I'm counting on you, buddy." Yang Dingtian raised the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "We're all beasts who can't turn back even if we hit a wall. Don't disappoint me. Brother Tang, why don't we break his arms and legs now?" At this moment, a handsome youth on the side said, "Do you want to die by attacking him in Cloud Sky City?" Tang Jin said coldly. "But once we leave Cloud Sky City, it's hard to say." "I understand." That handsome young man smiled. In order to prove that his choice was correct, Yang Dingtian didn't sleep or rest in the following days. Every day, besides eating, he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship. As expected, Yan Yan didn't appear again. She didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship all the time in a secluded area behind the mountain. He didn't even go back to eat. He brought some dry rations and hastily ate them with the spring water. Later, he didn't even eat. At first, he went back to sleep. Later, Yan Yan's maid, Luer, locked the door to his room. Yang Dingtian simply didn't go back to sleep. Every day, when he was extremely tired, he would find a random spot to sleep. He practiced the sword 10,000 times. In the beginning, he needed a full 5 minutes to complete one cycle of the 9 tribulation sword. 10,000 cycles would take a full 50,000 minutes, which was close to 900 hours. In other words, even if he didn't sleep or rest, he would still need more than a month. This was impossible. Yang Dingtian didn't have that much time. No, there must be some progress to simplify the 9 tribulation sword. Yang Dingtian desperately tried to recall how Shiwu Piayan returned to simplicity step by step on the suspended void platform. Dozens of times, 100 times, 200 times. A whole day passed, and Yang Dingtian didn't make any progress. It was still that incomparably complicated and incomparably gorgeous Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. It still needed 5 minutes. Yang Dingtian stopped, looked up at the night sky, and said, "Master, why is it like this? Child, you are carrying too much. You are exerting too much force." Dongfang Minmi said, "Empty yourself first. I will teach you a set of formless heart sutra. It can let you completely enter a state of selflessness." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, looked at the pool below, and jumped in. A cool feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. Then, under the guidance of Dongfang Minmi, Yang Dingtian began to learn the Formless Heart Sutra. Suddenly, it was as if a force suddenly grabbed everything from his mind. At first, it grabbed his unwillingness. Then, it grabbed his anger. Then, it grabbed his memories. Finally, it even grabbed the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword that he was madly practicing. "Now, you go and practice the sword again. Don't count the time, don't count the number of times, just practice like this." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian jumped out of the water and stabbed the first sword of the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword, the Sword of Advent. "Master, from now on, I will enter a state of selflessness and practice the sword like a madman. Wake me up when I have practiced it 10,000 times. If it is less than 10,000 times, no matter how much time has passed, don't wake me up. Go forward, regardless of the consequences. I am a beast that is madly moving forward." Hu hu hu. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the water, the sword in his hand like the wind. A few hours later, he suddenly entered the second level of the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. It only took 2 minutes to practice 9 moves. The next day, Yang Dingtian was still in the second level. It still took 2 minutes to practice 9 moves. On this day, he didn't sleep or rest and practiced the sword 700 times. On the third day, he suddenly entered the third level of the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. It only took him a minute and a half to practice the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. On this day, he not only didn't sleep or rest, but also didn't eat a bite. He practiced the sword 1,000 times. On the fourth day, he didn't make any progress. It still took him a minute and a half to practice the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. He was still in the third level, practicing the sword 1,000 times. At this time, he had practiced the sword 3,000 times. There were still 7,000 times left. And there were less than 8 days before the Yin Yang festival and the total solar eclipse. He didn't hunt a single demon nucleus, nor did he find the Yin Yang place to set up the array. On the 5th day, he still didn't make any progress. On this day, he was still in the third level of the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword. At this speed, the Yin Yang festival and the total solar eclipse would be over by the time he practiced the sword 10,000 times. At this time, Yang Dingtian had completely entered a state of selflessness. He completely forgot the time, forgot everything around him, forgot the Yin Yang festival Few days later, forgot the Yin Yang 5 elements formation, forgot the elimination battle 9 days later. After 5 days and 5 nights without rest, Yang Dingtian's clothes were already ragged, his hair and beard were long, and his face was haggard, like a beggar. About the third day, someone accidentally found Yang Dingtian practicing the sword crazily. Seeing him practicing the pig-slaying swordsmanship over and over again, that person quickly ran to Cloud Sky City and wantonly spread the news. At this time it was the third level of the 9 Tribulations sword, and it was already very ugly. Yang Dingtian's third level of the 9 Tribulations sword gave people a strange feeling. That idiot who wants to be the city lord is crazy. He actually treats the pig-slaying swordsmanship like a treasure, practicing it over and over again. I've seen it no less than 1,000 times, and the more he practiced, the uglier it became. Then, more and more people went to the back of the mountain to watch Yang Dingtian practice the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Seeing the sword technique that looked more and more like a pig slaughtering action, everyone suddenly laughed until their stomachs hurt. City Lord Yang Dingtian, your pig-slaying swordsmanship is so powerful. I feel relaxed and happy watching it. Can I worship you as my master? Yang Dingtian had already entered a state of madness and turned a deaf ear to the ridicule of others. Suddenly, everyone's ridicule became even more intense. Later, many children ran over to watch and threw dirt at Yang Dingtian. But to the higher-ups of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian's crazy behavior made them think of one person, Yang Yuncheng, the genius who had amazing talent, but after learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he went completely crazy. Someone saw Yang Dingtian enter the rankless secret manual room, and the swordsmanship he practiced was as strange as those crazy people. So, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian chose the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian went crazy. Under unparalleled pressure, he chose the pig-slaying swordsmanship, and then he went crazy. Everyone in Cloud Sky City was jeering. What a pitiful person. He would be an outstanding disciple anywhere else. Why did he come to Cloud Sky City? Great Elder Yang Yen sneered. Everyone in Cloud Sky City, including those within 100 miles, quickly knew one thing. Yang Dingtian went crazy. Just like Yang Yuncheng, he went crazy. At this time, night had already fallen. Yang Dingtian was still practicing his swordsmanship crazily. In just a few days, his beard had grown to half a finger's length, and his hair was like weeds. His original appearance was completely unrecognizable. The clothes on his body had long been torn into strips and were covered with dirt. He really looked like a beggar. At this time, the people who were watching and throwing rocks at him had already gone back to sleep. Under the moonlight, Yang Dingtian practiced his swordsmanship crazily. Who? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's figure changed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. His swordsmanship became incomparably sharp and fast. Without warning, he entered the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It only took 30 seconds to finish practicing one round of the 9 Tribulations sword. In an hour, he could practice 120 times. At this speed, the remaining 6,000 times would take 50 hours. 2 days would be enough. 2 days later, there were less than 5 days before the total solar eclipse. He needed to hunt for 5 types of demon nuclei and find the place to set up the array within these 5 days. However, only 2 hours later. Without warning, Yang Dingtian instantly entered the 5th stage of the Shiwu 9 Tribulation sword. Suddenly, the swordsmanship completely changed. All the elegance, all the magnificence, all the mystery, all disappeared. All the moves instantly became vulgar and direct. At this time, the Shiwu 9 Tribulation sword underwent a qualitative change. It directly crossed the dividing line from the Shiwu 9 Tribulation sword to the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Of course, the highest level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was the 9th stage. But from the 5th stage onwards, it could be called the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, because the moves were direct and short, only took 12 seconds to practice. In an hour, Yang Dingtian could practice the sword 300 times. He thought it would be over. But what he didn't expect was that more than 3 hours later, Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship changed again. The swordsmanship became more vulgar, more direct, and faster. The 9 moves of the pig-slaying swordsmanship only took 9 seconds. 1 hour could practice the sword 400 times. A few hours later, the sun shone. Yang Dingtian's body was in a mess, completely like a savage. The steel sword in his hand was completely damaged and full of gaps. Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship had entered the extreme ugly and vulgar. child, it's 10,000 times. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was shocked and woke up in an instant. Who? Suddenly, his wrists were hot, his limbs were hot, the back of his head was hot, and his whole body was hot. Boom. The depths of the sea of qi seemed to swell violently. Boom. In an instant, the whole body's Xian meridians suddenly exploded, and the whole body seemed to fly into the air. In the body, there seemed to be countless flames burning. All the Xian meridians and the fiery sea of qi desperately and incomparably hungry to devour the Xian qi all over the sky. Yang Dingtian had completely woken up. 10,001 times. After waking up, Yang Dingtian used all his strength and all his emotions and waved the steel sword in his hand. The last time he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The first move, piercing the throat and letting out blood. The second move, cutting open the stomach. The third move, cutting off the head. The fourth move, digging out the heart and lungs. The fifth move, cleaning the stomach. The sixth move, chopping off the limbs. The seventh move, splitting into 2 pieces. The eighth move, scraping the bones and flesh. The ninth move, sword into the chopping board. Bang! The giant sword made a sound, and sparks splashed everywhere. The last sword, Yang Dingtian slashed on a boulder. Dang! In an instant, the steel sword in his hand broke inch by inch. The last time, the last move. Who? Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship suddenly entered the 7th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At the last moment, he entered the 7th level. Shiwu Piayan said that he needed to practice the sword more than 100,000 times, hundreds of thousands of times, to enter the high level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, after only 10,001 times, Yang Dingtian entered the 7th level. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and roared, I did it, I did it. I am right, you are wrong, you are crazy. Then, he saw Yan Yan. The beautiful and unparalleled Yan Yan, her eyes gentle and full of concern, slowly walked towards him. Sin. Yan Yan's eyes turned bitter as she muttered. Then, she slowly walked to Yang Dingtian's side and gently grabbed his half-broken iron sword. She grabbed his muddy right hand and gently said, Come, follow me home. Yang Dingtian stopped, and his fiery red eyes gradually became sober. He looked at Yan Yan and said, Go home? Oh, okay. During this period of time, countless sarcastic remarks entered Yan Yan's ears. City Lord Shiman was a hero, but he actually made a mistake and chose an idiot madman as his son-in-law. It's really a pity for Shiman Yan Yan to marry such a trash. Such a beautiful woman was pushed into the fire pit. Tisk, how could young lady Shiman like this? Trash? You still don't know, right? Young lady Shiman is still pure and flawless. They aren't even a real couple. She just can't go against City Lord Shiman's will. Young lady Shiman only needs to wait for a year and a half. After that trash is killed by Shiman Yan, she can openly remarry. All these voices entered Shiman Yan Yan's ears. Some of them were heard by her, while some were told to her by her maidservant, Lu Er. Although many people didn't dare to say it, their gazes towards her became very strange. One day, Shiman Ju met her on the road and asked, Is this the hope you found? Shiman Lai couldn't stay in Black Blood Castle any longer, so he specially came to Cloud Heaven City to find Shiman Yan Yan and asked, Are you going to let him continue like this? At that time, Shiman Yan Yan was silent and didn't answer. Grand Elder Yang Yan once talked to her and said, It's not too late for you to regret now. The Northwest Qin clan can temporarily ignore the scandal of you marrying a madman. As long as you are willing, our Cloud Heaven City can announce to the public that you, Shiman Yan Yan, have never married anyone, let alone a madman. Shiman Yan Yan was still silent as she responded. These people are too despicable. I wish I could tear their mouths off. Lu Er said furiously, their words are getting more and more unpleasant. They really don't have a conscience. If it weren't for the city lord, how could they have their current glory and wealth? Now, not only are they laughing at that madman, they even dare to laugh at young Mississippi. Their mouths are on their bodies. No one can stop them from saying anything, Yan Yan said calmly. Lu Er hesitated for quite a while before saying in a low voice, Young miss, he looks rather pitiful. Why don't you bring him over? Even 4 or 5-year-old children are bullying him now. Xianxia turned her face and said, I've already said that I won't care about him anymore. I begged him so humbly, but he didn't listen. He asked for it. Of course, Xianxia said it out of anger. She didn't know why, but Yang Dingtian's stubbornness and disobedience made her extremely angry. However, it was also because of this stubbornness that his figure was unknowingly imprinted in her heart. As a result, she finally couldn't bear it and went back on her words to find Yang Dingtian. She wasn't Dongfang Bingling. Her heart wasn't that hard. She was only fierce with her words, but her heart was very soft. When she saw Yang Dingtian, who looked like a savage beggar, her maiden heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Just like this, the ragged and disheveled Yang Dingtian was led back to her house by Xianxia. After returning to Xianxia's boudoir, she personally filled her bathtub with hot water. Then, she let Yang Dingtian enter the broth. She personally bathed Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian said that he would bathe himself, she immediately pushed him into the water, not allowing him to speak. She used her slender hands to wash Yang Dingtian clean. Then, she personally shaved his face. Then, she used a white fox fur toothbrush, dipped in the most expensive rose essence and fine salt, to clean each of Yang Dingtian's teeth. Then, she used her own lotus essence to wash Yang Dingtian's hair. Then, she used an ivory comb to comb Yang Dingtian's hair neatly. Finally, she personally made a new robe for Yang Dingtian. A slender and handsome Yang Dingtian appeared in front of her again. But compared to before, he was a lot thinner. Next, there was a table full of sumptuous dishes. Xianxia accompanied Yang Dingtian to eat. She carefully and gently picked up food for him. Yang Dingtian was still like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. He ate the table full of delicacies clean. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, the two people quietly sat facing each other, silent. Xianxia suddenly stretched out her hand to touch Yang Dingtian's cheek. She softly said, It's my fault. I shouldn't have been angry at that time. I shouldn't have said such ruthless and heartless words. I shouldn't have left you at the back of the mountain and ignored you. I shouldn't have let them laugh at you. Hearing Xianxia's words, Yang Dingtian was suddenly stunned. Then, he slightly smiled bitterly. Xianxia also felt that she was crazy. Xianxia came to Yang Dingtian's side and sat next to him. She softly said, You're not crazy. You're just under too much pressure. It's all my fault. Are you willing to forgive me? Yang Dingtian's gaze became gentle. He said, You didn't do anything wrong. You've always been the best wife. Instead, it was my persistence and stubbornness that hurt you time and time again. So in front of me, you never need to say forgive. Not to mention that you didn't do anything wrong. Even if you do something wrong in the future, I will never blame you. Then, Yang Dingtian seriously said, And Xianxia, during this period of time, I didn't go crazy. Instead, I entered a state of selflessness. And there's good news, Xianxia. I've already broken through to the 7th layer of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I'll soon enter the next step. Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled. She revealed a worried expression. Her small hand directly covered Yang Dingtian's mouth. All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Xianxia said. Then, she led Yang Dingtian to the bed and said, Have a good sleep first. You haven't slept for a long time. Have a good sleep first. We'll talk about it after you wake up. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Xianxia, what I said is true. Before he could finish, Xianxia covered his mouth again and said, Today, we won't talk about business. Today, we'll only talk about love. Then, Xianxia's beautiful eyes became gentle, rippling like water. Yang Dingtian, I've been married to you for so long, but I've never fulfilled my duties as a wife. Today, I'll start learning to be a good wife, okay? Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and he opened his mouth to speak. You want to say a bunch of words like first obtain my heart? Xianxia rebuked, then don't say it out loud. Then, Xianxia took off his outer clothes and let him lie on her gums. Then, Xianxia's face turned slightly red. She gritted her jade teeth and lay down beside Yang Dingtian. You? Yang Dingtian's heart beat wildly, and his nose was filled with a mesmerizing fragrance. We're husband and wife. Of course, we have to sleep on the same bed. Yan Yan pretended to be natural, but her trembling voice betrayed her heart. Yan Yan, you don't have to do this. Yang Dingtian's breathing was a little rough. Yan Yan turned her body and stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. We've been husband and wife for a few months, but we've always kept a distance. Don't you want to be close to me? Why wouldn't I? Yang Dingtian, you have the most beautiful face in the world, and the most moving body. You're much cuter than Dongfang Bingling. But, the huge responsibility is suffocating you, isn't it? Yan Yan said, you like me, but you married me completely because of my father's last words. Because you think I don't love you, because of pride and pity, before I fall in love with you, you won't touch me. And I married you completely because of my father's last words. I was unwilling, but I didn't disobey my father's orders. So, I pretended to be selfless and devoted to you, but in my heart, I completely rejected you. Yan Yan said, so, we've been husband and wife for a few months, but we've never been close to each other. We're like familiar strangers, as if there's a thick wall of ice between us. But we've all forgotten that feelings can be cultivated. When a man and a woman are together day and night, there will always be feelings. Yan Yan said, although I pretended to be generous in the past and said that I could fulfill my obligations at any time, I still found all kinds of reasons to prevent this kind of intimacy from happening. From now on, we won't find any excuses. We're husband and wife, and we should be together. Yan Yan leaned over and said softly, husband, we're husband and wife. I'm a woman who loves herself, and I'll never remarry. So, the fact that we're husband and wife is already destined. So, let's throw away the heavy responsibility that's weighing us down, throw away our pitiful self-esteem, and learn to love each other in the purest way, okay? We're surrounded by enemies, so the two of us, husband and wife, have to love each other and rely on each other. Only by giving each other warmth, we won't feel cold and have someone to rely on. Let's make up, okay? Yang Dingtian gasped for breath and shook his shoulders, as if he really wanted to remove the weight on his body. Then, he said with a trembling voice, okay. That's right. Yan Yan also said with a trembling voice, now, you can kiss me. P.S. Don't say that. Yan Yan went back on her words again. She's such a person. When she's angry, she can't control her mouth. But she can't control her heart either. She's such a kind and unruly, sharp-tongued and soft-hearted girl. After Yang Dingtian left, Yan Yan looked at the sky outside the window and said, Father, I've already tried my best. Then, her gaze fell on the black dispersing pill in her hand. She had exchanged it for the world-famous sword, Phoenix Flames. She gritted her teeth and clenched her small hand. Suddenly, the incomparably precious Xian dispersing pill was directly crushed into pieces. Countless rays of light shot out from the broken pieces of the pill, and then the entire pill turned into ashes little by little. Finally, Yan Yan's little hand was completely empty. There were less than 6 days until the Yin Yang festival. Yang Dingtian had to personally hunt for the 5 types of demon cores and find a place where Yin and Yang intersected to set up the array. The 5 types of demon cores were fire, wind, metal, ice, and lightning. There were many fire and metal type demon beasts near Cloud Sky City. The wind type was relatively rare. However, the ice type was troublesome because the entire northwest continent floated above magma. It was definitely a fire type continent, so there was absolutely no space for ice type demon beasts to live. As for the lightning type, it was completely rare because almost all of the lightning type demon beasts were half-energy creatures. Therefore, hunting for lightning type demon cores was the most difficult task. Easy at first, then hard. First, hunt for fire and metal type demon beasts. These 2 types of demon beasts could be found everywhere in the training wilderness 100 miles away from Cloud Sky City. It was completely within Cloud Sky City's territory, so it was very safe. However, here came the problem. The demon beast training wilderness 100 miles away had to be ridden on flying beasts because there were deep magma ravines all the way there. War horses couldn't pass through them. Moreover, a large amount of medicine and pills had to be prepared. Yang Dingtian didn't have any of these, and he couldn't look for Yan Yan anymore. That's right. Although the 2 of them didn't say anything unpleasant, and Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with tenderness and pity for Yan Yan, he couldn't look for Yan Yan before he successfully broke through because Yan Yan was completely disappointed in him. According to normal channels, he should look for Xianxia because she was a beginner warrior instructor. She was the one who led the low-level training in the wilderness. Otherwise, he could go and find Shimanju because he was in charge of all internal affairs in Cloud Heaven City. However, if Yang Dingtian went to look for these two people, he would only be humiliating himself. In Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian could be said to have no one to rely on. He was alone and weak, so he couldn't even go to the beginner's wilderness trials. Then, there was only one person left that Yang Dingtian could find, Shima Ningning. That's right, she was the gentle and virtuous sister that Yan Yan had mentioned. Yan Yan wanted to marry her to Yang Dingtian's Shima Ningning, Shima Wuya's only adopted daughter. Shima Ningning's position in Cloud Sky City was very special. It was almost irreplaceable because she was a beast speaker, and a genius at that. Beast speakers were able to understand the language of demonic beasts. They were able to control and summon demonic beasts and communicate with demonic beasts. Beast whisperers were extremely rare in the entire primal chaos continent, less than 1 in 100,000. Therefore, beast whisperers had an extremely high status in the primal chaos continent. They were treated like treasures by every sect. As for Shima Ningning, she was a genius among beast speakers. Therefore, she had a high status in Cloud Sky City. No matter which side was in power, they would try to win her over. If it wasn't for her weak temperament and poor communication skills, she would have been one of the 9 elders of Cloud Sky City. Even so, she was still an honorary elder of Cloud Sky City. However, she never cared about anything in Cloud Sky City. She basically stayed in her valley and didn't take a step out. She was only in charge of Cloud Sky City's combat demonic beasts and mounts. Originally, Yang Dingtian was the most suitable person to look for her. Not only could she lend Yang Dingtian a mount to go to the beginner's wilderness trials, but she was also very familiar with the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles. If he wanted to hunt for demonic cores, she was the most suitable person to look for. However, Yan Yan Shiman had once said that she wanted Shima Ningning to become Yang Dingtian's second wife. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was a little embarrassed to look for her. Moreover, he heard that this girl was very antisocial and almost never communicated with others. Yang Dingtian also felt that he would be met with a big setback if he went. However, Yang Dingtian had no other choice. If he didn't look for Shima Ningning to borrow a mount, he couldn't even go to the beginner's wilderness trials. I'm a man. I'm very thick-skinned. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and decided to look for Shima Ningning. Shima Ningning lived in the quietest and most remote place in Cloud Sky City. It was a small valley. A few hundred meters away from the valley, he felt a tranquil aura and couldn't see anyone. Only a few people could enter this valley. Just as he stepped into the valley, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Swoosh swoosh. Immediately after, 2 white shadows rushed in front of Yang Dingtian like lightning. They were 2 lions about 1 meter long. One was snow white while the other was fiery red. They both had a pair of sharp wings and looked very beautiful and mighty. There were 6 horizontal lines on their foreheads, which meant that they were 6th grade monsters. 6th grade monsters were super strong among monsters. Who knew how many years they had cultivated and how many lives they had taken? At least, most people in Cloud Sky City weren't a match for these 2 lions. However, such powerful monsters were kept as gatekeepers by Shima Ningning. It showed how powerful Shima Ningning was. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that these 2 lions possessed great strength. At least, if they were to face him now, they would be able to kill him in an instant. After they rushed in front of Yang Dingtian, they didn't pounce forward to bite him. Instead, they stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. They raised their heads and looked at him with disdain. That's right. Although they were monsters, they were proud of their strength and looked down on weaklings like Yang Dingtian. They used their eyes to tell Yang Dingtian to retreat and leave immediately. Otherwise, they wouldn't be polite. I want to see your master. Yang Dingtian didn't retreat. He didn't care if the 2 monsters could understand him and said, "Roar." One of the white lions roared and spat out a blue light from its mouth. It hit a huge rock beside Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a bone-piercing cold. The ground dozens of meters around him was covered in frost. The huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 kilograms was instantly frozen and wrapped in a layer of blue ice. Roar! The fiery red lion roared and spat out a ball of flame from its mouth. It hit the frozen rock. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge rock was instantly smashed into pieces. The grass and trees on the ground dozens of meters around were all turned into charcoal. Yang Dingtian suddenly gasped. The sixth-stage monsters were actually so powerful. That huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 kilograms was easily destroyed by them. If Yang Dingtian was the one being sprayed, then, I'm not in a good mood and don't want to see anyone. Please leave. A cold and gentle voice came from the valley. It was like flowing water, but the rejection was very firm. I'm Yang Dingtian. I'm here to see Miss Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian vaguely heard a low cry. He could even feel the panic of the owner of the voice. After a while, a voice came from inside, then come in. The two lions glanced at Yang Dingtian and actually shot him a warning look. Then, they quickly disappeared into the trees and made way. Yang Dingtian stepped into the valley. This was another peach blossom spring in Cloud Sky City. There were small beasts everywhere. There were powerful beasts as well as ordinary animals. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it all in. In the grass on the left, a beautiful white fox was tilting its head and acting cute to him. On the tree on the right, a squirrel was fighting with a fiery red mink for a big nut. They were fighting so hard that they were grimacing. Taking a closer look, the fiery red mink was actually a fifth-stage monster, and the squirrel was just an ordinary squirrel. The fiery red mink could tear the squirrel to pieces with just a breath, but it was still fighting with its claws. Here, Yang Dingtian felt a very comfortable aura. Here, the weak animals could actually live in harmony with the powerful monsters. One had to know that monsters were very cruel and easy to kill. While he was praising, Yang Dingtian suddenly heard a miserable cry. Then, a monkey rushed out from the road. Its entire body was wrapped around by a blood-red snake. The snake's head also had 5 veins and was about 4 to 5 meters long. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite and eat the pitiful monkey. The snake was a fifth-stage monster, and the monkey was just an ordinary monkey. Yang Dingtian was shocked and instinctively wanted to pull out his sword to save the monkey. Unexpectedly, just as the snake was about to bite, the monkey stretched out its 2 hands and grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the snake. Then, it suddenly flipped over and rode on the snake. Then, the monkey and the snake made faces at Yang Dingtian at the same time. Then, they slithered into the grass and rolled into a ball. So, they were just playing around. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Why did you come to see me? Suddenly, a gentle and cold voice came from the front. There was a natural sense of isolation in the voice. It was as if talking to an outsider was very unnatural. Yang Dingtian raised his head and saw a beautiful woman standing under a tree not far away. Her figure was not inferior to Dongfang Bingling. It was as soft as flowing water and as graceful as a willow. Yang Dingtian was sure that everyone would look at her figure at first glance. They might even forget to look at her face. He raised his head and saw her face. Her eyes were like water, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her hair was like black satin, and her skin was as white as snow. However, this face was not beautiful. It was just delicate. It was not charming, not delicate, not enchanting, but very gentle. It was like the wind of nature, like the water of nature. There was a completely different kind of beauty, a different kind of lovely and moving. Yang Dingtian only took a few glances at her, and the expression on her face was very unnatural. Her face was completely red. In fact, Yang Dingtian was also a little unnatural. This was because Yan Yan had mentioned many times that she wanted Shimin Ningning to marry him and use the Yin-Yang mystic absorption technique to give her Xianxia to him. I came to ask Miss for help. I want to go to the wilderness to hunt for demon cores. P.S. Please give me a few recommendation tickets. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Demon Ningning finished speaking, she walked towards the house in front to avoid facing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian followed behind her, but he couldn't help but see her back. Her walking was really like a willow swaying in the spring breeze, which was really beautiful and unparalleled. Although Yang Dingtian had already avoided his eyes, Shima Ningning in front of him became more and more unnatural. Even if her back was to Yang Dingtian, her face was getting redder and redder. Her small face was drooping more and more, and she only dared to look at her toes. She was really introverted. A short distance of tens of meters must be very long in Shima Ningning's eyes. Her residence was a small attic, without any painting or decoration. It was very simple and elegant, but not lacking in delicacy. After walking into the attic, it was simple but very comfortable. There was almost no metal in it, only wood products, ceramics, cotton and linen products. Yang Dingtian noticed that the clothes she was wearing were not silk brocade, but a very soft cotton cloth. There was no dye, just a natural white and blue color. But when she wore it, it made her figure more charming. She asked Yang Dingtian to sit down and made tea for her. Shima Ningning sat aside. Yang Dingtian didn't speak, and neither did she. The two just sat there quietly. It seemed that talking to a stranger was a great challenge for Shima Ningning. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to speak, but carefully observed the room. Shima Yanyan once said that the underwear she wore was embroidered by Shima Ningning. Shima Ningning was very clever and skillful. Sure enough, most of the things in this room should be made by her. The wooden cup in her hand was not gorgeous and had no carvings, but the curve was very beautiful. It was very comfortable to hold in the hand, just like her figure. Every inch of the curve was perfect, which was the best interpretation of aesthetics. Not only the teacup, but also other things in the room had a natural beauty. Next to her was an unfinished piece of clothing. It was a brocade robe that seemed to belong to a man. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking at the robe, Shima Ningning blushed and quickly hid the robe. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. If a woman like Shima Ningning sewed a robe for a man, she must have a very, very close relationship with him. Could it be that this water-like woman already had a lover? This is your dress. Yan Yan asked me to make it. Shima Ningning explained in a low voice. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then said, in the future, she probably won't ask you to make clothes for me anymore. Why? Shima Ningning asked in surprise. I didn't listen to her, so she ignored me, Yang Dingtian said. Shima Ningning frowned and said worriedly, there is nothing that can't be said between husband and wife. How can you say things like cutting off all ties? Is it because you refused to take the black dissociation pill and couldn't learn the chaotic heaven destroyer sword? Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, you know this too? Yan Yan told me everything, Shima Ningning said, and then her face blushed slightly. Again. Her delicate face seemed to be unable to hide any secrets. Yang Dingtian was almost sure that Shima Yanyan had asked him to take Shima Ningning as his second wife. What did she say about me in front of you? Is that okay? Yang Dingtian asked this question as if he was possessed. Shima Ningning didn't answer. She looked embarrassed. She didn't want to lie, but she also didn't want to tell the truth. Yang Dingtian knew the answer and felt a little uncomfortable. Yan Yan and Shima Ningning had nothing to hide, and what they said was the truth. She has indeed been wronged. It's all fate. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Shima Ningning suddenly fell silent and didn't know what to say. Actually. After hesitating for a while, Shima Ningning said, actually, between you and Yan Yan, I am more partial to you. People should stick to their own choices. Once you make a choice, you should go on. Either you succeed, or... Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, thank you for your approval. I can give in to her in other things, but in this matter, I can only stick to myself. Shima Ningning lowered her head and said, I know. If it were me, I would make the same choice. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt as though he was a confidant. The two of them fell silent again, not saying a word. If Yang Dingtian didn't speak, Shima Ningning definitely wouldn't take the initiative to speak. Yang Dingtian took the initiative to say, I'm going to the wilderness 100 miles away to hunt for demon nuclei. Please ask a flying beast to take me there. Because of the magma abyss in the middle, I can't cross it even if I ride a horse. It would be better if there are some healing medicines. you're going to the wilderness? Alone? Shima Ningning said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course I can give you the things, Shima Ningning said. But the wilderness is very dangerous. If you go alone, your life will definitely be in danger. I have demon nuclei. It's only effective if you hunt them yourself, Yang Dingtian said. Shima Ningning opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She nodded and said, then wait for me for a while. Then, she walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, she came out with a box in her hand. Opening the box, a fragrance immediately assailed his nose. This red pill is a restoration pill. If you're injured, you should be fine after taking it. This purple pill is a vitality pill. It's used to restore energy, Shima Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Isn't this too wasteful? I only need a level 1 pill. Using a level 5 Wonder Spirit pill on me right now is really... That's right, it was a 5th grade restoration pill. It was extremely precious and could even be used in exchange for one's life. On the market, it could be sold for at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Now, Yang Dingtian was just going to kill low-level demon beasts. Did he need a 5th grade pill? And she gave him 3 pills at once. As for the vitality pill, it was even more exaggerated. It was a 5th grade pill. When a martial Xian or martial venerable released a Xian skill and consumed all their Xian qi, they could fill their sea of qi in a short period of time and continue fighting. Therefore, the value of a single vitality pill far exceeded that of a 5th grade restoration pill. It could be said that the vitality pill was a high-level strategic resource in Cloud Sky City. Now, Yang Dingtian almost had no Xian qi, but Shima Ningning actually asked him to use it to restore his strength. It's better, Shima Ningning said. Besides, these are all made by me. You're a pharmacist? Yang Dingtian said. I remember that there's another pharmacist in Cloud Sky City? I made them myself for fun, Shima Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was astonished once again. To be able to refine a 5th grade upper-class elixir just for fun, this talent was truly insane. That won't do. It's too wasteful and too precious, Yang Dingtian said. You'd better give me a 1st grade pill. Shima Ningning's little face was suddenly filled with eagerness. She said softly, but I don't want to exchange it, so please hold on to it, okay? Yang Dingtian was shocked again. It was his first time seeing someone give away a precious treasure in a pleading tone. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two fell into silence again. Shima Ningning gathered her courage and said, You really can't go. Demon beasts are very powerful. Even the lowest level demon beast requires 2 or 3 novice martial artists to work together to kill it. You're just an enlightener. Really can't kill it. Your life will be in danger. That's right. Even the lowest level 1st grade demon beast required 3 5-star novice martial artists to work together to kill it. Therefore, every time Cloud Sky City's disciples went to the wilderness to train, they would be led by a teacher with strong martial arts skills. There would be at least a few dozen people going together. Even so, there would still be casualties. Yang Dingtian said, I know it's very dangerous, but I have to hunt all 5 types of demon cores within 6 days. I have no choice. Shima Ningning was stunned and said, That's impossible. Fire-type and wind-type demon beasts are fine. Metal-type demon beasts live in groups and live in underground caves. Even black martial artists don't dare to hunt them alone. And ice-type demon beasts are at least 10,000 miles away from here. Of course, these aren't the most difficult ones. The most difficult ones are the electric-type demon cores. It's almost impossible to get them. Even masters can't hunt them. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Is it that difficult to get an electric-type demon core? It's much harder than I thought. Shima Ningning said. I'm a beast speaker and have seen countless demon beasts. However, I've never seen an electric-type demon beast in my entire life. Electric-type demon beasts are very rare in the entire world. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He asked, then, where do electric-type demon beasts appear? The abyss at the bottom of the sea tens of thousands of miles away, or the dark crevice at the edge of the continent. However, even masters can't get close to these two places. Shima Ningning said, therefore, any electric-type demon beast is a rare treasure. Countless people will fight over it. That's right. Even the weakest electric-type demon beast would be nurtured for decades or centuries after it was caught. When it was strong enough, it would be refined into a martial soul. Then, this martial artist would have an electric-type mystic skill. Among all mystic skills, electric-type mystic skills were almost like a bug because they could ignore almost all defenses. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. It seemed that hunting for the 5 types of demon cores was much more difficult than he had imagined. Moreover, he had less than 6 days. Then I have no choice. Yang Dingtian said, I can fail, but I can't give up halfway and retreat when I see the difficulty. Easy first, then hard. I'll hunt the fire-type and wind-type demon cores first. Shima Ningning said, but with your strength, it's really difficult to kill them. You can't even pierce through their outer skin protection. And they are born with mystic skills. Just a light breath can cause great damage. Then I can pierce their eyes and mouths. Yang Dingtian said, I have confidence in my swordsmanship, and I only hunt lone demon beasts. Shima Ningning bit her lips and said, do you really want to go? Or, I'll go with you? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, no, I can only hunt alone. Otherwise, after the demon beast dies, there will be other people's information in the demon core, and this demon core will be completely useless. But, if you lose your life, Yan Yan will blame me. Moreover, you have all my foster father's hopes. Shima Ningning said. I'll be very careful. Yang Dingtian said firmly, and, if I can't even kill the lowest level demon beast, then I can really leave Cloud Sky City directly. Shima Ningning struggled for a while, then bit her lips and said, okay, then wait for me for a while. Then, she turned and walked into the house. After a few minutes, Shima Ningning walked out again, and there was a piece of clothing that was as thin as a feather in her hand. Moreover, the skirt she was wearing was a little wrinkled, and her clothes were a little untidy. It could be seen that this thin piece of clothing was just taken off from her body, and she had been wearing it close to her skin. This is the deep-sea Xian clothes, the last layer of skin that Naga people shed after turning into human form. It's very soft and strong. Ordinary demon beasts can't hurt your upper body when you wear it. Shima Ningning said, put it on, and then go hunt demon beasts. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Deep-sea Xian clothes? The skin shed by the Naga people, this was a treasure of heaven and earth, the Naga people, the most mysterious and powerful race in this world. Everyone in this world knew the legend of the Naga people, but for thousands of years, no one had really seen the Naga people. But Shima Ningning actually had the Naga people's deep-sea Xian clothes? Who exactly was she? The most important thing was, why did she lend such a treasure to Yang Dingtian? It was only the first time they had met, *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** world of Warcraft. The Naga people are the descendants of the legendary dragon and the sea serpent. They are an extremely powerful sea demon race. In ancient Indian legends, the Naga people are one of the 8 tribes, and they are directly regarded as dragons. Don't ask me where the Naga's deep-sea Xian clothes came from, and don't ask me why I gave it to you, okay? Shima Ningning said. Also, don't let others know that you're wearing the deep-sea Xian clothes, Ningning continued. Yang Dingtian nodded, but he still couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. The Naga was the ultimate secret of this world. For thousands of years, countless people had yearned for it, but no one had really explored it. Yang Dingtian had read the relevant records. The Divine Dragon was the supreme guardian of the entire chaotic continent, known as the Divine Dragon Titan. In all the records, even those from ancient times, there were no dragons in this world, only their close relatives. But as long as it was a close relative of the dragon, it was extremely powerful. The Naga was the closest relative of the dragon. It was the offspring of a dragon and a sea snake. Before it turned into a human form, it looked like a snake and a dragon. It was majestic and terrifying, domineering and cold-blooded. In short, the Naga could be called the most powerful race in the world. More than 10,000 years ago, Shiwu Piaoyan wanted to save the world, and the first thing he looked for was the powerful Naga. However, he didn't know whether he met the Naga in the end. This secret could only be known at the second stage of the pig-killing swordsmanship. This is the skin of a female Naga, so it's very small. Take off your shirt, and I'll help you put it on inch by inch. It's just a shirt, no pants, Yang Dingtian said. There are also legs, but they're on me, Shima Ningning whispered. Her face was so red that it almost dripped blood. Yang Dingtian quickly stopped talking. He was afraid that the girl in front of him would really find a hole in the ground and hide in it. Then, with the help of Shima Ningning, Yang Dingtian put on the deep-sea Xian clothes inch by inch. Shima Ningning had never been so close to a man. Her whole face was like a red cloth. Her rapid breathing hit Yang Dingtian's face. The sound of her heart beating could almost be heard by Yang Dingtian. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not much better. After putting on the deep-sea Xian clothes, Yang Dingtian could hardly feel its existence, as if it had become another layer of Yang Dingtian's skin. Then, he put on Yang Dingtian's clothes. Then, Shima Ningning took Yang Dingtian to the balcony outside and shouted gently into the air, "Yao Yao, come here. I'm looking for you." After a while, a gorgeous shadow flew out of the cave at the top of the mountain. It flew very quickly and gracefully. Soon, it was in front of Yang Dingtian. It floated in the air and gently flapped its wings. What a beautiful mount. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a beautiful mount before. Its slender body was bent into an S shape, and on both sides of its body were gorgeous and soft wings. It was just that the wings on the body were the widest, and gradually narrowed towards the tail. The wings also drew a beautiful arc. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a beautiful flying beast before. It was obvious that this was a very rare mount. This is the floating ray. It flies very steadily and quickly, and is very docile. Shima Ningning looked at Yang Dingtian and then reached out her small hand to stroke the floating ray's head. Compared to its wings, its head was very small, but its pair of eyes were very big. It had a tender mouth and looked very cute. You're taking me to the Red Wilderness. You have to be good, okay? Shima Ningning stroked the floating ray's head and said softly in its ear. The floating ray enjoyed the stroke. Its big eyes narrowed slightly, and it rubbed its head against Shima Ningning's small hand, making a spoiled and coquettish sound. After Shima Ningning let go of her hand, the beautiful ray slowly flew down and floated a foot away from the balcony. It tilted its head and called, asking Yang Dingtian to sit on its body. Yang Dingtian gently jumped on the back of the floating ray. He touched its neck first and whispered, "Thank you, Yao Yao." Then he waved at Shima Ningning and said, "Goodbye." Shima Ningning gently leaned on the railing of the balcony. Her delicate body seemed to be a little soft. She waved at Yang Dingtian and said, "Goodbye. Be careful. You have to be careful." Then the floating ray carried Yang Dingtian and flew towards the Red Wilderness 100 miles away. The Red Wilderness was about 100 miles northwest of Cloud Sky City. The floating ray flew very fast. In less than half an hour, it was above the Red Wilderness. Sitting on the floating ray, Yang Dingtian looked down at the Red Wilderness below. It was really boundless. Countless red cracks tore the entire ground apart, leaving scars everywhere. Boiling, blood-red magma flowed through the cracks all the time, never solidifying. Even the land here was blood-red. The entire Red Wilderness was about 400 miles long. In the center was a huge volcano. During the Great Nirvana period, the volcano erupted and tore apart the surrounding hundreds of miles. Lava poured into the cracks, forming the Red Wilderness today. In the lava, there was extremely dense fire-type celestial chi. Therefore, there were countless demonic beasts in the Red Wilderness. Looking down from the sky, other than the countless smaller cracks, there were also 5 huge square-shaped cracks with the volcano as the center. One after another, the Red Wilderness was divided into 5 pieces. The closer to the volcano, the thicker the celestial chi and the higher the level of the demonic beasts. The floating ray landed at the outermost edge of the Red Wilderness. Yang Dingtian jumped onto the Red Wilderness. The floating ray screeched and flew towards Cloud Sky City. It would come back to pick up Yang Dingtian in the evening. Stepping on the red soil, Yang Dingtian instantly felt extremely hot. The celestial chi here was indeed much denser than in Cloud Sky City. However, the celestial qi here couldn't be used to refine because there was a strong fire poison. After refining, the celestial qi would be burned alive. This was the outermost edge of the Red Wilderness. The demonic beasts here were relatively low level. From the map, the outermost edge was about 30,000 square kilometers. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains of different heights and rocks. Most of the place didn't have any plants. Only a few places had strange plants. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of the scorching hot air and pulled out his sword. The danger had already begun. At this moment, he was the only one in the entire wilderness. However, there were countless demonic beasts hiding behind the mountains and in caves. Yang Dingtian knew that the most dangerous place in the Red Wilderness was the deep caves that were everywhere. The second most dangerous place was between the mountains and the mountains. The safest place was the flat ground. Therefore, Yang Dingtian always stayed away from the mountains and caves. He carefully walked on the flat ground and went deeper into the Red Wilderness bit by bit. Although he had pills and the deep-sea Xian clothes, he was only an initiate. This place was extremely dangerous. The deep-sea Xian clothes couldn't protect his head and limbs. Any demonic beast of the lowest level could kill him. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Dingtian realized how crazy he was. He didn't have any Xian energy, but he actually came to the dangerous Red Wilderness alone. Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward. His nerves were tense, and every hair on his body was tightly standing. He tried not to touch the bushes at his feet as much as possible. The surroundings were silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. It was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. It was as if fatal dangers were lurking everywhere. Yang Dingtian walked for more than 10 minutes. He had already gone 2 or 3 miles, but he still didn't see half a demonic beast. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Without demonic beasts, he was safe, but he couldn't hunt for demonic cores. Huh? What's that? Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his eyes brighten. In the crack of the mountain in front of him, there seemed to be a flame burning. He walked forward and found that it was not a flame, but a red and black stone. It looked like a fire from a distance. Huh? Master, what's this? Yang Dingtian asked. Ah. Dongfang Minmi made a surprised sound, and said, "It can't be. This is too lucky. You just came out for an adventure, and in this kind of low-level demonic beast wilderness, you actually encountered such a precious thing. Others may not be able to encounter it even if they travel thousands of miles." Hearing Dongfang Minmi's surprise, Yang Dingtian was even more curious, and asked, "What is this thing?" "It's bloody black gold, and it was just exposed from the crack of the boulder. Otherwise, it would have been taken away long ago," Dongfang Minmi said. "Ah, bloody black gold, the bloody black gold used to forge soul swords?" Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. "That's right. Bloody black gold was not only the best material for forging divine weapons. Any weapon forged with bloody black gold was a divine weapon. However, the precious value of bloody black gold was that it could be used to forge soul swords. Moreover, it was the only material for forging soul swords. A Yang-type soul sword required at least 99 pieces of bloody black gold. A martial artist would need to travel all over the world and spend years, or even decades, to dig up enough bloody black gold. Therefore, any piece of bloody black gold was worth tens of thousands of gold. Yang Dingtian had just arrived at the training wilderness, and he had actually encountered a blood-black gold that had cracked open a rock. This was not something that could be described as lucky. It was as if the heavens were telling Yang Dingtian to choose to cultivate a sword soul. "Child, I will ask you again. Have you decided to cultivate a sword soul? This is the most difficult path in the world. In this world, there are only 3 people who have successfully cultivated a sword soul. Even Zhu Qingzhu, a peerless expert, did not have one." Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian looked at the piece of bloody black gold and said, "I have already decided. Moreover, you said that Dongfang Bingling cultivates a sword soul, and she has already forged a sword." Yang Dingtian said, "If I do not cultivate a sword soul, I will never be able to defeat her." A sword soul was the king of all souls. Other martial souls were refined from demonic beasts, and no matter how strong they were, they would not exceed half of a demonic beast's strength. As for the sword's soul, it was said that it could grow forever and become so powerful that it could break through the heavens. Shiman Wuya's sword soul was only in the growth stage, but it was already so strong that it defeated the grandmaster of the Yinyang school, Grand Elder Ning Busi. If he had not been harmed by Zhu Qingzhu, with his sword soul, he would have been invincible in the world 10 years later. That's good. When Master cultivated a sword soul, he took many detours. Now, he will not let you take any more detours. Dongfang Minmi said, the first step to cultivating the strongest sword soul is to personally forge a peerless sword. The first step to forging a peerless sword is to personally dig out this precious piece of bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian immediately took out a dagger and stepped forward to dig out this piece of bloody black gold. He inserted the dagger into a crack in the stone and forcefully tilted it. Swoosh! Suddenly, a fiery light flashed in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes, and a stinging heat almost blinded him. A fiery red giant wolf suddenly rushed out from behind the mountain. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Yang Dingtian's neck like lightning. This was a fiery demon wolf, a fire-type demonic beast that was cruel and bloodthirsty. Yang Dingtian was shocked, but he didn't run away. Instead, he instinctively raised a sword and stabbed at the wolf's throat. The first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, piercing the throat and letting out blood. Yang Dingtian's sword practice came into effect. He used his fastest speed to stab the wolf's throat before it could bite his throat. Bang! Then, using the momentum of the fiery demon wolf's charge, he quickly retreated more than 10 meters to pull away from the dangerous wolf in front of him. Then, he looked to see if the wolf was stabbed to death. However, the result disappointed him. His sword accurately stabbed the wolf's throat, but not to mention piercing through, it didn't even pierce through its fur. The wolf's skin was like a layer of hard armor. His sword couldn't pierce through it. Wolves were suspicious by nature. Although it wasn't injured after being stabbed in the throat, it didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, it slowly arched its body and stared at Yang Dingtian with its scarlet eyes. Is it so sad to have no Xianxia? The sword can't even pierce through the wolf's skin. Yang Dingtian looked at the tip of his sword. He had used all his strength to stab it, but there wasn't even a trace of blood on the tip of the sword. This is a young fiery demon wolf. It noticed you a long time ago and was hiding behind the boulder, ready to kill you in one shot. Dongfang Minmi said. Only a young one? Yang Dingtian was secretly shocked. The wolf in front of him was nearly 2 meters long and 1 meter tall, and it was still a young one. Child, your first battle is here. You have to rely on yourself. Dongfang Minmi said, this fiery demon wolf has been hungry for a long time. It won't let you go. If you lose, you die. The fiery demon wolf specializes in biting people's throats. It's a fatal blow. Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. He arched his body slightly and stared at the wolf in front of him. That's right, this was his first real battle. If the wolf didn't die, then he would die. No one would help him, and he could be bitten to death at any moment. The giant wolf's body arched tighter and tighter, and its cruel gaze became more and more concentrated. It let out a series of roars and revealed its dagger-like teeth. Once bitten on the neck, there was no doubt that one would die. Yang Dingtian was extremely nervous. The real hunt was much harder than he had imagined. This wolf's strength was many times that of Yang Dingtian. Its speed was many times faster than Yang Dingtian's. The key was that Yang Dingtian's body was almost invulnerable. What Yang Dingtian possessed was the incomparably exquisite pig-slaying swordsmanship, but he did not possess profound qi. He also had the deep Xixian robe to protect his upper body, but the fiery demon wolf only targeted his throat. Time passed second by second. The man and the wolf stood more than 10 meters apart, facing each other. The giant wolf was looking for an opportunity to land a fatal blow, but Yang Dingtian's speed and strength were too slow, so he had to look for an opportunity when the opponent attacked. The only way to kill the giant wolf was to stab the sword through its mouth as fast as possible when it opened its mouth to bite down on his throat. There was only one chance. Once lost, there was no doubt that he would die. Moreover, the time left for Yang Dingtian was at most half a second. This wolf had obviously not eaten for a long time. Its prey was right in front of it. The blood in its eyes became thicker and thicker, and the roars in its mouth became more and more mournful. The giant wolf began to move, circling around Yang Dingtian. What a cunning monster! It had such a huge advantage, but it did not take the initiative to attack. It did not give Yang Dingtian any chance, but instead looked for an opportunity while moving. Yang Dingtian did not move. He could not move. Because once he moved, the giant wolf would pounce on Yang Dingtian and bite off his neck in an instant. At that time, it would be too late for him to organize an attack. This wolf was really cunning and dangerous. Therefore, even if the giant wolf had circled behind him, Yang Dingtian still did not move. He held the sword in his right hand, and his body was like a bow, ready to attack at any time. The cunning and dangerous giant wolf circled around again and again. Suddenly, it jumped up like lightning, pouncing on Yang Dingtian's left side. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yang Dingtian's throat. What a cunning beast! This position was almost Yang Dingtian's blind spot. Its speed was very fast. In an instant, it was in front of Yang Dingtian. It aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck and bit down. Dig out the heart and lungs. Yang Dingtian did not move the sword in his right hand. The dagger in his left hand quickly came out from his sleeve, and fiercely stabbed into the giant wolf's bloody mouth. It was still the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Awoo! A mournful howl was heard. Hot blood suddenly splashed out from the giant wolf's mouth. Yang Dingtian's left dagger fiercely pierced the giant wolf's throat. However, the giant wolf still did not die. It actually closed its mouth and directly bit off Yang Dingtian's dagger. Boom! Then, from its mouth, it suddenly spat out a flame, and in a flash, the broken dagger in its throat was spat out. F***ck. It was only a young fiery demon wolf, but it was already so powerful. The injured fiery demon wolf was even more furious. After spitting out the broken dagger, its two sharp front claws suddenly clawed toward Yang Dingtian's neck. This beast only attacked people's necks. Its speed was very fast. Like a gust of wind, its sharp claws instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. It was going to tear his neck to pieces. Yang Dingtian did not have time to retreat. His body quickly leaned back, and his neck escaped the giant wolf's fatal claws. Bang! A sharp pain came from his chest. His ribs were almost broken, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out. The giant wolf's claws slashed across Yang Dingtian's chest. Thanks to the deep-sea Xian cloves, the sharp claws did not cut Yang Dingtian's flesh. However, the huge force still made Yang Dingtian almost unable to breathe. After slashing across Yang Dingtian's chest, the giant wolf's front claws suddenly pounced forward. A huge force slammed Yang Dingtian down. The giant wolf pounced on Yang Dingtian and directly pressed him to the ground. Ow! With a ferocious howl, the giant wolf's scarlet eyes burst out a violent light. It opened its huge mouth and fiercely bit down on Yang Dingtian's head. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Eternal Disaster. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand shot out quickly. In an instant, dozens of swords were shot out. Puff 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 puff. In an instant, the giant wolf's mouth was smashed, and then suddenly pierced deep into its throat. The giant wolf was shocked. Before it could howl, it suddenly closed its big mouth and advanced to bite off the sword blade. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's head avoided the giant wolf's fierce bite. Then, before it bit off the sword blade, he quickly pulled out the sword blade. Bang! The giant wolf's mouth bit the air. Its sharp blade-like teeth fiercely collided with each other, bursting out a spark. With a swing of its head, it ferociously attacked Yang Dingtian's neck to bite. Beast! Either you die, or I die. Kill you, now is the time. Yang Dingtian did not dodge. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Eternal Disaster. Whoosh whoosh, Yang Dingtian quickly stabbed into the two scarlet eyes of the fiery demon wolf. Poochie! Blood burst out. With a sharp pain, the fiery demon wolf's eyes were instantly blinded. It immediately turned around to escape. How could Yang Dingtian let it run away? With all his strength, he fiercely pushed the sword in his hand. With one stab, the brain matter spurted out. The sharp blade directly pierced into the depths of the giant wolf's brain. With a sudden twist, the entire brain was instantly smashed. A woo. A deafening scream, blood spurted, claws madly clawed, and stones splashed. The fiery demon wolf, on the verge of death, made the craziest struggle and the craziest counterattack. Yang Dingtian stuck close to the wolf's belly, avoiding its crazy counterattack. Puff. Finally, the 1,000-pound fiery demon wolf fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. Hiss. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's arm felt a sharp pain, and blood spurted out. Before this beast died, it grabbed Yang Dingtian, leaving a deep bloody wound on Yang Dingtian's arm. Then, it fiercely smashed to the ground, completely dead. A ferocious demon beast that required 5 novice martial artists to kill together was killed by Yang Dingtian, an enlightener, alone. After confirming that the giant wolf was dead, Yang Dingtian's limbs went soft, and he fell directly to the ground. The fiery demon wolf's body was on top of him, and he couldn't care less. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath as if he didn't have any strength left. At this time, Yang Dingtian felt a burning pain all over his body. Although he had the protection of the deep-sea Xian clothes, of course, his body was still covered with scars and blood. I finally killed this beast. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and pushed away the fiery demon wolf's body that was on top of him. He climbed up from the ground and then used a sword to cut off the fiery demon wolf's head to take out the demon core. When the fiery demon wolf was still alive, its skin was almost invulnerable. After it died, Yang Dingtian's sword could cut open its skin and flesh, cut open its head, and take out the demon core inside. The demon core was the size of a walnut, covered with complicated patterns, and was a flame-like red. The first demon core is in my hands. Yang Dingtian was a little excited. He kissed the fire-type demon core and then put it into the bag. Fire-type demon core was in his hands. Only 4 left. Wind, metal, ice, and lightning, it was really easy. A young fiery demon wolf was enough to make Yang Dingtian in danger and full of scars. Little Tian, bury the fiery demon wolf's body. Otherwise, it will attract a lot of other demon beasts. At that time, it will be really dangerous. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said. Yes, master. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he used his sword to dig a hole. After half an hour, he dug a hole that was more than 1 meter deep and 3 to 4 meters long. Then, he spent a lot of effort to bury the fiery demon wolf's body in the hole. After burying the fiery demon wolf's body, Yang Dingtian slightly adjusted his breathing and let himself recover his strength. Now, it was time to harvest another treasure, the bloody black gold that was worth 10,000 gold. Yang Dingtian climbed up the boulder and used his dagger to dig out the red bloody black gold. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yang Dingtian felt that the bloody black gold at this time seemed to be more red than before. It was more dazzling, as if it was really a burning flame. This is the first step of my perfect sword spirit. Yang Dingtian then inserted the dagger under the bloody black gold and used his strength to pry it out. Wow! He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yang Dingtian felt that the bloody black gold actually cheered as if it was very happy when someone dug it out. Yes, this is the bloody black gold's cheering. It is condensed from the fiery energy of heaven and earth. It is full of spirit energy, so it can be used to forge soul swords. Dongfang Nimi said, it's just a piece of bloody black gold. It will take 100 years to grow. After the bloody black gold was dug out of the boulder, the red color gradually extinguished and turned into a crystal clear dark purple. Who? At this time, the sky suddenly darkened and a gust of wind came. Someone was coming. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He immediately dug out the bloody black gold and held it tightly in his hand. He didn't expect that a fist-sized piece of bloody black gold would be so heavy. It was at least 10 to 20 pounds. But at this time, Yang Dingtian didn't have time to be surprised. Who? A griffin suddenly landed in front of Yang Dingtian. Then, a handsome young man jumped down from the griffin's back. He greedily looked at the bloody black gold in Yang Dingtian's hand. He suddenly pulled out a sharp sword and sneered at Yang Dingtian. Toad, hand over the bloody black gold and I'll give you an intact corpse. Yang Dingtian recognized this young man. At that time, he was beside Tang Li and said that he wanted to cripple Yang Dingtian. You finally left Cloud Sky City. My name is Xianxia. My father died at the hands of Shimen Wuya. Today, I will kill you to avenge my father. I am a 5-star novice martial artist. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Die. Shimen Yen Yen, that be *tch, I will take good care of her for you. After saying that, Xiangshi's eyes burst out with murderous intent. He shook his sharp sword and fiercely stabbed at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh 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 whoosh, before Xiangqi's sword arrived, several rays of sword energy shot out. Yang Dingtian quickly dodged. Hiss hiss hiss. Although his dodging speed was very agile, it was still too late. His face and neck were hit by the sword energy in 4 places. Suddenly, he felt a burning pain. The wounds cut deep into his flesh and blood flowed out. Yang Dingtian was already injured the moment he made his move. The opponent was a 5-star novice martial artist, 5 levels higher than Yang Dingtian, but his Xian energy was 10 times more than Yang Dingtian's. After the sword energy hit Yang Dingtian, Xiangqi rushed in front of Yang Dingtian. The sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's crotch. This young man was really vicious. Because he was jealous that Yang Dingtian married Yan Yan, he wanted to castrate Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian quickly waved the sword in his hand to block. Dang! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword blocked the opponent's castrating sword. But at the moment of impact, his arm suddenly shook. A stream of Xian energy fiercely drilled into his wrist, desperately tearing Yang Dingtian's blood vessels. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian quickly retreated a few steps to avoid Xiangqi's sword edge. You can actually block my sword? Xiangqi said in surprise. Then he revealed a sinister sneer and said, why don't you try again? Suddenly, Xiangqi quickly stabbed his sword. Every sword stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's crotch. He was determined to turn Yang Dingtian into a eunuch. Dang 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 dang, suddenly, Yang Dingtian only felt a burst of cold air between his crotch. The sharp blade emitting cold air was constantly cutting towards his vital points. If he was stabbed, he would really become a eunuch. Yang Dingtian's hair suddenly stood up. He focused all of his attention on Xiangqi's vicious sword tip. The sword in his hand madly swung out. Dang 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 dang, in an instant, Xiangqi stabbed dozens of times. As for Yang Dingtian, he had also blocked dozens of swords. Yang Dingtian blocked more than 100 sword strikes, and Yang Dingtian blocked more than 100. Suddenly, the small space between Yang Dingtian's crotch was mottled with sword shadows, and sparks flew everywhere. Yang Dingtian's every move was dangerous, but he still managed to block Xiangqi's sword. Although Xiangqi's sword strikes were much more powerful and fast, they were still able to block his attacks. However, Yang Dingtian possessed the most profound sword art in the world, which made up for this gap. Therefore, even though it was extremely dangerous, Yang Dingtian still managed to block all the attacks. At first, Xiangqi had a mocking expression on his face, but as each of his sword strikes was blocked, his expression grew more and more shocked. In the end, it was an expression of complete disbelief. What kind of sword technique is this? It can actually block my 7th grade flower drawing sword cleansing technique? Xiangqi took a step back and asked in shock, your speed is inferior to mine, and your strength is inferior to mine, but you can actually block my sword. What sword technique are you using? Of course it's the pig-slaying sword technique, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Impossible, the pig-slaying sword technique is trash, Xiangqi said coldly. That's because you're stupid, treating a pearl as a piece of trash, Yang Dingtian sneered. Humph, you're really an idiot. Xiangqi said coldly, if you hadn't shown the power of the pig-slaying sword technique, you might have been able to keep your life. Now that you've shown the extraordinariness of the pig-slaying sword technique, you're completely courting death. Do you think I'll leap behind a powerful enemy for myself? Then, Xiangqi sneered, if I cut off your limbs first, let's see if you can still block my sword. Let's see if I can castrate you. Whoosh. Then, Xiangqi's sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. It was still the flower-drawing sword cleansing technique, the blade of the sword was as gentle as a snake, and in an instant, it was half a foot in front of Yang Dingtian's arm. Not only did he want to pierce Yang Dingtian's arm, but he also wanted to break the Xian veins on his arm. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Ruthless Disaster. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand turned, and suddenly, the sword's shadow was faintly discernible. It quickly entangled Yang Qi's sword, and then pulled outwards. Suddenly, Yang Qi's vicious and sharp sword was violently swatted away. Using 4 tails to deflect 1,000 pounds, Yang Qi's sword flew out. How is this possible? Yang Qi was really shocked. Just now, when he had been trying to stab Yang Dingtian's crotch, he had been blocked time and time again. It could be said that the space was too narrow, and Yang Dingtian could easily judge the momentum of his sword, so it was much easier for him to block it. But now, his attack range was so huge. Not only was Yang Dingtian able to block his attack, but Yang Dingtian had also easily moved his attack away. This was too inconceivable. Suddenly, Yang Qi's eyes flashed with incomparable greed. The pig-slaying swordsmanship was so mysterious, however, because of this, Yang Dingtian in front of him absolutely could not be left alive. He had to kill him. Suddenly, Yang Qi put away the shock in his heart, and stared at Yang Dingtian's body, preparing for the next attack. Flower retrieving sword technique, third sword, falling flowers willingly. Yang Qi's sword move was strange, as light as the wind, and stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's wrist. Shiwu 9 disaster sword, ruthless. Whoosh. Yang Dingtian still using the same move, and moved Yang Qi's sword away. But this time, the ruthless sword was a little different from the previous one. Yang Qi's eyes were blazing, and with a wild shout, the sword in his hand fiercely stabbed again. Flower retrieving sword technique, fourth sword, flowing water ruthless. It directly stabbed towards Yang Dingtian's eyes. However, it was still carried away by Yang Dingtian's sword. Yang Dingtian was still using the third move of the Shiwu 9 disaster sword, ruthless sword, but it was a little different. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, number 1 in the world, the sword was fixed, and every move was alive. Yang Qi was really going crazy. He was 5 levels higher than Yang Dingtian, and his Xian energy was nearly 10 times stronger, but he was completely helpless against Yang Dingtian. Flower retrieving sword technique, 5th sword, fierce autumn wind. 6th sword, torrential storm. 7th sword, raging waves. 8th sword, 1,000 layers of snow. 9th sword, 10,000 souls extermination. Finally, Yang Qi used the last move. At the same time, it was also the most powerful and dangerous move of the flower retrieving sword technique. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless sword qi fiercely shot out, and the sharp sword in Yang Qi's hand seemed to turn into countless poisonous snakes, crazily wrapping around Yang Dingtian's entire head and neck. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's upper body was completely covered by the sword light. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's face was cut by the sword qi, and his entire head was cold, as if it could be cut into pieces at any time. Yang Dingtian had entered the most dangerous moment, and his entire head could be cut into pieces in an instant. At this time, Yang Dingtian was blocking while staring at Yang Qi's sword, trying to find the flaw in the 9th killing move of the flower retrieving sword technique. In other words, the sword eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's neck was cut in 2, one of which was less than a centimeter away from the main artery. Found it, it's here. Yang Dingtian, who had practiced the most profound sword technique, quickly found the flaw in his opponent's sword eye. After learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there were no other sword techniques in the world. After learning the pig-slaying swordsmanship, one could find the flaw in other sword techniques at any time. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, first move, piercing the throat and letting blood. Having found the flaw, Yang Dingtian's steel sword shot out like a meteor. Clang. In an instant, all of Yang Dingtian's sword techniques were completely destroyed, and the blade was completely blocked by Yang Dingtian's sword. Clang 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 clang. In an instant, the two swords collided. Clang. Obviously, the quality of Yang Dingtian's sword was worse, and it instantly shattered. Yang Qi's moves were blocked, and suddenly his sword technique was in chaos, his aura was in chaos, and his feet were slightly staggered. This was the moment to counterattack. This was the moment to kill the enemy. This was the moment Yang Dingtian risked his life for. Kill. Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed forward, breaking free of the two swords' entanglement, and madly stabbed at Yang Qi's chest with the broken sword in his hand. Shiwu 9 disaster sword, living beings. Suddenly, the broken sword in Yang Dingtian's hand turned into a cold light, and madly stabbed at Yang Qi's chest. Puff 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 puff, in an instant, Yang Qi's chest was pierced dozens of times, and blood spurted out. Ah! Yang Qi screamed, and used all of his strength to quickly retreat. Yang Dingtian's foot tapped the ground, and madly rushed out with all of his strength. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, heart and lungs gouge. As he madly rushed, the broken sword in his hand fiercely stabbed at Yang Qi's heart. Puff! In an instant, the sharp broken sword fiercely stabbed into Yang Qi's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Yang Qi was instantly scared out of his wits, and helplessly watched as Yang Dingtian's broken sword was about to pierce his heart. Suddenly, a decisive and cruel aura surged. I can't die. Yang Qi's hand suddenly grabbed the sharp sword piercing his heart, and fiercely twisted it. Crack! Yang Qi's palm madly spurted blood, and his flesh was badly mangled. However, Yang Dingtian's sure-kill sword was forcefully broken. Then, Yang Qi used all of his strength to quickly retreat dozens of meters. Yang Dingtian used all of his strength, but the distance between Yang Qi and him was getting farther and farther. In the blink of an eye, they were more than 30 meters apart. Ah! A roar of anger and unwillingness rang out. The opportunity to kill the opponent was lost just like that. If he pursued now, not only would he not be able to kill the opponent, but he would also be harmed. He had gone to great lengths to create this opportunity, but because of his lack of energy, he could only lightly injure the opponent, and was unable to kill him. If he had Xian energy, even if it was only half of Yang Qi's, it would be enough to kill the opponent several times over. At that moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly desired a breakthrough in Xian energy more than ever, and hated the weakness of his own Xian energy. After retreating dozens of meters, Yang Qi calmed down a bit. Haha, hee hee. Yang Qi let out a burst of strange laughter, his face still filled with shock as he looked at Yang Dingtian. Your sword technique really opened my eyes. It's too strong, too miraculous. I really couldn't imagine that just by relying on the profoundness of a sword technique, you could actually make up for the difference of 5 levels of Xian energy. I underestimated you and was careless, and I actually almost died under your sword. Yang Qi wiped the blood from his hand, and continued to laugh coldly. However, you won't have the chance. I now know how to deal with you. Don't bother with sword techniques, just use Xian energy to crush and kill you. You're too amazing, so you have to die. If you don't die today, we will definitely die by your hands in the future. No matter the price, you have to die. With a face full of determination, Yang Qi took out a pill from his bosom. It was a third-grade Xian explosion pill. A third-grade Xian explosion pill was very precious. The reason he had this pill was because he was a member of the Yang clan. Taking this pill could instantly increase the Xian energy in the body by several times. However, it could only last for half a quarter of an hour, and then for the next few months, he would have to pay off the debt, which would have huge consequences. However, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, Yang Qi was willing to bear the consequences. Because he was a descendant of the Yang clan, and because Shiman Wuya killed his father. Because he coveted Yan Shiman. Because he was expelled from Cloud Sky City when he was very young, and only recently returned to Cloud Sky City. Otherwise, how could he only be a 5-star novice martial artist at the age of 17, because he had already seen how extraordinary Yang Dingtian was, he must kill him before he sprouted. After taking the Xian explosion pill, Yang Qi's whole body began to turn red, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. His eyes were also bright red, as if they were on fire. Suddenly, Yang Qi's Xian energy increased by 3 times. Phew! A red smoke emerged from his mouth, and Yang Qi's handsome face became distorted and ferocious. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He arched his body, and held the sword with both hands, like a fierce beast, waiting to receive Yang Qi's fatal blow. This was a real fatal blow. Yang Qi crazily condensed all his Xian energy into the sword in his hand. The sword became redder, redder, redder. Boom! Finally, the whole sword burst into flames. Yang Dingtian, now you can really die. With a roar, Yang Qi waved the burning sword in his hand, and fiercely chopped down at Yang Dingtian. Boom! With a loud sound, the burning sword suddenly burst out a huge sword light, like lightning, and fiercely chopped down at Yang Dingtian. Boom, the huge sword light, like a cannonball, fiercely bombarded Yang Dingtian's chest. Bang! Yang Dingtian's body flew dozens of meters away like a straw. Puff! In the air, Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Qi suddenly leaped into the air, aimed at Yang Dingtian, and violently slashed at the void. Bang! The fiery red sword light once again hit Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian, who was already in the air, spat out a mouthful of blood and was once again sent flying dozens of meters away. Then, he fiercely fell to the ground, splashing up dust and broken body parts. After rolling for more than 10 meters, he was covered in blood and motionless. Haha! Yang Qi laughed loudly, landed, and slowly walked forward. Killing you is that simple, isn't it? When he walked to Yang Dingtian's side, the demonic red on Yang Qi's face gradually dissipated, and his face turned pale. At this time, the profound qi in his body was almost exhausted. Walking to Yang Dingtian's side, he gently kicked, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Dingtian's body was bleeding, and the floor was soaked with blood. Yang Qi slowly raised the sharp sword, pressed it on the back of Yang Dingtian's neck, and sneered, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Yan Yan Shimen for you. Her cultivation has been deteriorating, but I am rapidly improving. I believe that soon I will surpass her, and then I can fulfill my childhood dream. I dream of tasting this child-faced stunner, the #1 beauty of the Northwest." Finished speaking, Yang Qi suddenly raised the sharp sword, aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck, and slashed down. Not only did he want to kill Yang Dingtian, but he also wanted to cut off his head. Clang! Suddenly, a broken sword blocked Yang Qi's sword. Then, under Yang Dingtian's horrified gaze, the unconscious Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes and smiled mockingly at Yang Qi. "Ag!" he screamed, then turned and fled at top speed. By this point, he was running out of profound energy. But it was too late. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly bounced up from the ground, and the broken sword in his hand flew out. Whoosh! The broken sword shot out like a bolt of lightning, stabbing into Yang Qi's back and piercing through him. After stabbing him, Yang Dingtian leaped to his feet. Like a vicious tiger, he pounced on Yang Qi, grabbed him by the neck, and pulled out the broken sword from his back. "Ag!" he screamed. Puff 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 puff. After choking Yang Dingtian's neck so that he couldn't escape, Yang Dingtian aimed at Yang Qi's back and stabbed him a dozen times. Blood spurted out from every sword. Every sword was very ruthless. "Ag!" Yang Qi screamed. After stabbing 20 times, Yang Qi's body was a bloody mess, like a pile of mud. Yang Dingtian pushed Yang Qi down and forced him to kneel on the ground. Then, he placed the broken sword on Yang Qi's neck. "I have the deep-sea profound clothes, how can your mere profound energy sword hurt me? Even if I don't have the deep-sea profound clothes, I have the 9 yang profound veins, I can even take a palm strike from Zhu Hongxue, how can I take a mere sword energy from you?" Yang Dingtian sneered, "If you had escaped just now, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But you just had to court death. You wanted to overdraw your profound energy to kill me by taking a pill. You're really courting death." Yang Qi knelt on the ground, his whole body dripping with blood. His whole body was cold and trembling. Don't kill me, brother-in-law, don't kill me." Yang Qi cried weakly, "Yan Yan is my cousin, you are my cousin-in-law, don't kill me." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I can't find a reason not to kill you. If it was just because you offended me, then it would be fine. But you keep saying that you want to harm Yan Yan, and that you have improper thoughts about her. I won't allow a poisonous snake to stay by her side. Brother-in-law, I beg you, don't kill me. Actually, I didn't want to kill you, but someone told me to kill you. He promised me that as long as I kill you, he would give me Sister Yan Yan for one night, and make me the commander of the Black Blood Cavalry." Yang Qi trembled. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly changed, and he angrily said, "Who? Is it Tang Li?" "No, it's not Tang Li, Tang Li is just his lackey." Yang Qi said, "It's Qin Xiaobai. He will soon come to Cloud Sky City to become the Lord of Cloud Sky City. Because you are Shimen Wuya's designated successor, he secretly ordered us to kill you before he came to Cloud Sky City." Qin Xiaobai? Who is he? What qualifications does he have to be the Lord of Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian asked. He is the third young master of the Northwest Qin clan, and also the grandson of Grand Elder Yang Yan. However, a few days ago, he made a mistake and was expelled from the Northwest Qin city. He and his mother, Yang Shishir, were sent back to Cloud Sky City. Now, he has changed his name to Yang Xiaobai. Yang Qi said. Good plan, good plan. Yang Dingtian suddenly laughed coldly. Sure enough, it was a good plan to take over a magpie's nest. The Northwest Qin clan was one of the world's overlords. Of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions, it was ranked at the top of the 9 clans. Compared to Cloud Sky City, it was a true overlord, with a territory of 3,000 miles. Before Shimen Wuya's peerless battle at sea, the master of the in-law family had always been recognized as the Western continent's #1 expert, ranked in the top 5 in the world. In terms of true strength, the Northwest Qin clan was several times stronger than Cloud Sky City. The Northwest Qin clan had no less than 3 or 4 grandmasters. As for Cloud Sky City, there was only Shimen Wuya. In the entire Northwest continent, the one that Shimen Wuya feared the most was the master of the Northwest Qin clan. He was an absolutely unfathomable hero. In these years, Shimen Wuya and the Northwest Qin clan had never stopped fighting. He desperately suppressed the Yang faction in Cloud Sky City, and supported Shimen Ju, Shimen Lai, and Shimen Nu, the 3 outstanding foster sons, to control the Elder Council. The Northwest Qin clan secretly supported the Yang faction, and had many marriage alliances with the Yang clan. However, when Shimen Wuya was around, the Northwest Qin clan never dared to do anything to Cloud Sky City. Now that Shimen Wuya was gone, the Northwest Qin clan immediately revealed their ferocious fangs. As soon as Qin Xiaobai came to Cloud Sky City, he immediately assumed the attitude of a supreme ruler. With the support of the Northwest Qin clan behind him, and the Elder Council in Cloud Sky City represented by Yang Yan, the position of Cloud Sky City's lord seemed to be in his grasp. Brother-in-law, I've told you everything. Spare me, spare me. Yang Qi collapsed on the ground and wept weakly. Seeing Yang Dingtian's uncertain expression, Yang Qi coldly said, I'm a member of the Yang clan, and I'm Qin Xiaobai's cousin. If you kill me, they will definitely tear you to pieces. If you spare my life, maybe I can plead for you in front of Qin Xiaobai and spare your life. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, you worry too much. Then, Yang Dingtian asked again, how old are you? 17. Yang Qi trembled. So young. Yang Dingtian sighed. But, I have no other choice. Sorry. Shua. Yang Dingtian fiercely chopped down with his sword. Yang Qi's horrified scream was only halfway through when blood spurted out. His handsome head was chopped off and rolled on the ground. I told you too much just now. Also, you kept saying that you wanted to harm Yan Yan, so you can only die. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Looking at Yang Qi's body that had been split in 2, and the shock on his face had not faded. Yang Dingtian sighed and helplessly shook his head. Killing was not his intention, but he had to kill, proud son of heaven, Qin Xiaobai, right? Then let's meet. I want to see how insufferably arrogant you are. Yang Yan, betraying the foundation of your ancestors, you deserve to die. Elder Council, flattering a strong enemy, betraying Cloud Sky City to an outsider enemy, you deserve to die. Yang Dingtian grabbed Yang Qi's head with one hand and Yang Qi's body with the other, and walked forward. He was not going to bury him, but to throw him into the deep ravine. This way, his body would quickly be melted into ashes by the magma, and Yang Qi would completely disappear from the face of the earth. At this time, there was not the slightest trace of human habitation in the wilderness. No one had seen Yang Dingtian kill anyone. As long as the corpse was completely destroyed, Yang Dingtian would not have any suspicions. This was because in everyone's eyes, Yang Dingtian was a trash, a madman. How could he possibly kill a 5-star novice martial artist like Yang Qi? After walking for a few hundred meters, there was a bottomless ravine in front of him. Blood-red magma surged below. Even though it was a few thousand meters away, a terrifying hot energy was constantly spreading. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Yang Qi's head away. Then, he pushed Yang Qi's body down. After a few seconds. Pooh. Xianxi's body fell into the magma. Only a little bit of blood-red magma splashed out, and then a puff of smoke rose. A moment later, Xianxi's body melted and disappeared without a trace. From then on, he completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Phew. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed, and directly sat down on the ground. After killing the fiery demon wolf, he also killed Yang Qi. At this time, Yang Dingtian's body was covered in wounds, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He slowly closed his eyes, and prepared to adjust his breathing for a while before taking a healing pill. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian suddenly smelled a strong and enticing fragrance. It was like the fragrance of some kind of flower, but it was many times stronger. And the strange thing was, after smelling this fragrance, his body immediately became light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. Also, the pain all over his body rapidly weakened, and even disappeared. It was really strange, this kind of strange fragrance actually had this kind of effect. Master, what is this thing? It's so fragrant, so magical? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Niema said, look at the cliff of the abyss, there should be some kind of flower nearby. Yang Dingtian looked down, and indeed, 100 meters below the cliff, he saw an incomparably beautiful flower blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the flower bloomed, it was constantly changing color. There were no leaves, only a fiery red root. There were 6 petals, and it was different from the flowers Yang Dingtian had seen before, but it was really beautiful and dreamy. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a mysterious and beautiful flower. This is the enchanted orchid, used to refine the enchanted pill. It only blooms for less than an hour. Dongfang Minmi said. Is it precious? Yang Dingtian asked. Very precious. In terms of price, an enchanted orchid is more expensive than a bloody black gold. Dongfang Minmi said, but this thing is not very useful to you. Then I'll go pick it and give it to Shima Ningning to refine medicine, as a gift for her help. Yang Dingtian. Then, he climbed down the cliff and picked the enchanted orchid. Not good, let's go. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Without asking why, he quickly gave up on the enchanted orchid and desperately climbed up. It's too late. Dongfang Minmi sighed helplessly, I should have thought that where there is an enchanted orchid, there will definitely be a wind shadow demon snake. Yang Dingtian slightly turned around, and saw that behind him, a 4 to 5 meter long snake gradually appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying, flapping its wings and floating in the air, shooting a cold light at Yang Dingtian. Wind shadow demon snake, a wind-type demon beast, can become invisible, fly, and attack from a distance. Compared to the fiery demon wolf, it was many times more dangerous and difficult to deal with. Of course, it had a wind-type demon core on its head. P.S. Get on the list. Begging members to click, begging for recommendation tickets, begging for collection. I beg of you, brothers, Yang Dingtian really wanted the wind-type demon core, but it was definitely not at this moment. At this moment, he was climbing on the cliff. He couldn't go up or down. Moreover, his whole body was riddled with scars, and he didn't even have time to eat pills. As for the wind shadow demonic snake, it was many times stronger than the fiery demonic wolf. In other words, even if Yang Dingtian wanted to kill it, he couldn't. Because it could fly, Yang Dingtian couldn't catch up. It could shoot wind blades, so it could kill Yang Dingtian, but Yang Dingtian couldn't hit it. Hiss. At this moment, the wind snake behind Yang Dingtian suddenly bent its body, and the spikes on its neck suddenly opened. It made a terrifying hissing sound, and its eyes instantly became extremely fierce. It was about to launch an attack. Its small blood-red eyes stared at Yang Dingtian's neck, and then it opened its mouth and began to swallow the surrounding internal force. It was condensing internal force energy, and when it condensed to the extreme, it would shoot a wind blade at Yang Dingtian's neck. This powerful wind blade could cut a stone pillar more than a foot thick, so Yang Dingtian's neck was certainly not a problem. Hiss hiss hiss. The terrifying sound of the spikes became louder and louder, and the wind snake's bloody mouth became bigger and bigger. Countless internal force crazily poured into its body, and its stomach suddenly swelled. Soon, the wind snake swallowed the internal force to the extreme, and the invincible wind blade was about to shoot out. At this moment, Yang Dingtian, who was lying on the cliff, had nowhere to hide. No matter where he hid, his neck would be cut off. Let go, pick the flowers, don't worry about the wind snake. Dongfang Minmi shouted in Yang Dingtian's mind. Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate, and directly let go of his hands holding the cliff, and suddenly his body quickly fell down. Whoosh! At this moment, the wind blade in the wind snake's mouth suddenly shot out. Pa! With a loud bang, the cliff above Yang Dingtian's head seemed to have been struck by lightning. A crack more than a foot deep appeared on the cliff, and debris flew in all directions. This wind blade was actually so powerful. If it had landed on Yang Dingtian's neck, his entire head would have turned into a pile of mush. After the fright, Yang Dingtian quickly descended. When he passed by the enchanted orchid, he quickly reached out and grabbed it. Hiss! When the wind snake saw that the enchanted orchid was taken away by Yang Dingtian, it immediately let out an angry scream, as if it wanted to pierce through people's eardrums. Then there was the sound of a slingshot being fired. The wind snake suddenly bent its body and shot towards Yang Dingtian's back. Keep the enchanted orchid in your mouth. Don't swallow it, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian immediately put the enchantment orchid into his mouth, but his body was still falling rapidly. Pa! Suddenly, his body suddenly tightened, a burst of coldness, and a burst of pain. The wind snake suddenly wrapped around Yang Dingtian's body, and then desperately tightened. With a strength of 1,000 pounds, Yang Dingtian was instantly unable to breathe, and the bones in his body seemed to be broken inch by inch. If it weren't for the deep-sea Xian clothes, perhaps his skeleton would have been crushed by it. After wrapping around Yang Dingtian, the wind snake flapped its wings and flew up. Its 5-meter-long body became tighter and tighter, and its strength became stronger and stronger. Yang Dingtian knew why Dongfang Minmi told him to let go of the enchanted orchid. It was because the wind snake was determined to get the enchanted orchid, as long as it picked the flower and put it into its mouth. In order to save the flower, the wind snake couldn't let Yang Dingtian fall into the magma abyss and burn to death, because the enchanted orchid would also be burned. However, of course, it was unwilling to save Yang Dingtian, so it wanted to wrap him to death. Therefore, at this time, Yang Dingtian really couldn't breathe, and his vision was blacking out. Quickly hold your breath and pretend to be dead. After reaching the ground, look for an opportunity to sneak attack. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian quickly closed his eyes, held his breath, and pretended to be dead. After flying to the ground, the wind snake's sharp head came over and sniffed Yang Dingtian's breath. It opened its bloody mouth and smelled extremely fishy, making Yang Dingtian almost vomit, but he still remained motionless and completely held his breath. After sniffing for half a minute, the wind snake determined that Yang Dingtian was dead, and the snake loosened its body and threw Yang Dingtian to the ground. Then it lowered its head and opened its mouth to bite Yang Dingtian's stomach to find the enchanted orchid. It thought that Yang Dingtian had already eaten the flower. The sixth move of the pig-killing swordsmanship, cut off the limbs. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and fiercely chopped off the wind snake's wings. The wind snake quickly wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Its wings were the weakest part of its body, and Yang Dingtian's sword cut a deep hole in it, making it unable to fly and fell to the ground. Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, and continued to cut the wind snake's body. But damn it, he didn't have any internal force, so the wind snake's shell was completely impenetrable to Yang Dingtian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another 2 sword strikes, Yang Dingtian stabbed its eyes, exactly the same tactic as when he killed the fiery demon wolf. Yang Dingtian's sword speed was very fast, and although the wind snake dodged like lightning, its eyes were still stabbed by Yang Dingtian. But the strange thing was that his eyes, which had been pierced, were unharmed. Outside the beast's eyeballs, there was a layer of transparent protective layer, which was incomparably sturdy. Yang Dingtian didn't have any internal force, so he couldn't pierce it. Damn it! Not being able to kill it with one strike, Yang Dingtian quickly retreated, not daring to continue fighting. Hiss! The injured wind snake was furious, and issued a terrifying and fierce roar. The snake arched its body on the ground, and its 2 blood-red eyes stared at Yang Dingtian. Its body was only about the thickness of an arm, but it was 4 or 5 meters long. Even if it arched its body, it was still much taller than Yongding Tian. Hiss hiss. The wind snake opened its scarlet mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. It's going to spit out wind blades again. You should quickly bite the enchanted orchid on your teeth and let it see. It's afraid of destroying the flower, so it won't dare to attack your head. Dongfang Minmi said, at its level, it can only spit out 3 wind blades before its internal force is exhausted. At that time, you can use the pig-killing swordsmanship to fight with it. Whoosh. Sure enough, just as Dongfang Minmi finished speaking, the wind snake suddenly spat out a wind blade, as fast as lightning, and fiercely pierced into Yang Dingtian's heart. Bang! Yang Dingtian's body flew out a few meters. With a burst of pain, Yang Dingtian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly fell down, and once again pretended to be dead. Fortunately, he had the deep-sea Xian clothes, otherwise, this wind blade would have already cut through his chest. Spit out the enchanted orchid, let it eat it. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's mouth loosened, and suddenly the enchanted orchid floated out of Yang Dingtian's mouth and fell beside him. The wind snake observed for a while, and after confirming that Yang Dingtian was dead, it swam over and lowered its head to bite the enchanted orchid. Its mouth bit the enchanted orchid, and it suddenly became intoxicated. Yang Dingtian was about to draw his sword. Wait. Dongfang Minmi said, it's not time yet, wait for 1 more minute, wait for it to be completely intoxicated. Seeing the wind snake's intoxicated expression, Yang Dingtian could not help but be surprised. Master, what's the use of this enchanted orchid to the wind snake? Why would it rather die than eat it? It has no use. Dongfang Minmi said, any demon beast that sees the enchanted orchid will not hesitate to die, because the enchanted orchid will make them addicted, giving them a kind of euphoric feeling. Isn't this a drug? It's equivalent to the Chaos World's heroin, no wonder this wind snake would rather die. There are many drug addicts on Earth who would even die for a little heroin. Yang Dingtian suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect to meet a drug addict in a different world. No wonder the price of the enchanted orchid in this world was so high. As time passed, the wind snake's expression became more and more exaggerated. Just by sucking the enchanted orchid, it had completely entered another world. It began to toss and turn, and its eyes were completely blurred. It was as if it was drunk and swaying. At this time, not only the snake's pupils were somewhat scattered, but the transparent protective layer on its eyeballs also dispersed. Time's up, draw your sword. Dongfang Minmi said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian jumped up, and the sword in his hand quickly stabbed out, like lightning. The first move of the pig-killing swordsmanship stabbed the throat. However, it was not the throat that was stabbed, but the wind snake's eyes. Poochie! Suddenly, 2 blood splashed out. Yang Dingtian's 2 swords instantly blinded its eyes. Ouch! The wind snake, whose eyes were blinded, suddenly woke up and made an incomparably painful scream. The 2 or 3 meters long snake body crazily whipped the ground, creating cracks on the stiff ground. Then, it aimed at Yang Dingtian's direction, and suddenly opened its bloody mouth to the extreme. Lie down, be careful of its last wind blade. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian immediately fell to the ground. Whoosh! A wind blade flew through the air and cut through the tip of Yang Dingtian's nose. If it was a little later, half of his head would have been cut off. After spitting out the last wind blade, the demonic snake crazily crawled on the ground, opened its bloody mouth, looking for Yang Dingtian's breath. It wanted to completely bite Yang Dingtian into pieces, tear him into meat paste, and then swallow him alive. Its eyes were bleeding, its fangs were like knives, and its 3-meter-long body crazily crawled on the ground, looking particularly terrifying. However, its eyes were already blind, so it could only find Yang Dingtian by smell. Soon, it found Yang Dingtian's position. The 3-meter-long snake body suddenly arched, and then like a slingshot, suddenly shot toward Yang Dingtian. It opened its scarlet mouth to the maximum, and bit toward Yang Dingtian's neck. Although it had no wings, its catapult speed was incomparably amazing. Yang Dingtian stood motionless, looking at the wind snake's open mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The 5th move of the pig-killing swordsmanship, cleaning the stomach. Hiss. The long sword in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly pierced into the wind snake's mouth, digging out the heart and lungs. Then Yang Dingtian used the fourth move of the pig-killing swordsmanship. The sharp sword suddenly turned in the snake's stomach. It was divided into two pieces, followed by the seventh move. The sharp sword in his hand suddenly horizontally, along the corner of the wind snake's mouth, and fiercely cut down. Only the skin and flesh here were relatively fragile. Hiss. Suddenly, the wind snake was cut more than a foot long by the sharp sword, and suddenly, a beating heart could be seen. With a flick of the sword, the snake's heart was cut off. Bang! Suddenly, the 3-meter-long snake body slammed on the ground, twitched for a moment, and then completely died. All the strength in Yang Dingtian's body suddenly disappeared like a tide. His legs went soft, and he wanted to sit down, but he forced himself to stand. When he was sure that the wind snake was completely dead, he went forward with the broken sword, cut open the wind snake's huge triangular head, and dug out its demon core from a bloody mess. The wind demon core was in his hand. It was a beautiful demon core, transparent and colorless, but with a little bit of gray, like the color of clouds, and also like the color of the wind. There were still 3 demon cores left: metal, ice, and lightning. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel a burst of pride in his heart. He was only an enlightener. Hunting fire-type and wind-type beasts by himself sounded like an impossible task. However, he completed it, even though he was scarred and surrounded by dangers. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was full of hope for the next 3 demon cores. Looking at the sunset on the horizon, it was already late. Swoosh! At this time, a pleasant call came from the sky, and then a gorgeous figure flew over. It was Yao Yao, the floating ray. It came to pick up Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian immediately waved at it, and the floating ray came closer and closer. At this time, Yang Dingtian discovered that there was another person on its back. It was Shiman Ningning. Shiman Ningning's delicate face was full of anxiety. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she immediately said, "Come back to Cloud Sky City with me. There's something very important." P.S. Today, the weekly roll ranking was up for more than 2 hours, and then it came down. I knew it wouldn't go so smoothly. Then, let's fight again. Begging for more points, begging for recommendation votes, asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the matter? Yang Dingtian was shocked and asked hurriedly. At this time, Shiman Ningning saw Yang Dingtian covered in blood and immediately whispered, "How did you get hurt like this?" Then, she touched Yang Dingtian's wound with trembling hands. "I'm fine, it's just some superficial wounds," Yang Dingtian said. "Tell me, what happened in Cloud Sky City?" "It's about Yan Yan," Shiman Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. "What happened to Yan Yan? Did that old bastard Yang Yan use some kind of trick?" "No, Yan Yan is fine," Shiman Ningning said. "Someone from the Sea of Hades came to see Yan Yan." Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. It wasn't important for someone from the Sea of Hades to see Yan Yan. It wasn't necessary for Ningning to ride the floating ray over. Ningning continued, "Also, I gave you pills and deep sea Xian clothes this morning, but I forgot the most important thing. I forgot to give you a good weapon and asked you to use a steel sword to kill the demon beasts. When I remembered, I was scared out of my wits, so I quickly rode Yao Yao to find you. If he had a good weapon, killing the 2 demon beasts wouldn't be so difficult." Yang Dingtian didn't have much Xianxia, so whether it was the fiery demon wolf or the wind shadow demon snake, they couldn't even pierce through his skin. "I'm fine," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. "Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life," Shiman Ningning said. Then, she helped Yang Dingtian onto the floating ray. "I'm fine. I'm not that weak." Yang Dingtian smiled and jumped onto the floating ray. "Yao Yao, you're tired again." Yang Dingtian reached out and touched Floating Ray's neck. Floating Ray whined and rubbed its neck against Yang Dingtian's palm. Ningning jumped onto the Floating Ray's back and sat behind Yang Dingtian. "By the way, have you hunted a demon core?" Shiman Ningning asked. Only then did she remember this important matter. "Got it." Yang Dingtian said, "I killed a fiery demon wolf and a wind snake. I got fire-type and wind-type demon cores." "Ah." Shima Ningning exclaimed and said in disbelief, how did you do it? You only have an ordinary steel sword. Not only did you kill the fiery demon wolf, but you also killed the wind shadow demon snake? The wind snake is very powerful. Even 5-star novice martial artists would not be able to kill it. Instead, they would be killed by it. Yeah, that beast is very powerful. Yang Dingtian then told Ningning the process of killing the wind snake. Shima Ningning's face turned pale. She said, you're really amazing. You know how to use the enchanted orchid to kill the wind snake. Hearing her praise, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt embarrassed. He quickly changed the topic and asked, by the way, why did the people from the Sea of Hades come to see Xianxia? It's a long story. Let's go back and heal first. I'll tell you later, Ningning said. She then patted Floating Ray's back and said, Yao Yao, let's go back. Floating Ray screeched and spread its wings, flying in the direction of Cloud Sky City. Even though it was carrying 2 people, it was still fast, steady, and light. In the small building, Yang Dingtian was lying in a wooden barrel of medicinal soup. His upper body was above the water, and his wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Why didn't you take the elixir? Shima Ningning scolded in a low voice. She then poured the milky white medicinal liquid on her hand and gently rubbed Yang Dingtian's wounds. Yang Dingtian wasn't a tough guy. He was in so much pain that his body twitched. He grinned and said, at first, I couldn't bear to take it. Later, I didn't have time to take it. I told you not to give me elixirs that are too good. How can you be like this? Shima Ningning whispered. Even though she was scolding him, her voice was still soft. Wherever her small hand touched, the wounds would heat up. The medicinal liquid seeped into the wounds. The bloody wounds were originally open, but after the medicine, they automatically closed up, leaving only deep red marks. It was really a mysterious elixir. By the way, I have a gift for you. Yang Dingtian thought of the enchanted orchid and immediately stood up from the barrel. Ah, don't stand up. Shima Ningning whispered, your pants have been melted by the medicinal liquid. Yang Dingtian quickly sat back down. He used too much force, and the medicinal liquid directly splashed on the corner of Shima Ningning's mouth. I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian instinctively reached out to wipe the medicinal liquid from the corner of Ningning's mouth. Shima Ningning's face suddenly turned red. She whispered, no, it's nothing. Then she went to the outer room, took clothes and a towel, and put it on Yang Dingtian's hand. Then she turned around and said, okay, you can come out now. Yang Dingtian came out of the barrel with a red face and wiped his body with a towel. Shima Ningning was standing not far away. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room was very awkward. Yang Dingtian put on his clothes. However, his wounds had just been smeared with medicine, so his shirt had to be open. Yang Dingtian took out his package, took out the enchanted orchid, and said, I picked it from the red wilderness today. Here you are. Enchanted orchid. Shima Ningning's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was pleasantly surprised. She said, this flower is very rare. You actually picked it. It's just a flower. Compared to what you gave me, it's completely insignificant, Yang Dingtian said. Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Shima Ningning's surprised expression suddenly froze. She took the enchanted orchid and said softly, thank you. Yang Dingtian could see that she was unhappy. Did I say something wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. Shima Ningning opened her small mouth and said, this is very dangerous. Don't do this in the future. Also, I don't want you to feel that you owe me anything, okay? Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Then, the two of them sat in awkward silence again. He really wanted to ask Ningning why she was so good to him. There was no reason, but after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. Sister Ningning, you asked me to return to Cloud Sky City in such a hurry. You said that someone from the Netherworld Sea came to see Xianxia. What's wrong with that? Yang Dingtian asked. Xianxia is free to see whoever she wants. Xianxia meeting the person from the Netherworld Sea is of course fine, but Xianxia wants to go with that person. She wants to go with him to the Netherworld Sea. Ningning said, I can't persuade her at all, so I can only ask you to come back and persuade her. What? Yang Dingtian was anxious and said, "Why does she want to go with that person to the Netherworld Sea?" "Who is that person? Why does she want to go with him to the Netherworld Sea?" "His name is Song Yu, a disciple of the Netherworld Sea. Yan Yan wants to go with him to the Netherworld Sea to treat her Xian meridians." Shimin Ningning said, "This matter is very complicated. Listen to me slowly." The Netherworld Sea was one of the most mysterious places in the world. It was both good and evil. In the eyes of the world, there was only one impression, and that was that the Netherworld Sea was almost omnipotent. Some people might dare to offend people from the 3 sects and 9 clans, but they definitely wouldn't dare to offend people from the Netherworld Sea. Because it was omnipotent, even the dead could be brought back to life. It could also make an incomparably strong person die without leaving a trace. 5 years ago, Yan Yan had a huge accident. Since then, her Xian meridians had been destroyed. All these years, her cultivation had been constantly regressing. After 2 to 3 years, she didn't have any Xian qi and was as weak as an ordinary person. If there was any power in the world that could heal Yan Yan's damaged Xian meridians, it could only be the Netherworld Sea. So, in the world, there might be people who dared to offend people from the 3 sects and 9 clans, but absolutely no one dared to offend the Netherworld Sea. Since the Netherworld Sea was so powerful and miraculous, then everyone in the world would have rushed over like a flock of ducks. Those who should have died could be revived. However, no one in the world knew where the Netherworld Sea was. Moreover, the Netherworld Sea was absolutely cold and heartless. Unless it was given a huge benefit, it would definitely not lend a helping hand. Therefore, the Netherworld Sea's Song Yu taking the initiative to appear in Cloud Sky City was really a puzzling matter. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "If the Netherworld Sea can heal Yan Yan's injuries, then that would be for the best. Yan Yan following Song Yu to the Netherworld Sea isn't a big deal. This is a good thing. Little Tian, there's a very famous saying. That is, if you owe the Netherworld Sea a debt, you won't be able to repay it even in 10 lifetimes." Shimin Ningning said, "I don't know why Song Yu would take the initiative to come to Cloud Sky City to see Yan Yan, but I know that if the Netherworld Sea wants to heal Yan Yan, they would have to pay a huge price." Yang Dingtian thought for a moment, then said, "If they can heal Yan Yan, then even if they have to pay a huge price, it will be worth it." Ningning shook her head and said, "You don't understand. The price that the Netherworld Sea offers is something that almost no one in the world can afford. Moreover, I am an alchemist myself. I am very clear about Yin Yan's Xian veins. I really can't find any hope of healing her. I don't believe that the Netherworld Sea can heal Yin Yan." "Is that Song Yu still in Cloud Sky City? Where does he live?" Yang Dingtian asked. "He lives in the Heavenly Guest Pavilion," Ningning said. "Big sister Ningning, give me a set of clothes. I will go see him now. I will ask him if he can really heal Yan Yan." "If he can, what is the price?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning walked to the cabinet and took out Yang Dingtian's robe, which was sewn by him. "Big sister Ningning." At this moment, a delicate voice came from outside. Instantly, Yang Dingtian and Ningning's expressions changed because this was Yan Yan's voice. Shimin Ningning's little face instantly turned pale. She whispered anxiously, "Little Tian, quickly hide. Don't let Yan Yan see you here. Moreover, you look like this." Yang Dingtian looked down. He was wearing loose pajamas that were still open. At this moment, he was alone with Shimin Ningning in a room. If someone saw him like this, it would be difficult not to misunderstand. If he was caught, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Outside, Shimin Yanyan's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Shimin Ningning anxiously looked around for a place to hide. Her room was too simple, so she couldn't even find a place to hide. "Right, here." Ningning opened a cabinet door and then pulled Yang Dingtian to hide inside. Before she could close the cabinet door, the beautiful Yan Yan walked in. "Big sister, what are you doing? I kept calling you but you didn't respond." Yan Yan looked at Shimin Ningning in confusion. In a hurry, Ningning took 2 clothes from the cabinet and closed the door. "I'm going to take a bath." Yang Dingtian was hiding in the cabinet, surrounded by Shimin Ningning's clothes. "It's so late. Why are you here?" Ningning asked softly. "It's not late. I often can't sleep in the latter half of the night, so I come to find you. Xianxia said softly, I really miss those days. Sister Ningning, do you still remember that we secretly played? Ningning blushed and said anxiously, don't say it, don't say it. She didn't know what they secretly played with that made Xianxia Ningning react so strongly. Xianxia said softly, you only know how to be shy now. It's too late to pretend to be reserved. Okay, don't say it, don't say it. Ningning was ashamed because there was another person in the room. She was so virtuous and dignified. If this kind of thing was heard by a man, it was really too. Okay, what's the matter? I'm going to take a bath, Ningning said. Okay, let's go together. Xianxia rushed over. Ningning quickly dodged and said, don't be like this. You're already married. Why are you still so crazy? Hearing the word married, Xianxia's delicate body suddenly stopped playing. She sat down on the bed and sighed softly. Ningning went forward and sat next to Xianxia. It's inevitable for husband and wife to quarrel, but how can you say such heartless words? Besides, Yang Dingtian just wants. Sister, don't mention his name in front of me, Xianxia suddenly said, I really don't want to hear those 3 words at all, okay? Xianxia. Ningning frowned and said unhappily, he's your husband. Sister Ningning, I came to your valley for joy and freedom, so please don't talk about him anymore, okay? Xianxia said. Hearing Xianxia's words and thinking of Yang Dingtian in the cabinet, Ningning's little face turned pale. Xianxia said such heartless and cold words at this time. How much damage did Yang Dingtian suffer? Ningning let out a long sigh and said, Xianxia, do you really think you've given a lot and sacrificed a lot? Do you feel that Yang Dingtian has wronged you? Before Xianxia answered, Ningning said, you're wrong. What a man needs the most is his wife's understanding and support, not to give and sacrifice for him. Every time you give, every time you make a sacrifice, it seems very noble, but in fact, every time you do it, you trample on him. It's like you're constantly reminding him that he's useless. Xianxia, your selflessness is the same as Dongfang Bingling's selfishness. It will bring great harm to him, or even greater harm, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian can be angry and hate the harm caused by Dongfang Bingling's selfishness. But the harm caused by your selflessness, he can only deal with it gently and swallow the pain. Sister Ningning, you're his confidant. He said something similar before, Xianxia said. Xianxia, he's your husband. That can't be changed. Do you still want to be happy in this life? If you do, then love him, support him, and understand him, Ningning said. The most important thing is that I can see that he's a man worthy of your love. What do you mean by happiness? I don't expect to be happy after marrying him. It's just my life. I accept it, Xianxia said softly. When that happened 5 years ago, I already accepted it. Ningning suddenly became silent. She was afraid that if Xianxia continued, it would hurt Yang Dingtian even more. Sister, this is our last night together. Do you still want to talk about these unhappy things? Xianxia said. Xianxia Ningning was shocked. What do you mean? You've decided to go to the Netherworld Sea? Yes, I've decided. I'll leave tomorrow, Xianxia said. He's already unreliable. I can only rely on myself to support Cloud Sky City's mission. In the Netherworld Sea, they might be able to restore my broken Xian veins and let me return to my talent from 5 years ago. Yang Dingtian said something right. People can only rely on themselves. No one else can be relied on. Xianxia Ningning said with a trembling voice, there are only 5 days left. You won't even give him 5 days? He's already hunted 2 demon cores today and almost lost half his life. But you won't even give him a chance to prove himself? Hunting 5 types of demon cores and then breaking through. This is just his fantasy. Sister Ningning, you're more knowledgeable than me. Have you heard of this method of breaking through? Xianxia asked. Ningning was stunned and then gently shook her head. She really hadn't heard of it. I only know that he's still an enlightener. He doesn't have any Xianqi in his body. Xianxia said, he's already completely entered his own world. I can't call him back. I've tried my best. Also, even if he can break through by hunting all 5 types of demon cores, does Sister Ningning think that he can hunt an ice-type demon core with his strength as an enlightener? Can he hunt an electric-type demon core? Ningning was speechless again. Because it was completely impossible. Just the fire and wind types alone had already injured Yang Dingtian. Even if he fails, you should wait 5 days before leaving. Even if he's a fantasy, you should let him wake up before leaving, Shiman Ningning said. But the people from the Sea of Hades are leaving tomorrow. Yan Yan said, no one in the world knows where the Sea of Hades is. If you miss it, you won't have another chance. Then you'd rather believe in the illusory Sea of Hades than your husband? Ningning asked. I've already given him many chances, Yan Yan said. Besides, who in the world doesn't believe in the Sea of Hades? At least compared to Yang Dingtian. Indeed, no one would doubt the ability of the Sea of Hades. In the field of mystery, the Sea of Hades was indeed unique. It was rumored that they even had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Ningning took a deep breath and said, have you decided? Yes. Yan Yan said, you and Mother are the two people I miss the most. I'll spend the first half of the night with you and the second half with Mother. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Sea of Hades. Then you can go. Ningning stood up and said calmly, if you choose to leave Cloud Sky City, then you don't have a sister like me. If you don't even want your husband, then I don't have a sister like you. Sister Ning. Yan Yan said in disbelief, we're like sisters. You don't want me as your sister because of him? Yes, because I believe in him. I admire him, Ningning said. From the first disagreement between you two, I've been on his side. I think he's right. Yan Yan was stunned. She couldn't help but cry. She looked at Ningning for a long time and said, okay, then I'll leave him in your care. Sister, take care. Then, Yan Yan ran out crying. You won't even see Yang Dingtian for the last time? Shiman Ningning said loudly. It's better not to see him. Yan Yan stopped and continued running out. Sister Ningning, say sorry to her for me. After Yan Yan ran out, Ningning turned around and lay on the bed, crying. Yang Dingtian walked out of the cabinet and sat down on the bed. He saw Ningning's beautiful back. Her shoulders were trembling because of crying. Yang Dingtian extended his hand and patted her tender shoulder. Ningning turned around and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. She cried, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He patted her back gently. He was curious why Ningning would say sorry. However, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He just comforted her. After crying for a while, Ningning left Yang Dingtian's embrace. She looked at him with teary eyes and said, Yan Yan did something wrong. I hope you don't blame her. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I said, no matter what she does, I won't blame her. Not only won't I say it, I won't blame her in my heart. Ningning suddenly sat up straight and said, Yang Dingtian, promise sister that you will stop Yan Yan from going to the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, if the people from the Netherworld Sea can really restore Yan Yan's Shan veins, then it will be a good thing for her. It's not that simple. The Netherworld Sea is both good and evil. If Yan Yan goes to the Netherworld Sea, maybe she will enter hell. Shiman Ningning said, you promised foster father that you will protect Yan Yan. If she leaves and something happens, how will you protect her? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, Master, should I stop Yan Yan? Do you know about the Netherworld Sea? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment and said, if you owe the Netherworld Sea something, you won't be able to pay it back even in 10 lifetimes. If you owe the Netherworld Sea a debt, no one dares to not pay it back. Even if you have to pay it back in 10 lifetimes, you will have to pay it back. I know what to do. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian didn't go find Yan Yan. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Guest Pavilion to see Songyu from the Netherworld Sea. The Heavenly Guest Pavilion was at the top of a cliff. It was built by Cloud Heaven City to entertain the noblest guests. Climbing up the cliff and walking into the Heavenly Guest Pavilion, Yang Dingtian saw this person. This was a young man. His eyes were like distant mountains. He was as handsome as jade. His black hair was like the clouds and his temperament was like the wind. He was dressed in a green robe. His long hair wasn't tied up and was casually draped over his shoulders. He was proud and natural, confident and outstanding. Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian bowed. Songyu, What business do you have for disturbing me in the middle of the night? The other party said indifferently. I heard that your place can cure my wife's Xian veins? Yang Dingtian said. Your wife? Song Yu revealed a puzzled expression. Shimin Yen Yen. Yang Dingtian said. She's your wife? But I think she's still an unmarried girl. Song Yu said. His words were very rude. Saying this in front of someone else's husband. That's none of your business. Yang Dingtian said, you haven't answered my question. Can my wife's Xian veins really be cured or not? Ningning continued, this mine used to have a large amount of demon silver, but after decades of mining, it has completely dried up. Most of the gold-eating beasts have either been killed or left. Now, there are only a few weak gold-eating beasts that rely on the demon silver to survive. Then, this place was the most suitable place to hunt for gold-type demon cores. Shimin Ningning said, that abandoned mine is very deep and winding. However, there shouldn't be more than a few dozen gold-eating beasts. They are very sparsely distributed. As long as you don't go too deep, there shouldn't be too much danger. Based on what Shimin Ningning said, this was practically the perfect place for Yang Dingtian to hunt for gold-type demon cores alone. Is this abandoned mine very far? Yang Dingtian asked. Not far. It's about 400 kilometers northwest of Cloud Sky City, Shimin Ningning said. But the only problem is that this abandoned mine belongs to the Northwest Qin family. People from other forces can't enter. If we enter and are discovered, there will be a lot of trouble, especially for you. The Northwest Qin family could be said to be Cloud Sky City's mortal enemy. Both sides had never stopped fighting. After Shimin Wuya passed away, the Northwest Qin family unabashedly launched a plot to annex Cloud Sky City. At this moment, this abandoned demon silver mine was actually in the Northwest Qin family's territory. The Northwest Qin city is more than 1,500 kilometers away from us. The abandoned mine is 400 kilometers away from us. It's their territory. The Northwest Qin family's territory is actually so big? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Of course. Their territory is more than 1,500 kilometers, Shimin Ningning said. Cloud Sky City has been in decline for too long. The Northwest Qin family has been strong for hundreds of years, so their territory is 2 to 3 times more than ours. Cloud Sky City can't continue expanding after expanding for more than 1,000 kilometers because we are already bordering the Northwest Qin family. In that case, this abandoned mine was practically the perfect place for Yang Dingtian to hunt for gold-type demon cores. However, there was another kind of danger. The Northwest Qin family was eyeing Cloud Sky City covetously. Their young master was drooling over Yen Yen. As for Yang Dingtian, they definitely hated him to the core. Is there someone guarding the mine at all times? Is it an important place of the Northwest Qin family? Yang Dingtian asked. That's not the case. That mine has been abandoned for many years, and no one cares about it. But that's the border between the two families. There will be a lot of sentries, especially secret sentries, Shimin Ningning said. Putting these matters aside, Yang Dingtian asked, Sister Ningning, the Northwest continent is a fire-type place. How can there be an ice-type demonic beast? Just now, there was an ice-type demonic beast in this abandoned mine. What's going on? I also feel very surprised, because this is completely impossible. Ningning said, the conversational bird told me that it found out that these ice-type demonic beasts only appeared about a month ago. Because more than a month ago, there was a huge earthquake in the abandoned demonic silver mine. The entire demonic silver mine cracked open and a mass of unfreezing water gushed out from the depths of the ground, forming a pond. The water is colder than ice, but it will never condense into ice. In the unfreezing water pond, there are a few ice-type demonic beasts. Does that mean that these ice-type demonic beasts are the only ones in the Northwest continent? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning said, you can say that. Then we really have to go. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to go. Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, Master, what's the approximate temperature of the unfreezing water? According to Earth's calculations, it's about -80 degrees Celsius, Dongfeng Minmi said. If you don't have a Yang-type mystic vein of the 8th rank or above, you won't be able to withstand it. However, it's really strange. How can there be unfreezing water gushing out from this place? This is clearly a fire-type continent. Dongfang Minmi's tone was not only surprised, but also a little nervous. Is the unfreezing water very rare? Yang Dingtian asked. It's extremely rare on the fire-type continent. It's almost impossible to form it, unless... Dongfang Minmi said excitedly, unless there's a need to generate a very, very high heat in the depths of the earth. Through hundreds or thousands of years, all the surrounding heat will be swallowed up. Then, all the surrounding water will become colder and colder. Because of special reasons, it can't condense into ice, so it becomes unfreezing water. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of a possibility and asked in a trembling voice, Master, what kind of thing needs to swallow a lot of heat? Could it be? Yang Dingtian thought of the bloody black gold. If he wanted to forge a soul sword, he would need a large amount of bloody black gold, and this item was the most difficult item to find. Furthermore, forging a soul sword required a large amount of bloody black gold. There are many things that need to swallow a lot of heat to form, but there are only a few things that need to swallow a lot of heat to form unfreezing water. Dongfang Minmi said, one of them is bloody black gold. However, this possibility is still very, very small. There's also a big possibility that it's other fire-type crystals and fire-type ores. The probability of bloody black gold is still very, very low. Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, why is the probability of bloody black gold so low? Dongfang Minmi said, because there's a pond of unfreezing water, which proves that there's a very large vein of ore. There's never been a large vein of bloody black gold. The largest vein of bloody black gold that I've encountered was only 40 or so pieces. The largest vein of bloody black gold that I've heard of was only 99 pieces. Yang Dingtian calmed his excitement. Whether or not there was bloody black gold under the unfreezing pond, he had to go to this abandoned mine. Sister Ningning, do many people know about this? Yang Dingtian asked. There's an ice-type monster in the abandoned mine and unfreezing water gushed out. No, at least no one will find out in a short period of time, Ningning said. I've decided. Let's go to the abandoned mine, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then nodded and said, I'll go with you and help you avoid the secret sentries of the Northwest Qin family. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Then you go to sleep first. I'll prepare some things. We'll leave early tomorrow morning, Ningning said. The next morning, Yang Dingtian and Shima Ningning rode on the floating ray and flew in the direction of the abandoned mine in the west. Although the floating ray was carrying 2 people and a lot of things, it was still light and agile. It flew quickly and steadily in the sky. Little Tian, have you heard of Qin Xiaobai? Shima Ningning suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped as he thought of Yang Qi, who he killed. I've heard of him, Yang Dingtian said. He's the 3rd son of the Qin family lord, Qin Huaiyu's younger brother. Hearing Yang Dingtian say Qin Huaiyu's name with hostility, Ningning couldn't help but laugh. Because it was this Qin Huaiyu who wanted to steal Yan Yan as his wife. That's right, but other than being the 3rd son of the Qin family lord, Qin Xiaobai has another identity. Shima Ningning continued, he's also the grandson of great elder Yang Yan. When Godfather was purging the Yang family's opposition, great elder Yang Yan married his daughter, Yang Shirshir, to the Qin family lord as a concubine in order to protect himself. Ningning continued, originally, we didn't have any direct relationship with Qin Xiaobai. But a few days ago, the Qin family lord divorced his second wife, Yang Shirshir, and expelled Qin Xiaobai from the Northwest Qin family. Qin Xiaobai changed his name to Yang Xiaobai and will soon return to Cloud Sky City. Do you know what this means? Qin Xiaobai is coming to steal the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, Yang Dingtian said. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't look too surprised, Ningning was slightly stunned and said, that's right, Qin Xiaobai is coming to steal the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. He has the support of great elder Yang Yan internally and the support of the Northwest Qin family externally, so he will be your biggest competitor for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. What's his cultivation like? Yang Dingtian asked. 8-star Xian martial warrior, Shima Ningning said, and he's only 17 years old. Yang Dingtian asked, compared to Yan Yan from 5 years ago? Slightly worse, Shima Ningning said. Yan Yan is the most talented person in Cloud Sky City in the past 100 years. If it wasn't for the incident 5 years ago, she could have become the first female city lord of Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "What happened 5 years ago? Yan Yan didn't tell you?" Shima Ningning asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "She didn't say, but every time she mentioned it, she would appear to be in great pain. It was as if her heart was being torn apart." "That's her biggest scar, her biggest knot," Shima Ningning said. Shima Ningning said, "Since she hasn't told you yet, it means that you haven't melted her heart yet. When you really win her heart, she will tell you about it. So I don't have the right to tell you. If you want to know, you have to enter her heart first and let her tell you personally." Shima Ningning sighed softly and said, "These few years, Yan Yan deliberately acted arrogant, unruly, and rude. She seemed to be quite happy. But in these 5 years, she has never been truly happy. That incident hurt her too deeply. If she doesn't untie this knot, she will never be happy. If we want to mend the scar in her heart and make her truly happy, we have to rely on you, little Tian." Yang Dingtian nodded. 5 days later is a very good opportunity. Shima Ningning smiled and said, "I don't know what method you will use to break through in 5 days, but I believe you can definitely do it. Once you really do it, your previous persistence and your previous conflict with her will become correct and deeply imprinted in her heart. At that time, you will become a true expert in her heart. Then, you will be one step closer to her heart." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Sister Ningning, you seem to know a lot about relationships." Ningning's face turned slightly red and she whispered, "I'm already 28 years old. Then why don't you get married? Has there never been a man who has moved your heart?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, but he regretted it after asking. "I'm not as beautiful as Yan Yan. How can so many people like me?" Shima Ningning whispered. "I don't believe it." Yang Dingtian said, "Your figure, your temperament, and your gentleness are all able to make the most outstanding men fall head over heels for you. Furthermore, the more you look at your face, the more beautiful it is. The more you look at your feminine aura, just like a cup of mellow wine." Shima Ningning blushed and whispered, "Save your sweet words for Yan Yan." "I'm just telling the truth," Yang Dingtian said, but he didn't continue to ask why Shima Ningning was single. After a moment of silence, Shima Ningning whispered, "I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else." Yang Dingtian nodded. "I'm very afraid of being in contact with men. As long as I'm close to a man, all the pores on my body will close, and I will feel very uncomfortable from the inside out. When I think of breathing the air that a man has breathed, I can't help but feel uncomfortable," Shima Ningning said. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. He knew that Ningning did have some heterosexual misophobia, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Then Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, I seem to be a man too. Then isn't it hard for you to be close to me?" "No." Shima Ningning said, "I don't feel uncomfortable when I'm with you." "Why?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't believe that I'm so special." "I don't know," Shima Ningning said. "Well, let's not talk about this." Shima Ningning blushed and said, "Let's talk about Yang Xiaobai. Don't look down on him just because he's not as good as Yan Yan 5 years ago. He became an 8-star Xian martial warrior at the age of 17. This talent is absolutely 1 in a million. And the most important thing is that he washed away his original martial arts and recultivated the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword." Yang Dingtian was shocked. There were less than 10 people in the entire Western continent who had become an 8-star Xian martial warrior at the age of 17. Not only was Yang Xiaobai one of them, but he also washed his martial arts. Although he must have taken the Xian dissociation pill, his Xian qi level would still regress. This Yang Xiaobai was definitely a monster. Immediately, Yang Dingtian imprinted the name Yang Xiaobai in his heart. Of course, the most important thing now was to go to the abandoned mine and kill the metal-eating beasts and ice-type beasts to get their demon cores. When it was almost noon, the floating ray landed in a remote valley. This place was more than 50 kilometers away from the border between Cloud Sky City and the Northwest Qin family. When crossing the border, they couldn't ride flying beasts anymore. They had to ride horses. Moreover, the two of them had to disguise themselves. They couldn't let others know that they were Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, they would be killed. Ximen Ningning took out a box and opened it. There was a pill inside and a mask as thin as a feather. This is a mask made from the skin of an illusionary demonic beast, Ximen Ningning said. It's still alive. After you wear this mask and eat this pill, it can maintain the vitality of the mask for 3 days. Yang Dingtian took the mask and put it on. As soon as he put it on his face, the mask seemed to come alive and gradually wriggled into Yang Dingtian's face. After taking the pill, the mask wriggled faster. 5 minutes later, the mask was completely on Yang Dingtian's face. Taking a crystal mirror from Ximen Ningning, Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked. This face was so handsome that it made Yang Dingtian a little jealous. Yang Dingtian said, "This face is too handsome. It's not good. It's too eye-catching. Why don't I change to a more ordinary face?" Ximen Ningning said, "This is the most realistic one. Illusionary masks are extremely rare." Yang Dingtian touched the mask on his face and almost couldn't feel its existence at all. It was as if it was really his face. "If I change my face, what will you do?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ximen Ningning took out another box with all kinds of ointment in it. She applied the ointment on her face with her delicate little hands and changed the shape of her face. Under Yang Dingtian's surprised gaze, Ximen Ningning's face completely changed. Although it was not as realistic as the illusionary mask, it was difficult to see the flaws. It was really amazing. This new face was very charming and even a little frivolous. "Turn around. I want to change my clothes," Ximen Ningning whispered after tidying up her face. Yang Dingtian turned around and suddenly heard a rustling sound from behind. "It's done," Ximen Ningning said. Yang Dingtian turned around and his eyes widened. After dressing up like this, she really changed into a completely different person. The peach red wrap dress made her extremely charming and gorgeous. Her eyes, which were not very big, became like peach blossom eyes. "My current identity is Qin Hongmian, the daughter of the Crimson Stone Fort's fort master," Ximen Ningning said. Ximen Ningning said, "Although the Crimson Stone Fort is not big, it is indeed a distant relative of the Northwest Qin family, so it is very convenient to go in and out of the Northwest Qin family's sphere of influence. This woman likes beautiful men, so I won't be suspected if I bring you with me." Yang Dingtian was a little embarrassed and said, "Then should we pretend to be very intimate later?" "Yes." Ximen Ningning said, "Remember, your current identity is Qin Hongmian's new lover. Your name is Ning Quebec. Let's go. There is a town 30 miles away from here. We will rest there for a while and set off for the abandoned mine in the afternoon." An hour later, the two of them walked to the town. This town was called Iron Sword Town. From here to the border more than 100 miles away was the sphere of influence of the Iron Sword Fort. The Iron Sword Fort was the largest vassal force of Cloud Sky City. For hundreds of years, the Iron Sword Fort had rebelled and surrendered, and then rebelled again. Until 8 years ago, when Ximen Wuya killed 2 Iron Sword Fort lords in a row and sent the Black Blood Cavalry to wipe out the forces that hated the Iron Sword Fort. Then, he supported a puppet to become the new Iron Sword Fort lord. Only then did the Iron Sword Fort become a vassal force of Cloud Sky City again. As soon as they stepped into the Iron Sword Town, Ximen Ningning suddenly became a completely different person. Her soft and delicate body was completely attached to Yang Dingtian as they walked. She acted coquettishly as if there was no one else around. Although he knew that she was acting, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel a little swayed. Walking into the largest inn in the Iron Sword Town, Yang Dingtian and Ximen Ningning's entrance immediately attracted the attention of many people. The men looked at Ximen Ningning, and the women looked at Yang Dingtian. Their eyes were very hot. Although Qin Hongmian, who was played by Ximen Ningning, was not extremely beautiful, her coquettish aura and her figure were very lethal to men. And Ning Ke, who was played by Yang Dingtian, was too handsome. Ximen Ningning found the best seat with a delicate voice. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the table and chair over and over again. Finally, she sat down next to Yang Dingtian as if she was boneless. The waiter brought a list for them to order. Ningning raised her orchid fingers and gently twirled the list with 2 fingers. She pouted and glanced at the names of the dishes on the list coquettishly. She looked lazy and seductive. Damn, I can't stand this woman. A strong man holding a sword next to him looked at Ningning and swallowed his saliva. There were 3 warriors sitting with him. Their hot eyes also fell on Ningning's figure. Ningning heard his words and glanced at him disdainfully. She said coquettishly, "Bumpkin." The strong man was angry. He suddenly stood up and was about to rush over. Ningning ignored him and said coquettishly, "The food here is really bad. There is nothing edible at all. It's far worse than our Qin city." As soon as she said this, the strong man who was about to draw his sword changed his expression. He then put the sword back into the scabbard and sat back down resentfully. The 3 warriors sitting with him also retracted their gazes. They didn't dare to look at Ningning so presumptuously. Ningning disdainfully pursed her lips. Then, she even used her slender fingers to order a few dishes. They were all the most expensive and exquisite dishes in the restaurant. "Ning Ke, you have to suffer for a few more days. When we get home, you can eat whatever you want," Ningning said to Yang Dingtian coquettishly. "Have you heard? Cloud Sky City is going to appoint a good-for-nothing called Yang Dingtian as the new city lord. I heard that the good-for-nothing is already in his 20s and has only just passed the enlightenment period. He also learned the pig-slaying swordsmanship. A few days ago, he completely went crazy," the strong man sitting next to them suddenly said. "Doesn't that mean that we have to listen to the orders of a good-for-nothing in the future?" Another thin man said with a wretched expression, "Then isn't Miss Ximen a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung? She is a beauty who is as famous as Fairy Dongfeng. That madman is really lucky. With such a beauty, I'm afraid that even his soul will be gone." Suddenly, everyone present swallowed their saliva. "If you want to die, then continue." The strong man sneered, "Miss Ximen and that good-for-nothing are only husband and wife in name. She has been targeted by the Qin clan's young master for a long time. After a year and a half, when that good-for-nothing dies, Miss Ximen will become the Qin clan's young master's woman." When the thin man heard that Ximen Yanyan was the exclusive property of the Northwest Qin clan's young master, his expression changed slightly. He was afraid that his words would be heard by others. "Then, will our metal sword fort rebel?" another person asked. "Rebel? Rebel your head." The strong man said, "If that good-for-nothing really becomes the city lord, then I will be the first to rebel. But do you know who will become the new city lord? It will be the Northwest Qin clan's young master's 3rd son, Qin Xiaobai. He is also the grandson of Cloud Sky City's great elder Yang Yan. Now, he has changed his name to Yang Xiaobai and is going to enter Cloud Sky City's gate again. That good-for-nothing Yang Dingtian is dead for sure. He might not even live past next year," the thin man said. "Young Master Yang Dingtian has the Northwest Qin clan on the outside and the Yang clan on the inside. We don't even know how Yang Dingtian died. Who knows, we might hear the news of his death tomorrow." "Tisk tisk." The thin man said again, "It is indeed a good method and a good plan. When the time comes, Cloud Sky City's power will all belong to the Northwest Qin clan. In the entire Western continent, the Northwest Qin clan will be invincible. If you continue to speak with such a sour tone, you won't live past tomorrow," the strong man said. "For such a big matter, us small people can only listen to it. What's the point of talking so much?" "Then, where should our metal sword fort go?" another person asked. The strong man drank a mouthful of wine. And said, "Our metal sword fort? The fort lord has already made his choice. You will see it soon." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Even the small people in the metal sword fort knew about this matter. It could be seen that the news had already spread throughout Cloud Sky City. Everyone could see that the Northwest Qin clan had the wild ambition of annexing Cloud Sky City. Yang Yan and the others actually turned a deaf ear to it and allowed their ancestral foundation to fall into the hands of the enemy? If they really supported Yang Xiaobai's ascension to the throne, they would be too shameless and too stupid. However, everything in front of him was closely related to Yang Dingtian, but it also had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. There was only one thing he could do, and that was to become stronger as fast as possible. At this moment, in the entire restaurant, not only was the strong man discussing this matter, almost everyone was discussing this matter. Some people's words were extremely unbearable, especially regarding Ximen Yinyan's appearance and figure. Countless men's eyes turned green when they heard it. I heard that the Northwest Qin clan's young master is completely like a beast. Who knows how many women he has harmed. If young Mistress Shiman were to be sent up so delicately, wouldn't it be? A man with triangular eyes drooled. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Instantly, the entire restaurant fell silent. Then, a black figure slowly walked in. It was Shiman Ju, Cloud Sky City's chief of internal affairs. He actually appeared here. What was he doing here? End of chapter 54. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.